This story begins in 1247 in Korea, a state that won the war against the Mongols, which started in 1231, but was unable to stop their invasion and looting. During a raid on a village, Mongol warriors kill the inhabitants, burn houses, and take everything they consider to have any value. Shouts are heard calling to seize weapons and search every corner. The attackers are sure that people are still hiding somewhere. An order sounds: take women captive, kill the rest. Two boys are hiding behind boards leaning against the wall. The older one covers the younger one's mouth with his hand. Tears stream from the younger boy's eyes. He tries to hold back sobbing, but he does it poorly. From under the older boy's arm, his sobs break through. A passing warrior becomes alert and listens carefully. He says that he seems to have heard something. The teenager, holding the little boy close, tightly closes his eyes and mentally begs the warrior not to come to them. The man, who stopped near the boards, speaks loudly. Probably it seemed so, and adds that perhaps he will leave from here. Holding his breath, the teenager closely watches his every move. He breathes out with relief. It seems the man has left and the danger has passed, but he doesn't even manage to praise the gods before the boards slide aside, and right above him appears the face of a man exclaiming, "That's where this rat is hiding!" The teenager looks at him fearfully, unable to even move. Swearing, the man throws the boards around, saying he thought to make them his slaves. They are still young, useful. He looks thoughtfully at the children. The teenager holds a club in front of him, clearly showing readiness to fight, while with his free hand he hides the boy behind his back. The man, drawing a blade, shouts that now he will simply kill them. Behind him appears a man in armor and asks, "What is the matter?" The man turns to him and exclaims, "General!" He reports that he found two kids, quite bold, and decided it was better to get rid of them. The general silently watches the boys for a while. The teenager, whose face shows fear, continues to clutch a club in his hands, trying to protect the little one. The general's lips stretch into a smile. He says it's too simple and boring. He adds that maybe he will play with their young and tender bodies. The general orders to bring him an iron whip, and the man hurries to carry out the order. But after taking a couple of steps, he runs into a guy blocking his way. The man is surprised. What, another survivor? He thinks the young man is out of his mind with fear since he doesn't even try to run away. The general asks, "Why is he standing there?" The man replies, "It seems the guy has gone crazy here." In response, he hears an order to deal with him quickly and bring a whip while the general is still in a mood. The man hurriedly answers, as the general commands. The noise makes the general turn around. His gaze shows astonishment and anger. The lifeless body of the man falls at the feet of the guy. The general, turning to him face to face, says that judging by how easily the guy broke his neck, he has considerable strength. Who is he? A commander from the army? A warrior? The man, swinging a blade, shouts, "Does he really dare to attack such a strong warrior as he is?" He forcefully brings the blade down on the guy standing before him, questioning, "Does he dare to challenge him?" The young man raises his hand to meet the general's sword. He easily breaks off half the blade, crushing it into small shards. The man cannot believe his eyes. He looks bewildered at what remains of his sword. Meanwhile, the guy's hand reaches for the general's head. Under his fingers, the man's helmet crumples like paper. The young man, with the same ease, crushes the part of the general's head protected by the helmet. The man's body, splattering blood, falls backward and collapses at the guy's feet. The teenager stands, continuing to grip the mace in his hands. Tears shine in his eyes. He's amazed at how easily the guy defeated the opponents. He had heard that in Korea there is a warrior feared even by Mongol troops. Could this be him? The young man leans toward him, apologizing for coming to help too late. His hand lowers onto the child's head, gently ruffling his hair. The young man tells the teenager that he was very brave and managed to protect his younger brother. He adds that they must help each other and stick together. That is the most important thing. The guy says they need to wait a little longer and asks them to hide. He promises to kill the remaining scoundrels and return. The teenager is impressed by his words. He wonders, could this brave warrior really be planning to fight the squad alone? He is sure that the man before him is the one he had been thinking of. He asks the guy to say his name. The young man replies, he is sure that the other could have heard it from other people. The teenager's eyes shine with delight when he hears confirmation of his assumption. The boy thinks that he is also very strong and could protect his parents. When the guy who saved them had already turned away to leave, a question slips from his lips. Will he be able to protect his loved ones? The young man, turning to him, answers, of course. He adds that at his age he risked everything to become stronger. A barely standing boy struggles to take a step. He remembers the terrible events that happened the day before. From the youth's lips bursts out, "Run!" and at that very moment, a sword, crashing down on him from behind, nearly cleaves his body in two halves. Tears are streaming down the boy's eyes, who is looking at this scene in horror. The young man, extending his hand to him, asks him to save himself. A blade sticks out of his chest. Settling on the ground, he barely utters the name of the boy, frozen with horror. Quan. The words of the young man reach the child. Let him live. Let him just live. Tears flow uncontrollably from his eyes. Calling him brother, the young man asks not to worry about him. In his eyes intertwine pain, regret, and love. Tears are still flowing down the boy's cheeks. He expresses regret for simply running away. He is very tired. The boy struggles to take another step, thinking that they had been attacked before. His brother told him what their father was like, who died a hero's death. He does not know who and for what purpose is trying to kill them. Drenched in tears, he decides that it is not so important. He will never forgive those who killed his brother. The boy promises to take revenge on everyone and leave no one alive. Even if he becomes a spirit after death, he will continue to take revenge. He is already barely standing on his feet. A thin trickle of blood runs from his lips. He thinks that by using his father's skills, he will become stronger, right? He just needs to hold on a little longer. A wound is visible on his back, his clothes torn and stained with dirt. The boy persuades himself to hold on just a little longer, but, completely exhausted, he falls to the ground face down. The man looks back in surprise. He is hurrying to the ship nearby. Several people are loading goods onto it. A man with a sack on his shoulder is looking at a child who fell nearby. The boy comes to his senses. His first thought is, did he lose consciousness? He struggles to open his eyes, wondering how long was he unconscious. The first thing he sees is the shackles on his hands. He looks at them in bewilderment. The boy wonders, shackles. Could it be that he was kidnapped? A strong hand grabs him and without much ceremony jerks him to his feet. With one movement, the same hands free him from the shackles. The boy thinks, if these iron shackles were removed from him, then the kidnappers were other people. The man who freed him opens the barred door and pushes him through the threshold. A knife is shoved into his hand, and he looks at it in surprise, understanding nothing. Splashes of blood fly right into the boy's face, who doesn't even try to dodge them. Right in front of him, he sees a beheaded man at that moment, clutching a blade in his hand. He is attacked by an ugly bald strongman armed with a huge sword. The boy freezes in place, not understanding what is happening. In the room, a man sits at the table with a cup in his hands. Several people stand opposite him. Behind his back stands a bodyguard. The man says that victory in the duel is an important aspect, but the main thing is that the fight pleases both the spectators and the judges. Raising the cup to his lips, he asks with a slight smile, how do they like his proposal? A woman in a luxurious red and black outfit holding a long cigarette holder with a cigarette in her hand answers him. She says that in a duel between the Lord's warrior and the fighters, even if 6 people oppose, the result is too obvious. Han Sol, managing this battle arena, adds that the judge's decision is also important. But is it worth participating in a fight knowing in advance what it will lead to and what the outcome will be? The man, putting the cup on the table, asks to be heard to the end. He says that regardless of the outcome of the duel, he will pay them the cost of each of the fallen fighters. No judging or betting is needed. Han Sol replies that she sincerely does not understand why he so insistently asks to hold a fight that will bring no benefit. A slight smile slides across the man's lips. He says, well, since she is so interested, it's simple, for his own pleasure. Crossing his arms on his chest and trembling with anticipation, he says that there is nothing more thrilling than watching rivers of blood and flesh torn apart under the pressure of a sword. If he can buy pleasure with money, then why should he deny himself this? Looking at him, the woman thinks he is simply a madman. Han Sol thanks the interlocutor for the offer and wants to refuse it, believing that it is unprofitable for her arena. A man standing behind her leans in and whispers something in her ear. The woman ponders. Behind her interlocutor stands serious support. Even though she does not like this whole idea, she thinks it is not worth making extra enemies. She orders the man behind her to prepare. He inquires in response who will participate in the duel. Pointing behind herself, Han Dae-in says that he will bring his bodyguard. The woman glances at the bald strongman, whose face shows no hint of intelligence at all. Han Sol says, usually, even if 6 fighters enter the duel, they cannot compete or become worthy opponents for this man. Turning away from the interlocutor and heading to the door, she adds, but if someone more serious participates, his bodyguard may die. Han Dae-in's lips stretch into a slight smirk as he says, that is also part of the pleasure. Leaving, the woman orders the man standing nearby to prepare the recruits. He readily replies, it will be done. The arena fighter Baru, to whom she gave the order, surveys the battle arena with his gaze. On the arena stand 5 men with knives in their hands. They wonder, why was the choice made on them? One of them says that he has never fought with swords. The emaciated man standing next to him, examining his weapon, replies, "If he can win, he will get money and be able to gain freedom. But if he dies, he will be of no use." Their comrade in misfortune says, "Let them think they are lucky." A tall and muscular man, holding a blade in front of him, adds, "Now he may look humiliated after someone tried to kill him, but he will survive and take revenge on every scoundrel." The man who dreams of returning home says he doesn't care about money. His emaciated companion sighs, "Just to survive." A man watching them from behind barred doors, after counting the men, realizes one fighter is missing. He orders to take the boy who was brought yesterday. The men standing in the arena say, "It seems the one they will fight is coming." They decide they need to gather their strength. Their attention is fixed on the same barred doors as the ones they came out of onto the arena, only located on the opposite side. The first thing that catches their eye is the opponent's huge sword. The bodyguard of the man insisting on organizing this fight stretches his lips either into a smile or a snarl. He is wearing only red pants. One of the fighters says, "What a face." The man dreaming of home asks, "Are people like them really capable of winning?" A muscular and determined fighter, not taking his eyes off the opponent, replies, "The sword may be big, but they don't know how well he wields it." He believes the slow pace of the big guy will make their task easier. Han Dai-in, leaning on the railing, looks at the arena, rubbing his hands joyfully. It has begun. The arena is in a depression. Around a huge pit of perfect rectangular shape, whose walls are paved with stone, spectators have gathered. The manager and her guest are seated on a wooden platform with a railing, convenient to lean on. A disappointed expression appears on the man's face. He says, "By the way, there are only 5 fighters." The assistant manager hurries to calm him down, assuring that it was probably a misunderstanding. He says the manager will sort everything out and asks him not to worry. The man replies, Yes, it's nothing." A barred door opens, and a strong hand pushes a boy onto the arena. Han's soul is shocked. How did a child end up among the fighters? Standing next to her, Baru curses and says that these fools accidentally brought a little boy. One of the fighters in the arena says he expected to see a worthy fighter, but they released a child? It would have been too much if he started whining here. Meanwhile, the bodyguard launches an attack. The man he attacked shouts that he is not ready yet. With one swing of the sword, the big guy cuts off his head right in front of the bewildered boy. The fight organizer, leaning over the railing, exclaims, "Simply delightful." The exhausted man says that the deceased boasted so much about his strength, but in the end, he was the first to die. The second fighter exclaims that they are all doomed. With an unperturbed expression, the boy watches the fight. Blood splatters fly in all directions. The strong man's sword cuts the body of the next opponent almost in 2. Blood spurts again. The boy's pupils dilate. A memory of his brother, who died exactly the same way as this man, flashes through his mind. Meanwhile, the big guy rushes to the frozen boy. Han's soul tensely watches what is happening in the arena, realizing that now it is already too late to intervene. The strong man's sword descends on the boy, but at the last moment he jumps aside. While the bodyguard wonders where his victim has gone, the boy hastily increases the distance between them. Han's soul, without blinking, watches what is happening in the arena, clearly worried about the child's fate. Meanwhile, the boy decisively tells the strongman that he will kill him. His clumsy opponent, compared to him, slowly turns to the swiftly moving boy. At that moment, the boy forcefully pushes off the arena floor with his foot. Energy circles appear around his legs. The strongman wonders, is he trying to escape like a rat? But immediately confusion flashes in his eyes. The boy attacks him in a jump. Passing by the bodyguard, he swings his hand, in which he holds a knife. The strongman is stunned. Could this be the air-step technique? Impossible! But he has no time to ponder. The boy's knife inflicts terrible wounds, blinding the bodyguard in one eye and almost decapitating him. The boy freezes behind his back, landing on half-bent legs. The spectators freeze. Han Dai-in cannot believe his eyes. Han's soul is stunned. Baru's eyes widen. The boy straightens up. The thug falls behind him, but he doesn't even look back. The fighters who survived freeze with their mouths open. The man dreaming of returning home rejoices mentally. He is alive. The spectators are thrilled. An incredible child. Who is he? No, did they see that? He literally hovered in the air. Han Dae-in stands with his mouth open, unable to believe what happened. The assistant manager, standing slightly behind him, happily sees the surprise on his face, but he understands it perfectly, as he himself is stunned by what happened. He thinks that the merchant came with an unusual offer. The man recalls the words of the person who noticed the fallen boy. He said that this youth should not be abandoned just because he is wounded. The merchant said that the boy had suffered such serious injuries but didn't even make a sound once. Even adults can't endure that. Looking at the unconscious boy lying tied by hands and feet, he adds, moreover, in sleep he restores his strength and normalizes his condition like a wild beast. He is sure that the boy is a born warrior. The man insisted that he was showing the child specifically to him, a person connected with the fighting arena. The assistant manager did not believe the merchant's words but noticed scars on the youth's body. The healing wounds looked as if the edge of a long sword had been drawn across the skin and cut it, and it was clearly the hand of a master. However, all the scars were not very deep. That means the boy was able to dodge every blow. Now he is absolutely sure that he has gotten an incredibly talented fighter in his grasp. Guan Liran, deputy arena manager, thinks, if the boy continues to perform, he will become rich. Ba Ru cannot take his eyes off the arena. He is stunned. The air step technique. The man is shocked. This is the level of a martial arts master. The air step technique involves controlling one's energy to accelerate muscle contraction and stretching. It is used for rhythmic movements, which significantly increases running speed. At a high level of mastery of this skill, the speed is even higher, which increases the power and distance of the jump. But Ba Ru knows that this technique can also be applied to other movements. The boy standing in the arena was able to increase his attack speed. Ba Ru concludes that there is one but. The boy has already reached the final stage of the technique. Hong Sol thinks that for the first time in a long while she meets someone worthy. However, he still needs a lot of training. The manager decides that as soon as the boy reaches the level she desires, there will be a chance to make him a true warrior. The woman orders Guan Liran to clean up and escort the gentleman. The man replies, "As you command." Looking at Han Dai-in, who continues to watch the arena, the man thinks that he clearly will not worry about the death of some bodyguard. A slight smile appears on Han Dai-in's lips. Without taking his eyes off the boy, he thinks, how much he likes this kid. Just the thought of tearing him to pieces makes his heart tremble. Meanwhile, the boy looks at the knife in his hand. He wonders, if he had a knife in his hands then, would his brother have survived? The boy thinks, if only he could have killed him then. He remembers the man who mercilessly dealt with his brother. That terrible moment rises again before his mental vision. Near the exit from the arena, a tall bald man meets the fighters. He orders them to return their weapons and go back inside. They obediently part with their knives. The man calls out to the boy, "What is he standing there for? Let him come to him immediately." Seeing that the boy continues to stand still, he asks, has he completely lost his mind after the killing? He calls the boy again, ordering him to promptly obey his command. The boy, absorbed in his thoughts, notices nothing around. He thinks that his brother would definitely have survived then. Out of the corner of his eye, he notices some movement and hears a stern shout, "The elders must be obeyed." The bald man asks, is he completely deaf? And delivers a powerful kick that knocks the boy off his feet and throws his body several meters away. The boy falls onto the arena, continuing to clutch the knife in his hands. The young fighter, one of those who was in the arena watching what was happening, laments, "Why hit so hard if you can just speak?" How hard he hit him. The man standing behind him asks, "What is he doing there?" He replies that he just wanted to approach him. The man says admonishingly, "He should know how often people die here. If he is not careful, he will be next." The big guy standing behind him stretches his lips into a smile. The young fighter, turning around, looks at them confusedly. Meanwhile, the bald man exclaims, "Not enough for him? Now he wants to fight him too?" Han Dae-in snarls angrily, cursing him mentally. "What a fool! He's getting in boldly!" The big guy looks at his leg, with which he kicked the boy, in bewilderment. A cut wound is visible on the shin. He grabs his leg with both hands, puzzled. What? Where did this wound come from? He realizes that when he kicked the boy managed to cut him with the knife. The boy, getting to his feet, asks, "Where is he?" He asks, "Why did that person attack him and the others?" The young fighter, whom the others are pulling along through the doorway, manages to look back and note that the boy has a knife in his hand. The bald strong man looks at the boy with surprise. What is he going to do? He even took a fighting stance? Bending down and picking up the bodyguard's sword, he thinks that hardly the death of one person can make someone lose their mind so much. But he no longer cares about the reason, and it's too late to apologize for the mistake. The boy, seeing his movement, becomes alert. Before his mental eyes, the scene appears again when the blade cuts through his brother's body. He grips the knife in his hand tighter. The man with the sword in his hands rushes at him, promising to cut off his ear. The strong man freezes, hearing the shout, "Wait!" Ba Ru, who appeared in the arena, calls out to him. The man heads towards the boy. The strong man Tondu says that this little slave does not understand where he is and how he should behave. He wants to teach him a lesson. Casting a stern look at him, Ba Ru asks, Does he need to repeat twice? Frowning, the strong man hastily replies, no, of course not. Baru, stopping in front of the boy, orders him to lower the knife. He says that he does not want to harm him. The boy looks at him warily. Baru demands that the boy lower the knife. He adds that he does not want to harm him. The boy remains standing still, not taking his eyes off him. He understands that the man is demanding something from him, but cannot understand exactly what he needs. The boy wonders, what is he saying? His words are drowned out by the noise in his head. He thinks he has not fully come to his senses. The events began to develop too suddenly and rapidly after he opened his eyes. Assessing the man with a glance, he finds no obvious danger to himself. He has no weapons and does not look hostile. But he does not rush to relax, deciding that since there are those who continue to attack, and he does not know where he is, he needs to be on guard. Baru asks the boy, is he not listening to him at all? The voice of the young fighter reaches the man, who thinks the boy does not understand them. The man glances in his direction. The fighter standing next to the youth stops him, and grabbing him by the hair, directs him to the open door, asking, what is he doing and where is he going? Baru orders to let him go. He wants to listen to the youth. Genjan, holding the young man, gives him a slap on the back of the head, ordering him to go quickly and explain what he wants to say, and if he cannot, he will kill him himself. The young fighter hurries to Baru, starting to speak rather incoherently on the go. Stopping near the man and looking up at him, he explains that he heard this boy talking to himself. Perhaps he is not quite sane and does not understand Baru. The man glances at the boy standing before him. He thinks that he will not be able to learn more from him, at least not now. This arena is located in the territory of the Song Empire, ancient China, so mostly Chinese people are here. The young man admits that he knows Korean, and asks, can he try to talk to the boy? Baru gives him a sidelong glance, not rushing to answer. The young man is very afraid to intervene in this situation. But the boy saved his life, and he believes he must repay him in kind, otherwise it would be inhuman. The man allows him to try, and the young man's face brightens. He thanks Baru and heads to the boy. The big guy Tondu looks at them puzzled, thinking that the young man is just a slave. So what is all this fuss about? Could there be something special about him? The young man stops in front of the boy, feverishly figuring out how to start the conversation. The young man becomes wary, wondering why he approached closer. The youth thanks him for the rescue. The boy looks a little confused, and it becomes clear that he understands his speech. This pleases the youth, as he really wants to help the one to whom he now owes his life. He continues to say that thanks to the boy's bravery and courage, not only he survived, but others as well, for which he is very grateful. The youth adds that the fight is over. He extends his hand to him and suggests lowering the blade. The boy looks at him puzzled. Saved. He is surprised that he has become someone's savior, and hands the knife to the youth. A bitter thought flashes through his mind, but he couldn't help his brother, and tears roll down his cheeks. The youth, taking the knife, wonders, is the boy so scared? He thinks that it is not surprising. Yes, he has good fighting skills, but he is still too young. Baru, watching them, thinks that for a child who killed a person and experienced shock after the fight, tears are a natural reaction. The man believes that for his age, it was actually an unnatural level of determination, even beyond expectations. But it shouldn't be like that. Baru, turning away, orders the youth to explain to the boy what is happening. It seems he doesn't understand anything at all. The young fighter hastily replies, yes, of course. The big guy Tondu decides to leave everything as it is for now. But mentally, he promises that the boy will later have to answer for his actions. Honsol, standing with a thoughtful expression, asks, what does he think about this boy? Baru answers that the boy has decent skills, and they can use him for their own benefit. He adds, but if asked whether he is suitable for her goals, he would have doubts. The woman inquires, why? For his age, such mastery of technique is an impressive talent, isn't it? Baru, standing by the door, replies, usually, if someone reaches such a level at his age, it is considered talent. But this case is a bit different. True talent is the ability to reach a level that no one else can, regardless of age. He adds, even if someone reaches a high level at his age, it is extremely rare for them to continue developing further. And in the end, they remain at the same level. Recalling the boy, he says that true talents from the very beginning can reach an unattainable level in several techniques, or fully master one to surpass others. The youth has already reached a high level in one technique, but mastering others is most likely beyond him. Honsol asks, does this mean he has no potential for further development? Baru believes that comfortable living conditions can only provide a slight chance for development. The man says that now the boy is in a situation where the question of life and death has been resolved, and he has lost his purpose. If the fights continue, and there are no strong opponents like the one he just defeated, his skills will slowly fade. Instead of striving for unattainable techniques, he needs to learn to kill effectively to survive. Ultimately, his progress will become impossible without these skills. The woman says that sending him to good and comfortable conditions actually means allowing him to become useless. It is merely the elimination of illusions about his potential. Opening the window and looking at the night sky, Han Sol adds, "Well, the boy has only two paths. Either he will fight and die here in the arena, or survive by proving himself as a true talent." A torch hangs on the stone wall, illuminating the basement room where the arena fighters are located. The young man sitting next to the boy explains that he was possibly sold here while he was unconscious. A man sitting nearby says that the young man must definitely tell the boy. Everyone who is caught says they should be released, but it doesn't work. He was caught when he was sleeping on the street. The boy asks, "Is this place called Mutujom, an arena for fights?" The young man confirms, "Yes, it is." He says that it is much scarier here than it seems. They say even ordinary people like him are taken here. The young man says that in this region there are hundreds of such arenas called Mutujoms. They fight there, making agreements on conditions. But even if hundreds of people die, no one interferes. They say that someone from the high ranks of the empire secretly stands behind this place. Sighing, he adds, "Ordinary people cannot survive here." The boy, having listened to his story, indifferently says, "Interesting." The young man looks at him in surprise, clearly expecting a different, more emotional reaction. Meanwhile, the boy thinks that when he survived by dodging attacks, his technique improved significantly. He decides that there is no better training than a real fight. The boy thinks that he will need to find a place where he can hide and train. Then he will defeat everyone in this arena, become the strongest, and return to avenge his brother. He believes that it seems easiest to follow others. The fighters become lively. Their attention is attracted by something. A man towering over the people sitting on the floor shouts for everyone to follow him. A person who admitted that he dreams of returning home asks, "But why?" Genjan, who gave a slap on the head to the young man in the arena, declares that it's time to make a decision. Behind him, several people have gathered closely. Anticipatory smiles wander across their faces. The man himself beckons with his finger the one at whom his unfriendly gaze is directed. A large wooden box is lowered to the floor. A voice is heard. "Well, cooking food is not so simple." A slightly plump woman, wiping sweat from her forehead with her hand, says that as soon as she distributes the portions, her work for today will be finished. She looks beyond the bars where several people stand in a row. The maid assumes that these are the people who ended up here yesterday. She thinks with displeasure that under the pretext of energy taming, these abuses have started again. She wonders, why are they doing this? Her gaze falls on a boy and she wonders, a child? But why is he here? Meanwhile, the man who started all this asks, "Is everyone gathered?" Looking at the 5 people standing before him, he asks, "Do they pathetic weaklings think they can fight?" He says mockingly, sweeping his gaze over the people standing before him. "Let them relax. Today they definitely will not die." The boy standing in line with other newcomers pays little attention to everything happening. He carefully examines the ceiling and walls of the spacious room they are in. He comes to the conclusion that there is no way out of here. The boy thinks that this place resembles a training hall. The question sounds, "Newcomers?" Genjan answers, "Yes, exactly." He adds that they have gathered them all here. A tall, broad-shouldered man says mockingly, "It seems they are all weaklings, just trash." He laughs, then asks a question. They think so too, right? Marching past the row of rookies and carefully examining them, he says, "These guys not only look weak, but they also have no luck." He wonders, how did they even become slaves of the arena? The young man standing next to the boy mentally agrees with his assessment. It is correct. Even the lower arena of Mutujoma is a place where skilled fighters gather. The middle one goes without saying. He believes that in fact, if it were not for this boy, they would have already died today. The man who built them says that the elder, the person inspecting the newcomers, possesses incredible skill. If he wins the fight, he can become the head of the arena. If they want to live even a little longer, they must learn. He mockingly adds, "Maybe then they won't die immediately at least." The one he called a candidate for the title of head of the arena says that the question of death is a matter for the future. Time will put everything in its place. He orders them to introduce themselves to begin with. The first newcomer says his name is Han San. After the master's ruin, he was sold into slavery. The emaciated man appears, but to Panome. He was caught when he was sleeping on the street. A man dreaming of returning home says his name is Pai Jan Kun. He says he was a farmer, but due to a bad year he had to borrow money and now he ended up here. A young man introduces himself as Na Don. After his parents died, he left his hometown and he was tricked into being taken here. The turn comes to a boy, but he remains silent. The candidate for the position of arena chief waits for him to introduce himself. Na Don, sweating from fear, says he will tell everything for this child. He is from Korea. He remembers that he did not ask the boy's name. The young man leans toward the boy, telling him to say his name and explain how he got here. The boy answers. He would say it, but he does not want these people to know his name. This is not training. It's just gathering people and holding them against their will. Nadon expected such an answer, but the situation does not allow him to voice it aloud. He decides he has no choice. The young man explains to the man waiting for an answer. The boy said he recently came to his senses and does not remember his name. He adds that the boy apologizes. The man says, "Is that so?" He grabs Nadon by the hair, asking, does he take him for an idiot? With his other hand, he slaps the young man, breaking his face and making it bleed. Paejan-kun, standing next to him, even closes his eyes in fear. Anger appears in the boy's eyes. Baru, lost in thought, paces the room. The man thinks that it seems he places too much hope on this boy. His thoughts are interrupted by the appearance of a maidservant who is delivering food to the slaves. Baru asks, "What happened? If she has something to say, let her speak." The woman replies, she understands that this is not the master's problem, but believes he should take a look at what is happening. Meanwhile, the man who hit Nadon so hard that the entire left side of his face swelled says that he sees no regret in words or facial expression. Does the young man take him for a fool? Nadon, struggling to speak, asks him for forgiveness. Blood from his broken nose and lips drips onto the floor. Paejan-kun, sweating with fear, thinks that the young man received so many blows that he even lost consciousness. The man continues to hold Nadon by the hair, glancing malevolently at the boy. He recalls the conversation that took place the day before. The man says that he cannot ignore Tondu's words, but if they injure him, it could turn into a big problem. The bald strong man replies that a couple of strong hits won't hurt this puppy. Tondu says, "Let him just say that this kid attacked him himself. He will benefit from that too. He definitely won't fall out of favor with the manager." The big guy adds that this boy uses the air step technique. If everything is left as it is, he might take all the attention to himself. The man measures the boy with his gaze, thinking, is it really him? The lad says that wherever he goes, there are only scoundrels around. Surprise flickers in the man's eyes. The boy attacks in a jump against an opponent many times his superior. His leg aims at the man's chin, but the man manages to put out his hand and cover his face. His other hand, clenched into a fist, rushes toward the boy. The lad realizes that the opponent is too fast. The man's fist hits exactly the target. The lad rolls on the floor, knocked down by a strong blow. The man says, since he attacked first, so be it. He will teach him a couple of lessons. The fighters present support him with shouts, "Yes, get him!" Meanwhile, the man continues. He heard that this guy uses a movement technique, but there is no need to be afraid, because it is an internal energy technique, which has its weaknesses. Since the internal energy technique enhances strength through breathing, a person can be attacked or exhausted, then his breathing will be disrupted and the technique will be useless. Looking at the boy curled up on the floor, covering his face with his elbow, he says, "Just like now." The boy admits that the man is really strong. His arm still hurts even after the block. Meanwhile, the opponent approaches and kicks him so hard that his body rolls further across the floor. The man asks, "Is your breathing already disrupted?" He swings his leg again and delivers a strong blow to the boy's ribs. The boy is literally thrown up and flies back to the wall. The man says it's time to finish off the kid before he recovers. A strong blow knocks the air out of the boy's chest. His body falls forcefully to the floor. The man, glancing at the crouched fighters, says that when using energy techniques, a special approach is required depending on the type, but the foundation is always the same. If you manage to land a successful attack or reduce endurance, the person becomes no better than ordinary opponents. He adds, of course, it's not as simple as it sounds, but if you understand the weaknesses, you can resist such people. The fighters support him with shouts, just as expected. He did everything right. Standing on the other side of the grid, Baru looks at them. He thinks the man has already finished the performance. He believes that he acts boldly and quite roughly, but in some ways he is right. He thinks that the technique of lightness is the easiest to neutralize. Earlier in the duel, everything worked only because the opponent did not expect the use of the air step technique and could not react in time. Looking at the boy lying motionless face down, he thinks that the very fact that he can use such a technique is already impressive. But without mastering other techniques, it will be difficult to become stronger. Big guy Tondu asks the deputy, why did he call them? Does he want to have fun with them? A fist rapidly approaches his face. The fist strikes Tondu's cheekbone, making him stagger. Coughing, he almost crouches down, and immediately the tip of Guanli-ran's saber presses against his forehead. He asks the frozen Tondu, did he dare to touch with his hands what belongs to him? The big guy begs him to forgive him.
He says he didn't know how important the kid was to Guanli.
The deputy arena manager replies that ignoramuses like them couldn't even see the talent in the boy. Even if he doesn't have the skills he expected, they can still make money off the kid. Guanli says he doesn't care if the boy dies in the future in the arena. But if the guy suffers because of them, then he will talk to them differently. He promises to simply kill Tondu and asks, is he making himself clear? The tip of the saber slowly crawls across the big guy's forehead, descending to his eye, leaving a deep cut. Tondu mentally curses, thinking it's already too late. The boy has surely already been dealt with. Meanwhile, the man who beat the boy silently watches his motionless body. Turning to the other fighters, he says training is over. He believes it's time to show the youngster what happens to such cheeky upstarts like him. He orders one of the fighters to bring the boy and adds, since he relies so much on his technique, they will break his legs. The fighter replies, it will be done. Baru asks himself, is he allowing them too much? They do whatever they want, seeing no boundaries. He thinks it's time for him to intervene and takes a step forward. Surprised, Baru freezes in place, not believing his eyes. The boy got up from the floor and heads towards his offender. The fighters are surprised. Is he still able to fight back? So small, but strong. The boy's opponent says that he was holding back, did not want to kill him, but the boy seems to be asking for it. One of the fighters says, anyone else would have lost consciousness by now. Pei Jan-kun, who had bent over Nadon lying unconscious on the floor, watches the boy's actions in horror, thinking, what is he doing? He fears the boy might lose not only his legs. Stubbornly stepping towards an opponent stronger and more skilled than himself, the boy remembers how he was drenched in sweat during training. The boy, frozen in a rider's pose, holds a club with a stone tied to it in his outstretched hands. He is training outdoors, with trees visible behind him. He asks his brother, to strengthen internal energy, is it really necessary to do such things? The brother replies, just a minute. The boy looks at him. At that moment, he is holding a large log on his shoulders. The brothers free themselves from the load and straighten up. John answers his question. He thinks it's time to tell his brother what is special about their father's martial arts and why such training is necessary. The boy asks, something special, right? The older brother looks at him affectionately. John says that energy is the power that allows a person to enhance their abilities. Everyone has it, but most cannot use it. Even if someone can, the strength varies from person to person. The boy asks, why is it different for every person? Chan leans toward his younger brother and looking him in the eyes says, for example, one person easily remembers new hieroglyphs, while another can barely remember even one symbol a day. Isn't that similar? The boy wonders. Why is his brother looking at him like that? Chan answers that the martial arts that enhance strength through energy control are called Qigong. It is a traditional practice related to managing internal energy. In Chinese culture, it is called Qi, or Qi, in Korean. Through breathing, movements, and meditation. It combines physical exercises, controlled breathing, and focus to strengthen health, improve concentration, and achieve harmony between body and mind. Most Qigongs direct the flow of energy and concentrate it through breathing. Stabilizing the breath is very important. Chan says that their father's martial arts are different. The young man stomps his foot with force. He demonstrates to the boy how to create an energy flow in the body through genic movements. A movement that fixes the body to survive an attack. Chan demonstrates how energy surrounds his hand and circulates around it in a spiral. The young man explains that the boy can feel the energy with his body and focus on it. The younger brother calls out to him. He wants to ask a question that interests him. The boy asks, are their father's martial arts different from others? Chan looks at his brother with surprise. Then he leans toward him again and says that he catches on quickly. The young man adds, then he will tell him what is so special about them. He says that the first and most important thing is walking towards the thug who beat him. The boy repeats his brother's words. Since you started, don't give up. Fight to the end. He stomps his foot forcefully, just like his brother did. Energy immediately begins to circulate around his foot. The fighters watching his actions exchange surprised remarks. Jinkak? Why is he suddenly doing Jinkak? Is he trying to fix his position on his last breath? Funny kid. The opponent only manages to notice a swift movement from the side. Surrounded by streams of energy, the boy makes a giant leap and rushing past the man, swings his hand to strike him. The man is stunned that the boy is still able to use the air step technique. The blow lands right in the big guy's eye. Without stopping, the boy raises his hand for a second strike. The boy's fist crashes into the man's neck. The boy lands next to the staggering opponent, who is holding his neck with his hand. The boy kicks the opponent in the face. Blood flows from the wound, crossing his closed eye and from the man's broken nose. The boy grabs the opponent by the hair and forcefully slams his face onto the stone floor. But Du Pen, like the others, watches with his mouth open. He thinks that he knew, of course, that he was not just a kid, but it turns out his strength is simply incredible. The boy continues to slam the opponent's face onto the floor. A voice is heard. Enough! Cursing, Genjin kicks the boy. A strong blow throws the boy to the side. The fighter calls the others to gather and beat the boy down as a group. He believes the boy must be finished off. The fighters rush toward the boy, getting to his feet, shouting, "That's right! Serve him right! How dare this pup!" The boy's gaze expresses his determination to stand against the whole crowd. Baru thinks he has never seen anyone use Kugun in such a state. How can the boy, who has taken such a beating, still fight? The man recalls episodes of the fight in the arena where the young guy used the technique of lightness immediately after Jinkak. Then he thought it was an ordinary Jinkak. He continues to ponder. Could it be? If he is right, then this young man has a talent that he himself is incapable of possessing. Meanwhile, the young man, having gotten to his feet, looks around, assessing the situation. Behind Baru appears Han Sol. She orders him to open the grate. The man turns to her and asks in surprise, "Why is she here?" The woman does not answer him. She is waiting for him to carry out her order. When the door opens and Han Sol appears in the room, the fighter's attention immediately shifts to her, and they freeze. The fighter, commanding the others, asks discontentedly, "Who has been brought here?" He hesitates upon seeing the arena manager and senior fighter Baru in the room. The woman scans the hall with her gaze. Her gaze falls on the unconscious Nadon. Then she looks at the motionless thug lying face down on the floor. Kon Sol says that she learned about the atrocities that are happening here. The woman asks, "Doesn't that mean she simply must intervene?" The fighter is clearly frightened. He bows deeply, asking for forgiveness. The boy, looking at Han Sol, wonders, what kind of woman is this? Meanwhile, the manager approached him and stood before him, looking down at him. Consul says that he still has to learn discipline and learn. The boy understands that a blow will strike him now, but he can do nothing. She is too fast for him. He barely manages to cover his face with his hands and bend down a little. Mentally, the young man curses himself for letting his guard down. If only he hadn't been beaten earlier, this wouldn't have happened. But Dopeng and Peijan-kun are shocked by what is happening. Why is the woman hitting this child? Baru, standing aside, is also surprised, for the arena manager had not previously interfered in fights between participants. He suggests that maybe allowing herself to feel the mistakes made is her way of warning so that no one interferes or meddles where they are not asked. He wonders if she really continues to place hopes on the guy despite his words. Baru thinks, well, he changed his mind anyway. A strong blow knocks the boy off his feet. Staggering, he falls to the floor at the feet of the woman, clutching a long club in her hands. Falling face down, the boy freezes and does not move. Honsol looks at him, taking no action. Then, glancing back, she orders Baru, standing behind her, to call the healer. The maid who brought food to the fighters, standing behind the grate, breathes a sigh of relief. It's good that the lady manager intervened. She believes that although the youth was badly hurt, this will not happen again. The big guy Tondu, cautiously peeking from around the corner and wiping sweat from his face with a handkerchief, wonders, what happened here? Opening his eyes, the first thing Na Don sees is the ceiling. But it is different, not like the one in the hall where the arena fighters live. The youth lies in bed, his face bandaged, especially his left cheek. He notes that his back hurts badly. Then he notices the bandages on his body with surprise. He sits up in bed fearfully, trying to understand where he is and how he got here. With surprise, he notices that he is not alone in this room. Nadon sees Honsol removing her clothes, exposing the upper part of her body. Startled, he screams in fear. Casting a glance at him, the woman says disapprovingly, "How noisy he is." The woman hurriedly throws clothes over herself. The maid standing next to her reminds, she did say that he might wake up. Meanwhile, the young man, covering his eyes with his palms, begs for forgiveness. Although he saw everything, but... Honsol replies, "Let him not worry. People like them often do foolish things." Na-don, removing his hands from his eyes, looks at her in surprise. He notices that a boy is sitting next to him and asks, "What, that one was here too?" The young man whispers, curious, "Where are they? And what kind of place is this?" The boy explains that this woman called a healer and cured them. Na-don is surprised. Really? The young man cannot believe that the woman asked the healer to help them. Ordinary slaves who die every day in the arena. He remembers that she introduced herself as the manager of this arena. Na-don, jumping out of bed, shouts, "Mistress!" He begs for forgiveness again. The young man asks her to spare him and not destroy him. Honsol, looking at him disapprovingly, says that he is so annoying that she wants to kill him on the spot. Na-don apologizes again and promises to be silent. The maid helping the woman dress says that everything is ready. Honsol politely thanks her, although she thinks it is not worth thanking. The arena manager turns her head to Na-don and the boy. For some time she looks at them intently. Nadon stands straight as a string. The boy is nearby, his eyes hidden by grown-out hair falling on his face. Sol thinks, if he were an ordinary arena slave, he would be trembling before her in fear now. But this youth remains absolutely unflappable even in the face of punishment. Without taking her eyes off him, the woman wonders, is it a matter of character, or has something influenced him so strongly? She decides that in any case, this is a big plus for the arena. Sol demands that he tell her his name. Nadon is worried, the name again. Looking at the boy, he thinks that he clearly will not answer. The young man looks at the boy with concern. Then he leans towards him and whispers in his ear, if he does not want to say his name, maybe he will allow him to invent any other name for him? The boy indifferently replies, let him do as he wants. The young man says that his name is Nadon, and the boy's is BN. BN translates as flying hero. This name came to Nadon as soon as he saw the boy in the arena attacking a thug bodyguard. He mentally compares the boy to a flying bird. The boy asks him, who is this stern lady? Nadon whispers fearfully, even if others do not understand him, you still must not blabber nonsense. Here even tone and facial expression can cost you your life. The young man is surprised when he hears, no words. Sol, leaning towards him, says that the stern lady is the mistress of the arena. She introduces herself, stating her name. Nadon panics. He is clearly frightened. He is puzzled. Why does she understand him? That means she heard that he invented a name for the boy. The youth bows deeply, begging for forgiveness. He explains that this boy did not want to say his name, so he invented it himself. He asks to be forgiven. Remaining bowed, he thinks that now they will definitely be killed. He lied in front of the manager for nothing. His sorrowful thoughts are interrupted by a woman's voice saying that she could simply strike and end it right there. Looking into the boy's eyes, Sol says, many people think they know everything in the world and believe that if a person lied about something small, he will lie about something bigger. But she judges people only by what she sees. A name is just a means of address. There is no problem in inventing it yourself. The woman tells the boy that from now on his name is BN. Nadon thinks that the woman seems not as terrible as he imagined. Sol, heading to the exit, orders the maid to feed them and send them back. The arena manager says, although no, let only the elder eat. The maid is puzzled. What about the little one? Sol, looking back, tells the boy to go with her. The boy frowns and looks at her from under his brows. The maid wonders, interesting, where is she leading him? The little one might run away, or maybe luck is on his side. Sol and BN walk down the street past the sweets merchant's shop. The boy walks calmly beside the woman. She casts a curious glance at him. The arena manager recalls her conversation with Baru. She asks the man, has he changed his mind? The fighter replies, probably yes. The man says, this child really is different from the others. He couldn't even imagine that he had such abilities and failed to appreciate him properly. Baru believes the boy's talent is outstanding. If he continues to develop his abilities, he can become a master of the highest level, unmatched by anyone. Sol thinks that the title of master of the highest level sounds a bit exaggerated. But the fact that Baru speaks of him this way already indicates his enormous potential. Continuing to walk down the street accompanied by the boy, the arena manager thinks, however, to properly develop skills, one must first cultivate loyalty and faith in him. If he does not become her person, no matter how gifted he is, it is all meaningless. She believes that usually, people like him can either be won over or subdued by finding a weak spot. But what should she do with this little one? A voice pulls her out of her thoughts. What a meeting. The arena manager, Manhwa, accompanied by a long-haired teenager, says that managing the arena is not a woman's business. Sol replies that he looks like a nanny. The man responds, oh, how unlike her to react so seriously to an ordinary joke. Hugging his young companion by the shoulders, Manhwa says that for her, the arena is just business. To rise to the top-class level, a true master is needed, that's obvious. He asks permission to introduce her to Song-gen, his protégé, whom he has taken under his care. The man adds that Song-gen is already capable of fighting in the highest arena. He is worth watching. He asks, perhaps she has already heard rumors about Song-gen? The woman measures the teenager with her gaze, saying, rumors, huh? Pushing the boy forward, the arena manager declares that no matter how much she looks, it seems to her that this guy is much stronger. The man thinks that envy blinds her, or she simply does not see the obvious. He asks what his young companion thinks about this. Song-gen says thoughtfully, at first glance. He looks over the boy's clothes, on which torn holes are clearly visible, both on the sleeve and on the chest. Song-gen confidently states that he is too weak. He adds that if the boy does not chicken out and run away, he will be able to finish him off with one blow right here. Manhwa, looking at the boy, thinks, Is this the very boy who uses the lightness technique? And how will he show himself in battle? BN calmly examines the man and his young companion. Han Sol believes that the guy is not inferior to Sun Gen in a combative mood. She is confident that even if he does not understand the words, he should feel the atmosphere before the fight. BN deliberately yawns loudly, bringing his hand to his mouth. He decides that it is better to just observe what is happening. The manager does not hide her surprise. His reaction seems to have slightly shocked her. Then understanding appears in her gaze. The woman asks Manhwa to understand the boy. He is not very talkative. Pushing BN in the back, she says that they will probably go. They still have things to do. The man looking after them says, "How funny." Sun Gen asks, will he help him deal with him? Staring at the back of the departing BN, he says that he wants to kill him. Manhwa replies, let him wait. Very soon his energy will be feared, so now he needs to focus on training. After a pause, he, running the tip of his tongue over his upper lip, adds that delicious food should be savored slowly. Han Sol offers the boy candied fruits on a stick, but he does not hurry to accept the treat. The woman asks, what is he looking at? Let him take it. She thinks that children consider the one who gives them treats a good person. If you show kindness to them, they begin to trust. BN takes the treat and examines it carefully. He remembers how during training his brother calling him Quan. Holding out a clean cloth in his palm, on which lie 2 berries exactly like those strung on the stick, the young man says, look here. Quan examines the treat lying in his brother's palm. His eyes shine as he exclaims, wow, sweets! The cloth with the berries moves into the boy's palm. He carefully holds the berries with outstretched hands. Quan asks his brother, can he try? The young man exclaims in response, of course. The boy thinks that then he was too young to understand how hard his brother had it. He mentally reproaches himself for this, calling himself a fool. Following Han Sol, BN Quan sees on the roadside a boy in torn beggar clothes. He is clearly hungry and sad. The boy extends a stick with berries to the poor little boy. He is clearly surprised by his action. Grabbing the treat, he exclaims joyfully, wow! BN Quan is rushing after Han Sol. The woman says she bought him food. Why did he give it to someone else? When they return to the arena, he won't even be able to dream of such a thing. BN Quan replies that he is not worthy of that. The boy says that one can stay alive only by preserving a body capable of fighting. Looking at him challengingly, the manager thinks that he reminds her of someone, and she knows this person well. Soon they sat down at the table opposite each other. In front of the boy is a plate of porridge. Han Sol says that rice is life. He needs to eat to have strength. BN Quan mentally agrees with her and takes the chopsticks in his hands. The manager says, he knows that a single mistake can cost him his life, right? And since he survived, he should draw some conclusions for himself. She can help him leave this place. Without stopping eating, the boy asks, why is that? Han Sol asks, does he not know? Returning to the arena, he will be forced to fight again and again in deadly battles. He should already understand what she is telling him. Chewing, BN Quan replies, what is she talking about? He is here to fight. The woman is surprised by his answer and does not know what to say. The young boy says that he will become the strongest here, and leaving is the next step. Han Sol wonders, does he even understand what it means to be the strongest here? Without taking his eyes off the food, BN Quan asks, why understand? You just need to win. The manager looks thoughtfully at the boy. Resting her head on her hand, she watches with affection as he devours the food. Thinking, a short and clear answer. She finds him an interesting boy. Her gaze falls on this plate of vegetables. Taking a piece with chopsticks, she offers it to Quan, telling him to eat vegetables too. To grow strong, you need to eat a lot. BN Quan takes the piece she offered with chopsticks and brings it to his lips. He looks somewhat confused. He remembers how Young used to offer him tasty pieces in the same way, and he would happily hold out his spoon. Tears well up in his eyes. He lowers his head over the plate to hide them. Han Sol herself is surprised by the feelings she experienced. She thinks, is this some kind of maternal instinct suddenly awakened? She sighs. A child is a child. She is glad about this discovery, and decides to take advantage of it. She thinks that if she shows a little warmth now, she can find common ground with him. The woman believes that maybe he will even start to follow her persistently. The manager wonders, what if she strokes his head? Will he like it? She has never done that before. The woman reaches out her hand and runs it through the boy's hair. BN Quan immediately pulls her hand away and says, no need. Angry Han Sol thinks, what a brat with an attitude. Who knows what he will become when he grows up? She decides for herself no more calf-like tenderness. A crowd of people has gathered around the arena. Shouts are heard. Where is he? Faster, faster, come on. A muscular guy wearing rather worn dark pants and a sleeveless shirt carries a heavy sack on his shoulders. The big guy Tondu, calling him Bien, orders him to prepare. He will go in the next fight. The guy throws the sack on the floor and says, "Wonderful, it's about time." Tondu, looking at the sack, asks, "Does he do the same thing every day?" "Why?" The man says that before a fight you need to save your strength. That's an axiom. Bien Quan replies that these exercises are just a small warm-up. Tondu, smirking unpleasantly, asks, "What if the manager deliberately gives him only weak opponents? He thinks the guy doesn't even strain himself before the fight." Bien Quan, frowning at him, answers, "Has he seen himself? He is unlikely to take down even a couple of opponents." Tondu quickly stretches his lips into a smile, saying, "Did the guy really take seriously what he just said? He scares him." Bien Quan also smiles, replying that he understood. It was a joke. The guy, moving away from him, says that he was joking too. Tondu clenches his teeth tighter, mentally calling him a boastful fool. An angry grimace distorts the man's face as he thinks about how everything will end for BN today. The guy is called by name, BN. He looks around in surprise and asks, "What are they doing here?" Nadon, Peijan Kun, and Nodu Peng, interrupting each other, say that he is going into battle, so of course they came to support him. They ask him not to worry. They got permission for this. Peijan Kun says that until now they have all survived only thanks to luck. But they can die at any moment, right? No. Dopeng adds that they must support him at any cost. The guy smiles in response and asks, "Does he really think he is so weak and needs protection?" The man answers, "Not at all." Bien Quan says, "No matter who the opponent is, let them not worry, he will manage." The friends ask him to be careful. Nadon thinks they understand that he is stronger than them. It's obvious, but they can't just watch. To them, he still remains a child, and they constantly worry about him. Guanli Ran calls out to Honsol, asking her to stop. He says that recently, because of the many fights she organized, their reputation has suffered greatly, and all because of BN. The man adds, "Since the fight request has been accepted, it will have to continue. If it stops now, they will suffer significant losses." Throwing a sidelong glance at the deputy, the woman says she will settle everything. Honsol believes that lately he has been crossing the line. Guanli Ran replies that this is not a reproach, but only a warning. He knows that she still counts on BN's talent, just as he once did. But so many years have passed, and all that remains are empty hopes and disappointment. The man asks. She understands that although BN has outstanding skills and physical attributes, he is still far from the best fighters. Perhaps the fights will help, even if it is dangerous, but personally he is not sure about it. Guanli Ran says that during this time many talented fighters with higher ranks have entered the ranking. If BN tries to fight any of them, he will die. He states that they can no longer allow him to fight only those he can easily defeat. The woman listening to him closes her eyes. Standing behind the deputy, Baru says that combat abilities can only change in extremely tense situations. The chance is very small, and one will have to risk their life. But this is currently the only available method. The man says that besides that, BN himself wants it. Honsol, lowering his head, echoes after him, "BN wants." Guanli Ran looks at her, waiting for her decision. The door leading to the arena opens, and the spectators begin to excitedly talk to each other. "Oh, the fighters are coming out. It begins." A mighty man armed with a metal mace appears in the arena. Shouts are heard. "Hey, it's the martial arts master Kwok Gu. He has returned to the arena. Not a slave of the arena, but a true warrior. Excellent." The spectators wonder who will be his opponent. The most impatient shout, "Come on, come out!" Han Dae-in, spreading to smile, says, "Here it is. He can't wait." Among the spectators is a man carefully hiding his face behind a cloth wrapped around his head and a wide-brimmed hat worn over it. A silhouette of a person is faintly visible in the door. The spectators rejoice. He is coming out. Martial arts master Kwaku asks in surprise, "Is this a joke?" The spectators are amazed. His opponent is this child? The boy's hand grips the knife tighter as he hears the spectators' gossip. Their words full of contempt reach him. Even if he turns out to be capable, he is just a slave of the arena. How can this rookie, who has fought only a couple of times in the arena, stand against a martial arts master? Kwaku does not understand why the manager wants to see a fight with this child, although she has always been a person whose intentions are hard to understand. Surprise flashes in the man's eyes. Bai En Quan, without hesitation, uses the air step technique. He is already raising his hand with the knife to strike the opponent. Kwaku slightly leans back, and the boy's strike misses the target. The man steps back slightly, surprised by the speed and pressure of the guy. Bien Quan thinks discontentedly that this clumsy fellow can actually keep up with his speed. He attacks the man again while jumping. Then he swiftly jumps back, increasing the distance between them. Kwak Gu, raising a massive quadrangular club above his head, seizes the initiative and rushes at the guy. The latter mentally curses. Jumping back, Bien Quan successfully avoids the blow of the massive mace, which crashes forcefully onto the arena floor. The guy is surprised. Could the opponent know the technique of lightness? Kwak Gu, leaving his weapon stuck in the ground, attacks Bien Quan with his fists. The guy manages to close in and put his hand under the opponent's fist. A powerful blow throws the guy backward. He realizes that his opponent is quite fast and strong. Bien Quan lands awkwardly on one leg and loses his balance. The spectators shout, "Oh, a bone is broken. Probably a strong hit. With such injuries, he won't be able to use the technique of lightness. It's all over." Baru thinks that the force shaking the bones and the speed surpassing everything is the technique of lightness. He mentally addresses Bien, saying that the opponent surpasses him in everything. The man believes that the guy's special skill in martial arts can change the course of the duel. He mentally advises him to use it wisely. Looking at the guy, he thinks that a master would have acted this way. He is sure that this is not the end yet. Bien Quan forcefully plants his foot on the ground, and energy begins to swirl around it. Baru thinks that the battle has only just begun. Kwak Gu believes that, as befits the possessor of the lightness technique, the guy's reactions are fast, and he blocks all attacks. He wonders, but what is the point of blocking if... He interrupts his thoughts, looking at the opponent with surprise, not believing his eyes. Meanwhile, Bien Quan uses the lightness technique again and is already close to the man. Kwak Gu mentally chuckles. Everything is just as the manager said. Behind Han Dae-in, a man hiding his face under the wide brim of a hat, who had remained extremely serious until now, stretches his lips into a smile and begins to laugh. The man in the conical headwear, hiding his face, thinks that at first glance the technique seems impressive and powerful. But if you know its secrets, it becomes clear that there is nothing special about it. Meanwhile, the fight between Kwak Gu and Bien Quan continues. Baru watches the duel tensely, thinking. It is usually considered that if the opponent is wounded, using the lightness technique becomes impossible. Therefore, dodging a sudden attack in such a state is practically impossible. But the guy did it effortlessly. The man wonders, but how did Bien manage that? A huge rectangular club with sharp edges grazes the back of the guy trying to avoid the blow. The cut on his clothing immediately stains with blood. Bien Quan, having lost his balance, falls onto the arena, mentally cursing and wondering how the opponent dodged his strike so easily. He just wanted to use the moment to unbalance him, but he failed. Meanwhile, Kwak Gu delivers a powerful kick that literally tosses the guy's body into the air. Bien Quan falls, hitting the wall. The spectators excitedly whisper, "Wow! He was thrown all the way to the wall. Anyone else would have died." Kwak Gu, looking at the guy, thinks there's nothing special about him, but his reaction is truly impressive. Looking at the arena, Baru reflects. He doesn't know if the fighter is familiar with Bien's techniques, but he is clearly experienced. He keeps his distance, preventing the use of lightness techniques, and delivers precise strikes to finish off the opponent. The man thinks that, moreover, Kwak Gu surpasses Bien in speed. He is confident that he cannot be defeated. The guy's friends standing behind the fence worry about him. Nadan shouts his name. Han Dae-in looks disappointed. He says he expected something spectacular from this kid, but now he is only disappointed. He deflated so quickly. Standing behind him, Guanli Ren complains. So much effort was put into training this child, but there is no progress. Now he is just an ordinary warrior capable of participating in battle, and nothing more. The deputy manager adds that Han Dae-in can consider today's fight just a demonstration of skills. He promises that in the future he will take responsibility for the kid's success. Han Dae-in looks at him with displeasure and says that this is not the end yet. He decides to wait a little before drawing any conclusions. Guanli Ren asks him not to worry, promising that the guy will still show himself. Bien Quan has already managed to get back on his feet. Slightly bent over, he catches his breath. His opponent says that he moved well, but if he cannot dodge perfectly, his body will inevitably be exhausted. Looking at the stance the guy took, he adds, "It seems he is not even thinking about surrendering." Kwak Gu says that he will just have to finish him off. The guy is annoyed and angry at himself. He remembers the moment when his older brother turned to him, and the saber was already lowering onto his shoulder. A moment and blood splashes into little Quan's face. The guy thinks that he has no strength left at all. He does not know how to deal with the opponent. Bien Quan stomps his foot forcefully, and energy immediately flows around his body in a stream. At that moment, Kwak Gu attacks him in a jump, shouting, "Why is he still standing on his feet?" Little Quan says to his brother, "Wow, amazing. Only true masters can use energy even in an exhausted state, but," he clarifies, "they could do it from the very beginning, right?" The boy asks Chan, "If these features appeared first, Then the father's techniques have something else unique, right? Kwon asks his brother to tell him if that's true. He answers, yes, there is something else. Leaning towards his younger brother and looking him in the eyes, he says, actually, he was going to tell Kwon about this when he grew up. But since he has already started using energy, it's better to explain it in advance to avoid problems. The boy is surprised. Problems? Chon explains, there is one special rule that must not be broken under any circumstances. If Kwon does not keep his promise and breaks the rule, he will seriously scold him. The boy is impressed by his brother's words and eagerly awaits his explanation. Kwaku delivers a crushing blow with a club. It seems the guy has no chance to dodge. But Bien Kwon slips away from the opponent with a lightning-fast move and ends up far behind him, in the center of the arena. Kwaku smirks. It looks like the guy decided not to fight, but just to run away. But the smug expression slips off his face when he feels a burning pain and notices a wound on his forearm. The man is surprised. What? How is this possible? He didn't even notice how it happened. A tense and frightened expression appears on his face as he realizes that Bien Kwon's knife is at his neck. The guy in motion delivers a precise strike to Kwaku's throat. He finishes the movement using a technique of lightness, leaving the mortally wounded opponent behind his back. The weapon falls from the man's hand. Staggering, he begins to fall backward. Kwaku cannot believe what happened. The guy was on his last breath. How is this possible? Hondian freezes with his mouth open in surprise. The deputy manager looks shocked. He was clearly expecting a completely different outcome of the duel. The spectators, watching Kwaku fall, consider it simply madness. An ordinary arena slave defeated a warrior. Baru is no less surprised than the others. He thinks about how the guy's speed was lightning fast. Only the best fighters are capable of this. He wonders, why did Bien hide this? The guy stands in the arena, catching his breath. He recalls his brother's words. Even if the breath is lost or the body can no longer move, he can still use the technique. Jung told him that he has a special ability that gives more strength than he has, but it cannot be used. Kwon asks, why? This is a cool opportunity, isn't it? The brother answers, not at all. Jung says, if you pour more water into a cup than it can hold, the water will overflow. If the energy flow overfills the body, at some point it will break down, and in the end he will die. The guy wipes with his hand holding the knife, the blood flowing from the corner of his lips. He thinks that power overflows him, but he will definitely control it. Leaving the arena, Bai Enquan reflects on the fact that he must do this and survive. Ba Ru, watching the guy disappear into the doorway leading to the arena, thinks about him. In critical moments, power appears out of nowhere for him. But why didn't he even use the minimal energy reserve? He mentally addresses Bien. He always keeps silent about himself, and he never asked him about anything. But now he is interested to learn about his martial art and who taught him. Qigong styles are divided into main categories: Keigen, Kungun, and Kengigun. Keigen uses qi energy to accelerate muscle contraction and relaxation, increasing the speed of repetitive movements, allowing repetitive motions, and also increasing overall running speed, making it relatively higher than usual. At a higher level, the speed of muscle contraction increases, which enhances endurance and increases the distance that can be covered. Kungun focuses on using qi energy to strengthen muscle contraction, which increases the power to lift heavy objects or improves grip. At a high skill level, Kungun allows instant release of muscle contraction power using qi energy, significantly increasing strength in a single movement. When using weapons such as a sword or club, Kungun can increase the speed of a single strike. Keigen, unlike Kungun, allows increasing speed even in continuous movements, although its main advantage is manifested in accelerating single attacks. One movement of a Kungun master can be faster and stronger than that of a Keigen master. In a duel, everything is decided by one strike, so in battle Kungun can be much more useful. Ba Ru thinks. However, the speed of Keigen now surpasses the opponent's speed. But the speed of the Kungun master is also impressive. He has never seen anyone use only Keigen at such speed. The man wonders, is it possible if only a master of the highest level applies Keigen? If the level of this Keigen is really that high, how can one imagine the skill of a top-class master? Hong Sol's question pulls him out of his contemplation. What is he standing there for? Ba Ru, turning his head to her, asks, did the lady see that? Lady see? The woman orders him to quickly call a doctor. The man thinks that he is already waiting. Hong Sol replies to him, excellent, let him escort her to her room. Ba Ru says, good. He thinks, probably, she also understands that this is a special Keigen technique, and if the manager places hopes on the guy again and decides to train him further, he believes that this is, of course, a huge responsibility, but considering the current state, it might lead to significant progress in skills in a short time. The man thinks that the deputy, of course, does everything to draw attention to himself. It is noticeable. Watching Guanli Ran, Baru understands that he wants to look good in front of the seniors and hurries to take a seat next to the leadership. He constantly asks questions, showing too much interest. He thinks that because of his greed, problems may arise for the manager. Baru decides that he needs to be more careful. Meanwhile, Guanli Ran wonders, why did someone like BN hide his abilities? He thinks, impressive, but not enough. Anyway, the guy will still die at the hands of the fighters. Guanli Ran addresses Han Dai-in, saying that he has nothing to say. He did not expect at all that this guy could develop his abilities so much. Han Dai-in, without looking at him, replies, nothing. He is already deprived of both pride and hope. No matter how many times he was humiliated, it does not matter. Not taking his eyes off the arena, the man adds, but that boy must die in despair. Only then will he have the right expression on his face. He orders to seriously consider his next opponent. Han Dai-in asks the man hiding his face under the brim of his hat, does he have any objections? The man remains silent in response. He thinks he knows well that this gentleman does not care whether the fighters die. He personally wants only one thing, to achieve his goal and nothing more. The upper part of this man's face is scarred, and his right eye is missing. The man tells Han Dai, in that he has already organized a fighting match, but if the gentleman allows, he would also like to arrange an interesting spectacle. Han Dai-in, chuckling, replies, if so, then he is all for it. A smile slides across the lips of a man disfigured by scars. Questions reach BN Quan. Was he planning to run away? Is everything okay? The guy walks down the corridor, ignoring the worried comrades. They think he got badly hurt and need to call a medic. But he replies that there is no need to worry. A man stands in his way, saying that the guy was not bad. Fighter Huan Yu-won, who blocked BN Quan's path, says, he heard that the youth masters the Keigun technique, but did not expect him to be at such a level. Behind the young man stands the grim fighter Mo Mun. Huan Yu-won asks, how about one proposal? If the guy beats him, he will immediately become a local fighter. Does he want to try? The guy's friends are worried. What is he talking about? BN Kwang answers indifferently. Maybe he will think about it. But Du Pen is puzzled. Why does he always speak so indifferently? Huan Yu-won says that he just asked out of curiosity, but now he wants to finish him off. Na Don apologizes, promising that from now on they will be more careful. Without looking at they, the young man waves his hand, saying that it's a joke. Do they really think they can teach the guy a lesson? Smiling meaningfully, he glances at BN Kwan's friends, saying, and now they should worry not about him, but about themselves. The guy's friends are unpleasantly shocked by this statement. The hand is securely fixed with a splint and bandages. A voice is heard. Everything is ready. The healer, sitting with the guy at the table, tells him not to move his hand for a while so it heals faster. He tells him to be careful. The guy thanks him in response. The manager and the maid stand a little away from them. The elderly healer thinks that the guy didn't even flinch from the pain. He believes that he is probably about 16 or 17 years old, but his strength is simply incredible. BN Kwan sits with a detached look. It seems that what is happening around him does not interest him at all. Han Sol, approaching him, asks, is he okay? The guy answers that everything is fine. It's not that scary. A voice is heard, that's great, and a wooden club falls on BN Kwan's head. He shouts indignantly, ow, why? Why is she even hitting, and a wounded person at that? The arena manager swings the club again. The maid grabs her by the waist, trying to pull her away from the guy. Han Sol shouts, he just wanted to die, right? The maid asks her to calm down. No matter what, if she hits the wounded man. Han Sol refuses to listen to her pleas, shouting that his life belongs to her. And if he dies, it will only be by her hands. She is reminded that BN Kwan won and asked to calm down. A firm hand grabs the guy by the ear. A voice sounds, asking the lady to think carefully. A tiny old woman, Man Ok Rim, the arena administrator, tugs BN Kwan by the ear. Han Sol shouts, better to finish off this guy right here and now. He is puzzled and asks the old woman, what is she talking about? The elderly woman says that every time this guy goes to fight, this girl cries nearby, giving no peace or rest. Anyone who sees it would think he is her child. Jim, Han Sol's maid and the arena administrator exclaims, why does she say that? The guy shouts that the grandmother will tear his ear off now. Man Ok Rim replies impassively that his ear is strong and nothing will happen. Han Sol sighs and lowers her eyes, thinking that even the atmosphere changes with them. The door opens and Baru appears. He informs the manager that it seems they need her help. Han Sol asks, what happened? They can't manage without her? Baru says that the deputy organized a new fight. The guy looks worried. The spectators, looking at the fighters who came out to the arena, talk among themselves. They thought everything was over, but the spectacle is starting again. This time there are several fighters. Genjan is puzzled and angry. Why should he fight together with these idiots? But Do Peng, standing next to Beijan-kun and Nadon, replies with a gloomy look, clearly showing that they themselves do not want to fight either. Fear and surprise appear on Nadon's face. A thought flashes through his mind. Huh? Could it be that person? The spectators are puzzled. There is only one person there. Going out alone against 5 slaves is absurd. A man stands in the arena, hiding his scarred face under the brim of a hat. The people surrounding the arena are excited. A duel between a warrior and 5 slaves. This fight will be intense too. But Du Pen mentally curses. If this is a warrior, he will be a very strong opponent. Touching the brim of his hat with his hand, the man with the disfigured face expresses regret that his is not here. He takes off his headwear and throws it at his feet. He looks fearfully into the face of the enemy on the dawn. Smiling, the warrior says that in any case he will kill these idiots. A tall and mighty man, after removing his hat, also gets rid of his cloak, saying, "That's enough for today." At the dawn, he mentally gasps in fear. He is impressed. The young man thinks that the man's face changed because of the wounds, but there is no doubt. He remembers the day they first entered the arena. It was then, after the fight, they were lined up, and this man asked their names. It was he who beat the young man unconscious for trying to help Bien. The fighter Genjan, who supported him then and now stands in the arena opposite him, exclaims, "Brother Jusan!" The manager, accompanied by Baru, hurriedly leaves the room. She asks, "Is the deputy still with Han Dai-in?" Baru answers, "Yes, that's right. This time the fight will be against his warrior." Hong Sol says with annoyance, "He's interfering again." Bien Quan and the arena administrators watch them with their eyes. The guy thinks, if everything goes like last time, then... He jumps up from the chair and rushes to the door, saying that he will go and see. Gum Gum objects. He needs rest. Maybe he will at least eat. The guy, without stopping, asks them not to worry about him. Already behind the door, he throws over his shoulder that they will eat together later. Gum Gum sighs upset. It would be better if he rested. A question reaches her. Is he her son or what? Crossing her arms on her chest and turning away from the interlocutor, the old woman says, "These rude and cold guys won't even thank you if you treat them well. He's not even her own, so why does she care about him?" Gum Gum explains, "It's just that their lady likes Bien." ManhwaCapped Rim is furious at her words. She shouts that because of this he only irritates her more. The old woman says, if he, like everyone else, were a rough boar, she wouldn't even pay attention. But the fact that he is just an unhappy child dragged into the arena drives her mad. She adds that Bien is really strange. She recalls how once he covered a sick fighter with his blanket. The old woman adds that another day he shared his food with a person exhausted by prolonged starvation. ManhwaCapped Rim adds that just as thoughtlessly he attacked the one who mocked others. Even she, having lived so many years and seen all this, was surprised by his kindness. The old woman adds that at her age, seeing someone barely managing on their own and yet trying to protect others is rare. How did a child with such a heart end up here in such conditions? She angrily says that she will feel calmer if they disappear from here as soon as possible. That way she can live a long life still. With a slight smile looking at the old woman, Jim mentally agrees with her. In fact, she thinks the same. Meanwhile, fighter Genjan addresses the one he calls Brother Ju-san. He wants to know how he is doing, but first he suggests ending this fight. He says they have no reason to fight, and that one can simply leave the arena at any moment, right? Examining the knuckle duster, Ju-san asks, is he suggesting he surrender? Putting the knuckle duster on his hand, he says, who knows? Then adds that he is not like that, and will not run away from the battlefield. Genjan asks, why is he doing this? But Dopeng meanwhile thinks that with the knuckle duster, fists will become a strong weapon. Ju-san swiftly rushes into the attack. He decides that first he should get rid of the spear that No Dupeng is gripping in his hands. Approaching him, the warrior raises his hand with a knuckle duster to strike. Ju-san breaks the spear in half. No Dupeng dodges from him, but the warrior is too close, and he is already raising his hand to strike. Ju-san strikes him on the forearm with the edge of his palm, literally sweeping him off his path. No Dupeng, thrown back by the strong blow, flies to the side. The fighter Genjan, who called Ju-san brother, anxiously asks, "Hey, so what should he do now? Without a weapon, he can't fight." Ju-san rushes to him, saying that this was the plan. Fear and bewilderment appear on the fighter's face. The hand with the knuckle duster rushes toward the frozen man, whom the comrades warn by calling out, "Genjan!" The fighter leans back and the blow misses its target. A tall fighter rushes to them, swinging a mace. The spectators shout, "If you started, there's no need to hold back your strength." Ju-san intercepts his hand, gripping the mace handle. The warrior presses a point on the man's wrist with his finger. The fighter shouts that he can't handle him. Genjun rushes to help, clutching a short blade in his hand. Chusan, pressing harder on the right point, disarms the giant and strikes Genjun, who is behind him, with the giant's own hand. Both fighters fall onto the arena from the push. The big guy pins Genjun down with all his weight. Standing still, he is amazed. Where does such strength come from? Admiring shouts from the spectators reach Jusan. Handled it in one move. A true warrior. Standing behind the barred door, Bien Quan mentally exclaims, "No!" The guy realizes that the enemy fighters definitely cannot be defeated. Jusan stands watching Genjun and the big guy get up. The spectators shout that even 5 slaves are not enough against a martial arts master. Genjun thinks this is too much. They will simply die. Bien Quan, looking at the arena, recalls that he has fought this warrior before. Back then, he definitely did not know how to use internal energy. The guy is surprised. Could it be that he learned this in just a few years? Bien Quan's hand clenches into a fist as he thinks about how he is still the same and has achieved nothing during this time. Han Dai-in mockingly says that Jusan declared his confidence in himself. Well, now they will see what he is capable of. The deputy manager closely watches what is happening in the arena. He recalls hearing rumors that this man learned combat techniques. Guanli Ran remembers that when Jusan caused trouble, he decided that he was too useless to punish and let him go. But because he went into the wasteland, he did not receive proper treatment. Watching the man, he believes that he has honed his skills. The deputy hears the voice of Hong Sol, ordering him to come to her. Turning to the woman, he exclaims, "Oh, the lady is here!" The manager slaps him with considerable force. Silence lasts for several seconds. Hong Sol stands with her hand raised. Guanli Ran, coming to his senses, asks, "But for what?" Barely restraining her anger, the woman says that it seems she made herself clear. Looking him in the eyes, she says, "Do not cross the line." Han Dayan watches their conversation with interest. The deputy, closing his eyes, says, "She wants to say that because of organizing one duel he supposedly crossed the line?" He is curious. He raises his gaze to Hon Sol and continues speaking. She wants to say that he has no rights even to this? Yes, this place was opened by the lady, but he also invested his connections and money into it. Now even mercenaries under his command, whom he himself hired. Leaning towards her so that his face is at the same level as hers, he asks, "Does she think he is guilty? Does she really want to know what will happen when he truly crosses the line?" Suddenly, Baru's palm appears in front of his face. The fighter says he doesn't know what rights he has there, but at least he should have respect. He adds that it is pointless. They will all just be killed. A voice sounds, "Pointless?" It seems he cannot just watch this from the sidelines. Fighter Huan Yu-wan, behind whom stands the grim Mo Mun, says, "What is the point of a battle without deaths?" He adds, addressing the deputy. It seems he has problems. Guanli Ran replies that everything is fine, it's just a difference of opinions. Huan Yu-wan says that he can always turn to him, and he will deal with this person without questions, while the young man points his finger at Baru. Baru, looking at the youth, says, "Interesting." He adds that he hasn't been to the arenas for a long time, and it seems he has fallen far behind. Han Sol, standing next to him, says, "Possibly." Han Dayin is intrigued. He thinks that something interesting is starting. Assessing Baru with his gaze, he recalls conversations that the power of this man is comparable to fighters of the highest rank despite his average status. Han Dayin decides that soon everything will become clear, but for now he can enjoy the fight. The attention of everyone, including the manager and the deputy, shifts to the arena. A fist with brass knuckles crashes into the thug's jaw, twisting it to the side and knocking out teeth. Genjun looks at his mutilated comrade with horror. Cursing, he raises his weapon and rushes at Jusan, wishing him a swift death. But the warrior easily dodges his strike. Ducking under the short blade, Jusan grabs Genjun's forearm with his hand. The warrior makes a sharp move and with a powerful jerk throws him across the entire arena. Genjun flies in the direction where the other fighters are. With his body, he knocks them off their feet. Nadon suffers the most. Genjun falls right on him. The spectators shout in admiration. He throws everyone around like stones. Fighters using internal energy stand out. Bien Quan is amazed by what is happening in the arena. Noticing the danger, he shouts to Nadon not to look around. Meanwhile, Jusan targets the young man and rapidly approaches him. Nadon manages to block with a wooden club at the last moment. A fist with brass knuckles strikes it, breaking it like a matchstick. The broken club injures the young man's eye. Nadon drops the broken weapon from his hands and is thrown backward by the powerful blow. Bien Quan anxiously thinks that no one can attack properly. If things stay like this, then... The guy calls out to Jusan, who is nearby at that moment. "Hey, does he really want to kill them?" He asks, "How about stopping and fighting him?" A smile slides across the man's lips as he replies, "Does he really think he will listen to him?" Jusan says that now he is even interested.
If he kills all of them, then fighting the guy will probably become much more interesting.
The warrior heads toward Na-Dan lying on the arena. The other fighters cannot help him because they all have quite severe injuries. Jusan grabs the young man by the throat. Na-Dan opens his only surviving eye. Jusan easily lifts him above his head, continuing to squeeze his neck. The guy understands. No matter what he says, he definitely won't stop. He sees how Na-Dan's eyes glaze over, how the veins on the young man's forehead bulge. At that moment, Jusan glances at the guy, smiling smugly. The warrior's hand tightens around Na-Dan's throat. Memories surface in the young man's mind. He sits, pressing his forehead against the stone wall of the room where they are constantly staying. But Do Peng, who is nearby eating porridge, says, "He must have lost his mind. He hasn't even touched the food." Pei Yan-kun replies that the young man has his first fight tomorrow, so he's worried. B.N. Kwan, training with a huge bag on his shoulders, says, "Interesting, and what's there to worry about?" Na-Dan, turning to him, shouts that the guy is strong, and he can't understand his worries. He believes that worrying is normal. B.N. Kwan, lowering the bag to the floor, says that he doesn't consider himself strong at all. Turning to face the young man, he adds, that's why he tries to think over exactly how it's best for him to fight. Worry will lead to defeat. It's better to find a method or strategy that will lead to victory. But Do Peng tells Pei Jan-kun, this guy has already mastered their language well. He agrees with him. That's right. Na-Dan sighs, how to find this method. Bien Kwan says that he himself does not know. The young man, turning to him, shouts, "Is he serious? Then what is the point of these speeches?" The boy says, looking him in the eyes, "Let him think for himself. After all, he knows a lot, and he is smart. Technology, effective weapons. With their help, you can win a fight with one blow." Don calms down a little and thinks, to win the fight using technique. The enemy's hand grips the youth's throat. He thinks that using the hold is effective, but it is forbidden. Don decides, if you use a hidden weapon, it will not be a violation of the rules. Just using loopholes. A sharp blade is showing from the toe of his shoe. The young man forcefully kicks Jusan's knee. He drives the blade as deep as possible, intending to fully use his advantage and inflict as much damage as possible on the enemy. Screaming, the warrior throws back onto the Don and bends down to examine his knee. Jusan addresses the young man. Was he hiding the blade in his shoe? Bien Kwan thinks that Na-Dan used a weapon that is hard to notice if you don't know where to look. And with that strike, he has already taken the enemy out of action. The guy understands that now the warrior will not be able to use his powers to the fullest. There is a chance for victory. Genjan thinks that the young man turned out to be craftier than he thought. He decides that it is the perfect time to attack. Genjan attacks from behind. In a jump, he swings his leg, trying to knock down the opponent. Jusan, as if sensing something, sharply jumped aside, and the fighter's strike misses the target. The spectators shout for him to just finish off Genjan. The warrior attacks him, raising his hand with brass knuckles for a strike. The fighter realizes he must do something, or it's the end for him. Jusan throws his hand forward, and his fist rushes straight into Genjan's face. The fighter sees with horror how the brass knuckles approach him, and are about to smash his nose right into his skull. Pain pierces Jusan's body. The tip of a spear with a broken shaft enters his body just above the waist. The warrior, experiencing severe pain, is puzzled. What is this? He sees No Du Pen, who has not yet managed to straighten up after the throw. No Du Pen thinks that because of the wound, their opponent will be less agile. He recalls the words of Ba Ru, who, lining up the novices in a row, said, "It's best to start with the basics, but they don't have time for that." The man explained to them, if they want to quickly develop combat skills, they should use what they are good at. He asked them to say what exactly they can do or what they are confident in. One of the novices answers that he, for example, is stronger than he looks. He can easily lift a sack of rice. Ba Ru says, good, skills that use strength or some kind of weapon will do. He tells the next person to speak. But No Du Peng replies that he has nothing he is good at. Then, remembering something, he says he has an idea. He throws stones well. He can easily hit even a small target. Ba Ru looks a little puzzled, then hesitantly says, a good skill, but he explains to No Du Peng that throwing knives or arrows are forbidden in duels. They cannot be used. Throwing a weapon that is in the hand is allowed. But if he misses, it will instantly lead to his death. He says he needs to find something else. Standing in the arena, No Du Peng thinks that he should have prepared to at least challenge somehow. Jusan, pulling a spear fragment from the wound, rushes to Genjan, saying, do they think he will die from this? He, without choosing words, very lowly estimates their mental abilities. The fighter thinks No Du Peng should have hit harder. Jusan is already near the frightened Genjan. Drops of sweat run down his face. Still, the wound makes itself known. Suddenly, raising a blade overhead, Pei Jan-kun rushes at him. Zhu-san responds by attacking him with the spear pulled from the wound, saying, "Does he really think he can wound him with a sword?" Pei Jan-kun squints and tries to cover his head with his hand. He remembers Baru's words. They were given blades, and they stood holding them in their hands. The man explained to them, "It seems that sword control is just swings in the air, but the speed of the strike depends on technique. If you increase the cutting speed, even a strong opponent will not be able to withstand." Watching Pei Jan-kun swing the blade, Baru says, "First, you need to place both hands correctly. When you raise the sword overhead or lower it down, you need to imagine that you are drawing an arc with the sword's tip." A man with closed eyes thinks, "It seems so. It seems he is doing everything right." Baru watches as Pei Jan-kun forcefully lowers the blade. He asks the man, "Has he held a sword before?" The man says he is trying for the first time. Baru thinks he is doing quite well. Pei Jan-kun replies that it feels like working with a hoe, only a bit harder. He has worked on a farm all his life. Baru says, "So it's because of working with a hoe. It turns out he trained in a different way, using a hoe instead of a sword." He adds, "If Pei Jan-kun masters a couple more techniques, he will become even stronger." The man recalls that he never stopped training for a second, to survive. He was not alone. His friends were with him. He is confident that no matter how strong the opponent is, he will still manage. Pei Jan-kun's blade moves toward the spear held by Ju-san. With one swing, he disarms the opponent and slices his neck and chest with a side strike. Ju-san is stunned. A thought rushes through his mind. He trained so much. And why? To lose to people like them. Blood spurts in all directions from the wound. Falling forward, the warrior still cannot believe what happened. How could he lose? Ju-san falls at the feet of Pei Jan-kun. The spectators shout that the arena slaves have won again. These guys are not as simple as they seem. Nadon, holding his throat with one hand, raises the other, clenched into a fist, up, keeping it at face level. Fortunately, the young man's second eye survived, though it opens with difficulty due to the injury. Pei Jan-kun and No Du Peng, in exactly the same gesture, also raise their fists up. Bien Kwang, holding on to the bars of the grate, thinks with relief. It worked. Everything is still okay? The guy is happy. He worried for nothing. His face brightens. He feels something strange but does not understand what exactly. Pulling his hand away from the bars of the grate, he looks at it in bewilderment. What was that? The sensations seem to have changed. Baru tells the manager. It was not in vain that he trained them after all. Han Dai-in laughs. The deputy manager does not share his joy. He thinks that this fool was too careless. Hong Sol tells Guanli Ranu that thanks to him she saw an interesting spectacle. The woman adds that the result of the fight suited her, and the guest is still here, so that's all for today. But there is one condition. The manager says, if he does not intend to listen to her, let him take his fighters, servants, and leave. She does not care. The man answers that he needs to think. Baru calls out to Huang Yuan, "Hey you!" He says that when the young man leaves this dojo, he should find him. They will meet in a duel. Looking the man in the eyes with a challenge, Huang Yuan replies that he is looking forward to it. Accompanied by Baru, Han Sol leaves the elevation where the honored guest and her deputy are and goes down the stairs. Guan Liran thinks that his fighters are the best in this dojo, so Baru has no chance. Or maybe he has a trump card that he doesn't know about. Han Dai-in tells the deputy that he held himself well, but he needs to know his place. You can't fail the mission when such an important task lies ahead. Smiling, he adds that there is almost no time left. Stretching his lips into a meaningful smile in response, Guan Liran replies that he will keep that in mind. Meanwhile, the arena slaves have gone down to the basement where they live. Bai Jan-kun says with relief, "It's good that it's all over." He asks, "Were the wounds treated?" But No Du Peng, whose forearm is tightly bandaged with a splint, says he thought he would die from the pain. An Don, with a bandage on his head fixing a compress on his cheek, says, "It seems his body is recovering quickly. So soon he will be as good as new." Turning his head to the side, No Du Peng says that this guy is sleeping like a log. Everyone is looking at Bien Quan lying on the floor under a blanket. Turning his back to them, he is sleeping with his bandaged hand placed over the blanket. But Dupen says, well, of course, even if comrades die, he doesn't care at all. He is absolutely indifferent to everything. Andon asks him, if he understands all this, why does he continue to say such things? The young man adds, he knows that if something happens to them, everyone will be punished, without exception. But Do Peng replies, he knows it perfectly well. Casting a glance at Bien Quan, he adds, this guy might not even understand. He adds that only he can be trusted by them. The guy continues to lie with his eyes closed. Chon sharply throws his fist forward. Then the young man swings his leg, delivering a blow to an imaginary opponent. Kwon carefully watches the movements of his older brother, sitting aside on a stone. The boy asks Chong, why don't they use weapons? He believes that with him they could become much stronger. John freezes, listening to his words. He turns to his younger brother, saying, how simple everything is for him. Then he adds, he did not tell him the main thing. Chon says that their father does not use weapons in his technique because only in this way will martial arts become perfect. The guy is awakened by a shout, BN! He opens his eyes. They continue to call him insistently. He sits up, thinking that he dreamed of his brother, but unfortunately, he cannot remember anything else. The guy angrily asks Nadan, why did he wake him up if he did not respond to the first call? The young man confusedly justifies himself. He thought BN had a nightmare. He says that the master was looking for him and advises him to hurry. BN Kwon is annoyed that he cannot remember the dream. He is sure it was something important. A man with a sword stands on the elevation. The crowd greets him with shouts. The man asks, do they make a person who came to fight wait? He says that it is simply rude. He is Udo Hak, a martial arts master. He heard that the opponent is used to fighting alone. The spectators shout, when will it start? Hey, come on, get out here faster. The guy standing behind them is surprised. Oh, how noisy. Bai En Kwan is puzzled. Isn't there arena in another place? What are they doing here? Baru says that this is also part of the training. Sometimes by watching the fights of strong fighters, one can realize something important. The guy is a little surprised. Watching the fights of strong fighters and gaining experience? He wonders, is that even possible? Standing next to Baru in the crowd, he thinks, well, I need to see what comes of this. A shout is heard. Son Gen! Fighter Son Gen! Baru tells the guy to look carefully at this young man. Although he is of average strength, his skills match those of a higher-ranked fighter. The guy is impressed. A master of martial arts of the highest rank. Udahak, looking at the opponent, says, he heard that he is good, but he clearly lacks experience. Sun Gen silently looks at him. Shouts come from the crowd. It seems he doesn't even know how to hold a stance. Someone objects, believing that this person clearly did not get the title of genius for nothing. Bien Kwan is amazed. What? It seems he has seen this long-haired guy somewhere before. The guy thinks that even if he has seen this person before, it doesn't matter. For a fighter, any person is just a simple opponent, nothing more and nothing less. He thinks about the fact that Baru paid attention to this young man. So, it's worth seeing what he is capable of. Meanwhile, the fighters are introduced by name. Udahak, the master of the double blade, grips a sword in each hand. His opponent is the genius Sun Jenon. The young man holds a knife in his hand. Everyone is curious how the fight will end. Ho John, the arena manager, says to the person next to him, he has seen many arenas, but this place is special. Here, training takes place on one platform, sparse but tasteful. The interlocutor responds vaguely, is that so? The arena manager, a rather stout man comfortably seated in a chair, says, it's a pity there are no comfortable places for guests here. Most stand or sit on this elevation. Unusual, but impressive. The interlocutor replies, if the quality of martial arts is high, then such trifles as seating are no longer important. He thinks, but the one who came from another arena seems to judge too prejudicially. The arena manager Man Ho Guan, who is not on his own territory today, says aloud, all guests are satisfied with the level of martial arts in their establishment, so there can be no complaints. Ho John believes that the interlocutor hates losing, even in whose word will be the last. A satisfied smile slides across the lips of the fat man as he thinks, but both words and martial arts are also battles. He recalls rumors that Sun Gen uses some cunning techniques. Therefore, he understands why the young man raises doubts. Ho John, looking at the elevation where the fighters stand, thinks that no one has yet managed to withstand Udochak. Meanwhile, the warrior rushes forward, gripping swords in his hands. He begins to move simultaneously with the shout proclaiming the start of the duel. Sun Gen stands, waiting for his approach. Udochak swings the sword, and the young man slips under it. At this time, the second sword relentlessly approaches him. Sun Gen throws his hand towards him, in which he holds a knife. With the other hand, he supports the forearm to give the hand stability. The spectators standing around Baru and Bien Kwan converse among themselves. This is impossible. How is this? Baru says, and now the real battle will begin. The guy freezes, not taking his eyes off the fighters. Ho John says that everything ended too quickly. Man Ho Guan asks, does he really think this is the end? He says that everything is just beginning. The men's attention is drawn to what is happening on the elevation, where the fight is taking place. A powerful blow throws Sun Gen back. Udohak, watching the opponent, wonders, what is wrong with his hand? The man looks at the broken sword in his left hand with bewilderment. He shifts his shocked gaze to the youth. Udahak had heard that he uses the Kenkigon technique. But is he really capable of standing up to him? What is it anyway? As far as he knows, using this technique only slightly enhances chi energy. Kenkigon is a technique that allows controlling chi energy to strengthen muscle power, with the intensity of the effect and the body's capabilities changing depending on the level of mastery. The youth looks carefully at the opponent, from whom shouts come from the crowd. He couldn't even properly defend himself, and the sword is already shattered to pieces. This is what Kenjigon Sungen is. Hojon jumps up from the chair. This is impossible. He has never seen such a technique before. Manhwa Guan smiles proudly. He thinks that the Kenjigon technique of Sungen is a skill unattainable even for the best fighters of the highest level. There is no chance that an ordinary arena manager from the province could compete with him. Udahak cannot believe what happened. No, this is impossible. There was a special balance hidden in his sword. He attacks the youth again, deciding that now it is time to fight for real. Sun Jian stops the blade falling on him with the back of his palm. The man's sword shatters into pieces. Udahak is stunned. Drops of sweat stream down his face. Sun Jian throws his hand forward and easily plunges it into the man's abdomen.
Hojon screams. He uses his hands to control the body.
Pain tears through Udahak's insides, who didn't even understand what happened. Blood spurting from the wound hits the youth's face. He pulls his hand out to the man's body, and the blood gushing from the wound splashes onto both Sun Jian's clothes and face. Hojon, like the other spectators, is surprised. It's all over. Why is he doing this? Manhwa Guan, crossing his arms on his chest, thinks this guy is hopeless. The man shouts at Sun Jian to stop. Udahak falls at the feet of his opponent, whose face, shirt, and hands are completely covered in his blood. Shouts of the spectators reach him, whose opinions are divided. Some wonder, isn't this too cruel? Others admire. That's cool. Baru asks the guy. Now does he understand how important fighting technique is? Even if his skills are outstanding, defeating someone like Sun Jian will not be easy. The man adds, but at least he got the chance to study the style of a strong opponent. This is good experience. To find out the level of an opponent who is stronger, and accept it to improve one's abilities, can be useful in the future. Bien Quan sharply turns around and leaves. Baru watches him go, thinking he just wanted to give advice, but it seems it became something more for the guy. Standing in the yard, Bien Quan reflects. Training, so they say? He thinks about how he grew up only looking at his brother and asks himself, does he really think he deserves praise at such a level? His hand clenches into a fist as he mentally answers, this is not praise, but responsibility. Lowering his head, he thinks that even years after his brother's death, he still feels it as a punishment for his weakness. The guy has 3 bags on his shoulders. He decides it's time to make the training harder. Nadon and Pei Jan-kun watch him. No Du Pen joins them, saying, why does he always behave like that? He would do that in the training hall or in a dream, but he constantly stresses them out. Nadon hastily covers his mouth with his hand, saying, enough already. BN might get angry if he hears. After all, he is clearly not like them. The young man wonders, what is happening? He has long had the feeling that the guy is hiding something. But to see him so angry, this is the first time he has seen. Bien Quan, drenched in sweat, continues the training. He remembers how, as a boy, looking at the huge hole in the tree, he breathes out in awe. Wow! Looking at the tree trunk with a gaping hole, he asks his brother, when will he be able to do that? Chon answers that for this it is necessary to master the basics and learn to use Genjigun. The older brother says, if he trains hard, then in a couple of years he will succeed too. The boy asks, really? Will he be able to learn that fast? Chon explains, to master the father's technique, one must have the ability to clearly feel the movement of the body and the flow of energy. Of course, this is far from everyone's power, but if he overcomes the first barrier and learns to direct the flow of energy, he will be able to master not only the basic techniques but also such as Genjigun. The young man adds that people usually focus on physical strength, but with key training, the body begins to better sense and enhance the flow of energy. If he continues to improve this skill, he will be able to master any key technique. Carrying bags on his back, Bien Quan thinks that now he can use as much strength as his brother. He mastered his level of Kai. He wonders, why then are the other techniques beyond his power? The guy throws the bags on the floor with such force that his friends jump aside. The manager appearing behind their back says, a young guy, and he already causes so much noise. The fighters are excited by her appearance. It's the lady manager. Taking a step forward, the woman says, out of the way, and they hurriedly clear her path. Hansol asks the guy a question. Is this not training, but a demonstration performance? He looks at her in surprise. The guy asks, what is she doing here? The manager, crossing her arms on her chest, says that he was recently with Baru, and it seems what he saw impressed him. Hansol asks,
He wasn't scared when he saw a strong opponent, right? Bien Quan answers. He can't say that the other looks strong, but he can't call him weak either. The woman reminds him. After all, he once said he would become the strongest, and would simply defeat everyone, never engaging in long reasoning. The guy shouts, "Enough!" He says that these words remain true even now. He is sure he will never lose to anyone. Han Sol says, well, of course. The woman says that she still believes in those words. Then she turns away and heading to the door says that she will go. The guy watches her leave. Bien Quan thinks, what is it with her? The woman, heading towards the exit, thinks that she would like to give him more time, but it seems she no longer has it. Mentally, she asks him to get stronger as soon as possible, even for his own sake. A question sounds in the room. Was the weapon distributed as he ordered? The big guy Tondu answers, yes, only to the people loyal to him. The rest he hid in case of surprises. The response is, wonderful. Guanliran says that today they start acting. Tondu is surprised. Today? Is he sure about that? The deputy manager answers. He decided to finish everything before the manager suspects anything. To remain part of the arena, he needs to remove everything that interferes. Tondu asks, does he want to destroy everyone? Mentally, he rejoices that now he will definitely be able to kill BN. Guanliran says that the manager will stay alive. She still does not pose a threat. He decisively states that everyone else will die. Around the arena, spectators crowd. They wonder, will there be no fight here today? Maybe they should go somewhere else. The manager, sitting at the table, says that she did not expect to see both of them here. She asks, what is the reason for their visit? Han Dian replies that he manages several points, so such meetings are quite expected. Today there will be interesting fights, so it is worth enjoying the spectacle. The woman replies, is that so? Could it be that they came to apply for a fight? Opposite her stands Manhwa Guan, crossing his arms on his chest. He says, an application? Could the arena manager be involved in anything other than duels? Hong Sol replies, it is hard to believe that Mr. Manhwa Guan is applying for a regular fight. After all, it is about a duel between fighters. She says that they are currently redistributing participants, so duels are temporarily not held. The manager asks them to leave the arena. Sitting opposite her, Manhwa Guan says, she refuses immediately without even listening to them. He thinks she is rushing to conclusions. The man adds that of course he apologizes, but he cannot refuse a duel that he himself requests. Looking the manager in the eyes, he says that this is one of the main rules of the arena. If a duel is requested between fighters of the same rank, refusal is impossible. The man, next to whom his protege stands, declares that he requests a duel between Baru and Sun Genon. Hong Sol and Baru look shocked by his words. The manager says, well, what a surprise to challenge Baru himself, quite bold. She asks, do they know that Baru is not just an average-level warrior? Manhwa Guan answers that the others here are not weaklings either. Hong Sol thinks, she knows that Sun Gen's abilities are impressive, but the interlocutor, in her opinion, is very confident. Raising her index finger to give weight to her words, the woman says that one of the rules of unarmed combat is that the side accepting the challenge decides the conditions of the duel. Hong Sol bets 10 coins that the victory will be on her side. Manhwa Guan calmly replies that he accepts the bet. Meanwhile, the spectators are anxious. Shouts are heard. They say it will start soon, but when? Is everything really cancelled? On the wooden pedestal for special spectators stand Han Dai-in, the manager, and Manhwa Guan. The spectators continue to make noise. Exclamations are heard. You could fall asleep like this. Start faster. We've been waiting long enough. Guanliran, approaching the manager, says. He heard that the fight went well. The woman replies that his affairs are already settled, so he can leave the arena. The man replies that as long as he remains in the arena, he must do everything required. Perhaps there is sense in that. Manhwa Guan looks attentively at the manager and her deputy. On Guanliran's face is a polite expression. Manhwa Guan thinks. It seemed that he was completing tasks in the arena without unnecessary problems. However, in reality, he turned out to be a traitor. Manhwa Guan's lips stretch into a satisfied smile. He remembers the moment when he found out that the arena was managed by a woman. Then he immediately decided to take control of it at the first opportunity. Glancing at Hong Sol, he thinks that the collapse of the arena, which is led by a woman, was only a matter of time, and he decided to attack slowly and methodically. Looking at the woman, Manhwa Guan admits. He thought that over time chances to attack would appear, but she managed the arena better than expected. Even under such circumstances, he was going to wait, counting on a lucky opportunity. Recently, he considered retreating, but missing this chance would be too foolish. The man thinks that everyone present here has different ambitions, but the way they act indicates that their plan was originally well prepared. Baru stands in front of the barred door leading to the arena. He is called by name. The man looking back asks, "What happened? Did he want something?" Bien Quan says, "The thing is, he came because he heard that the man was going to participate in the duel." Baru asks, "Is he worried?" The guy says, "If they are going to fight, what does it matter to him? Why should he worry?" The man, smiling, says, "It seems the guy is already feeling better. After that incident, all he did was train and walk around like a drowned rat." Lowering his head, Bien Quan replies, "That's because he is still a weakling. He realized that back then." Baru replies, "If the guy calmly watched Genjigun's mastery without feeling anything, it means he has long surpassed that level." Baru says that BN was already a formed warrior since childhood, and there was nothing to add. There was nothing to teach him. He was clearly trained by an outstanding teacher. The man finds it strange that he didn't realize this earlier. He adds, "But the main thing is that the guy reached the highest level without needing anyone's teaching." Although those who value only physical strength and internal energy might disagree. But mastering internal energy at the level of the best masters is an exceptional gift. The guy asks, "Hey, is he really healthy?" Suddenly started praising out of nowhere. The man silently looks at him, thinking, was it for nothing? Baru explains to Bien Quan, even with outstanding abilities, they say that transitioning to a new level of internal energy mastery is impossible once its final stage is reached. But this only applies to exceptional cases when it concerns truly outstanding talent. The man says, he thinks the guy has a talent that no one else can surpass. He will undoubtedly be able to master other techniques as well. Opening the door, Baru adds, "However, let him remember that now is not the time for complacency." As he leaves, he throws over his shoulder. Since he's here, maybe he'll fix the door while he has no other business? The guy looks at him puzzled, wondering what's wrong with him. Looking after Baru, he thinks, and he said there was nothing to teach? Bien Quan remembers how the man trained him. He showed him the basic movements with a knife in his hands, and the boy repeated them. The guy thinks, why did he take that? He believes that he really learned a lot. When the door opens, the spectators shout excitedly, "Here he comes! Finally it begins!" Admiring exclamations are heard as the martial arts master Kengun Sungen appears in the arena. Then Baru comes out and the spectators rejoice even more. The duel between Baru and Sungen. Oh, it was worth the wait. Sun Jian immediately rushes at Baru and the spectators comment, they jump straight into the fight without reconnaissance. The man dodges the forward-thrown hand of Sun Jian. Manhwa thinks, as soon as the fight starts, the story will begin immediately. Behind Bien Quan appears Huan Yu saying, it seems better to get out of here. The guy replies that he needs to watch the fight first. He will deal with him later. The young man says mockingly, he expected such impudence from him. Huan Yuan's hand grabs the guy by the forearm. He forcefully pushes Bien Quan, slamming his face against the wall. Smirking maliciously, he says that the guy will simply die today. No Dupeng enters the room where the arena slaves live, saying that Master Baru decided to participate in the duel. Everyone is surprised by his words. Nadan thoughtfully says, Baru allowed them to watch, but as for the others, he does not know. No Dupeng recoils from the man who lunged at him with a knife. He shouts, hey, has that guy gone crazy or what? Nadan and Pei Jiankun peek into the corridor where the fight is happening. They do not understand what happened. Are they fighting? What is going on? You can't take a knife without the manager's permission. 3 more knife-wielding thugs run up to them, one of them shouting that this needs to end. Nadan exclaims, wait, what are you doing? Jim, who is doing household chores together with Man Ok Rim, turns around in surprise and asks, do they need something? In the doorway stands Ton Du, the duel manager. He says that Hong Sol ordered to clean up the dishes left after training and put them back in place. Jim says that she will definitely take care of it herself. The man states that it needs to be done right now. Jim replies, understood. Man Ok Rim says, let her not grumble. She will help too, so everything finishes faster. Tondu is satisfied, he did everything as needed. The deputy manager ordered him to gather everyone close to Honsol at the training ground. Tondu asks a question, will they all die? Guan Ran answers, correct, but he says they need to be properly prepared. Aren't those who will die right before their eyes needed? The fight manager smiles quite contentedly in response. Sun Jian's hand shoots forward. Baru manages to dodge to the side. The man grabs Sun Jian's hand by the wrist. He tries to twist it, but the youth's limb seems unbendable. Baru is surprised how strong and tough his young opponent is. Meanwhile, Sun Gen's other hand strikes Baru's hand with fingertips, and blood immediately spurts out. The man instantly jumps aside, not releasing the youth's hand from his grip. Clenching Sun Gen's wrist, Baru mentally insults him. The man strongly pulls the young man by the arm, and he loses solid footing under his feet. Baru forcefully throws Sun Jian onto the arena. The young man flies back to the wall, breaking it with his body. Shouts from the spectators reach the man. As expected from Baru, he threw him against the wall, almost crushed him, practically crushed him. Hong Sol thinks that Baru is truly an outstanding fighter. The woman believes that if the fight is hand-to-hand, the outcome is already decided. Manho Guan thinks, simply incredible strength. He used to be interested in fights as well. He believes that this strength and experience were accumulated through many fights. In fact, at the mid-level fights, Baru simply had no rivals. He could have long ago become an elite fighter, or even a bodyguard for a high-ranking person. But the owner of the arena, who trained Baru, died of old age. Many offered the man excellent conditions to lure him away, but he rejected all offers. Everyone thought he would leave the arena, but unexpectedly he came under the patronage of a mysterious person. The reason why Baru decided to follow the suddenly appeared woman is still unknown, but Manho Guan closely watches every movement of Baru, who is on the arena. He thinks that now it no longer matters. Baru listens, not understanding what strange sound is reaching his ears. The manager is surprised. The young man was hit against the wall so hard, his spine should have shattered. Could it be? Manho Guan smiles smugly. Sun Gen has neither an impressive past nor special efforts behind him, but his protege is simply strong. He steps towards Baru as if nothing happened. The spectators are amazed. This is simply incredible. Is this martial arts technique? How can one deal with such technique? Impressive. Baru wonders, can Sun Gen use this technique to engage the whole body? He decides that first he needs to focus on the duel itself. Guan Liran, standing behind Manho Guan, thinks that the biggest obstacle to executing the plan was Baru. To complete the matter, it was necessary to eliminate him, either kill or seriously wound. The man reflects. They entrusted him with such a serious task, and all they achieve is to stage a conspiracy. He looks at Hong Sol, standing by the railing and watching what is happening in the arena, thinking. And there is only one woman with whom it is impossible to make a deal. Suddenly a hand gripping fabric covers the manager's nose and mouth, not allowing her even to scream. Mo Moon, covering the woman's mouth, drags her along. Meanwhile, Guan Liran wonders, who is she, and how to get rid of her? The manager tries to resist, but in a moment her eyes close, and she quiets in the strong arms of Mo Moon. Manho Guan glances their way and smirks. The smile fades from his face as he shifts his gaze to the arena. Sun Gen stands opposite the opponent. Baru's hand reaches for his face. The man's palm descends onto the opponent's face and knocks him off his feet. He slams the young man into the wall, which shatters under the force of his blow. Baru, without taking his eyes off the opponent, speaks. He will see how long the other lasts. Guan Liran says the fight is getting more interesting. It's a pity to leave. He adds that he will go to finish some business. Meanwhile, Mo Moon, slinging the controller over his shoulder, descends the steps. The deputy says that when everything is ready, he will deliver the cargo to the deck. Manho Guan replies that he can return when everything is finished. Meanwhile, Baru slams Sun Gen's head into the stone wall, and although the stone crumbles beneath the young man's head, his face remains expressionless. Sun Gen raises his hand clenched into a fist and aims at Baru's hand. Amazement appears in the man's eyes. He clearly did not expect such a reaction from the opponent. Sun Gen pushes Baru's hand away with a strike and frees himself from his grip. The man intercepts his wrist with his free hand. He forcefully pulls the young man by the hand, and now a surprised expression flashes in Sun Gen's eyes. Baru makes a jerk, and Sun Gen, losing his footing, flies into the air. The man forcefully throws him onto the arena, and he falls, hitting his head on the ground. Baru thinks that the young man's hands are like blades, and the punches resemble hammer strikes. Handayan tells Manho Guan that Baru clearly surpasses the others. He asks, won't this cause problems? The arena manager thinks that at first glance it might seem so. Sun Gen gets back on his feet. The spectators are surprised. After everything that happened, he is still holding on. This is a true battle of spear and shield. The offense intensifies, and the defense is cracking at the seams. A smile slides across the young man's lips as he tells the opponent that he will not be able to die peacefully. Sun Gen adds that Baru brought him out. Manho Guan, looking at his protege, thinks that Sun Gen received many blows, but he only has scratches, and Baru still doesn't give up. The man admits, of course, he is a master of his craft, so even damage of this level won't stop him. But if even one of Sun Gen's hits lands, Baru cautiously freezes when the opponent goes on the attack. Sun Gen swings his hand to strike, but the man dodges lightning fast. The young man strikes blow after blow with extraordinary speed, but Baru successfully avoids them. Gum Gum and Man OK Rim, gathering plates left by the fighters on the floor, grumble. Weren't they told to leave everything in one place after eating? They even ignore the manager's words. The old woman sighs. Oh, my back.
She complains that now even this bowl seems very heavy to her. Gum Gum asks her to rest a bit. She says she can manage on her own. ManHwa replies that she can't afford to sit idly, but she is still very grateful to the woman for her kind words. Gum Gum thinks that she doesn't say this for no reason. ManHwa needs to rest and take care of her health to live long. Suddenly, a group of sullen fighters enters the door. The man leading them, with an injured eye, says, "So this is what they are doing here." Genjan, who is with them, looks gloomy and doesn't interfere in anything. Gum Gum replies that they still need to clean up a bit more. Let them come later. The man replies that they still have to be here, so they shouldn't worry about it. Jim wonders, what is this strange atmosphere hanging in the air? You can't just invade here like that. The fighter with the wounded arm asks, why are they doing this? But No Du Peng demands from the man, who is several times taller and heavier than him, to explain it to him. The man, brandishing a knife, replies, even on the threshold of death, so many unnecessary questions. 3 armed fighters shove Nadon and Peijan-kun into the door. The latter crashes into the back of the man, threatening No Du Peng with a knife. He strikes with his elbow and knocks the thug to the ground. The thug, staggering, falls on his side. One of the fighters pushes Nadon in the back, shouting, "What kind of rat do they have here?" He swings a knife to strike. He chokes on his words, and a through-hole appears in his head at the sight of his left eye. Peijan-kun deals with the remaining fighters. Friends rush to help him. Nadon and Peijan-kun rush forward, almost knocking down the stunned No Du Peng. They say that first they need to get weapons and suggest heading to the training ground. They want to find the secret entrance. No Du Peng curses, not understanding what is happening. Nadon thinks that their death will achieve nothing. They turn the corner and see dead fighters' bodies in the corridor. Running past them, the young man realizes that this is not just a game against them. They are doing it with a specific purpose and have their accomplice. Peijan-kun and No Du Peng run after him, glancing at the dead people. They run into the open door. Don says, "Now, if you go through the training ground, there will be an armory." The young man freezes in place, looking at the scene before his eyes in amazement. Around the women, the arena administrators, stand several people armed with knives. The man with the injured eye, who took on the role of commander, says, "It seems they are getting it. Not bad." The women look anxious. 3 friends freeze in the doorway. They hear. There are the stubborn ones. Turning around, they see a crowd of armed fighters. One of them shouts that they are doomed anyway. Meanwhile, the smugly smiling Huan Yu-won, who had hit the guy's head against the wall, holds his limp body by the arm, preventing him from falling to the floor. The guy, pretending to have lost consciousness, glances at the opponent, thinking that this technique is clearly at the level of Ba-Ru. Huan Yu-won says, he does not understand where such an insignificant person gets so much impudence. Blood is dripping from the guy's lips. He thinks that he cannot handle the opponent with his bare hands. He decides that first he must get out of here at any cost. The guy lifts his foot off the floor. Huang Yu-won squeezes Bien Kwang's hand, mentally already celebrating victory. The guy realizes that the opponent's technique is clearly at Ba-Ru's level. The young man, sneering, insults the guy. Bien Kwang thinks that he cannot handle the opponent with bare hands. He decides that first he must get out of here at any cost. The guy lifts his foot off the floor. At that moment, the opponent sharply pulls his hand, and he loses his balance. Huang Yu-won throws the guy to the floor. Bien Kwang falls, hitting his head hard on the floor. Leaning on his hand, he raises his head off the floor, trying to cough and mentally cursing. The guy sees that bodies of killed fighters lie in the corridor. He wonders, did everyone really die? What is happening? Huan Yu-won says that he wanted to have a little fun since the guy is so skilled with the technique. But it turns out he's no different from the other slaves. The young man puts his hand behind his back, where the sheath is attached to his belt. His hand grips the handle of the knife. He says, well, whatever. Well, Huan Yu-won rushes toward Bien Kwang, saying he will kill him quickly and end this. The guy turns his head toward the opponent. He manages to get up on one knee, and Huan Yu-won is already nearby. The young man swings the knife, but Bien Kwang manages to slip under it. The knife's tip slides along the stone wall, chipping off fragments. The guy thinks he instantly released all his energy and reached the target with one jump. After somersaulting, Bien Kwang freezes in a kneeling pose. The guy realizes that the opponent really has skills he cannot counter. Huan Yu-won delivers a kick to Bien Kwang's side, and the guy's body is literally thrown into the air. A cough bursts from his mouth along with bloody splashes. The lattice door slams shut with a loud clang. Nadon, Peijan-kun, and No Du Peng stand surrounded by armed fighters. One of them tells them to relax. They will die anyway, and it will be a long and painful death. He laughs loudly. Nadon is puzzled. Did they start a coup with such a small group? But Du Pen decides that first they need to take at least one sword. He assesses the man standing next to him with a glance. He thinks that only this way they will hold out until Ba-Ru or Bien arrive.
Jim. Jim indignantly asks, "Why are they doing this? If the manager finds out, they will be in trouble." The fighter leading the others mockingly asks again, "The manager?" He laughs. "Oh, how terrible. Oh, I'm scared. Nadon realizes that they are not afraid at all. As expected, the sound of a door opening is heard, and the man, chuckling, adds, "Just in time, the gentleman has arrived. I wonder what will happen now." Guanli Ran, entering the room, says, "Wow, how many people have gathered." Behind him stands Mo Moon, who has thrown the manager over his shoulder. But the attendees do not yet notice this behind the deputy's broad shoulders. Man OK Rim, heading to Guanli Ran, says that he is on time. She adds that he will be shocked when he finds out what happened here. Approaching him, the old woman turns to the armed fighters and, pointing at them with her finger, says, "Not only do they keep them here like prisoners, but they also threaten them." Guanli Ran replies, "How dare she, a simple worker, talk to him like that?" The old woman looks at him in surprise, not believing her ears. "What?" The man raises his hand and strikes Man OK Rim in the face. Staggering, the old woman falls to the side. She falls to the floor, hitting her face on the ground. Jim immediately rushes to her with a cry. "Grandma!" Looking back at Guanli Ran, the woman asks, "What the hell?" Even if he is the deputy and holds a high position, the manager definitely won't forgive this. A smug smile appears on the man's lips as he says, "So that's how it is." Without looking back, he throws over his shoulder to Mo Moon standing behind him to take off that rag. He replies, "Will do." He carries out the order and Nadon's eyes widen in surprise. Mo Moon lowers the manager to the floor and holds her by the clothes so she doesn't fall. The woman stands bent over, under the pressure of his heavy hand. Guanli Ran asks, "Well, shall we start?" The deputy strikes the woman in the solar plexus. Jim, fussing over the old woman, gasps in fright. Looking at Han Sol's exhausted face, the arena administrator wonders, what is happening? Bei Jiankun rushes forward, deciding that this is their chance. He punches the nearest armed fighter in the face with force. Then, without delay, he kicks him in the stomach. The fighter commanding the others shouts, "Well, he's gotten brave." He asks Guanli Ran, "Should they kill them all?" The deputy says they still think they can do something. He orders to make them feel what a real fighter is capable of. Mo Moon says, "As you say." Bei Jiankun stands over the defeated opponent, clutching a knife in his hand. He even closes his eyes, realizing that before him is an unarmed fighter, a martial arts master. Bei Jiankun, looking at Mo Moon, thinks, he knows that those like him are incredibly strong, but the man understands that they have no other choice but to fight, and attacks Mo Moon. The latter blocks the knife attack with his bare hand. For a moment, the opponents freeze, looking into each other's eyes. Bei Jiankun closes his eyes, thinking, impossible. He understands that he is doomed. But Dupeng and Nadon freeze, thinking that Mo Moon is simply a monster. Even Bi Yen cannot handle him. The manager also freezes, looking at Bei Jiankun and his opponent. Guanli Ran, glancing at Hong Sol, says, he sees that she is surprised. He adds that he hadn't said this before, but Mo Moon uses the Genjigun technique, turning his head to the woman and looking her straight in the eyes. He adds that her Bi Yen, on whom she spent years, was not even close. He believes that she has neither the skill to train masters nor the insight to recognize them. The deputy says it makes sense that he should be the owner of this arena. The woman stares at the deputy without blinking. Now she understands what's going on and reproaches herself for being so naive. When opening the arena, she needed a person who could replace her in communicating with many people. A person with good skills but without ambition. Although he was just an in-worker, Guan turned out to be a suitable person, able to please people even through cunning. Relying entirely on her intuition, she appointed him as deputy. As expected, Guan successfully proved himself. The fighting hall moved from average to prosperous. As soon as the money began flowing into his hands, the man's facial expression and attitude began to change. She thought that the new position was shaping his personality and paid no attention to it. In the end, this became her main mistake. She should have considered not only reputation but also human greed, and she was fully aware of the danger of human greed. Han Sol closes her eyes, reproaching herself for carelessness. Looking intently at the deputy, the woman asks, "Why didn't he just kill her? What's the point of this whole circus?" Guanli Ran answers, "During the slave rebellion, the manager dies, and her place is taken by the deputy. A story no one would doubt. And also, there is a person who wants to see her as an ally." Leaning toward her, the man adds, "But she shouldn't relax because of that. There are terrible rumors about him regarding how horribly he treats women. Perhaps death now would be the better option." Shaken, Jim listens to their conversation. Han Sol says, in other words, he spared her. Smiling, she asks, "No matter how vile and terrible he is, can that compare to her life? To what she has endured?" The man looks at her. not understanding what she means. Smiling, Han Sol says, "She shouldn't think she will give up so easily. One thing she is sure of. She declares that she will survive everything, no matter how long it takes, and will destroy everyone here, without exception." Her words impress the man. He looks stunned, but he quickly pulls himself together, and a slight smile slides across his lips. He says he knows perfectly well how stubborn and cruel she is. She won't even flinch if countless slaves die in the arena. Bringing his face close to hers, he says, "Allowing someone to get close is uncharacteristic for her, but she showed her weak spot. When she sees how those who were close to her die, even her strong will waver." Straightening up, the deputy orders his henchmen to kill everyone. The harsher, the better. Standing with her hands tied behind her back, Han Sol mentally hurls curses. If only she could free herself and reach the sword. Meanwhile, the big guy Ton Du, holding a knife in his hand, loomed over the frightened Jim. The woman says they have worked together for so many years. She asks him not to do this, but he replies that after finishing this job, he will take the deputy position, and he doesn't care about all those past years.
Two fighters attacking Nadon promise that he will drown in his own blood.
The man commanding the fighters lunges with a knife at No Du Pen, shouting that his turn has come. The dark hand of Mo Moon intercepts the wrist of Pa Jan Kun's hand, in which he is gripping a knife. The man closes his eyes tightly, clearly experiencing pain. With his other hand, Mo Moon strikes Pa Jan Kun's limb from below, and his arm breaks like a dry branch, blood spurting from the open wound. Mo Moon, bending his arm at the elbow, intends to strike the man with the edge of his palm. His hand reaches for Pa Jan Kun's neck, who, gritting his teeth, endures hellish pain. Huan Yu-won kicks Bien Quan in the side, tossing his body into the air. A muffled moan bursts from the guy's mouth along with bloody splashes. Bien Quan, flying back a couple of meters, falls hard to the floor. The guy, leaning on his elbow, lifts himself slightly off the floor. Trying to straighten up, he thinks. Without a sword, he can't defeat the opponent. The youth mockingly says, "Managed to jump back at the last moment? At least he can move." Huan Yu-won watches puzzled as the guy disappears around the corner of the corridor, turning sideways. The youth says, "A pitiful sight." BN looks like a beast that tucked its tail and tries to run away, seeing the opponent's superiority. Walking down the corridor, the guy thinks, "If I pass the training hall, there will be an armory." He stops in front of the barred door and freezes. One of the guy's eyes is bruised and swollen, turning into a narrow slit. Bien Quan sees the fighter's knife plunging into Nadon's hand, who tries to protect himself with it, almost cutting it off. Meanwhile, a second fighter attacks the youth from the side. Gum Gum, shielding an old woman with his body, begs to spare at least the grandmother. Shaken, Bien Quan shouts, "Stop! Enough! What are they doing?" The manager mentally gasps. "Bien." The deputy, smirking maliciously, asks, "What's going on? Is he still alive?" The guy stands in front of the door, mentally cursing. Locked. If he had a sword, he could kill them and save the people. He shouts to Don to forget about them and just run. But Du Pen, who has a bloody cut on his chest, says that the guy still can't defeat them. Jim, whose eyes are about to flood with tears, begs the guy to run. Meanwhile, Mo Moon strikes Pa Jan Kun with the edge of his palm, slicing his neck. Jim, with a breaking voice, says, "Please, hurry." Bien Quan looks shocked. Drops of sweat run down his face. Before his eyes, the scene reappears when his brother receives a fatal wound. The saber slices through Chong's body, descending lower and lower. Blood splashes everywhere. The brother drops to one knee, and behind him the boy sees his killer. The eyes of little Quan fill with tears. In front of him stands the face of his brother, begging him to run. In Bien Quan's head flashes. Run away? Do they really want that? Everything repeats again. He mentally curses. His foot presses harder against the floor. He mentally says, "At least once." He begs, "Just once." The guy thinks he must show the same strength as his brother. He lifts his foot off the floor. Behind the guy appears Huang Yu-won with the words, "He knows that running away will get him nothing, right?" The young man says that he is already starting to get tired of this. In Huang Yu-won's hand, he clenches a dagger. Pushing off the floor with his foot, he rushes toward Bien Quan, saying it's time to finish this. At that moment, the guy stands with his foot raised above the floor. The young man approaches him, extending his hand forward with the dagger. The tip of the dagger enters the guy's back, and at that moment he forcefully puts his foot down on the floor. Blood spurts from under the dagger, the blade sinking deeper into Bien Quan's body. In Huang Yu-won's eyes glows a cold triumph. The guy, feeling the cold steel mercilessly cutting through his flesh, mentally gasps. He remembers that when he first used the dagger here, he managed to easily kill the opponent, a thug bodyguard. That was when he felt his combat skills had grown. He thought that with the weapon he could become stronger as soon as possible. He believed that combining a dagger or sword with physical and energy techniques would allow him to achieve incredible strength.
To master the weapon and chi technique, he never let go of the sword except during time allotted for body training. But no matter how much he trained, fighting for his life for a long time, besides the Keegan technique he mastered in childhood, he still cannot use others. He remembers watching his brother's training, sitting apart on a rock. Kwon asks his brother, why don't they use weapons? He says that if you use weapons, you can become stronger. At the same time, the boy demonstrates how he twists the head of an imaginary opponent with his hands. Chong glances sideways at the boy. Then, turning to him, the young man says, it was so obvious that he didn't even think to mention it. Looking at his hand clenched into a fist, Chong explains that his father's combat skills were formed through constant unarmed battles. He says that when a person holds a weapon, the muscle movements change. The flow of energy becomes more refined. Their father developed combat skills relying only on his own body, feeling the movement of muscles and energy. The slightest deviation in the flow of energy can be critical, like an abyss between the sky and the earth. Chon adds, therefore, the father's martial arts can only be mastered by training without weapons. Certainly, weapons can be used once he has mastered all the techniques. Even with an ordinary stick, Kwon is already capable of winning. However, there is no need for that. Kwon, attentively listening to his brother, asks, why is that? The answer is, the father's skills surpass weapons so much that they cannot be compared. Bien Kwon mentally calls himself an idiot. He reproaches himself for getting lost in the illusion of an easy victory without weapons. The guy thinks that his brother did pass on all his knowledge to him. Energy circles appear around the guy's leg. They rise higher and soon envelop his entire body. He slightly tenses the muscles of his back, and the blade of the dagger breaks with a crunch. Surprise and confusion appear on Hwan Yu-won's face. The big guy Tondu strikes forcefully with a knife, intending to deal with Jim. But suddenly the old woman Man-ok-rim throws herself between them, shielding the woman with her body. The knife enters her back. Jim screams, Grandma! Suddenly Han Sol crashes into the man with his whole body, throwing him aside. All together they fall to the floor. The manager falls on Tondu, knocked down by her, and Jim sinks under the weight of the old woman's body. The big guy swears, not choosing his words. The deputy orders not to finish her off, but rather to tie her up and then deal with it. The response is, okay. Hwan Yu-won, examining the dagger fragment, says the guy was lucky. Perhaps the knife fulfilled its purpose. Without looking back, the guy orders him to stay here. He says he will deal with the others first. Hwan Yu-won freezes, looking at Bien Kwon in surprise. Then he says smugly, a rookie is a rookie. He got scared, and it seems he completely lost it. But the guy, ignoring him, rushes forward. With one hand, he pushes aside the bars of the grate as if they were made of paper. Hwan Yu-won looks at him puzzled, wondering what is happening. The fighters obeying the deputy look at the guy approaching them in surprise. But these are metal bars. How did he do that? Tondon, who is still standing with his hand raised, from which a knife protrudes, the handle of which is gripped by one of Guan Li Ran's henchmen, looks at the guy with his mouth open. But Do Peng is also shocked by what is happening. Gim, holding the wounded old woman close, cannot believe her eyes. Hong Sol is staring intently at Bien Kwon, no less surprised than the others by his behavior. She recalls Ba Ru's words. Bien has already reached the highest level of mastery in controlling chi energy. This is a unique style that focuses on deep work. Ba Ru says it is only a supposition, but the guy definitely knows other techniques. He is sure there is a reason why he does not use them. The man adds, but once he starts, no one will be able to defeat Bien. Now Hong Sol understands what Ba Ru was talking about. Drops of sweat run down Genjan's face. He realizes with surprise that the guy is using an enhancement technique. Momon looks puzzled. Did the guy just hit the grate and bend it? That's simply impossible. Guan Li Ran is amazed. How did Bien master Kengun? If he had known earlier, he would have tried to lure him to his side. He regrets it, but understands that now nothing can be done. The deputy shouts at his subordinates. What are you worth? Let them kill him! Even if he were a great martial arts master, one sword strike, and he's dead. An armed fighter lunges at the guy with a knife. Bien Kwon, without even turning to him, strikes the knife with his elbow, and the blade splits into two parts. The fighter is shocked. The guy then strikes him on the right side of the face with the edge of his palm. Guan Li Ran's mouth opens in surprise. How is this possible? He cannot believe what is happening. The fighters do not rush to attack the guy. A shout is heard. He dealt with him in one move. Bien Kwon says, let them not rush, in any case. After a short pause, he says that he will kill them all. A drop of sweat runs down Mo Moon's face. He cannot believe that the guy really used Kengun. But what frightens the fighter is not this. The power of Kengun is so great that it can tear steel apart. With proper application, there is a possibility to cut the head into pieces. Using the technique together with physical strength, one can knock the head off the shoulders. But for this, one must be able to simultaneously apply Kengan and calculate physical strength. Moon thinks that the ability to use both close combat and energy technique is impressive. However, if a person does not possess the monstrous ability to combine chi, ordinary weapons will be quite sufficient. Huan Yu-Wan reflects on the sharp change in the guy's behavior. He does not know why he only now decided to use the energy technique. But now fighting will be even more fun. Bien Quan says that he does not care why they started all this. The guy adds, "Let them figure it out themselves. It does not concern him." The deputy is puzzled. Then why did he intervene? The guy says that these people are definitely not involved here. Bien Quan, stopping near Na Don and the fighter who blocked the young man's hand with a knife, says that he is different from them, those who live to kill. The guy adds, but even to him, a man whose life consisted of suffering and rivers of blood. He remembers how as a boy he lay unconscious with a compress on his head. Bien Quan struggles to open his eyes. He lies wrapped in blankets and carefully surrounded by pillows. Turning his head to the side, he sees No Do Pen, Pajan Kun, and Na Don sleeping on the bare floor, having given their blankets to him. Gim Gim and Man OK Rim bustle around him, sitting at the table over a bowl with a chicken carcass. Placing his palm on his chest, the guy says, "They showed care and warmth that was so lacking." Tears appear in the eyes of both women. But Dopayan is also touched by Bien Quan's words. His eyes become moist with tears. Betraying moisture rolls down the cheeks of the moved Na Don. Han Sol, covering her eyes, has trembling lips. The guy, turning to the fighter who wounded Na Don, says, "There are people who must not be touched under any circumstances." Looking at him with a heavy gaze, Bien Quan says, "And for what they have done, they will pay. Let them not expect mercy." The fighter shouts, "Die!" His hand, gripping a knife, rushes to the guy's throat. A fist is pressed into the thug's jaw, driving it into his skull. Blood sprays from the fighter's mouth and eyes. From the blow, the thug's body falls backward by inertia. A man commanding the other fighters rushes at the guy, swinging a knife and shouting that he will finish him off himself. Bien Quan's leg flies up and strikes the hand of the man gripping the knife. He releases the weapon from his hands. The blow knocks him off his feet. Moon is impressed. He thinks that he even uses Kengan with his feet. But now it is clear. He cannot use other techniques simultaneously. He believes that Kengan is comparable in level to his technique. Moon decides that everything is clear to him. One of the fighters clenches a metal baton in his hand. A voice sounds, demanding that he give it to him. The man turns his head confusedly towards the owner of the voice. The deputy is pleased by the appearance of Huang Yu-Wan, a master of physical strength and martial arts techniques. Guan Liran believes that with these two they have every chance to win. He calms himself, assuring that he is worrying for nothing. Armed with a metal quadrangular baton, Huang Yu-Wan heads towards Bien Quan, thinking that mastery in martial arts is not a guarantee of invincibility. The young man believes that the whirlwind created by close combat power is unreachable for chi energy. The guy stops opposite Moon. At the fighter's feet lies the body of Beijan Kun. The man's throat is crossed by a bleeding wound. Bien Quan says, and to him, especially to him, he promises to show him what true fear is. The guy's leg forcefully drops to the floor. Moon tensely looks at Bien Quan. Behind the guy appears Huang Yu-Wan, who rushes into attack. He swings a metal club in a jump, planning to bring it down on the guy. Bien Quan swings, and his hand flies towards Moon's hands, who believes that thanks to Huang Yu-Wan the battle will end quickly. The man slightly leans to the side, thinking that upon impact the force inevitably concentrates in one place. Since his energy is focused on the hand, he will not be able to use it to protect other parts of the body. Moon concentrated his energy in his hands to repel the attack. Huang Yu-Wan's eyes widen in surprise. With one movement of his hand, the guy literally tore Moon's body into two parts. In the man's head flying to the side, a spark of surprise still flickers, which immediately goes out forever. The deputy, sweating profusely, wonders, how is this possible? The big guy Tondu thinks that this guy is clearly not human. Bien's friends watch every one of his movements in surprise. The manager looks at the guy fearfully, slightly parting her lips. Huan Yu-Wan froze in place, holding up his club. Without looking back, the guy asks, why did he freeze? Turning his head and looking the young man in the eyes, Bien Quan says, he did say to wait. Huan Yu-Wan knows there is a level of skill that allows simultaneous use of close combat and technique, but he is seeing it with his own eyes for the first time. Drops of sweat run down the young man's face. Looking at the torn edges of the wound on Moon's body, Huan Yu-Wan realizes this is not at all what he had imagined. The manager notices some differences. However, she admits that this is almost the same level of power as his. The deputy is unable to move. He doesn't understand how this is even possible. This is simply unthinkable. He clenches the scabbard in his hand, which holds the sword, realizing that if his plan fails, his head will roll. Guanliran remembers that Huan Yuan is still in the game, and hope for a favorable outcome awakens in him. The deputy shouts to the young man to kill this guy. He promises that for this he will give him a reward 10 times greater. Huan Yuan thinks that fighting the strongest has never scared him. After all, even a single insignificant attack in battle can change the course. Even if the opponent is strong, there is always a way to win. However, he remembers how easily the guy tore Mo Moon's body apart. The young man believes that this is a power that cannot be bypassed by any tricks. Huan Yuan understands that he will die in a fraction of a second. The guy stands, waiting for his decision. The young man finally decides what to do. A metal baton falls at his feet. Raising his hands, the young man says he has had enough. He believes it is better to die with honor than to resist and perish disgracefully. The deputy is stunned. He looks at Huan Yuan with disbelief, unable to believe that this could have happened. Bien Quan rapidly approaches the young man, who even recoiled in surprise. The guy asks, "Why is he deciding this?" He asks the question, looking the young man in the eyes. After all, he also killed someone today, didn't he? Huan Yuan, without looking away, answers, "Let him believe it or not, but he did not touch anyone, for he only fights with the worthy."
A voice calling him a monster reaches Bien Quan.
The guy over Huan Yuan's shoulder looks at the man, saying he should have been killed back then. The big guy Tondu, holding the manager kneeling in front of him, raised a knife above her. He says, "Stop showing off. Even if he is not killed, others might die." The deputy behind this big guy thinks now is not the time to decide who to keep alive and who not. Guanliran presses the blade to Jim's neck, who is sitting on the floor holding an old woman to her chest. Nadan, who noticed his actions, mentally gasps. The deputy orders Hen to kill the manager immediately if she moves even a little. He readily replies, "Yes, sir." Guanliren says, "No matter how strong the guy is, he cannot kill both of them and save the hostages at the same time. If he even twitches, one of these women will die." The deputy orders his men to all attack Bien at once. He is sure the guy has nowhere to run now. The fighters respond in unison. "Yes!" A crowd of armed fighters rushes toward Bien Quan. Guanliran's voice reaches him. Did he understand? Any movement, and the hostages will die, so let him surrender and die peacefully. Huan Yuan, turning to the fighters, thinks regretfully. These idiots do not understand at all what is happening. The guy freezes and stands silently, not trying to do anything. A crowd of people stands around the arena, enjoying the spectacular duel. Sun Gen attacks Ba Ru, moving his hand lightning fast, but the man dodges his strikes. The young man's hand passes just a few millimeters from Ba Ru's face. The next thrust is aimed at the man's chest, but he dodges to the side again. Ba Ru thinks, if everything continues like this, eventually he will get hit. Sun Gen's palm rushes toward the opponent's face. The man thinks about what to do to break the young man's technique. Ba Ru intercepts the attacking hand by the wrist. Sun Gen's other hand rushes toward the opponent's stomach. It easily tears Ba Ru's body. Blood splatters. The young man tries to penetrate deeper to rip out his entrails. A smile appears on Sun Gen's lips. He says that the move with the grab and throw is now useless. The smile slips off his lips when suddenly a knife blade appears before his face. Ba Ru with one sweep blinds the young man. A bloody scar crosses the eye socket of Song Gen, on whose face a grimace of pain appears. The frightened man. Ho Guan mentally scolds the young man. He clearly said that vigilance must not be lost with this person. No, nothing could be done here. He also could not have predicted that he would attack, even after receiving a blow to the stomach. The manager thinks, if you receive such a blow, the fear of death paralyzes the body, and even a fighter cannot move. But this man, how is that possible? The confrontation between Ba Ru and Song Gen continues. The young man wonders, did the opponent plan this from the very beginning? His hand reaches for the knife, and he grabs the blade. Ba Ru directs the knife so that its tip touches Song Gen's neck and pierces the skin. Man Ho Guan, sincerely worried about his protege, wonders, why did he stop? The attack needed to be intensified. He believes that even with such an injury, with proper energy concentration, the blow could not have been deep enough to kill. Tension rises, and the manager carefully watches what is happening in the arena. Ba Ru, continuing to hold the knife, extends his other hand forward and with his fingers squeezes Song Gen's surviving eye. He simultaneously presses with his finger and the knife, not easing the pressure. The man thinks that the young man is too fast, but with the help of the knife he was able to stop his technique. Sun Gen, deprived of sight and with a wound on his neck from which blood is gushing, loses his balance. Fragmented thoughts rush through his mind. In such a battle, why him? The man who pulled the knife from the opponent's body watches as he falls at his feet. Voices of the spectators reach him. At first it seemed they were evenly matched, but Ba Ru clearly surpasses by several steps. Ba-Ru thinks that after the duel ends, it may seem that he won effortlessly, but the victory was achieved with a minimal advantage. Standing motionless over the fallen Sun Gen, the man looks at the cheering spectators. He understands that only the opponent's arrogance and inattention led to this result. Manhwa Guan and Han Dai-in stand motionless with their mouths slightly open. Han Dai-in mentally admits he did not expect Ba-Ru to win in such a way. But from the very beginning, he did not believe that Sun Gen's technique would have an overwhelming advantage. He recalls a recent confrontation he observed from the stands, an unshakable will against the power of movement technique. The man continues mentally reviewing the most impressive moments, noting Ba-Ru's ability to make decisions without losing a chance even at a critical moment. Although Sun Gen was better in technique, in the fight the key aspects remained with his opponent. Han Dai-in realizes that it is not as easy as it may seem. The ability to do this in a real fight, risking life, depends not on experience but on talent. Looking at the arena, he acknowledges that Ba-Ru is a born fighter. He lifts his chin up and raises his eyes to the sky, regretting that watching such fights no longer stirs any emotions in him. Ha Dai-in thinks that interest in this person faded many years ago. The man remembers how once, on the day he came to greet the elder, he saw him. He immerses himself in memories. The first thing that caught his eye was an empty sleeve fluttering in the wind. He finds it amazing that someone so decisively opposed the elder, who possessed the resources and power of this country. But, seeing his combat skills, Ha Dai-in was amazed. He recalls a man with strength capable of overturning an entire country, a warrior who came from Kor. Closing his eyes, the man fully surrenders to memories. The power of this man made everything around empty and meaningless. But even despite this, Han Dai-in could not give up fighting, because without it, the sharp sensations were lacking. Han Dai-in, opening his eyes, casts a sidelong glance at the man standing next to him. That is why he made an alliance with these people. He believes that even if one slightly returns to the former harmony. Looking at Manhwa Guan, shocked by what happened in the arena, the man finishes the thought. No one knows how the future will turn out. Manhwa Guan cannot take his eyes off his protege. He mentally utters the name of the youth bleeding in the arena, Sun Gen. The man remembers how a close manager sent a message. Juvenile criminals were allowed to learn the art of Qigong. And now Manhwa Guan stands before a boy on the other side of the bars. Before him stands a child with an innocent look and hands shackled in chains. It is known that he comes from a poor clan of warriors. Also that the death of his father in competitions seemed to have driven him mad. The boy became a madman who takes pleasure in killings. But in Manhwa Guan's eyes, he was just a child playing with his power. The man assumes. Perhaps the boy realized that they were alike. The one who obeyed no one strangely began to listen to him. Manhwa Guan thinks they were like father and son. The man admits to himself that he is not sad at all. He thinks that even when others destroy what is yours, it causes anger. Watching Ba-Ru head towards the barred door, Manhwa Guan thinks that once he leaves the arena, he will be beyond saving. But if he miraculously survives, the man promises to finish him off with his own hands. A torn wound is visible on Ba-Ru's stomach. He thinks the injuries are much more serious than he thought. The man believes the treatment may take a long time. Approaching the door, Ba-Ru finds it strange that the manager is absent and Bien is nowhere to be seen. A sharp knife is pressed to Han Sol's throat. Guan Li Ran threatens, if they take even a single step, everyone will perish. The manager thinks, how did she come to be held captive by this wretch? Nadon realizes that even Bien cannot protect everyone. Someone among them will definitely die. Huan Yu-wan believes that even if they all rush together, it will be pointless. It's impossible to save everyone at once. He wonders. Maybe he should do something too. Bien Quan is pondering something. He is immersed in memories. The blade cuts through the elder brother's body. John drops to one knee and looks him in the eyes. Behind him stands the man who dealt him a fatal wound. The guy says that no one else will die before his eyes. He stomps so hard that his foot sinks ankle deep into the ground. Huan Yu-wan flinches away from the guy, not taking his eyes off him. The deputy holding the sword near Gyom-Gyom's neck shouts that her death will be on his hands. The sword's blade cuts the skin on the woman's neck, who closes her eyes in fear. Tears stream from beneath her closed eyelids. Splashes of blood hit the faces of Guan Li Ran and the manager. Tondu manages only to utter a bewildered exclamation. His eyes freeze and drops of blood fly straight into his face. A significant part of the strong man's body is torn off by the merciless hand of Bien Quan. His hand, gripping the knife, along with half of the torso, falls to the floor in one direction, while the man's body collapses in the other. Guan Li Ran, having failed to understand anything, freezes with his right hand torn off. With one swift movement, the guy deals with both opponents and stops, leaving them behind. Huan Yu-wan freezes with his mouth open. He believes it is impossible.
The guy's strength and speed have grown again. Drops of sweat run down the young man's face. He wonders, who is this guy anyway? Bien Quan wipes a stream of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth with the back of his palm. He mentally tells himself to hold on. There are still those who need to be killed. The guy asks who is next in line. The fighters freeze in fear, afraid to even move. They fall to their knees and bow their heads before him, begging for mercy. Bien Quan scans the attendees with his gaze. One of his eyes has turned into a narrow slit due to a scratch. Nadon and No-Do Pen also freeze, impressed by the guy's strength, which they had not even suspected. Jim is about to cry, but she tries to hold back tears. Huan Yu-Wan thinks. Now he finally understands the situation he is in. If he tries to survive, there is still a chance of rescue, albeit small. The guy's gaze stops at Genjun standing by the wall. The man freezes in fear, afraid even to guess what the guy intends to do. Bien Quan asks, what, he was here too? The man shouts that the guy misunderstood everything. He did not want to do this at all. He says he did what he was told, but killing his comrades is too much. He bitterly admits that he simply lacked the ability and influence. He admits that it seems the guy is telling the truth. Bien Quan suddenly loses interest in him. His attention is drawn by someone's groan. He looks at Guan Li Ran, who lost his arm and still cannot comprehend what happened, muttering, "How? Why?" With his left limb, he grabs the stump of his right arm, finally realizing what happened. But Dupen is called by the manager, and he readily turns to her. The woman sitting on the floor asks him to untie the ropes on her hands. He hurries to carry out the order. He decides that he will need a knife for this, and leans over the severed limb, on the open palm of which lies a knife. The man running picks up the dagger, but Dupen cuts the rope on the woman's hands tied behind her back. Hong Sol, as soon as her hands are freed, gets up on her feet. She says that there is a doctor in the room, and orders him to help the old woman. The deputy asks to do something with his hand. The manager, addressing Na-Don and Do-Pen, orders them to go with the others to get help. Na-Don thanks her and refuses, saying that it can be done later. He explains that now it is better for him to stay with his brother Bei-Jan-kun, while the young man looks at the body of his friend lying nearby. A deep cut is visible on the man's throat. Bien Quan looks sadly at the body of Bei-Jan-kun. He notices a long cut on the chest of No-Do Pen. The guy shifts his gaze to the wound of Na-Don, who almost lost his arm. Bien Quan tells his friends that the two of them need to leave. The guy thinks that help wouldn't hurt them now, and adds that he will stay here. The distressed Na-Don and No-Do Pen silently obey him and leave, unable to hold back tears. Gim, glancing at the guy, thinks that Bien was also badly hurt. Bloodstains seep through the fabric on the guy's shoulders and back. The manager leans down and picks up the sword. The deputy, looking at the woman fearfully, asks her forgiveness, respectfully calling her madam. With tears in his eyes, he asks to be forgiven at least this once. He assures that he never had such intentions from the start. Han Sol quietly says, "So there were none," he says. The man hastily explains that the owner was worried that she cared more about Bien than about the arena. He thought that problems with managing affairs would arise because of the young man. Huan Yu-Wan, observing the guy, thinks that, looking at his abilities, it seems even the manager did not know what he was capable of. He wonders, was he hiding his skills, or is it something else? Not holding back tears, Guan Li Ran promises, if she spares his life, he will tell her about everyone who helped in this matter. A slight smile slides across Hong Sol's lips as she says, "Does he really think she doesn't know this?" The manager says, "The unexpected proposal of Manhwa Guan, the betrayal of the head of the guards, and the actions of Tongdu. When such things intertwine, it cannot be a simple coincidence." Tears uncontrollably stream from the eyes of the man, looking humiliated and pleading at Hong Sol. The woman says for him to name at least one reason to spare his life. She points the sword at the deputy. He replies that he can testify against them. With one motion of the sword, Hong Sol slices the man's throat. He tries to shout help, but only a moan escapes his lips, and blood sprays in all directions from the wound. Guan Li Ran's body falls at the manager's feet. The woman asks, does he really think that is enough for her to spare him? Then she turns to the kneeling fighters and addresses them. And they, Han Sol says that they are no longer needed by her. Someone among the fighters shouts, "Run!" The men rush from their places trying to escape. The manager does not allow them to leave. Just like with the deputy, she slashes their necks. Only muffled screams are heard and bloody splashes scatter around the room. The manager stands, gripping a sword in her hand. Huan Yu-Wan thinks, quickly and accurately. He understands that ordinary slaves cannot compete with her. Genjan is surprised. Why does she not touch him? The woman turns her head to the guy and calls him by name, B.N. She orders the guy to deal with the fighter nearby. Huan Yu-Wan stares fearfully, drops of sweat running down his face. The manager calls B.N. over. She decides that he must deal with the fighter next to him. Huan Yu-Wan is frightened by her words. The young man, covering his eyes, thinks that he was ready for this. His last decision is to accept death with dignity, rather than cling to life at any cost. Huan Yuan, standing with closed eyes, decides, this is the end. The words of the guy force him to open his eyes. He cannot. The young man looks at Bien Quan with surprise, who says that he cannot kill someone who does not threaten him and is not ready to fight. The guy thinks that surely there will be an uproar, but there is no other way. Huan Yuan wonders, what is happening? Why is he behaving so strangely? The manager bows her head and sinks into thought. The young man believes that they want to eliminate him, but he is not going to give up just like that. He decides that he will have to enter the fight. To his greatest amazement, the woman says, then they will probably forget about it. Hong Sol addresses Huan Yuan. Judging by his reaction, everything became clear. One who is ready to meet death is incapable of lying. The woman says, since he did not touch anyone, only fought with Bien, then it means he is interested only in him. It seems this person is indifferent to what is happening. He is drawn only to the battle. If Bien decided that he does not need his death, then he can retreat. The guy asks, what if he had died? Hong Sol answers, well, he died and died. What can you do? The manager assumed that he was not one to die easily. Such is his character. Han Sol, glancing at Genjan, says that they will not touch him. She explains that when she came to her senses and began to analyze the situation, she saw that he stood out from the others. He was not holding a weapon, and his face clearly showed dislike for the violence happening. She realized that due to weakness, inaction was the only option. The woman believes that even the fact that he did not succumb to the instinct to kill deserves respect. He did all he could. The manager adds that in this world even such people are rare. Genjan became emotional upon hearing her words and was filled with gratitude towards her. He bows deeply, thanking Han Sol and assuring that he will never forget her kindness. The young man thinks, it is hard to say what kind of person she really is. The manager addresses Huan Yuan, saying that he can consider himself free. No one will blame him or report what happened. Turning away from him and heading to the exit, she adds, but if he decides to stay, she will offer him to become her fighter. The woman asks the young man, stunned by her offer, to think about it. Han Sol, without looking back, leaves the room. Han Dai-in, sitting at a table under a branching tree, slowly drinks a beverage from a cup. There is a teapot on the table near him. Opposite him stands Manho Guan. His hand strikes the table forcefully. He shouts, what the hell? He thought they just missed the manager at first, but in reality, they failed the mission? The man's eyebrows are drawn together at the bridge of his nose. A vein bulges on his forehead. Manho Guan says, he assured that he would complete everything without problems. So what went wrong then? He says that among the fighters only Ba Ru stood out, and only Bien could possibly handle 2 warriors. But even he would hardly be able to defeat both of them. Han Dai-in says, maybe the fighters were weaker than they thought. Clenching his teeth angrily, Manho Guan wonders, was there really no one there capable of using qi? Although, if there had been a qigong master with him, he would have already told everyone about it. The man, continuing to lean over the table, says that they should not have trusted Guan Liran's words. They should have found out everything themselves. He admits that this was his mistake. Han Dai-in says, well, since everything is already over, what is he going to do next? The interlocutor replies, until now it was just a game. But this time he lost his valuable fighters. He cannot let it go just like that. Manho Guan says that he will destroy Han Sol and all the fighters at any cost. Han Dai-in says, sounds promising. He will see what comes of it. The manager, standing by the bed, asks Ba Ru, is he okay? How does he feel? He, propping himself up on his elbow, assures the lady that everything is fine. He can move calmly. The woman tells him to rest. He should not trouble himself. Consol adds, the doctor said if the wound had been deeper, it would have been difficult to heal. Ba Ru, sitting on the edge of the bed, replies that he agrees with his opinion. Heading to the window, the woman asks, were the blows that strong? Ba Ru replies, at such a level that the body could not withstand. If not for experience, the fight could have ended badly. Looking out the window, the manager says, she used to be interested in finding out how he fights, his fighting style. But now the need for this has disappeared. Closing her eyes, she says, too stunning a sight. Ba Ru says that Bien saved everyone using his skill and energy. The man admits, he expected that he would one day demonstrate his abilities, but to achieve such a result alone, impressive. Consol says that even more surprising is Bien's reaction. She believes that the guy has reached incredible heights, but feels neither pride nor joy. She adds that his cold-bloodedness and confidence show that he was prepared for this. As he said, completed art can manifest gradually. Her hand clenches into a fist. She says one way or another. For a brief moment, memories carry her away to a blood-soaked past. Han Sol, after a short pause, says, Now it has become possible. Baru, looking at the proudly straightened back of the woman frozen by the window, says, although he has not seen BN's combat skills personally, he is sure of it. The man adds that the skill level of the trainees of other managers and BN still noticeably differs. They know who the elite of the battle arena is, the greatest masters of the country, capable of competing with the imperial generals. Baru is sure, if BN faces them in battle, he definitely will not survive. The woman replies that it does not matter, even if he turns out to be weaker. The manager, turning to the interlocutor face to face, says that she will create the necessary situation and suitable conditions so that BN ends up winning. Baru asks the manager, does she really think that it is unimportant? Hansol silently looks at the interlocutor. The man, whose stomach is bandaged, gets up from the bed, saying that he can give his life to repay the lady for her kindness, but BN is a special case. Obviously, the guy has his own intentions. Baru believes that BN should not be entrusted with a fight that could cost him his life and is unrelated to him. Hansol responds, an interesting statement. She asks, then why has no one stopped BN from participating in fights until now? Didn't Baru hope that BN would become someone who can defeat anyone? The man answers that this is possible if the guy is given time and full preparation. Saying that the risk is huge is an understatement. However, it is not always a matter of life and death. Hansol believes that everything depends on the level of threat. Now that he has proven his strength, one can judge his combat qualities. Baru says, it's easier to avoid guilt that way. The manager says that it does not change her attitude. Heading to the exit, the woman adds, if everything goes according to plan, she will sacrifice her life for his. In the training room stands a coffin tied with red ribbons. Near it on the floor sit Nadon and Nodu Pen. Examining the ribbons, Nodu Pen says, he did not expect that even such small details would be considered. Their mistress is very smart. Nadon says their brother Baejan-kun is going home. Nodu Pen thoughtfully says, should this be considered a success despite the circumstances? A little apart from the comrades, Bien Kwan sits on the floor. Closing his eyes, he immerses himself in memories. Little Kwan, recently entering the arena, looks at his falling apart shoes. The boy, called Bien, is called by Baejan-kun. He hands him small shoes, saying that they are for him. The friends demand that he explain what is happening. The man replies that he simply decided to take a pair of shoes. But Du Pen says with bewilderment, left somewhere in a hurry, leaving his things. Baejan-kun says that Bien could also use some shoes. Looking at the boy examining the shoes, the man says that when he looks at Bien, he thinks of his family left at home. The new shoes stand on the floor. The boy sleeps on his side, placing a small pillow under his head and covered with a blanket. Nadon, lying nearby under his blanket, says, it's still great that he agreed to accept the shoes. When he was given new clothes, he got angry and went back for his old ones. Baejan-kun, lying with his eyes closed, says, probably the old clothes had special value for him. He, lying between Nadon and Nodu Pen, says that they spent a lot of time together, however. He asks, don't they want to share their story? To tell how they ended up here? Nodu Pen, lying on his side, back to his friends, replies that he has nothing to tell. There was nothing remarkable in his life. Since childhood, he lived as an orphan and a beggar. As he grew older, he felt uncomfortable among those like him and began to live alone. Closing his eyes, he says that every winter was difficult, but catching birds and rabbits helped him survive and gave him peace. Once, dozing off with prey in his hands, he woke up already captured by slave traders. The friends silently listened to his story. Nadon says that he grew up as a person who does not understand worldly realities. Looking at the ceiling, the young man says that his mother was Korean, and even when he grew up, the warmth and care of the people in the village did not disappear. When his father and mother passed away, he could no longer stay in that place and left the village. He closes his eyes, but from under his eyelids, treacherous tears seep out. Nadon says that as soon as he entered the world, everything was taken from him, and now he dreams of returning back. The young man says, it's hard. Nadon wipes his tears with his hand. Silence reigns in the room. Baejan-kun, lying with his eyes closed, says that he never liked his hometown. He talks about how hard work on the farm undermined the health of his mother, little brothers and sisters, and he also had to take care of his wife, and it was incredibly hard. Nadon and Nodu Peng simultaneously lift themselves from their pillows and ask, is he married? They inquire, did he really have a wife? Baejan-kun asks in response, does that surprise them so much? He says that he tried, but the harvest was not enough to survive the crisis. He had to borrow money, but even that did not save them. The man says that he could not pay the debts. The interest kept increasing, and in the end, they took away their land, and he was sold into slavery. Baejan-kun sighs. What about his family now? Ne Dan and No Du Peng sympathetically remain silent in response, continuing to sit. Bei Jiang-kun says, no matter how hard it is, he will still stay alive. They will go through all the hardships together, he adds, and then they will all safely return home. Bien Quan, pretending to be asleep, listens carefully to the friends' conversation. The guy sits, sadly lowering his head. He thinks that what he looks forward to most is the moment when they are home again. Bien Quan turns his head and looks at the coffin. He thinks that before this he must avenge his brother. Near the throat of the man with a small beard is a sharp knife. He asks, why do they act this way? Two burly men hold the skinny old doctor, one of whom pressed a knife to his throat. He begs for mercy, saying he is just a minor official. Manhwa Guan, standing opposite him, says, there is no need to hide that he was watching them. The prisoner objects, saying that this is not so. He only helped the wounded and the victims. Pouring sweat, he adds that he noticed something. The old man tells the man listening attentively to him that he came across a strange corpse. The body was completely burned and looked creepy. Manhwa Guan thinks that such consequences on the body can remain after incredible acceleration of the body, after he was cut at incredible speed. He knows that only masters of a high level are capable of such a thing. Only a master of the highest level can spin an iron hammer at enormous speed. He thinks about the fact that such a technique is available only to the chosen ones, those who are definitely better than Ba Ru. He wonders, was there really a master of such a level among those who participated in the battle? Or is it impossible? Manhwa Guan asks, what happened to Bien? The doctor replies that the guy has serious injuries. His left arm and shoulder are damaged, and the back injuries prevent him from moving. The man decides that this is definitely not his doing. It seems someone is acting from the shadows. The lattice door, whose bars Bien bent with such ease, remains in place for now. No one is in a hurry to replace it. The guy is training, practicing kicks. He forcefully strikes the floor with his foot. Energy instantly surrounds his body in a flow. He throws forward a fist-clenched hand. Lowering his hands, one of which is bandaged, he thinks, the movements on the left side are weak. The strength is insufficient. The guy believes that all muscles must move synchronously. For one punch, the left side of the body must be tensed, including the back and lower back. He thinks with regret that all this time the training was wasted. Bai Quan believes that to reach the limit of his strength, he has learned to use every tiny muscle of his body. Now he can easily control the muscles and concentrate power whenever needed. When he fully recovers his strength, his control over his body becomes flawless. The guy thinks that now he can become invincible, but there is still one problem. He believes that because of the power incomparable to simple concentration, placing his palm just below his chest, he continues to ponder. It seems to him that his body and even his insides are breaking down. He decides that he needs a little more time to prepare. Bien Quan clenches his right hand into a fist. He thinks that whether he can withstand depends on the number of enemies and their power. He believes that in such a situation it is unclear how many enemies he will have to face. The guy thinks that the destructive power still needs to be used. He will have to figure out how to restrain this explosive energy. He stomps his foot again, and an energy flow begins to swirl around his body. Bien Quan wonders, will he manage? In the mountains on a rocky plateau stands a small fortress. Manhwa Guan stands by the wall watching something. A man with an indifferent face thinks, to personally participate in a useless fight in the morning. This is truly worthy of an elder brother. A man in armor with an axe on his shoulder says, as they said in Mutu, strength decides everything. Even such lands become accessible. He adds, and it seemed that he took down a couple on his own, without help. A man explains, he heard that there is a master here who accepts challenges from anyone. That is why he came. He asks, but what if he dies? Will his house and wealth then go to them? A man with a small beard says, the rules and results of the fights must be strictly observed. Otherwise the warriors will not be able to feel the true spirit of battle. A completely bald man, owner of a small beard, adds, his death will lead to the loss of property, but at the same time to the destruction of everything built here. The response is, that's funny. The man clenches a sword in his hand. The man with the axe thinks that the shape of his sword is quite unusual. He is confident that even the fastest wind cannot surpass his technique. The owner of the mountain fortress asks, words, is that all he is capable of? The man, raising his hand with the axe above his head, attacks the opponent in a jump. A man raises a sword towards him. His opponent thinks, no matter how hard he tries, it is useless. But his complacency immediately disappears, and his face becomes puzzled. A light cry escapes from his lips. With a lightning-fast movement, the owner of a small beard inflicts several fatal wounds on his opponent. He manages to gouge out his right eye and inflict several penetrating wounds to the neck and chest. The opponent falls at the feet of the fortress owner. Manhwa Guan thinks, so fast it's impossible to even react. He reflects that he moves with such speed as if these are not separate movements, but a continuous attack.
Looking at the man sheathing his sword, Manhwa thinks that before him is one of the best masters. His art is unsurpassed. The man with the beard sighs, saying that it is so boring that he simply has no words. He says that the morning guests have left. Then he asks, "And what reason brought an old acquaintance here?" Manhwa does not rush to answer. Leaving the fortress, the men stroll across the plateau. Without looking back at the guest, the fortress owner asks, "Do they want to take a mercenary without registration in the Fighters Guild, and of master level or higher?" He asks, on what grounds should he provide them with such a person? Manhwa replies, he is not asking for nothing. He adds that such a strong person has indeed been found. The man turns to him, answering. On the contrary, he is quite curious. While Manhwa remains silent, his interlocutor decides, if there is a master of that level there, then even out of curiosity it is worth intervening. The man informs the stunned arena manager that he will look himself. He says there is no point in sending subordinates. He can just go himself. Manhwa does not hide his surprise. He explains that the opponent is also a martial arts master. If he goes out himself and kills him, problems may arise. There is a rule that only masters of the same level can fight. The interlocutor replies, correct. Even if the elder, meaning himself, has lost interest in martial arts, he still strictly adheres to the rules. Manhwa heard from Hande in the reason why the martial arts lord lost interest in them, but he cannot believe it. He thinks, for a warrior so strong. The man he calls the master of martial arts says, then first we need to figure out what this is about. Glancing at Manhwa, he adds, if everything is as he said, he can provide as many people as needed. The arena manager gives his word that everything is exactly as he said. The sun generously illuminates the city streets. A gentle maiden's hand brings a stick with candied fruits to her lips. The man asks, why not go into the hotel instead of sitting right on the ground? The girl, savoring the sweets, replies that sometimes it's okay to sit like this. She asks the head of security to stop grumbling. The girl sitting on the step, in a fancy bright outfit, whose elements that catch the eye first are a round cap and a short cloak, continues eating the fruits. She asks the interlocutor standing before her, wasn't the arena a place with more warriors than ordinary people? Finding worthy warriors turned out to be harder than she thought. This puzzles her. The man replies, whether warriors or arena slaves, if they are still alive here, it means their life was full of suffering. He believes they won't give up so easily. The girl says they have no other choice. She declares that first and foremost, they need to find the arena manager. She thinks that although they haven't seen each other for a long time, she will help her. The girl gets up and rushes forward. The man says that they don't even know where. Does she really want to search blindly? The interlocutor, looking at him discontentedly, replies, blindly? You just need to use your head. How many arena points does the woman control? The man thinks it would be great if it were that simple. They stand near the gates. The girl says to her companion, see? You just need to use your brain. They easily found the right arena. The man replies. She says easily? They went around more than 10 points. The girl explains. That's because they were given strange directions, or because there are other arenas controlled by women. The interlocutor suggests she just open the door, and she hastily agrees with him. They enter the room where the arena is located. The girl is surprised. What, empty? She asks. Shouldn't the arena be crowded during the day? Jim, the floor cleaner, looks around at the visitors. She apologizes and informs that the establishment is temporarily closed. The girl replies that they are not customers and says that they are looking for the manager, Han Sol. Jim says that she has to disappoint them. The manager recently left, and it is unknown when she will return. The girl looks upset and confused. She clearly did not expect such an answer. B.N. Kwan walks down the street in a new suit. The guy's left arm is bandaged. He says that this outfit is certainly better, but the manager walking ahead of him replies that his clothes are in terrible condition, but replacing them with new ones is a luxury. Until he gets his clothes in order, he can wear at least this. It's not worth attracting unnecessary attention outside the arena. The guy replies briefly, understood. The woman thinks that when he was a child, they often walked together, but now this is their first outing together in a long time. B.N. Kwan says, it doesn't look like they just went out to eat. If she has something to say, let her say it. Without looking back, Han Sol says, even if she asks how he became stronger, he still won't tell. She says that, in any case, now he is truly strong. In their arena, he has no equal. If he wants, escaping from here will not be difficult for him. The guy looks at her, trying to understand what she is implying. Han Sol adds, she is curious whether he will fight to the end or run away. Turning to face him and looking intently into his eyes, the woman says, if he has to fight opponents who are stronger than him. The guy looks questioningly at the manager. B.N. Kwan replies, he clearly said,
Answering her with a stern look, he reminds her of his words. He will become the strongest here. The guy says that now he will be able to defeat any opponent and will no longer run away. The woman would also like to think so. She believes that even being in such a place, the guy's nerves should be tense like a string. The manager falls silent. A pause hangs. By En Quan feels that something is wrong. A man with powerful biceps, towering over the guy several times in height, passes by, almost knocking Bien Quan off his feet. The guy thinks, what? Even if it's because of the wound, he still feels as if he was hit by a boulder. The man, possessing an athletic figure, says, since the guy faced him head-on and doesn't even try to run away. A blond man, dressed in a vest that does not hide his muscles from onlookers, glances at the guy whose crown does not reach his shoulder. He says, he can't even tell who is in front of him. How pathetic. The manager clearly knows this man, and she is unpleasantly surprised by their meeting. Looking at the man, Han Sol thinks that before them is one of the strongest fighters. Mentally, the woman briefly characterizes him, just a psycho. She knows which category the man belongs to, who is now looking challengingly at Bien. The manager wonders, what could he have forgotten in such a district? The guy is also a bit puzzled. Judging by the stranger's speech, he is eager to enter the battle. But can he fight outside the arena? Meanwhile, the man, without looking back at Bien Quan, says, all right then, this time he can be spared. The guy asks, who is he even talking to? But he is not allowed to finish the sentence by a loud response to the giant's words. Yes, brother. The guy clearly did not expect such a turn of events. He looks around and sees a whole squad of tall, muscular men. One of them, glancing at Bien Quan, says, let him consider himself lucky. The squad passes by the surprised guy. He says that it seems it will be without a fight. But Bien Quan is puzzled. Why does the man have such a crowd? The manager thinks he is lucky. Everything could have ended badly. The guy replies, what are you talking about? He was the one who let them go. He adds that first he needs to heal his wounds. The woman says, that's why she says he is lucky. Bien Quan is a little surprised by her words. Han Sol says that even in a healthy state he has little chance. The manager explains that he is one of the strongest fighters in the arenas. The guy is impressed by her words, one of the strongest. He watches the departing blonde. En Quan thinks that if he can defeat him, it will be an excellent springboard. Han Sol says, when Bien recovers, he will have to fight those like him. The guy wonders if he can handle it. En Quan asks, what is the point of this question anyway? He is interested. Is the manager nervous because his opponents are becoming more dangerous? The guy adds that if that is the case, then it is not worth it. Every new battle is his personal choice. He chose this path himself. Taking a step forward to continue on his way, leaving the woman behind, Bien Quan says, and if in the process he also helps her, then he is all for it. After all, he has been indebted to her since childhood. Therefore, she should not worry about his battles. The woman thinks that this is exactly what makes her worry. Closing her eyes, she thinks that the guy is too kind. Her thoughts are interrupted by someone's voice calling her, manager! A girl in a short orange cloak runs up to Han Sol and throws herself at her to hug her. The manager exclaims in surprise, lady! The girl, not letting her go, says they haven't seen each other for a long time. She calls her manager, then corrects herself. Han Sol. The guy looks at them in surprise, wondering, are they acquainted? The girl's companion thinks she's behaving improperly again. Already sitting at the table, the girl says they haven't seen each other since Han Sol suddenly visited the Merchants Guild. She adds that she should have at least been shown the arena. Instead, she just drank tea and left. Is that how it's done? Raising the cup to her lips, Han Sol says the arena is not a place where a lady should be. Besides, the girl is still too young. And why is she dressed like that? Looking at her outfit, the girl asks, beautiful, right? She says she borrowed the outfit from the guildmaster. She thinks it's very comfortable to wear. Han Sol, looking at the man, says that it is probably not easy for him with her. He replies, it's okay. He is already used to it. The head of security, sitting at the next table opposite Bien Quan, crosses his arms on his chest and watches him eat. The girl asks the manager a question. Is this guy her slave or subordinate? She adds that he looks about her age and wonders. Maybe he will accompany her to the arena? Han Sol answers, no. The guy, chewing, says she looks like a girl from a wealthy family. She really shouldn't go there. The man says he speaks far too familiarly. Isn't he a slave? Bien Quan stares at him intently. The man snorts. What a disgusting look. He addresses the manager, saying she needs to teach the guy a good lesson. The woman tells him to stop, saying that he is not a slave at all. A questioning expression appears on the man's face. The manager says that he is the best fighter in her arena, and therefore deserves respect and communication. Bien Quan looks at the woman in surprise, then asks, why has she suddenly softened? Is she sick or something? Han Sol replies angrily. He should also stop talking, before she kills him. The man, examining the guy, thinks, the best fighter in the arena? Seriously? And he still looks like a green puppy. He concludes that Han Sol is taking care of him out of pity. The girl is puzzled. Why does this guy communicate so easily with Han Sol? She doesn't like him. Meanwhile, the manager addresses the girl. They probably didn't come just to meet her. She asks, what is the purpose of their visit? Han Sol says, she heard that the girl is currently training to manage the guild. During such an important period, she shouldn't be wandering around arenas. The interlocutor replies, exactly. She wishes the purpose was only to talk with her. She says the woman already knows that not far from here, in Ganshu, there are offices of many trade guilds and merchants. The girl reports that some of these guilds have encountered problems. Most of the goods brought from Kor are distributed throughout the Songski Empire via the Chang'an River, starting from Kanchu, and on the way from Kanchu to the Chang'an River. Guilds are being attacked. The girl says that they have not been affected yet, but this time they have to transport silver ingots, so they need more guards. Hong Sol replies, if it were just about simple guarding, finding people would not be difficult. But since they came so far to find warriors, it means the matter is serious. The girl says that, as expected, manager Hong Sol noticed everything accurately. She says, there are rumors that the bandits are even more dangerous than the regular army, especially their leader. They say he is so strong that he can deal with experienced captains with his bare hands. Hong Sol and B.N. Quan listen carefully to the girl. By.N. Quan is impressed by her words, tear apart with bare hands. The arena manager says that it is all made up. There are very few masters that strong even in the martial arts city. The woman adds, if it suddenly turns out to be true, it is better to ask the army for help than to look for martial arts masters. The man supports her. He also thought about asking for help from elite troops. But as soon as they see the silver ingots, they will start constantly demanding money. He adds, since expenses are going to be much more serious than taxes, it is worth spending on a real master. In the long run, it will be more profitable. He believes that everyone is making a mountain out of a molehill. Even in their great trading guild, there is only one true master of the highest level. Could some bandits really have such a skilled warrior? The man says that he plans to hire several people. Since manager Han has long settled in these parts, let her help with finding skilled workers. Han Sol says, well, I don't know. The person she liked recently died. The guy thinks, is she talking about Deputy Guanli Ran? The manager says, if this is a one-time security order, maybe someone can be found. The girl asks, what about her warriors? She heard the martial arts master's house is still closed. The woman is surprised. How does she know? She replies that she went there before meeting her. The girl says they don't need drunken fists, and there are enough other fighters, aren't there? The guy thinks he doesn't like this idea either. Han Sol says she is all for it, but unfortunately she can't help. She has serious problems right now. The girl sighs. Nothing can be done. She suggests still visiting the branch supervised by manager Han together. She says, in a couple of days her father will arrive. They need to greet him. Han Sol repeats confusedly, father. Night. Mountainous area. A person is running at full speed. His heavy breathing is heard. Mentally, the man curses. They didn't even find their shelter. Could they have been tracked? From a rocky ledge, a vaguely visible silhouette with a blade in hand lunges at him in the darkness. A thought flashes in his mind. Shadow. He curses mentally. The person lands not far from the man. He swings the blade, but the opponent has already disappeared. The man with a red scarf around his neck, soaring high above the opponent, attacks him from above, gripping a sword in his hands. The man, cursing mentally, manages to dodge, but a bleeding cut remains on his cheek. He thinks the opponent is using the air step technique. The man wonders, is he the strongest among the others? The opponent stops, throws the blade over his shoulder and says, now it's his turn. The man hears the person who appeared behind him say, good. He realizes that the others are also approaching. Looking at the second opponent, he understands that although he appears unarmed, he definitely is not. He judges this by the fact that the man is wearing gloves. The man decides that the distance still allows him to fight himself. He will definitely take down one quickly. He says, let's see who beats whom, and making a sharp turn, lunges with the blade at the person standing behind him. A hand protected by a glove stops his weapon. The man looks shocked. Meanwhile, the man is crumbling his blade into small pieces with his hand. Looking at the handle with a broken blade, the man is unable to think of anything. He understands that the opponent's technique far surpasses his skill. The opponent tries to hit him with his hand. The man, trying to defend himself, raises his hand with a broken piece of sword. The opponent's fingers dig into his arm just above the elbow. Blood spurts from the wound. He easily tears the man's arm off, and the man, horrified, sees how his limb, still gripping the hilt of the blade, soars into the air before his face.
A dry cough bursts from the man's chest. Meanwhile, the opponent aimed his hand at the area of his solar plexus. His hand tears the man's body and penetrates inside. Fragmented thoughts slide through the man's mind. It can't be. It cannot be said that he is an ordinary older brother. The man in gloves pushes away the body of a man with a huge hole in it. He falls right at the feet of the opponent. The man in gloves says, "It seems they are not just bodyguards, but fighters with the art of the drunken fist." The man with the red scarf around his neck replies, "Maybe we should lie low for a while." The glove wearer says, "No need, they won't catch them anyway." He adds that they will continue to profit in their own way. Many people stand around them, their figures hidden under long cloaks. In response, it is said, "Right, they work like a pinpoint network, they can't be tracked. No point in attracting extra attention." One of those hiding in the dark under a long cloak says, "And today, by the way, an interesting opportunity came up." The glove wearer asks, "So is it a big deal?" The interlocutor says, "You could say that. The Chang Trading Guild is hiring warriors." The man in the red scarf says, "If they are increasing the number of guards, it means they are transporting something important." The man in the long cloak replies, "Possibly, and this time he plans to act a little differently." He reports that tomorrow he will join them as a guard. The glove wearer says, "Does an army need to disguise itself as bodyguards to get into the guild? Wouldn't it be easier to just attack?" One of the warriors, turning to the man with the red scarf, says, "They are not the best fighters, but nevertheless they differ in strength." The glove wearer says, since he got them, he is sure he will not yield to anyone. At the same time, he shows everyone his hand covered with a black glove. The man in the long coat, planning to infiltrate the trading guild as a guard, says that he thinks so too. He adds, "But if there is at least one of their people among the guards, it will weaken the enemy's forces and give a chance for an inside attack." The young man in the long coat adds, "Since they have a more reliable way, it would be foolish not to use it." The glove wearer says, "Logical." The interlocutor in the long coat replies, "And the matter is much more serious than he thinks." The men, one of whom is wearing gloves and the other has a scarf around his neck, look expectantly at the young man. He says, "If everything works out, each of them will be able to live comfortably." The next day, the body of the man who died at night lies on the ground. Words are heard. They say that in Kanshu they watch suspicious types. In the speaker's hand are 3 pointed blades tied with a cord. He says that judging by the left tracking mark, these are novices unable to camouflage and hide. A mighty man clutching blades in his hand speaks. But since there are no shelters nearby, there is a chance they are deliberately watching to identify and eliminate their network. There is both carelessness and cunning in this. It seems they do not yet have a clear structure. No less mighty a man, sitting beside the body of the deceased, answers him. Nevertheless, their strength is impressive. Looking at the large round wound on the corpse's body, he adds, "From the wounds, it is clear that he was killed not by a sword, but with bare hands. And not everyone can mutilate like that." The man leaning over the body says, "It is surprising that not only the older brother possesses such strength." The fair-haired giant who collided with Bien Quan on the street says, "Interesting." He says that they behave like rats, and they are not lacking in audacity. He adds, "Judging by the fact that they run in a pack, do not attack themselves but clean up the traces." The blonde man says that from this moment on, only he and the commander will personally search for the bandits. He tells his subordinates who are listening attentively that if they comb through Kanshu, sooner or later they will track them down, or else they will attack the guild. Everyone listens carefully to his words. On their faces are different expressions: disagreement, protest, readiness to obey all orders. But no one dares to object. The fair-haired giant says that if he was entrusted with this, it means that all the rats must be found and destroyed immediately. They must not be taken off their guard. The man who examined the corpse has already gotten to his feet. He asks the blonde man, calling him the elder, will he really handle this himself? The latter, clenching his hand into a fist, replies, for the first time in a long while, he gave a direct order. The giant adds, he is irritated that dirty dealings are taking place near the city of martial arts. The man promises to personally kill not only these bandits, but everyone connected with them. The man who asked the question thinks that whoever they are out of luck. A cart is traveling along the mountain road, followed by escort warriors. The man, companion of the girl from the trade guild, sits on the shafts, managing the horses. He says, thanks to the manager Han Sol, they easily hired warriors. The manager sitting in the cart replies to him, no, she only spread information about hiring bodyguards. The girl next to her says that she doesn't even know how to thank her for the help. She adds, if it weren't for Han Sol, how would they have gathered such fighters? Behind the cart, among others, walks Huan Yu Won. Looking at the warriors, the girl adds, and all of them clearly do not look like simpletons.
Huan Yu-Wan thinks, although he said he quit this, but this is how far it has come. The girl looking back says that one of them really does look weak. At the same time, she looks at Bien Quan. She adds that she does not know if he is really the best in martial arts, but since Han Sol hired him, he should hold on. The guy replies that he actually did not intend to get hired. The man sitting on his goats is angry, and looking back, he thinks that he will definitely make this fool change his tone. Han Sol says that the guy has always lived in the city of martial arts. Let him at least breathe the air. So she took him. She asks the girl not to worry, of course. She will not charge for his hire. The girl looks at her in surprise. Han Sol cares so much about a simple mercenary? No way. She used to support only her. She admits that she feels somewhat disgusted because of this. Suddenly she realizes the meaning of the manager's words and exclaims, "Wait a minute! She says he will not be paid?" Accusingly pointing at the woman with her finger, the girl says, "The best martial arts warrior would not fight for free. That means he is just a student. What the hell is he best?" Her words reach the guy. What a ridiculous guy. Bien Quan gets angry and thinks, maybe give her a slap. He persuades himself to endure, since it seems the girl is connected to the owner of the establishment. Bien Quan tries to remain calm. Suddenly a rockfall begins and huge boulders fall on their squad. The man on the goats ducks and curses. He is puzzled. What on earth caused the collapse? He thinks something is fishy here. Warriors accompanying the wagon try to dodge the boulders. One of the men says, as far as he knows, they should not be here. The second replies, they just got lucky. He barely manages to finish the phrase when a powerful club wielded by a man attacking him from behind crashes down on his head. Without having understood anything, the man whose half of his head is blown off falls forward. His body falls right at the feet of Huang Yuan. Looking at the man with a club in his hands, the young man is puzzled. They hired him after all. What is the matter? Meanwhile, the man with the club asks, what is he staring at? He adds that the young man will also die, and rushes into the attack. He swings the club, but the young man ducks, and it passes over his head. The man is satisfied with the power of his strike, but understands that he did not reach the target. He decides to swing harder and raises his hand with the club above his head. The man is swinging a club, but the young man successfully dodges the blows. The attacker begins to get angry and insults Huan Yuan. The young man decides that he must not kill him. He needs to understand what he is plotting. He must be taken alive. A huge boulder falls near the cart. The girl thinks that the landslide could be sudden, but for so many huge boulders to fall at once. The manager tells the head of security to stop. They need to check the situation behind. He objects. They might get hit, better to move away first, and then stop. A large stone flies past the man. He pulls the reins to stop the horses, but the horses bolt and he, cursing, tries to hold them back. He thinks, what if one axle of the cart is broken? If they don't stop immediately, it will overturn. The horse almost rears up. The man tries to hold it. The cart wheels spin at incredible speed, but then they finally slow down. The man mentally exhales with relief. Good, the accident was avoided, but it was an unusual collapse. First of all, he needs to quickly take the lady away from here. Leaving the cart, he turns back, asking, are they okay there? A huge boulder flies straight at the manager. The woman closes her eyes, realizing that this is impossible to avoid. The man wonders, why exactly after the cart stopped? Suddenly a hand catches the boulder and changes the trajectory of its flight. The man looks with surprise at how Bien Quan jumps and grabs the stone hanging over the manager. He is shocked. The guy stopped the boulder with one hand. Bien Quan throws the stone aside. The guy turns his head to Han Sol, saying that it is not fitting for the manager to tremble with fear in the arena, right? Bien Quan says, no matter what happens, she can be calm. Since he is here, nothing dangerous will happen. Han Sol looks at the guy with surprise and some tenderness. She cannot believe that he is ready to defend her at the cost of his own life. The man on the goats looks puzzled. To deflect a falling stone. How strong must his chi be? The power of Qigong is not the only asset of martial arts, but it is hard to believe. He thinks that the manager was not wrong to speak of him as the strongest warrior. These were not empty words. Only now does the man notice the empty seat next to Hong Sol. He asks, where is the lady? He was distracted for just a second. He jumps down from the goats to the ground, assuming that maybe she fell out when the cart lost balance. He expresses hope that the girl was not hurt. He freezes, seeing a cap lying on the road. The man wonders, the headwear is here, but where is she herself? He picks up the cap and looks at it confusedly. Out of the corner of his eye, he notices that the hand of the warrior watching him made a sudden movement. Frowning at him, he asks, why is that one reaching for the sword? The man whose face is marked by a scar covering one eye does not hurry to answer. Bien Quan, standing behind the backs of the other warriors, watches them. His face is completely expressionless, but he listens to every word and notices the slightest movement. The scarred man mentally curses. No one told them that among them would be a master of a high level. He decides that if the person responsible for the rear intervenes, they will be able to overcome them. But since the girl has already been taken, there is no point in risking it. The man with the scar apologizes, saying that he was just scared because of the collapse and lost control of himself. The escort of the missing girl says, "I see. By the way, did he see the lady who was riding in the carriage?" The man with the scar explains that he was too busy dodging stones. He believes that she must be somewhere nearby, and adds that he will join the search. The girl's escort swears, "Did no one see her?" He turns to Bien Quan with a question, "Did he see the lady?" The guy answers, "Before they stopped and the collapse began, one warrior pulled her out of the carriage. He thought that he was just guarding her." The man's hand grabs the guy by the chest. He calls the guy an idiot, saying that he was taken as a guard, and he just watched as she was stolen. Bien Quan replies, he wants to put all the blame on him.
The head of security shouts that it is, of course, his fault.
Looking coldly into his eyes, the guy answers that the warriors, including himself, were hired to guard the merchants. He adds that the man was supposed to protect the girl. Bien Quan mockingly adds, "What a good fellow." While the girl was taken right from under his nose, he didn't lift a finger. The manager, approaching them, cuts him off. "Enough!" Han Sol says that the most important thing now is to find the lady. The man replies that she should also be on guard, because the one she involved has disappeared. If something happens to the lady, she will be the one responsible. The woman silently looks at him, unable to find the right words to respond. The boy, whom the man continues to hold by the lapels of his clothes, intervenes in the conversation again. Bien Quan says, "They saved a drowning man and he is still dissatisfied. Is he serious?" The boy reminds that they were the ones who asked for help, and the manager, disregarding status, used connections. But as soon as problems started, they were immediately blamed for everything. Bien Quan says, "Well, if the man is angry at him, he will endure it. But when it comes to their manager, he better not cross the line." After a pause, the boy adds, "Otherwise they are corpses." Han Sol is stunned by Bien Quan's words. She clearly did not expect this. The head of security snarls that this youngster relies on some pathetic chi and has imagined himself immortal. His hands are itching to teach him a lesson. The warrior with a scar on his face mentally notes that internal strife has begun in the squad. He thinks that if everything goes as it should, there will be a chance to deal with everyone at once. His attention is drawn to Huan Yuan, who says that he doesn't know what's going on there, but... The warrior looks at the young man in surprise. Huh? He's alive too? He thinks indignantly, what is the one watching the rear doing? Meanwhile, Huan Yuan, approaching the disputants and dragging a man by the collar whom he holds by the scruff, says, "First we need to deal with this." The bodyguard says, "It seems this man is indeed hurt." He asks, "Isn't the young man treating him too roughly?" Huan Yuan replies that the man is really wounded, but not because of the collapse. He explains, "When the rockfall started, this scoundrel killed one warrior and tried to deal with him as well." Hong Sol does not hide his surprise. The head of security asks threateningly, "What did he say?" The scarred warrior mentally curses, thinking that this young man is not ordinary. He realizes he can't handle him alone and decides to wait for a convenient moment and escape. The manager says, "When the trading groups were attacked, they said everything happened quickly and precisely, right?" The bodyguard answers, "Yes, he also heard about it." He wonders, "But what does that have to do with their case?" Then he guesses and adds, "The warriors the manager provided them with arranged all this." The bodyguard finally lets the guy go. Han Sol says, "Which is more likely, that another group appeared and started operating in the same region, or the previous organization continued working but by different methods." The head of security asks him to forgive his bluntness, but if those she brought organized the collapse, Han Sol says that then it should be assumed that the attackers then and now are the same people. Looking at the prisoner, she adds, "Both he and the one who disappeared with the lady are listed as martial arts warriors. So the organization attacking the trade groups consists of martial arts masters." The woman says, "Besides planning the attack, one must have information about the transportation routes." The manager concludes, "So someone who can access this information has connections with the martial arts masters. In Ganshju, they should start by selecting those who meet these criteria." The head of security mentally agrees with her. That makes sense. The scarred warrior is unpleasantly surprised. She figured out the whole scheme based only on the current situation. He decides that he needs to escape quickly and report everything. Glancing at the prisoner, the warrior mentally scolds him for causing him to even lose his own bag. The warrior thinks that leaving him here is impossible, as he might reveal information about their group. He realizes they will have to either escape together or kill him. A solitary human figure is visible on the cliff top. The man, who together with the squad of the fair-haired giant discovered a dead body on the road, says, We need to check all nearby places that could be strongholds or where a group of people might gather. The man's attention is drawn to a person rushing below among the trees, carrying over his shoulder a girl who is unconscious. The girl's eyes are closed and her body hangs limply. The kidnapper, holding her by the legs, rushes forward swiftly. The man thinks that dragging a girl in a deserted place is a suspicious scene, and the speed at which he runs. The warrior is clearly trained. He decides that it is worth checking and quickly sets off. The person with a red scarf around his neck says, "They caused a landslide and disappeared, so those remaining below should have already arrived. Behind him, trees are visible." The owner of black gloves says, "If the goal was kidnapping, then a landslide is too dangerous a method." He says that the hostage could have died. The man standing with his back to him, to whom he is speaking, replies, "It is risky." He does not argue. But this way eliminating opponents is much more effective. He adds that their people knew there would be a landslide, so they have enough skill to avoid it. He believes there are no problems. Turning to face his interlocutor, he says, "Frankly, they do not particularly care about the fate of the hostage. Much more important is that their identity is not revealed, and for that, everyone should be killed." The man with the red scarf asks, "But if he intends to negotiate, wouldn't it be better to keep the hostage alive?" In response comes a categorical, "There will be no negotiations." The owner of the black gloves asks, "Then why the kidnapping?" The person he is addressing, who is clearly the organizer of the entire operation, replies, "They found out that in the Kanchtui department of the Chang Guild there is a whole bunch of silver ingots." His interlocutors are impressed by his words. The organizer continues to speak. The head's daughter has disappeared, and most people will be occupied with searching for her. He adds that they will steal all the ingots that are there at that time. The man with the red scarf asks, "So, he ordered to kill everyone responsible for the kidnapping?" The organizer responds, "Their organization by itself cannot fully gather for discussion. Therefore, he only passed instructions to those responsible for this matter." The man with the red scarf thinks that such people are exactly what they need. Cold, calculating. The owner of the black gloves is interested. "But if it's about the Changa trading group, they surely have strong security at the main branch. So why did they hire martial artists?" The organizer responds, "Probably the security of the main branch is occupied with other matters. Therefore, it took time to attract their attention." He explains that most likely they plan to transport only the part of the silver needed at the moment, since no one would entrust the transportation of a large amount of ingots to soldiers hired in a hurry. The owner of the black glove says, "If everything is really like that, and the security has not yet been involved, then attacking the branch in Kanshu and taking the silver for oneself will be very easy. He believes it could have been done without kidnapping the head's daughter." The organizer explains, "Attacking the city branch is not the same as setting an ambush on the way in the mountains or on the plain. If the fight drags on, local troops or guards of other trading groups may intervene. To complete the operation quietly and quickly, they needed to distract them." The owner of the black glove says, how well he has thought everything through. He asks, "Was the plan made immediately after they decided to attack the trading group?" The organizer answers, "No, it all started with the formation of their organization and obtaining information that the silver would be redirected to Chang." A question is heard. Was he really targeting them from the very beginning? A man who appeared behind the organizer says, "That's why they didn't touch their caravans, even when there was a chance." Glancing at him, the organizer replies, "Of course. When they attacked other trading groups, they only increased security measures. But if they themselves had been harmed, the guards from the main branch would have arrived immediately." The man standing behind him says, "And then they simply wouldn't have had such a chance." He admits that the organizer is a true strategist, and the more he listens to him, the more convinced he becomes. The organizer modestly replies that everything coincided successfully, nothing more. He says that the head of the branch in Kanshu, from the Chang trading group, is quick in calculations, but a very cautious man. When attacks became more frequent, he stopped sending silver and began storing it himself. The arrival of the head's daughter to learn transportation management also played into their hands. The organizer says that all factors came together for the operation to go perfectly. As soon as the squad responsible for the kidnapping returns, they will lie low for a short time. However, as soon as Chang's group starts active searches, they will strike and kidnap the silver. Yu Sehui, a junior official of the Trade Representative Office and the organizer, is confident that everything will go successfully and suggests ending it here. They will divide the loot fairly and live as their soul desires. The man who approached him from behind, Chong Saho, an unarmed fighter, nods in agreement. The man with the red scarf, Tangu, a junior officer of the local Kanchu troops, and the owner of black gloves, Moon's son, commander of the local Kanchu troops, also do not object.
The head of the trade guild's security thinks that he completely forgot that the manager is a woman who develops strategies by order of the group leader and manages the trade guild. He believes that diplomacy is necessary, and it is better to listen to her words. He asks, does she think it is worth heading to Kanshu to track the criminals? Hong Sol answers, yes. She adds that they also need to start pursuing the kidnappers. The chance of success will increase if they do this simultaneously. The bodyguard says that they do not have enough people yet. Let 1 or 2 masters handle surveillance and the rest interrogate the captive and try to find evidence. He addresses Huan Yu-1. He seems to be well trained, so let him track the direction where the kidnappers went. The young man is surprised by his choice. He does not object, thinking, since he is hired, he will do as he is told, although the man does not understand who the real master is here. Glancing at the guy, Huan Yu-1 agrees that from the outside he looks like a confident brat. The manager tells Bien Quan to go. The head of security is outraged. What? He asks the manager, is she in her right mind? How can such an important matter be entrusted to some puppy? The guy is also outraged. Why him? He doesn't even know this girl. The woman replies that there is no time to argue. Han Sol, looking the head of security in the eyes, says that she is ready to vouch for his skills at the cost of her own life. The man replies, the guy may have impressive chi, but martial skill is not just about that. He believes that among all present, that one is probably the weakest. The warrior with a scar on his face thinks that maybe the bodyguard is right, but this is not the kind of chi to be neglected. He decides that in any case, if at least one person is sent away, it will be easier for him to escape, and then he can deal with him later. The guy tells the head of security that he is not going anywhere anyway, so he should not get hot-headed. The latter replies that he will still talk to him. The manager addresses the guy, saying that she asks him to do it. His determination wavers. The woman adds that this is the daughter of her savior. Bien Quan silently looks at her, understanding that he cannot refuse her. He says, you should have said so right away. Otherwise, he thought the girl, like the others, was just working with her. The guy adds, just let them know if she makes noise, he will spank her. The head of security exclaims, calling him a bastard. Who does he think he is opening his mouth here? But the guy passing by does not even look at him. The man says that then he will go too. If the guy does not listen, he will teach him a lesson properly. Bien Quan replies, why all of a sudden? He forcefully kicks the ground. With astonishing speed, the guy rushes forward. The bodyguard and the warrior with a scar look after him in surprise, realizing this is Qigong. The warrior mentally admits, indeed, the guy might be much more dangerous than he seems. The head of security cannot believe his eyes. He asks, the guy masters Qigong? He asks, did they all see that? He uses not only internal energy but also Qigong. The man considers it impossible. How can such a youth handle everything at once? How? Huang Yu-1 thinks. If they are shocked by just one of his Qigong moves, it will be really tough for them in the future. The blonde giant says, they are hiding like rats. Standing on the edge of the cliff, he says he will find them anyway and kick each of their asses. He notices a smoke signal in the air. The man says, a conditional signal from the bosses. He wonders, did they find something? Yu Sehui becomes alert. What was that sound just now? The heads of everyone present in the clearing turn toward the newly arrived person. A man carrying a girl on his shoulder says that they were all dodging stones over there. But here they have silence and peace. Tangu asks, where are the others? He answers that he was busy carrying the girl. He adds that the others seem to be dealing with the guys from the top, so it might take some time. Yu Sehui says, they are not the kind to cause trouble. He suggests waiting a bit. The man still holding the girl on his shoulder says, then, since they have time. He orders Yu Sehui to go and occupy himself with something. Moonsun asks, what will he be doing? The man answers, he thought she was an ordinary girl, but it turns out she has a pretty face and a nice figure. Smiling lustfully, he says she needs to be tested in practice. John Saho says, he knew that guy was fond of women, but not that much. Yu Sehui also looks at him disapprovingly. A man heading beyond the clearing with a girl on his shoulder is stopped by a shout. Wait! Moonsun declares. He agrees with killing people for a cause, but cannot ignore such filth. He demands that the man kill her, and they will be done with it. The other, without looking back, says that Moonsion behaves as if he holds a higher rank. It's disgusting. But pretending to be a saint, in his opinion, is even worse. Doesn't he think so? He sharply turns his head towards the local troops commander, saying that he will have a little fun with her, and then kill her, and they can mind their own business. Moonsion looks back angrily. Turning his head to Yu Sehui, he asks, is it okay if they exclude one person from the plan? He replies that they need to consider the situation to make a decision. Jian Saho reflects. He thought the man was a hypocritical enemy, but it seems the planned matter is his priority, which is hard not to like. Moonseon says that then there is no choice. His opponent agrees with him. Well then. He settles the girl under a tree, leaning her back against the trunk. Moonseon says, since one person is missing, he will fight for two. Tangu calls him by name. Yu Sehui says, if he has sheathed his sword, it means he surrenders, so Moonseon should also stop. John Saho asks, does he think that's the only reason he retreated? He adds that the man knows little about martial artists. Chon Saho says that they are not his slaves, but those who stepped onto the battlefield to fight. He adds, and pride is the most important thing for them. The man, having freed himself from his burden, draws his weapon. Cho Yu-gem, a martial arts warrior, sharply turns to the men standing in the clearing, clutching a whip in his hands. He says that warriors never avoid a fight. Chon Saho, smirking, replies, he is the same. Yu Sehui thinks that they are people who cannot work together for long. Fortunately, it will all be over soon. The girl sitting under the tree begins to come to her senses. She wonders, what is happening? She remembers that they were caught in a landslide. She opens her eyes, thinking, and yet, listening to their conversation, it now seems everything is fine. But if she stayed here, she would die. She decides that she must wait for the moment when those two start fighting and take advantage of the opportunity. The girl, leaning her hand on the ground, realizes that she will have to run with all her might. Moonsun, looking at the opponent, says that they can move to a more spacious place to make using the whip more convenient. Cho Yu-gem, smirking, replies that he is too worried. The whip, whistling through the air, grazes the cheek of the man trying to dodge. Chon Saho notes that the whip has stretched into a straight line. Cho Yu-gem says it was just a test strike. He sharply throws forward the hand holding the whip, saying, and now. Moonseon successfully dodges, avoiding all his strikes. Chon Saho thinks the man is stronger than he thought. To stretch a heavy whip into a straight line, it is necessary to develop arm muscles well. Since you need to constantly swing it, he probably specially conserves strength. Chon Saho reflects, if he set a curved trajectory, it would be hard to avoid the strike. The girl decides that the moment she needs has come, and cautiously stands up. She runs full speed along the path, but her escape does not go unnoticed. Cho Yu-gem immediately turns his head and, looking after her, exclaims, when did she wake up? Yu Sehui demands that the warriors stop fighting and catch her. Chon Saho curses. The running girl thinks that she will be caught like this. She needs to take a risk, find the river, and jump along the rapids. She does not notice the person blocking her way and almost crashes into him. Covering her head with her hand, she wonders, what is this? The man whom she almost knocked down says, stop. The person who is watching her kidnapper from the cliff warns that she better not move before he analyzes the situation. The girl replies, whoever he is, now is not the time. A powerful slap knocks her off her feet. Pointing at the fallen girl with his hand, the man says to Cho Yu-gem and the others who had arrived by then, he told her not to move. The pursuers freeze in surprise, staring at him wide-eyed. Cho Yu-gem is the first to come to his senses. He says that this guy dared to touch his girl. The daughter of the guild leader lying on the ground thinks, what a psycho. The man says, now one by one, name and occupation. He explains that he will not let them take a single step until their identities and origins are established. Moonsun says that it is funny. The commander of the troops asks, does he give orders here? The man asks in response, isn't he too aggressively minded? He condescendingly calls the interlocutor buddy. The man mentally admits that everything is as he thought. They are clearly unusual guys. Yu Sehui assures that there was a misunderstanding. He explains that they were inspecting the area and took a short break. Smiling, he adds that they would like to return before dark. He asks, could the man let them pass? Frowning sternly, the stranger declares, he already told them that they cannot pass until he finds out who they are. Yu Sehui says, unpleasant however. Stopping smiling, the junior official of the trade representation says, he hoped that no more problems would arise. The man understands that he intends to fight if he does not retreat. His gaze falls on Cho Yu-gem's whip and Moonsun's glove. He says that one or two answers will be enough. Yu Sehui sees the rapidly approaching danger, but no longer has time to react. The man, sharply drawing his sword, attacks the warriors. He swings the blade, but everyone manages to dodge. Moonseon pushes away the hesitating Yu Sehui with his hand. Near the man's eye flies the tip of a whip, on which a sharp blade is fixed. Cho Yu-gem swings the whip again, trying to strike the opponent. The blade at the tip of the whip gets stuck in the man's temple area. Moonsung is impressed, realizing that he blocked the headbutt to avoid injury. Watching the man slash the whip with a sword, he mentally adds, and strike! Moonsun mentally exclaims, he is simply a beast! A gloved hand reaches toward the face of the man trying to reach Moonsun. The opponent blocks the strike with a bent elbow. Moonsun thinks, threw off the weakling, and immediately attacks. How quick. A gloved hand slams into a man's hand. He understands that the enemy is using Kigun. He thinks,
No, that cannot be. He cannot wield it. Meanwhile, the man, withdrawing his gloved hand, swings his sword. A hand in a glove tries to stop the blade. Moon Sung, one hand pressing against the opponent's hand, the other holding the blade. The man thinks, what nonsense. Or is he really? The man's face looks puzzled. He remembers the body they found on the road, with a hole gaping in the chest. Now he knows whose hands did it. Chon Saho says that Kigun can help in any trouble. Mentally, he wonders, why is such a master a low-level fighter? Moon Sun throws off at the opponent. Cho Yugam looks at his hand with the severed wrist in horror. The girl lying on the ground thinks this is her chance to run. Her cheek is swollen from the blow. She realizes she cannot move. Could it all be because of one punch to the face? The man, addressing Moon Sun, says that thanks to his skills he understood something. Frowning sternly, he says that they robbed the convoy and killed their comrade. Chon Saho asks, "What other comrade?" Yu Sewi explains. On the day he was not at the meeting, they tracked down and eliminated him. It turns out they have been following their trail for a long time. He suggests finishing off this person quickly and escaping. Chon Saho thinks, at the moment he heard the word comrade, he felt something was wrong. And why is that? The man accuses they spilled blood without any regret. They ask him, does he even know who he has run into? He says he doesn't care. At that moment, Moon Sun attacks, raising his hand to strike. The man mentally curses, realizing that he is too fast. Moon Sun looks around, hearing noise behind. He sees someone rapidly approaching them, leaving marks on the rocks. A moment, and a muscular blonde giant looms over Moon Sun. He literally hangs in the air above his head, raising his leg as if to take another step. A hand in a black glove strikes the man on the neck, cutting it like a sword. At that moment, Moon Sun, delivering a blow, raises his head and cannot believe his eyes. What? The blonde giant lands between the opponents, throwing them aside. Chon Saho says with disbelief in his voice, "Did he just run across the rock? And apparently without Keegan." Moon Sun wonders, then what is this? A skill related to strength? Whatever it is, he definitely uses internal energy. Looking at the newcomer, he thinks. And he doesn't look like a scoundrel either. Probably an ally of the man he was fighting. Well, he'll have to work hard. The blonde giant asks the man, "Found the rats?" He stands hunched, clutching the wound on his neck with his hand. Looking at him, the giant says, "Clear. He will handle it himself." Passing by the man, he throws, "Good job. Now he can rest." The man, bowing, mentally thanks him, calling him brother. At that moment, he sinks to his knees. Chon Soho mentally gasps, realizing the scale of the trouble awaiting them. He understands that they are in deep trouble and mentally curses, looking at the giant standing before them. He thinks they should have backed off. Where did he even come from? Chon Soho says they got involved with the wrong people. Tengu asks, what is he talking about? Chon Soho mentally curses. Local scoundrels living off the state's rice. Out loud he says, no time to explain, and warns them to be ready to run when Moon Sion provokes a fight. Tengu asks, does he know this thug? He thinks that although the guy seems strong, if they fight together, victory will be theirs. Chon Soho replies that he is talking nonsense. Drops of sweat run down his face. He says, if Tengu wants to die, then go ahead. He is not going to take part in this. Moon Sion addresses the giant, burst in with full force, and now why has he frozen? He asks, could it be that he is afraid he won't take them all down? He adds that he will fight alone, so the giant can be at ease. The blonde giant slowly says, listening to all this nonsense. Casting a glance at Moon Sion, he finishes. He is only more convinced that none of them will survive. Moon Sion, prepared to attack, replies, confidently. Then he uses a power he has never called upon before. He is sure that with it he cannot be defeated. Moon Sion attacks the opponent mid-jump, thrusting forward a fist clenched, around which energy streams flow. The head of the Trade Guild's security continues to watch the guy, who has already vanished without a trace. He cannot believe his eyes. The man thinks, even the strongest in their security, Ine, is not capable of using two Qigong techniques simultaneously. And the guy is still so young. If properly trained, who knows what he might become. He admits that BN is somewhat eccentric, but it is worth somehow attracting him to their side. He tells the manager standing behind him that the guy will be under surveillance. Looking back at her, the man adds, since their carriage is broken and they are delayed, he will do what he should have done. Hong Sol replies, all right. The warrior with a scar on his face becomes alert. The tip of the blade touches the prisoner's head. Huan Yu Wan continues to hold the kneeling man by the collar. The head of security, gripping the blade in his hand, says, he doesn't know if the man has come to his senses or not, but after this, his eyes won't remain closed. The man adds, there is no weapon more effective than a sword slowly entering flesh. He regrets that the man could easily die from the pain. Driving the tip of the blade into the man's shoulder, he asks those present not to worry, assuring them that he is an expert at this. The head of security says, if he starts praying to be cut into pieces more gently, no one will even raise an eyebrow. Let him endure and tell them everything. The warrior with the scar on his face thinks that he wanted to finish them all when the man came to his senses. But now his plans are down the drain. The tip of the blade goes deeper into the prisoner's flesh. The warrior with the scar decides to take advantage of the moment while everyone is distracted. The prisoner jumps to his feet, shouting that he can't take it anymore. This scoundrel keeps poking and poking in the same place. When he stands up, it becomes clear that he surpasses his tormentor many times over in height and weight. The warrior with the scar decides that the situation has improved and draws the blade from its sheath. He decides to deal with Huan Yuan first and makes a thrust with the blade. Meanwhile, the prisoner attacks the head of security with his fists. The young man successfully avoids the attack by jumping back. The head of security ducks, and the opponent's fist passes over his head. The tip of the blade appears right before the face of the warrior with a scar. The head of security's sword delivers a fatal wound to the warrior in the solar plexus area. Huan Yuan attacks the strongman. He regretfully thinks that he gave in to emotions and completely forgot about the youth. Huan Yuan slams his face into the ground. The warrior, from whose wound blood spurts, asks the bodyguard, "How is this?" He seemed to have guessed that he would attack. The man replies that he is more naive than he thought. Did he really decide that he wouldn't be suspected just because of the sincerity of his words? He recalls moments when the warrior drew his blade, then, hiding it, apologized, saying that he was just scared of the collapse and lost control of himself. Then Huan Yuan appeared, dragging the prisoner, saying, "When the collapse began, this scoundrel killed one warrior and tried to finish him off." The manager thinks that she should have noticed this. Who knew that he acted like a fox, skillfully hiding his intentions? Moonsun swings his fist and delivers a powerful blow to the opponent's face. Yusehui silently watches what is happening. Tengu is impressed. Wow, he doesn't even dodge the blows. Moonsun is also impressed by the opponent's strength. The fair-haired giant squeezes his fist, covered by a black glove. Calmly looking into Moonsun's eyes, he says, "Power," he says. "Not bad for such a laughingstock as he is." He asks, "But what is this?" His fingers clench, tearing the glove and piercing the body. The giant's hand crushes Moonsun's fist like an overripe watermelon. The man, looking at his injured limb, screams. Examining the metal armor shaped like a finger and hidden under the material from which the gloves are made, the giant, disgustedly twisting it, says, "Some kind of armor?" After all, he was right when he said the man was nothing. Sun squeezes his injured right wrist with his left hand, trying to comprehend the fact that the opponent pierced the armor with bare hands. The other men also froze with open mouths, fear appearing on their faces. Yung Saho asks, "What? He didn't use Kungun?" The giant says, "And they decided to pull off this scam with such tricks? Madmen." The fighter asks Tang, "Did he know about this?" He answers, "He couldn't even imagine such a thing." Yusei only mentally gasps, unable to utter a word. Moonsun was a martial arts master who could use Kungun, but it was not enough to defeat the sword master. Let this skill may look impressive, but compared to weapons, it is nothing. To fully realize Kungun, one must master the sword. And studying fencing at this stage is impossible. Yusei thinks, of course there are other types of weapons that can increase a fighter's power. He recalls the four-sided metal club and brass knuckles. However, there are always too few of them to sharply increase all indicators. But Yusei found a way to help Moonsun, and shared it with the commander. He also knew what it was like to remain at the same level, both in terms of abilities and status. At the same time, Yusei remembers how he himself had to bow low before those who were higher than him in status. The junior official of the trade delegation was sure that Moonsun would not refuse. Thus, Moonsun and he took advantage of the opportunity and found a suitable option for him. Yusei recalls how he presented the metal glove to Moonsun. They decided, since his forte was fistfights, to turn Moonsun's hands into weapons. The choice fell on gauntlets that allow blocking blades, as well as delivering strikes like a sword or a mace. To test them, they targeted the leader of the merchant's guard. Despite the murder of local workers disliked by him, the owner continued to cover the scoundrel. Once a gloved hand stopped a blade that was already about to descend. Meanwhile, the armor performed well in battle. He recalls how Moonsun, holding the weapon with one hand, with the other strikes the opponent's body in the solar plexus area. He quickly and effectively, thanks to Yusehui's idea, defeated the opponent whom they had not been able to overcome until now. After that, they began the path to absolute power. Everything was going smoothly, only this last matter remained. Drops of sweat run down Yusehui's face. He wonders, how can a person possess such strength? Looking at the finger torn off by the blonde giant in armor,
which he continues to hold in his hand. Yusehui is puzzled. How is this possible? Meanwhile, the giant disdainfully throws his trophy at Moonsun's feet, saying, "What, nothing else to show off?" He says, "Then die." In Moonsun's eyes, fear and unwillingness to believe what is happening. The blonde giant lunges at him, swinging his hand. His fist swiftly rushes toward the man's face, who only managed to note the opponent's stunning speed. The giant's fist crashes into Moonsun's cheekbone, twisting his jaw, knocking out teeth and an eye. When he raises his hand for the second strike, the commander of the local troops, Khonshu, whose half-skull he smashed, falls backward. Yusehui realizes he was wrong to think that Moonsion had become stronger. Meanwhile, the giant is already rushing towards Choyugem, throwing forward a fist-clenched hand. In a flash, the martial artist suffers the same fate as Moonsion. Jonsaho decides, let them do whatever they want, and tries to escape. Tengu decides to follow his example, thinking, every man for himself. Yusehui continues to stand still, unwilling to accept reality, because this was not in his plans. The girl, struggling to get on her feet, thinks that she does not know who this stranger is, but clearly no one will save her. She understands that she needs to leave here quickly. The girl, dirty and exhausted, freezes in place and mentally gasps when she almost bumps her forehead against someone's shoulder. A blade falls upon Jonsaho, but he manages to slip away. Next time, his agility saves his life again. Another strike leaves only a light cut on his neck. He stops and a question slips from his lips. What is this? In front of him stands a warrior who has thrown his blade over his shoulder. He says, "Oh, how unlucky he is." Behind him are several more people. The warrior says, if he died from a single blow, he would not have suffered from pain. Chonsako mentally curses. Behind him, Tengu stands frozen in confusion. The girl thinks, and what now? Next to the first mighty shoulder blocking her way, an exactly same second one appears. She understands that these guys will not let her leave. A warrior with a blade on his shoulder asks the blonde giant, calling him brother. Among them is a woman. What should they do with her? He, without looking back, orders to kill each of them. The girl screams, "Wait! She has been kidnapped!" She insists that she has nothing to do with these people. The warrior, swinging a knife, says that she is stupid for not understanding that killing is easier than finding out the truth. Looking at the knife, she mentally exclaims, "No!" She wants to run, but her body feels paralyzed. She cannot move. The girl thinks that she cannot die like this. At that moment, a leg suddenly shoots down onto the warrior's shoulder from above. Bien Quan, walking on air, takes another step, pushing off the warrior's shoulder. The guy says, "Found it." The girl is impressed by such an unusual appearance of Bien Quan. Looking at him with admiration through eyes wet with tears, she thinks, he flew by like a bird in the sky. She wonders, could it be that he came to save her? Meanwhile, the warrior falls to the ground from the blow, while the guy does not even lose his balance. The giant realizes that something is happening behind him and slowly turns his head back. Bien Quan asks the girl, "What is she doing here?" She looks at him in amazement. The guy says that because of her there is a lot of trouble. The girl, having come to her senses, shouts, "He thinks she deliberately causes problems?" She adds that she was glad to see him, but he seems to have something wrong with his head. The girl falls silent in surprise when she hears his answer. He thought she would be scared, but she looks quite lively. The guy says, "Then let's go back." A warrior, already on his feet and swinging a knife, standing behind Bien Quan, shouts indignantly, "Where?" The girl's face clearly shows astonishment. The warrior asks, "Was it just an illusion?" He says it seemed to him that the kid just jumped out from behind. The man standing next to him thinks he also saw him, but it seems he is mistaken. Such a jump is impossible even with Keegan. Tengu, taking advantage of the general confusion, breaks away from the spot. Chonsaho, looking after him, thinks angrily that instead of fighting together, he retreated. He believes that if he were in his place and mastered Keegan, he would have done the same. Tengu, sweat dripping down his face from the effort, thinks that you cannot win a fight using the light step technique, but you can always run away. He looks with astonishment at the man who appeared next to him. Tengu is alarmed by his speed, which surpasses his own. The man strikes with his hand and Tengu is thrown against a tree. He is pressed back against the trunk, mentally cursing. He did not expect that there would be someone here who also mastered Keegan. At that moment, the man drives a blade into his chest, pinning him to the trunk. Looking into the eyes of Tengu, Makmo, subordinate of Hekjo, the blonde giant, says that death would be less meaningless if he fought side by side with friends. A sword appears before Jongsaho. He manages to parry the strike falling on him with his blade, hastily drawing it from its sheath. And although he does not yet manage to fully pull it out, he stops the blow. His opponent Galdo says he should have dodged, not blocked. The opponent's blade crashes onto Jongsaho's shoulder. From the effort not to let it go lower, veins bulge on the man's forehead. He wonders, where does the opponent get so much strength? Galdo does not stop his resistance. Under his pressure, Jong Seho's blade lowers further, while his own sword cuts deeper into the opponent's flesh, literally dismembering him. Before the frightened Yu Sehui, the powerful figure of Hekjo rises. The junior official of the trade delegation says, "Someone else has arrived there, so it's better to deal with him first." Hekjo replies that he shouldn't waste attention on someone like him. With one punch, he knocks off half of Yu Sehui's skull. Falling, the man realizes this is the end for him. Yu Sehui's body falls at the feet of the blonde giant. The clumsy fighter, whom the guy knocked off his feet, tries to strike, but Bien Quan easily dodges. Bien Quan strikes the opponent's cheek with his foot, and blood spurts from the warrior's mouth. The muscular thug tries to grab the guy with his hands. He manages to clasp his head with his palms. Dan Yu Kan, triumphantly looking the guy in the eyes, says he will break his neck. The girl looks at them fearfully, mentally exclaiming, "No! Even if Bien is agile and capable, if he were in the clutches of this thug." The guy forcefully plants his foot on the ground, and immediately a stream of energy appears around it. Bien Quan strikes the opponent in the solar plexus with his elbow, and the latter, choking on blood, immediately releases his head from his hands. The next blow, delivered to the side, causes Dan Yu Kan's body to bend unnaturally and throws him away. He knocks one of the warriors off his feet with his body. A shout is heard. "Brother Ukan!" The girl, afraid to even blink so as not to miss anything, thinks, "This is impossible. He sent such a thug flying with one blow." Galdo, watching what is happening, thinks, "No way, that can't be." The man is amazed. Dan Yu Kan was thrown back? The guy, looking around, thinks that there are still many opponents to deal with. He commands himself to allocate forces and act consciously. Out of the corner of his eye, he notices a dangerous movement. Gekjo rushes at the guy, throwing his fist forward. The girl is puzzled. He was behind. The giant's fist hits the guy's hand. Bien Quan, crossing his arms, covers his face with them. Gekjo is amazed. The guy blocked his attack? All the warriors freeze with open mouths, wondering how the guy managed to block Gekjo's attack. One of them thinks that if you try to parry your brother's blow, your bones will crack, or you might even end up in the afterlife. Galdo suggests that the guy use some kind of technique. The girl thinks that even the bandits are shocked. To stand against such a fighter, one must have no less strength. Although she admits that she understands nothing about martial arts, even a fool can understand this. She remembers the words of the manager who claimed that this guy is their best fighter. The girl admits that Hansol was right. She thinks the guy looks only slightly older than her. Looking around, the girl realizes that there are many warriors behind them. No matter how much endurance the guy has, they won't be able to escape from here. Gekjo's fist intensifies the pressure. Bien Quan, blocking the blow, thinks he never expected this from himself. He was too worried about the girl. No one could have even guessed that among the kidnappers, there would be one of the strongest martial arts masters. Gekjo looks at the guy, puzzled where he gets the strength to resist him. Behind him, his warriors are crowding. Bien Quan thinks he wanted to fight this giant back when they met on the street, but he believes it's even better this way. Fighting many opponents is necessary practice to eventually kill them all. A man with a knife in his hands appears before the girl, saying, "Even if they lose, they are used to finishing what they started." He adds, "If only they could manage before reinforcements arrive." The girl gasps loudly. The guy slips under the opponent's arm. Bien Quan strikes the man who dared to threaten the girl in the side. He drops the weapon from his hands. Gekjo hasn't even managed to move during this time. At that moment, the blonde giant tries to strike the guy with the edge of his palm while turning, but the guy dodges. Gekjo swings his fist again, and Bien Quan raises his crossed arms, covering his face. But the opponent's fist aims at the solar plexus, and the guy stops it with his hand. Unfortunately, his left hand has not yet recovered, and Bien Quan understands that with such an injury, he cannot defeat the opponent. Gekjo says that he hasn't hit properly for a long time, so he lost his skill. He swings with the other hand and delivers a blow, knocking the guy off his feet. Bien Quan notes that the opponent's strength has increased. He wonders, was it being held back before? A kick throws the guy backward. The girl manages to jump aside so she is not knocked down. Bien Quan thinks, quickly. He tried to use exactly as much strength as needed, but it gave no results. The guy lands on one knee, and to keep his balance, he supports himself with his hand on the ground. Makmo says that the boy surprised him, but as expected, he is no match for Gekjo. Galdo says, it's impressive that he lasted so long at all. He adds that not responding to the opponent means accepting defeat. He, although of course very skilled, will still be killed. The girl, looking at the blonde giant, thinks that Bien is quite nimble. Could it be that his skills don't work against this monster? Gekjo says, and why are they standing? Let them immediately remove her from sight. The girl turns back fearfully. Dan Yu Kan is approaching her, swinging a knife, saying that a quiet death would probably be more merciful. Another warrior is approaching her alongside him.
Gekyo, looking down at the guy catching his breath, says he expected more from him. He adds that he is giving him a chance to unleash all his anger before death. Bien Quan says how much this annoys him. Gekyo looks at him in bewilderment. A moment, and the guy is already between the girl and the two warriors advancing on her with knives. The wrist of Dan Yu Kan, gripping the knife, is severed from the strongman's body. Part of the skull and shoulder are literally blown off by the blow. The second warrior freezes with his mouth open. Galdo and Makmo, like the other warriors, freeze, stunned by what happened. Galdo thinks this is incredible. What is the guy doing? Gekyo, staring intently at the guy, thinks he started to guess from the moment they began the battle. The giant's style combines close combat and special techniques. If the guy only used brute force during the duel, his hand would already be broken. If the guy managed to block his strike, it means he possesses the same techniques as he does. However, Gekyo thought that he was not giving his full effort. He considers this disrespectful. The girl cannot take her eyes off the guy standing almost face to face with her. She looks at him with almost loving eyes, thinking that even in the current situation, he continues to protect her. Bien Quan, looking around, asks, "Why are they getting involved where they shouldn't?" He says, "Let them attack, and without dirty tricks, no one will live anyway." The girl is frightened, she thinks. A terrible statement. She wonders, but why does it sound so sad? The guy is told, let him not worry. There won't be a dry spot left from the two of them. Gekyo, jumping, stretches out a huge hand to the girl whom the guy is holding by the hand. The head of security, looking at the warrior's body lying at his feet with a scar on his face, says that they eliminated everyone who resisted. Huan Yu-1 continues to hold the head of the strongman, face down in the ground. The bodyguard tells the young man that he has a good instinct. Despite the danger of the situation, he immediately understood what was going on. The man says for Huan Yu-1 to take care of the prisoner. They need to continue the interrogation. The young man is embarrassed. He says that he is dead. The man's face is distorted with anger as he shouts, "What?" Han Sol silently listens as they quarrel, accusing each other of hasty actions and undervaluing the opponent's mental abilities. The head of security tells the manager that it is better to move quickly and start searching for clues. The woman replies, "Okay." She says that they will ride horses, and the young man should catch up with them on foot. Huan Yu-1 thinks, so this is the gratitude for saving me. Du Bien Quan hears a threat. Not a trace will remain of the two of them. Gekyo tries to grab the girl in a jump, but his hand is stopped by the hand of the guy. Bien Quan firmly holds the opponent's wrist, drilling him with his gaze, and with his free hand presses the girl to himself. The guy throws her away as Gekyo's other hand reaches for her. He orders her not to come close. The fair-haired giant asks, does he really use internal energy just like him? While the guy holds Gekyo's left hand, the giant's right hand, clenched into a fist, rushes towards him. Blocking his blows, the guy mentally curses, lamenting that the opponent has broken all his bones. Covering his face with one hand with the other, bandaged hand Bien Quan tries to strike. But Gekyo dodges, and the guy misses his target. Gekyo intercepts Bien Quan's right hand by the wrist. The guy is unpleasantly surprised, feeling his strong grip. Straightening Bien Quan's hand, which he used to protect his face, Gekyo, with his other fist, intends to deliver his signature blow. But the giant is forced to release Bien Quan's right hand when the guy's hand grabs his wrist and squeezes tightly. Gekyo still tries to reach the opponent's head with his fist. The guy literally throws the giant away from himself, and he falls to the ground. Mentally, Bien Quan curses. The opponent has further injured his left hand. He thinks that even if he uses only the right hand, the strain still affects the whole body. Trying not to lose sight of the girl now behind him, he laments that her protection limits his fighting range. He decides to first move her to a safe place. Makmo and Galdo, seeing Gekjo's fall, exclaim in unison, "Brother!" The guy glances their way and decides to deal with them right now. Bien Quan swiftly lunges away from the squad of armed fighters. He waves his hand, and the first opponent flies backward. The guy moves swiftly, striking left and right. Makmo barely manages to dodge his attack. The man, whose cheek shows a fresh wound, thinks that from afar it was not clear how agile he was. He understands that if he gets distracted even for a moment, he will die immediately. Bien Quan thinks that how a man reacts to his speed speaks about his skill. Galdo inflicts a wound on the guy with a sword just below the chest. The fighter is extremely focused. He thinks that this guy is different. He understands that if a warrior like Gekjo concentrates his strength and inner energy in an attack, the chi circulating in his body cannot help but weaken. Galdo thinks that it is quite difficult to determine this, but if it is still possible, then anyone can be defeated. He mentally imagines such a duel. The fighter thinks that the boy aimed at the moment of attack, so he did not hit his brother hard. The leg strikes the blade, which Galdo continues to hold in the boy's body. Having come to, Gekjo jumps and strikes, trying to drive the blade deeper into the boy's body. The blow knocks Bien Quan off his feet and throws him far back.
The blonde giant looking at him thinks that the boy is focusing chi on defense, and he is doing it well, but combining regular attacks with techniques is still difficult for him. The girl mentally screams, "Bien!" Galdo looks confusedly at the broken piece of the blade remaining in his hand. He thinks confusedly that his sword would never have broken from Gekyo's strike. Continuing to grip the hilt, he decides he needs to check. He casts a worried glance toward where Bien Quan fell, thinking that the inner energy of that boy surpasses Gekyo. Meanwhile, the boy gets back on his feet. Blood seeps through the tear in his clothing. The fighter thinks that he knows many moves, which is why he behaves arrogantly. Bien Quan mentally calls the fighters idiots who are unable to catch one girl. He thinks that he used to practice only Qigong, but now regulates the flow of Qi so as not to overstrain his body. The boy asks himself, since when did he start caring about his body? Gekyo is puzzled. What is this? Previously, the boy used a technique not related to movement. The foot of Bien Quan stomps the ground with force, and an energy flow surrounds her. The energy rapidly rises upward, surrounding his entire body. The guy says, and now everything is different. Gekyo looks stunned. He can't believe his eyes. Meanwhile, Bien Quan swiftly approaches the giant, swinging his hand with curled fingers. Gekyo manages to cover his face with his bent elbow, and the guy's fingers, like the claws of a predatory bird, pierce his limb. With his other bandaged hand, he blocks the opponent's strike. Gekyo's fist presses against the guy's bandaged hand. Bien Quan's fingers sink deeper into the opponent's flesh. The guy tears a large piece of flesh from Gekyo's hand and pushes away his other limb, clenched into a fist. A muffled scream bursts from the giant's chest. Makmo and Galdo shout anxiously, "Brother!" Galdo realizes, even if Gekyo truly gets angry, nothing will change. Armed fighters pounce on the guy shouting, "Hit him, brat!" Bien Quan deflects the flying blade tips coming at him with bare hands. Finally, one of the men realizes that their weapons cannot harm the guy. Neither stabbing nor chopping strikes have any effect. They can't even leave a scratch on his body. Galdo understands that internal energy is involved here, but he wonders, is it possible to circulate it so quickly while focusing on attacks? Gekyo, looking at his injured hand, thinks, this little upstart pierced Qi. He is forced to admit that the guy's skill impresses him. Seeing Bien Quan deflect the fighter's strikes, the giant realizes that they face a formidable enemy who surpasses even his strength. Gekyo decides to strike the opponent with the energy he has been accumulating all along. The giant's fist is surrounded by energy flows and ready to deliver a deadly blow. He thinks, at the moment the youth concentrates internal energy to block his attack, the fighter's swords will pierce his body. A malicious smile appears on his lips as he says, it doesn't matter whose chi is stronger. He intends to strike the guy's injured hand, into which 2 blades are embedded, with his fist. Gekyo shouts that victory will be his in any case. The guy swings his right hand to meet the flying fist coming at him. With the edge of his palm, he strikes the giant's limb just above the wrist. Gekyo's arm bends from the blow. On the giant's other arm, an identical torn wound appears, just like on the first. Gekyo realizes that concentrating the directed energy did not help. The guy's leg rapidly approaches the opponent's torso. A powerful blow throws the giant, who does not understand why he failed to pierce the boy with his blades, if all his attention was on the strike, backward. From the kick to the solar plexus area, the giant's skin tears on his back, and blood starts to lash out. Gekyo cannot believe what is happening. Galdo and the other fighters collectively gasp upon seeing what happened to their brother. Galdo wonders, then what is the matter? This guy never concentrated energy. Galdo realizes that the chi of the young opponent, flowing throughout his body, surpassed his brother. He is puzzled. How can a novice possess such skill? Bien Quan continues to cover his face with a bandaged hand, into which the blade's edge presses. Sweat droplets run down Galdo's forehead, and fear is visible in his gaze. Night, Chang Trading Guild, branch in Kanshizu. A man says that the boss Hong Sol ordered a tax audit in Kanshizu and to deal with the officials. He asks, do they really have no other choice but to wait? The man, addressing the manager and the bodyguard, says that the master will be here soon. What should be done? He asks. So what happened, and why? After all, the head of security was next to the lady. The head of security, closing his eyes, replies that he has no excuses. He says he will first resolve the situation, then take full responsibility. The door opens slightly, and a servant calls out to the man, calling him elder. He immediately turns to him and asks, any news? The servant answers. He is not sure if he should say it, but the elder impatiently urges him, saying, it doesn't matter. Any clue is important now. The servant reports. The herb trader said he saw dozens of strong men in the forest today, resembling warriors. The manager and the head of security are impressed by his words. Night, a girl stands, looking around the clearing in confusion. She thinks, it seems Hong Sol was mistaken. She looks at the guy standing in the middle of the clearing. Around him lie the bodies of fighters he defeated. She thinks that BN is the strongest not only in the world of martial arts. She decides that there is no one equal to him even in their trade guild. Even if all the guards attack him, they won't survive. The guy thinks that although he continued to use Keegan, and in that state dealt with 30 or 40 people, the guy's arms hanging down along his body tremble slightly. He thinks that he cannot kill them all. Imagining many warriors, he realizes that he simply does not have enough strength. BN Quan thinks that he should have run away. Of course, he has become more resilient, but that is not enough. The guy clenches his hand into a fist to stop the trembling. He thinks that his maximum is 100 fighters. Unpleasant sensations interrupt his thoughts. He brings his crooked fingers to his chest. Then he bends over and blood drips from his mouth onto the ground. The worried girl rushes to him, calling his name. She thinks it doesn't seem like he is seriously hurt. The guy is vomiting blood. Continuing to stand bent over, he mentally curses. He thinks about the fact that these are the consequences of him recklessly wasting chi. The girl leans over him, asking, "Is he okay? Is he hurt somewhere?" BN Quan thinks the main thing is that the girl is safe. He glances at her, and her face begins to blur in his eyes. Tiredly closing his eyes, he decides that now he can rest a little. The guy falls face down to the ground. The girl screams in fear, "BN!" The servant tells the elder that he checked everyone who can command the warriors, but he was told that no one was sent today. The head of security says, "Then those whom the herb trader saw may be connected to the group that kidnapped the lady." Han Sol says that this possibility cannot be ruled out. The head of security says, although BN's skills are good, he could not have saved the girl alone. The manager says, "We need to gather people and be ready to act quickly in case of unforeseen circumstances." Closing her eyes, the woman thinks he is right. BN will not withstand a dozen fighters. She wants to hope that the warriors the trader mentioned were just passing by. The head of security asks the elder, "How many people can they take?" He answers, "About 40. He asks the elder to gather them immediately. The head of security believes that the search must begin immediately. A shout is heard. "Elder!" The servant appears again in the doorway. The elder asks, "What now?" He replies, "They're outside." Sweating profusely, the servant reports, "They have arrived." The guild gates are open. The servant stands peering into the darkness. The elder, behind whom stand the head of security and the manager, gasps. Before them stand a girl and Kan Yu-won, carrying BN on his back. The girl does not manage to open her mouth before a cry sounds, "Call a doctor!" Soon she applies a compress to the scrape on the cheek. A voice says, "Fortunately, it is not so bad." The head of security tells the girl sitting in the center of the room on a chair that BN fell while saving her, and Kan Yu-won brought him. The young man stands nearby, listening to the conversation. Kan Yu-won tells the head of security. While walking alone, he accidentally found the lady. Then he noticed that BN was limping and supported him. The man thinks, as far as he heard, BN took the risk himself, so it seems there were not many enemies. The girl, addressing Kan Yu-won, expresses words of gratitude. She says that thanks to him they returned safe and sound. The young man replies, "Come on, he did nothing." The girl asks, "Will BN be okay?" The head of security responds, "Of course he got off easily." Leaning over the boy lying on the bed, the manager exclaims, "Stop! What is wrong with him?" The old man peers into the face of the boy who cannot stop spitting blood. He says that it seems his already broken left arm and ribs are even more damaged. There are a few more scratches, but no one faints from that. Pressing 2 fingers to the boy's neck, the old man exclaims, "And what a pulse! It's like he's running a marathon." He feels sorry for the boy, saying it's hard to even imagine how bad he feels. The old man adds that not everyone would survive this, and probably the boy won't either. The girl tells the head of security that they need to gather people to remove those struck down by BN before the situation gets out of control. The man replies, "Yes, a couple of people had to be killed. But that's a minor matter." He asks her not to worry. He promises to send people as soon as dawn breaks. The girl, looking him in the eyes, replies, "It's not a couple of people, but dozens." The head of security is impressed by her words. He asks, "Really?" The head of security warningly raises his hand, stopping the girl. "Dozens," she says. She must have just been scared and miscounted. She replies, "Let it be so. But does she look like a person who judges by incorrect observations?" The man thinks that this is indeed the case. The lady could hardly be mistaken, but he still finds it hard to believe. He reflects on the fact that even a master who controls chi energy is unlikely to withstand dozens of opponents. The head of security understands that even if a person controls internal chi in Keegan, he cannot avoid all attacks. 1 or 2 mistakes, and that's it, the end. Even with a protective field, there are ways to break through the defense, special weapons and cunning techniques. And if a person gets caught in a loop or surrounded, it will end even faster.
An ordinary master cannot handle dozens of warriors. The man thinks that, as far as he knows, to deal with such a number of opponents, one must control both internal chi and Keegan, but he has seen that guy use both. The head of security wonders, could BN really use the light step technique? He dismisses the thought. No, that's absurd. He has never met a master of that level. A question reaches him. What is the conversation about? The man recognizes the voice of Han Sol and steps into the corridor. He hears the woman ask, how is it not allowed to use medicinal ingredients needed by the healer? The head of security sees Han Sol threateningly advancing on the elder retreating from her, shouting, he saved the lady. Can one talk about price under such circumstances? The elder justifies himself. This medicine is not one of those that can be valued in coins. The elder says that these are extremely rare components intended for the imperial court. If we talk about cost, they could buy an entire hotel. And if one dose is not enough... The manager interrupts him, saying that she will cover the expenses. She orders to prepare everything that the healer might need. The elder says that he cannot take on such responsibility. Moreover, the chance that the rare herbs will definitely help is not very high. A voice is heard. Please let them immediately bring the necessary ingredients to the healer. The elder glances in the direction from which support came to Han Sol. The girl who appeared behind the head of security adds that she will be responsible for everything necessary. Just let the healer have everything he asks for. The woman also turns her head to the girl. The elder objects. These are incredibly rare medicines. The girl indignantly asks, does he not believe even after her words? The elder hastily replies that he will prepare everything right away. The girl, approaching the manager, asks, but what happened? It doesn't seem like he has serious wounds. The distressed Han Sol, lowering her head, answers that she herself does not know. She falls silent, and the daughter of the head of the trade guild orders to bring all the healers that can be found. The girl supports her, saying that right now the most important thing is BN's treatment, not analyzing the situation. She orders everything needed for his treatment to be prepared without delay. The response is, yes, of course. The girl adds that she will sacrifice anything just to save BN. The manager looks at her intently. A little later, the manager sits at the table. She thanks the girl for all the efforts made for BN's treatment. The response is, what is she talking about? He saved her life. Of course she will help him. Han Sol sighs. However, he is still unconscious. A distressed girl asks, will BN come to his senses? A woman, before whom a teapot and 2 cups stand on the table, answers, of course. The manager says that BN has overcome everything that befell him since childhood. He will definitely wake up. The girl addresses Han Sol, saying that maybe now is not the right time, but... The manager, looking at her encouragingly, asks her to continue. The interlocutor says that she has one request. One of the warriors sent by the trade guild into the forest, addressing the commander, says that they searched all around but did not find any bodies. The head of security, kneeling on one knee, carefully examines the tracks on the ground. He clearly sees signs of a battle and bloodstains. He thinks, since there is evidence left, it means they did not try to hide it. Looking around, the man concludes that someone definitely removed the bodies before them. An elderly hand reaches for the leaves on which drops of dew are visible. The approaching person asks the elder for forgiveness. He says that if he had not seen it himself, he would not have believed it either. But the unthinkable happened. The elder replies, since he has come, let him speak. Supreme Master Mutuzoma reports, Gekyo is dead. The elder's hand, reaching for a drop of dew, freezes. The old man with a long beard says, but he was carrying out the task he was assigned. The Supreme Master replies that several of Gekyo's subordinates came to him. He explains that they arrived at the place later because the alarm signal sounded too far away, and reported that Gekyo had fallen. They asked for help. At first he did not believe them either. Only when he saw Gekyo's bloodied body with his own eyes could he accept the truth. And yet, even then his mind refused to believe it. He adds, but what is even more incredible, dozens of subordinates died from blows that literally tore their bodies apart. The name Guan Mu surfaces in the old man's thoughts. The old man thinks, could a fighter resembling him have appeared? He reflects, no, it cannot be. Comparing someone who killed Gekyo and his men to Guan Mu himself is a real crime. The elder ponders, but if he is so strong, such a warrior is worth meeting in person. He tells the Supreme Master to pass this on to his fighters. The latter bows in response. I obey. The elder orders to find the one who killed Gekyo by any means. Looking attentively at the interlocutor, he adds, and if someone interferes, let them be eliminated without hesitation. The Supreme Master, having stepped outside the mansion gates, says, Gekyo is dead. The man with the neat beard replies, so what? Why would the elder come here himself? He probably doesn't care at all now who is alive and who is dead. The Supreme Master says he understands that the elder is absolutely indifferent, but so is his interlocutor. He adds that since he met a man named Guan Mu, he is no longer interested in any warrior, neither them nor anyone else. The interlocutor replies that the words of someone who has not seen Mr. Guan Mu with his own eyes do not matter. He is not someone to compare anyone to. The man behind whom stands a squad of warriors continues to say that he is a military god-level achiever, possessing power capable of rivaling an entire army. Naturally, the elder wants to have someone like him by his side. The Malenchehan guard adds, and all they can do is continue to protect him. Looking mockingly at the interlocutor, he says, they, the dogs from Mutujom, former generals, should just fight to the death like fighting dogs. The Supreme Master, standing sideways to him, says, fighting dogs, he says. An interesting expression. Chon Huigem, the Supreme Master of Mutujom, adds, then he will see who turns out to be more useful. The dogs guarding the house, or those fighting in the arena. He leaves, descending down the steps. Malenchekon, looking after him, mentally insults him. A skilled master from the mountain fortress says, why was he called that? As if something had happened. His gaze falls on the body of the blonde giant, on whom a huge torn wound gapes. He says, now it's clear. This is really worth seeing with one's own eyes. The man stands near the elevation on which the dead Hekjo lies. On the other side stands Chong Huigem. The master says, he cannot believe that Hekjo ended up in such a state. He wonders, could a master of such a level have appeared? Chong Huigem says that the elder has already been informed, and he gave the order. He voices the elder's order, find the killer by any means, eliminate anyone who interferes, but the killer of Hekjo must be found first. The master from the mountain fortress thinks that the elder wants to meet this person personally. Turning his head to the side, Chong Huigem asks, did he hear it too? He adds, this is the elder's order, so they too, on their side, must move. The person he addressed replies that he was going to go himself. Jinmen, the Supreme Master of Mutujom, says, he is even curious who this person is. The master from the mountain fortress recalls that Manhwa Guan told him something like that. It seems a serious opponent has appeared in the middle training hall. Looking at Geksho's body, he thinks, what happened to him? This is only possible if a fighter of their level engaged in a fight risking his life. He is immersed in memories. The master mentally returns again to the conversation that took place on the edge of the cliff. Without looking at his interlocutor, he says, so, he is asking to borrow an unregistered warrior, and one of the highest master level at that? He asks the question, on what grounds should he do this? Manhwa Guan answers, there is someone who delivers such blows that bodies are literally torn apart. The master decides. In any case, it is necessary to check first. The elder of the trade guild reports. He asked Chief Han to find out, and according to her, 1 trade agent and 2 junior officers disappeared without a trace. Possibly, they are the ones involved in this matter. The head of security says, since there are no bodies, there is no conclusive evidence. We need to search their homes and surroundings. The response is understood. The head of security thinks, if they are just traders and low-ranking warriors, he can deploy his people for inspection. If their people are combined, it will form a squad of dozens of warriors. Everything adds up. He wonders, but who then removed the bodies? Is it possible that these people have accomplices? The head of security decides that first they need to inform Han Sol and the young lady about the disappearance of the bodies. A healer comes out of the room, closing the door behind him. The man asks, how is he? The old man answers, the healers take turns and do not stop treatment for a minute. The convulsions have subsided, but consciousness has not returned. They both turn their heads and look at the door of the room the healer just left. The old man says, with such a prolonged fainting, they may have to prepare for the worst. Han Sol is leaning over Bien Quan lying in bed. Behind her stands a girl. The woman thinks that if the guy continues to trouble them for so long, when he wakes up, he will definitely be angry. Looking at the guy, she mentally asks him to wake up soon. Jim is washing the stair railing. Baru, watching her, says that now, with the establishment closed, they can just rest. The woman replies, nothing of the sort. Everything must be ready so that the mistress can immediately return to business. She asks, by the way, when will the lady and Bien arrive? Several days have already passed. Baru answers, yes, that's right, but if Bien is with her, then there is no need to worry. The man turns at the sound of the door opening and says that the establishment is closed, so they should go to another hall. The man who entered answers that he does not care. In the doorway stands a master from the mountain fortress. Several warriors are visible behind him. Baru is surprised by the appearance of this man. In the man demanding to call the owner, Baru recognizes Samago. He knows him as one of the highest masters of Mutujom. Baru looks worried. He thinks it would be more accurate to say that this man is one of those who really control the arena. Looking at him, Baru mentally adds, And most importantly, he is one of those people whom the manager must avenge. Baru wonders, but what is he doing here? The man answers that the owner is currently in another region. Samago says that then he will ask him. He heard that many people recently died here. He adds significantly, and among them were those who were literally torn to pieces. Is that true? Baru is in turmoil. He knows that BN has mastered both Chi and the light step technique. He knows that this guy dealt with the deputy and other fighters. The man thought that BN had only just begun mastering these techniques, and they themselves were at Songen's level, so he did not interrogate anyone. Jim looks at the visitor in surprise, wondering, is he looking for BN? She remembers how the guy tore the bodies of the traitors. Baru says that many people died during the rebellion, but he had not seen such corpses. Samago says, then what he heard is a lie, then the man will bear responsibility. Baru replies that he, as a representative of this fighting hall, will take all the blame. Samago says, that's excellent. In the blink of an eye, the master from the mountain fortress approaches Baru, holding his hand on the hilt of the blade. A moment, and the blade is already rushing toward Baru's head. The man is struck by Samago's speed. Chon Huigem, the supreme master of Mutujom, inspects the clearing where the battle took place. He thinks that even having seen it with his own eyes, he still can hardly believe what happened. He reflects. If the unknown man really killed both Hekjo and all his subordinates, he cannot be an ordinary master. The approaching man calls out to him, addressing him as Sir. Chon Huigem asks, did he find something? The man answers. As instructed, he checked what the healers are doing in the vicinity. In some places, several doctors were hired at once. He adds that this is a branch of the Chang Trading Guild, and asks what Chon Huigem commands to do. The Supreme Master, closing his eyes, says, a branch of such a large guild. He says that they have too serious an opponent before them to delay the inspection. Chon Huigem orders to move out right now. He commands to immediately gather all the Mutujum fighters. The manager and the girl sitting at the table look at the head of security standing before them with surprise. The bodies disappeared? The man says, to understand the situation, he needs their detailed account of what they saw. The girl says regretfully, she completely forgot to tell everything because of BN's treatment. She says that those bandits who kidnapped her were not killed by the guy. Hansol is surprised. What does she mean? The girl reports that while she was captive, some stranger appeared. Remembering how Hekjo fought, she says that he would decapitate with a single strike, as if the heads were blown off by the wind. The scoundrels couldn't even resist and were instantly destroyed. The girl says she doesn't know who he is or why he defeated everyone, but he and his men tried to kill her. Then BN entered the fight and battled them to save her. The head of security thinks, then it is quite likely that their accomplices removed the bodies. He believes the matter will take a much bigger turn than he expected. The manager is impressed by the girl's story. To enter a fight against clan warriors and combat officials, and without weapons at that. She thinks that even in Mutujome such abilities were only possessed by Hekjo. It turns out BN defeated an opponent equal to him and even took down several more. She had understood before that BN was talented, but skill is a relative concept. When an ordinary opponent is weak, it may seem that the person fighting him is incredibly strong. But if the rival masters the same martial art, everything is different. That is why she thought BN fell short of a top master when he fought average fighters. The manager realizes that she greatly underestimated the guy. The door opens and a voice says, excuse me. The girl, turning back, asks, what happened? The healer says that the boy is better off being with close people. Anxiety appears in the eyes of those present. Standing by the bed where Bien Quan lies, the healer reminds, he said the chance of awakening was minimal, and now there is no hope left. When the body loses all strength, it sends special signals. Looking at the guy's face, he explains that right now they are seeing exactly them. It seems he won't last long, and his last breath is not far off. The girl and the housekeeper freeze beside the bed. The healer stands slightly behind them. Hansol mentally addresses the guy. What is he doing? She did tell him. He must not die without her permission. The woman begs him, please live. She adds all the same in her thoughts, if only for the sake of her tormented soul. But the guy's eyes are still closed. Around him is a nighttime pine forest. All the trees are covered with snow, and he keeps walking. The lightly dressed little Quan is cold and scared. He freezes with horror, unable to move. An unnaturally huge tiger lunges at him. The beast opened its mouth and raised a powerful paw with large claws to strike. But between the boy and the beast appears Chon, ready to fight him. The boy screams, brother. Bion delivered a strong, powerful kick directly to the opponent's torso so fast that he did not even manage to react. The fighter missed the attack and was now only realizing what had happened. Blood splattered from the boy's mouth. He was trying to understand who was in front of him. A young man,
with the appearance of an ordinary boy whom no one would pay attention to in everyday life, so skillfully mastered martial arts. Bi-Yan looked at the opponent who flew away from him to gather strength. A man lay at the feet of the newcomer. Another watched the unfamiliar fighter closely. The general tried to understand who was before him. The fighter with a knife landed on his feet. He held a weapon in his hands and hesitated about what to do next. The opponent stood stubbornly, with a simple expression on his face that was hard to determine, calm or shocked by what awaited him. He could not understand how someone so young could stand before him, yet be so calm in battle. Was this a real fight? Or perhaps it was just a test of his own skills through combat. The master was not used to such fights. All his opponents were strong and experienced. They fought him with all their might. Every move was calculated for victory. But this guy, it seemed, touched neither fear nor confidence. But still, the young man had to be at a fairly high level of development. After all, he was able to easily defeat 2 higher-ranking commanders. So it is possible to suspect him even of having killed Hekjo himself. And although the master began to attack too early, his opponent still managed to react, and not just to repel the attack, but to counterattack. The kick was clearly enhanced by internal energy, specially concentrated. A memory arose of Gekyo's wounded body. The wounds on the body indicated that the man was finished off by a long-range attack. If the young man was indeed the killer, then he could change combat techniques as needed and combine them. But if he knew how to use them together, the master would have been dead long ago. After all, he definitely would not have had a situation regarding whether he could repel the attack. The girl carefully examined the young man from behind the boy. She recalled what her lady had told her. Yet he was actually much stronger than her mistress had said when she remembered. But no matter what the truth was, now before her stood one of the strongest fighters of the arena. Now there was no doubt about it. Stopping the fight now was impossible because everyone understood that the young fighter possessed something that could neither be challenged nor destroyed. The girl realized that those defeated by the young warrior were Gekyo and his men, and at the moment, the boy had surpassed them all with his abilities and capabilities. It was hard to find anyone equal to him. The girl's thoughts revolved around whether the boy could defeat that uninvited guest, the big guy who behaved so outrageously. Bi-Yan had to handle them all and help restore order. Meanwhile, the boy asked the girl where they had ended up and what they were doing in this place. The girl explained that they had come to this temple when the young man was injured in battle and lost consciousness. General was watching Bi-Yan carefully. A thought was spinning in his head about what else this boy was capable of. After all, he had not yet fully revealed himself. The man asked his comrade where the boy got such abilities. The building was a branch of the guild in Kanshu. Another girl was anxiously looking at Bi-Yan, her savior. She was worried that soon he would have to fight not just one enemy and not all at once. The boy was now concerned about why enemies had attacked him if he had been in seclusion all this time and did nothing. There was a silent question in his eyes, and he wanted to know the truth about what was happening. One of the girls assured that they could be accomplices of one of those whom Bi-Yan had defeated in battle earlier. Now they wanted to satisfy their desire for revenge. The young man thanked for the brief overview of recent events. So now he had only one question left. If all these enemies went against him and tried to harm him, did that mean he could independently choose the methods and techniques to fight them? The chief thought for a short time and asked if he was ready for a serious fight. After all, in that case, he was free in his choice, and she, in turn, would be responsible for the consequences. The boy liked these words. Another girl looked questioningly at the boy who had just come to his senses after defending her in battle and was very badly injured. So persuading him to a new confrontation seemed foolish to her. A knife was approaching Bi-Yan's face. He was watching the weapon carefully as it flew straight toward his face. He did nothing but simply observed, as if intending to repel the attack with a single glance. With a quick lightning-fast movement, the boy dodged the knife flying straight at him and was preparing to parry the blow from the boy who was holding another dagger in his hand. It was already clear that the armed one would not succeed. The general watched the duel attentively. He understood that even now the beaten Bi-Yan was using internal energy and skillfully directing it for attack or defense, combining mana mastery skills. The boy armed with a knife tried to reach the opponent, but he simply dodged, leaving no option to achieve the set goal. And Bi-Yan carefully studied every move of his opponent. Finally, he decided to act. With the first move, he skillfully stopped the hand with the knife. It seemed that it meant nothing to him. He did it effortlessly, and now watched how his opponent would react. Bai's fingers grabbed the hand and squeezed it tightly. The boy tried to find the necessary points to snatch the knife from the opponent's hand. The opponent's hand moved toward Bai's neck, trying to immobilize him.
The stranger thought that the opponent's fighting skill was not inferior to powerful martial arts schools, and in speed, he even surpassed many of them. So there was no time to hesitate with him. The next moment, Bi-yon flipped the boy around his own hand, and he began to fall to the ground. The hand with the knife was still in the boy's hand. There were seconds left to orient in the situation. The opponent did not drop the weapon, but it did not help him. He crashed into the ground, raising a cloud of dust and stones. Bi-yon struck the opponent forcefully right onto the ground, trying to finish this duel. The boy opened his eyes wide. Blood was flowing from his mouth. He did not have time to understand what had happened to him. The chi energy was leaving his body. He felt it, and he also felt incredibly strong mana around him. The beaten attacker's comrades watched Bi-yon closely. He impressed them with his close combat skills. It was frightening to think about facing him. He would not let them simply leave the guild house. General Ma listened carefully to the house owner. He asked the man to put an end to the disputes and clarifications of relations, because in this way, nothing would remain of his estate. So the general had to put an end to this. The general promised to do as the man asked. However, he had to tell who this strange boy was. The manager said he could not say much about this boy. Once the youth was a fighter of the former manager. In all other respects, he was an ordinary boy who did not differ much from his peers. But it was hard for General Ma to realize and accept that such a powerful master was once an ordinary slave. Meanwhile, Bi-yon sat over the body of the defeated enemy. He was preparing to finish him off and had already raised his hand over his victim. He ordered the opponent not to resist but simply to surrender, and to save his own life and the lives of his comrades. General Ma stood next to Bi-yon and the defeated opponent. The man ordered to stop with the voice that once sent thousands of soldiers into battle and did not allow even a moment of doubt in the correctness of his words. Ma ordered to step back from the boy and stop. After all, until this moment he had tolerated Bi-yon. However, if the former slave tried to harm the nobleman, then the general was ready to punish with all consequences. One of the defeated's comrades could not believe that his comrade was defeated by an ordinary slave, of whom there were plenty in the country nowadays. Previously, only a criminal or a murderer could be made a slave. But this time, if Bai did not obey the general's order, it would be equated and considered a criminal offense, after which a very serious punishment would follow. So Bai had to be smart enough to guess how it would all end. The boy was not impressed that he was called a former slave. He clearly did not want to enter a new conflict, but these people provoked him into it. The master of the house ordered Bi to kneel before the former general. Ma was angry. He ordered the messenger to go to the garrison and deliver the order to mobilize all troops and bring them to full combat readiness. It was time to show everyone their true place. The situation was slowly but surely getting out of control. The readiness of the troops could only mean that the general was planning something terrible. He would not stop at casualties for the sake of his own ambitions. In the garrison of Kyanju itself, there were no fewer than 500 soldiers. Previously, the army had never interfered in such matters. But this time, the general knew about the presence of bandits who attacked merchants. Even the strongest warrior is unable to resist 1,000 fighters. And Bi-yon would not dare to attack the general, because even this young man must have an adequate perception of reality. But the general himself provoked Bai. The man emphasized that he did not necessarily have to fight this boy himself. Soldiers and servants of the general himself would bring him, as a former slave, to submission. The leader had to arrange a test for the boy to check his abilities. It would consist of a series of clashes with various opponents, but Ma knew only one thing. The kid would not survive the trial. Bi-yon stood before the general and asked why he was not attacking. The boy also inquired whether he was really waiting for reinforcements to deal with a single opponent. The general knew and understood that he was simply provoking him and forcing him into conflict, but the young man was actually quite hostile. He clearly wanted to start a fight. This made Ma think. The manager looked carefully at Bai. The man asked him to reconsider and put down his weapon and not force his former guest into conflict. After all, Ma was an experienced, strong opponent. No one could believe that the boy would actually try to fight an experienced opponent. After all, the general was a fighter of a much higher class and showed no mercy to any of his former adversaries. The female chief asked her subordinate, her comrade Bi-yon, to stop. He silently looked back and carefully glanced at the girl. He asked why he should stop. The girl carefully examined the body of the defeated fighter. She asked if Bai had deliberately chosen this boy to take revenge for his insults and to demonstrate his strength and achievements. Bai's goal was to punish only the guilty. Bai's position did not change. He asked his lady if she was really ready to take responsibility for his foolish actions. The boy was not going to abandon his intention and his oath because of one person. The girl asked if he really hoped to wipe out a squad of 500 soldiers or to confront a powerful general. After all, in any case, it would be a foolish idea, and he was unlikely to come out alive from such a duel. And on top of that, even if he decided to run away, his chances of victory would be slim, and he would have to spend his whole life on the run and pursued by the official authorities. But Bion made his own choice. He asked the chief to stay away from him, because no matter what, he was not going to turn from his path because of someone or some life troubles. The girl took him by the ear and lifted it slightly. She ordered him to think like an adult, because his behavior at the moment was more like a small child, not an adult experienced warrior and fighter. She emphasized that it was worth gathering strength and controlling oneself to better prepare for the future confrontation with enemies. For this, it was necessary to accumulate strength, prepare, and improve. The female chief left him behind, promising this time to handle and resolve the problem herself, as the boy had not yet fully recovered from the previous clash. He only looked after his lady in surprise. Bion watched as the chief approached General Ma. It seemed to him that she knew much more than she was telling, and what the young man believed, that a man was in charge of the arena, turned out to be a deep mistake. The old man, who was the house manager, asked Mrs. Han why she was teaching her people when they were so frivolous towards their superior General Ma at the moment. The general himself approached the girl. He promised that this time he would not question the housekeeper, but he would take the slave with him and arrange an interrogation for him as needed. In response, he received silence, but Lady Cone promised that she would not allow this to happen. After all, the boy was just in this house. He was being treated and recovering after the previous fight, and the attackers broke in and attacked him, defenseless. Cone emphasized that they have more wounded, and finishing off the weaker side would be considered quite bad form in such a case. Bion is not guilty of anything, and she will not allow him to be taken away to who knows where. General Ma looked carefully at the girl. He explained that it seemed to him that the lady was asking him to leave them alone, and the boy was simply confident and not very bright, unable to understand the seriousness of the situation. The man leaned over her and urged her to stay away from everything that was happening, for the power was in his hands, and she would not be able to complain about his actions anywhere, because Ma commanded all the troops of Kanshju. Ms. Cone told about an acquaintance from the trade caravan. He was a rather respectable and influential old man who once admired her. Their relationship is not very good, but she could expect his support. The general simply laughed. He promised that not even one of the local officials would be able to help or protect her. After all, she doesn't even understand what she might have gotten involved in or what she should do in such a situation. But Han was not afraid. She named the one who would stand up for her. It was Sa Mi-wan himself. The general was stunned. After all, it was the Supreme Chancellor himself, a person whom even the most respected elders do not dare to refuse. But he got angry. He ordered the girl to be silent, otherwise for simply mentioning the name of the great chancellor, he would punish her right there. Yet behind these words stood his own fear and doubts. The old man asks the general to stop. After all, Sa Mi-wan once appointed him head of the central administration, so the girl is actually acquainted with the great chancellor and could really be using his protection. The general doubted whether he should proceed further, as he could not make such a decision on his own. He needed to return and discuss the matter with his superior and decide what to do next with the girl and her monster. The girl who was watching all this carefully knew that it was Han Sol who had introduced her father to the chancellor back then, and since then they have been doing business together and managing the Merchants' Guild, but his support was doubtful. After all, even when Kon has such a powerful patron, he will not simply quarrel with aristocrats and tax collectors. After all, in this situation, none of the nobles will gain any benefit from it. Kon impressed the girl with her character and resilience. After all, she took the opportunity to stop the conflict and buy time. After all, no one would dare to detain or punish her without substantial evidence of her involvement with the Grand Chancellor. The general was about to end the conversation. He promised that in this case he did not intend to use anything against her, but when it came to the case review, no one would defend her or help. The general's threats did not impress the girl. She replied that she was not afraid of him. After all, by the time they meet to finally settle the matter, she will be ready. Soon General Yam's detachment left the building and the estate, taking all the wounded with them. The great commander's revenge could not be delayed for long, so Han had to come up with a plan together with Bai on how to get out of the situation. The elder sat in his garden and spread out dice on the table. He listened to the report of his assistant, who spoke about the Mongol war with the Qin Empire, and about the increasingly frequent robber attacks. The old man's assistant was a man whom everyone called Mo Donso. He was a very confident aristocrat who over time became a trade magnate, and now he was worried about the power of the merchants from Chang'e. The old man carefully looked at the board game. He was thinking about when he would finally manage to overthrow Samivon, a powerful aristocrat and protector of the trading house. Samivon constantly emphasized the power of the people, but it happened that he seized power by means of military force. There was a lot of hypocrisy in this, according to the old man. He believed that the meeting with Guanmu at the time was supposed to help him in his efforts to change the world, but life showed that it was not a long-lasting union, and now one can only use what Guanmu left behind. So it is worth acting as circumstances allow. Before the old man's eyes appeared the details of the battle between Guanmu and the celestial Changhui. It was a phenomenal phenomenon. However, it happened that the duel ended in a draw. Chancellor Samiwan, seeing this fight, was very deeply impressed. Mo Donso could not understand why Changhui currently supports the Chancellor. After all, the military power now belonged to the great general, and he could independently decide many issues according to his own taste. The elder has long upheld the intention to use military force to guide the country onto the path of grace. Especially for this, the arena has become a place where bloody clashes and battles of warriors truly take place. However, it must be admitted that such as the famous war god are sent by the heavens once in a generation, as sad as it is to admit. But now the situation was such that they could not afford to lose. The one who was closest to the summit felt the difference with Guanmu, and this was the reason the man decided to become a monk and withdraw into himself. But everyone knew that this boy was strong. The elder had a candidate who had a chance to win against any opponent. He trained diligently all this time, and at the same time had no moral restrictions on what he was doing. Khan Menryun promised that his candidate might not become a war god, but would reach the level of enlightenment and development. The old man was certain about this. He placed many hopes on this boy. The man inside the house was inspecting the damage it had sustained during the fight that took place there. The manager felt sad to see this. His workers were injured, and the building itself was almost destroyed. The female chief, meanwhile, was talking with Bi-yon. The boy confirmed that he would not have gotten into a fight just like that. The girl looked worried and even slightly scared. She could not believe that it had happened. Hon thought that Bi-yon alone defeated Gekjo, and yesterday he beat Jung Huigyom himself. It was hard to believe, but she herself witnessed what was happening in the steward's yard. Bai's skill was impressive. Chan Huigum was also a capable boy. He could not lose to a simpleton, so Bai's strength level became much greater than that of any of the familiar fighters. Should she herself be wary of such company? One of those present considered Bai a real monster. Yet at the same time, they could help each other. The stranger would study martial arts with Bai's help, and he would tell him something interesting. Another companion of the chief was thinking about what caused the fight. After all, the men attacked only when they learned about the death of their comrade. There is much to discuss with the head of the trade guild. Bai did not intend to stay here. He asked those who agreed to share the difficult path with him to follow him. Everyone looked at the fighter in surprise, still somewhat doubting. The girl asked Bi to stay a little longer with her. After all, he had not yet fully recovered after fighting for her and protecting her from attackers. For saving her, she had to thank him and treat him as an honored guest. The boy assured that no one owed him anything, and he was personally grateful for the treatment, and no longer wished to stay in this house. He felt much more pleasant and comfortable in the arena. The girl found it strange to hear these words. She could not believe that someone could call that miserable place home. Han was even pleased to hear that the boy called the arena his home. She was far from the sentiments to which the young girl, her interlocutor, was prone. So it was time to set off on the road. A group of men was approaching a tall building that towered over the crowd of people. The bald man carefully examined his injured hand. He praised the stranger and assured that he was clearly a master of a higher level. And although he tears human bodies with his bare hands, he would find out who the stranger was. The servant bowed to the bald man. He assured that the man was lucky because the manager was inclined towards him and he managed to please her. The man felt awkward about threatening her, but still, he had to deliver such a message. His last words were a warning that next time nothing would be spared from his wrath. He would destroy everything and everyone who stood in his way. A man lay on the floor with a deep wound on his body. His comrade and servant bent over him and tried to help him. Tears flowed from his eyes. It seemed that he was losing control of the situation. Bai asked the supervisor why they are walking to the arena this time, since it is possible to get there by sled team. The woman assures that some streets are very narrow, and they will have to get up and walk anyway. In addition, she added that it was worth taking a walk along the alley in front of the arena. The boy felt awkward. He was not used to the ambiguity of his lady. So this time he also could not hold back from surprise, but he still liked that he was walking. It seemed to him that he had not been in this place for 1,000 years. Everything reminded him of something similar to memories of a past life. The guy from the boss's company, who had his ear bandaged, called out to Bai. He turned around and asked what exactly interested him at the moment. He tried to say something, but nothing came out. But still the stranger dared. He asked what could be done to increase the chi energy reserve. B pondered whether it was worth answering. The boy seemed warlike but did not offend the weak. Even when the lady was distracted, he only picked on Bai because he was strong. And when B himself got hurt in a fight, it was this very boy who brought him home and saved him from all the trouble that could have happened to him. He answered as if unwillingly that there was no way to independently increase the level of chi energy. After all, in that case, all warriors would have a huge reserve of energy. Then everyone would reach the peak of their power just like that. However, in reality, there was a way to cultivate its reserves in the body. The Kugan technique itself will not become more powerful, but there is an option to control the flow of chi during battle and direct it in the right direction. Thanks to this technique, internal energy is concentrated in the part of the body with which you attack, or conversely, with which you try to defend yourself from the opponent. Sometimes it is worth engaging several muscle groups for this. There is also an option to increase and improve one's own speed indicators. Here it is also worth paying attention to the chi flows, but one must not abuse it. After all, there is a possibility that in such a case many will lose control. A knife fight came to mind. Back then, the opponent of the guy moved very quickly and his attacks were truly lightning fast. But this time, no one could guarantee that it was simply a matter of chi energy flows. Finally, he asked not to build too broad illusions. After all, many could not understand the difference between the transition from theory to practice, and therefore reality became something like a bucket of cold water for them. Bion also said that Bara, his own mentor, could help figure all this out. He will clearly explain to everyone interested the points closely related to the use of chi energy. The boy felt embarrassed because he had treated Bion so badly. But on the contrary, Bion helped him and explained everything in detail. He even promised to introduce him to his own mentor, which had never happened before. On the dojo floor lays a man covered with a blanket. A woman and a boy were sitting near him. Other people were standing nearby. Everyone was upset. Some refused to believe what had happened to their mentor. An elderly woman was talking to the boy, possibly her grandson. He asked her why the criminal attacked Baru and why he treated him that way. The boy wondered if they could move the wounded to a new place, or if they needed to wait for the lady. One of the young men found it especially painful to look at Mr. Baru. He clearly sympathized with him. For the young man, the mentor became the one who helped him during one of the hardest periods of his life. The memory of their meeting back then still stood before his eyes. The teacher had promised then that he would always believe in him because the boy had a hidden talent and just needed time to recognize and master it. Another recalled the moment when the mentor believed in his unique abilities and did not try to teach him his own way, as other masters did. Baru emphasized the boy's skills and abilities, his special qualities. The boys looked at each other. Both were pained to see their mentor in such a state. Both found it unbearable to understand that they could do nothing. Both were nervous. One of them lost his temper. He rushed at his opponent and grabbed him by the shirt. The boy threatened his adversary because he thought he was just mocking his friend and his grief. The cause of such aggression was suspicion that the scoundrel was in cahoots with those who attacked the lady chief, Master Baru, and other students who usually trained and fought in the arena under their guidance. But the accused was not going to listen to his opponent. He grabbed his hand and threw it aside. He said he did not have the courage to confront them, but was not an accomplice of those people. The students learned about the challenge Bion made today to one of the masters. They considered it a wrong move. Besides, they simply could not help him with it. Recalled the mentor's words regarding the fact that sending a boy who was simply obsessed with revenge and ready even to die for it into a duel would be wrong and would threaten his life. Meanwhile, the female chief tells the truth. The current enemies of Bion were her sworn enemies. She raised and trained arena fighters for revenge, and right now she truly had a very favorable moment for revenge. That is why his attitude was special. His potential interested the chief, and over time he himself began to hate her enemies and felt hatred and rage towards them. So her matter was supposed to be much simpler. The young man did not pay attention to the girl's words. Instead, he assured that he had no need to be nervous or worried. Fighting in the arena at the moment was his choice. He fought because he saw meaning in it for himself. Yet Han still asked him to reconsider what was happening. His attitude towards the fight could be changed after this conversation, and she did not want Bion to prepare for the battle so recklessly. The boy assured that the matter was definitely not about her. After all, those who attacked the trade union and came here for him saw the bodies of people mutilated by him, so he simply had no other option but to fight. Bion added that Baru died precisely because of him.
The chief was shocked by his words. She ordered him not even to think about such a thing. Baru had his own enemies and died after one of the enemies defeated him. Bion did everything he could, but the master fought so that they could all live peacefully. So it was not worth obsessing and blaming himself. Nothing would change for her because of this. Upon leaving the room, Bion assured that from this moment this was also his main battle. He would avenge the master and also save his friends. So from now on he would try to replace Baru for the students and all clan members. The young man ran swiftly as soon as he left the hall. He did not see the boy who was standing in front of the door and was about to enter. He did not understand where his recent companion ran off to, but he became sad because he wanted to treat him to dumplings. The action shifts to a mansion located in deserted places high in the mountains. The house was well guarded, and voices of people could be heard from the yard. Everything around was calm and too quiet. Men are talking. The tone of one of them is irritated. He informs his interlocutor that Geksho actually turned out to be dead. The wounds on his body were very serious. A strong blow simply pierced his abdomen. Lisi said that it was this very attack, and the unknown killer that forced him to go check the middle hall of martial arts. The manager was not found at that place, and the place itself was quite strange. In addition to everything, the man named Baru broke his hand on the bald one, which was a very unpleasant result of his trip. The interlocutor asked if it was really that man. Lisi assured that there simply could not have been a mistake. The interlocutor was saddened only by the fact that he could not see how his bitter enemy took his last breath. Now he would just have to imagine it. But the bald man was now thinking about something else. He wondered who could have inflicted such serious torn wounds on Hekjo with bare hands. After all, he was one of the strongest masters of his time. It was hard to deal with him using just fists. Such warriors as Hekjo was, the bald man had seen only once in his life. And this probable killer was hiding in the hall with an intermediate level of combat training. At first glance, it seemed like just nonsense. The interlocutor said that immediately after the news about the murder of Geksho, he thought it was done by a high-level master who possessed perfect close combat technique or used unique weapons. From the fighters of the Kengan school, to which the elder belonged, it was difficult to fend off. Yet all types of weapons were available to fight them. For example, one could use heavy cold weapons. The bald interlocutor demonstrated his own skills. Under his strong strike, which he made with an ordinary dagger, the training post shattered into pieces. The bald man was impressed. But even more unique is the heavy weapon, for example, the mace. The school students could deliver such a powerful blow that the enemy simply had no chance to defend themselves and survive overall. If you know how to use close combat techniques, all this weaponry will be deadly to the enemy and leave no chance for resistance. But in martial arts, strength was not the main component. The man informed the bald one that the attacker who defeated Hekjo was a close combat master who used unusual weapons. But to do this, one had to wield heavy weapons at high speed. Lisi silently thought. He began to guess that somewhere nearby appeared a fighter just like him, with the same characteristics and his own unique fighting style in close combat and ranged combat conditions. Someone knocked on the gates of the estate. The bald man and the disciples looked attentively in that direction. They could not imagine who could come to this place, since it was difficult to enter here even just like that. In the next moment, the gates flew apart under the pressure of enormous force. Fragments of the gates and pillars fell around. It remained only to guess who could be the one who dared to break into the main temple of martial arts. The bald man and his companion carefully examined who the uninvited guest could be, but he was very hard to notice. The man realized that it could be the very fighter who once defeated Hekjo. The disciples also could not see anything. They had already grabbed their weapons but could not see whom they would have to face, as everything around was in a smoke veil. No movement was visible in the smoke. Suddenly, a boy emerged from the smoke veil. He moved slowly and confidently. It seemed that the boy was afraid of nothing. He had a confident appearance. One of the stranger's hands was wrapped in bandages, so the defenders became bolder. The man looked carefully at the attacker, who used only the basic Kengun technique. Yet he behaved defiantly and very confidently. He deserved to be taught a lesson. The man gave the order. One of the school's fighters swung a mace at Bion, intending to end the opponent's attempts with one powerful blow. From the other side, other defenders approached, surrounding the attacker. What no one could predict happened. Swinging his hand, Bai deflected the opponent's mace. It flew aside, but the man still held it, trying not to drop it and not to be left unarmed. In the next moment, Bion wanted to end the fight with a kick and finish off the opponent, who was still trying to turn the weapon in another direction and attack his rival with an accurate strike. Many considered it pointless. But the strike was so fast and lightning-like that around Bi-Yon's leg suddenly formed a kind of whirlwind of mana and energy that the young man released for the strongest and most powerful blow. The leg entered deeply into the man's torso. He tried to hold on, but a veil already covered his eyes. There were simply no parts of his body left, and blood sprayed from his mouth. The onlookers could not take their eyes off the fight. Many thought they were having a mass hallucination. It was hard to believe what was happening before their eyes. An ordinary boy delivered such a strong blow and defeated a martial arts master in a few seconds. Lisi tried to examine the guest as closely as possible. It seemed that he knew him. But absolutely nothing depended on that. After all, he already suspected that soon he would have to fight him. The boy carefully looked at the fighters present and asked who among them was Samago. Judging by his voice, he was definitely not asking just out of curiosity or to talk to this guy. So everyone was silent. Clouds were thickening over the estate. The weather matched the mood of the defenders of the martial arts school. A group of men asked Han if they could also go to help Bi-Yon. She replied that in that case they must use either poison or special material weapons. The girl emphasized that now the fight would be to the death. For Bi-Yon himself, that was even better, because there was absolutely nothing left. Now he only thinks about destroying his enemy. And if there are other people near Bi-Yon, he will be distracted by them in order to ensure that none of them get hurt. And he will do this completely unconsciously, because he loves helping people just like that. The boy with the bandaged ear promised that he would still go and help Bi-Yon, because after the battle there might be someone who can carry the survivor on their shoulders, and he will help with that. The young man had no illusions about the fact that he would be of little use in the fight, but he would protect Bai's back as best as he could, and he was even ready to lay down his life to protect him. Meanwhile, the defenders of the martial arts school were still trying to understand that one of their comrades had died at the hands of an unknown attacker. They believed that he acted very insidiously and very vilely. One of the fighters, armed with a sword, attacked Bai to avenge the assault. The boy did not even try to dodge the attack. He was sure he could handle the attacker, and he just looked at him. With a lightning-fast move, Bai intercepted the opponent's hand. He firmly grabbed his wrist, and with the other hand struck directly at the arm, trying to break it. Blood splattered from the limb when the bone popped through the skin. With the next blow, he broke the man's rib cage. Blood burst from the man's mouth. His internal organs were torn and shattered. Internal hemorrhages left him no chance of survival. One of the leaders ordered the students to attack Bai. After all, he turned out to be a real monster. His goal was to kill, and now he would destroy everyone one by one. Bai was surrounded from all sides. The interlocutor of the bald man said that he recognized this boy. It was he who once hid in a mid-level martial arts temple. But at that time he did not possess such power and strength, although he used a similar technique. The bald man paid no attention. After all, in front of him now was a true master who could simultaneously combine Kungun technique and light layer technique, and this meant that the boy had actually reached a fairly high level. The man felt something strange, which he had not felt for quite a long time. He felt that he began to worry, and the boy was not the opponent to be feared. After all, the bald man had no equal opponents. For a start, it was worth simply studying the boy's fighting and attacking style. The first attack was just a test. For example, the boy could use Kungun only with the help of his legs, or the use of the technique was limited by energy. The men with swords rushed to attack the boy. He clearly expected such a development of events. They wanted to avenge their two brothers, but somewhere deep in their souls lived doubts about whether they would succeed. Bi was surrounded by fighters armed with swords. The blades of the swords were right near his face, but none dared to attack first, although they encouraged each other with loud shouts and strong words. But this actually did not help in any way. The boy moved lightning fast. The attackers' swords clashed against each other. Soon the men realized that in this way they could cut each other down. But soon Bai himself went on the attack. He spun the sword around himself and not only deflected the opponent's attacks but also successfully attacked them. Soon they realized that despite their numerical superiority, they had no chance of winning. Swords were not Bai's main thing. He skillfully used his own body to attack enemies. The boy's internal power was under his full control, and he could direct it very quickly within his body as needed. He masterfully dodged the fighter's attacks, and the boy's movements were hard to see with the naked eye. Some of the defenders began to panic. The boy's leg delivered strong blows and destroyed bodies, breaking limbs. A careful observer could see that only at the moment of attack did the boy concentrate his chi energy in the corresponding parts of his body. No matter how strong Bai's strike was, he was like an armed warrior with a dangerous weapon. Considering this, one must be prepared and constantly on alert to avoid becoming the next victim. But the boy's skills were colossal.
He used the technique as if his whole body were a weapon he wielded masterfully. The boy's hand was as impressive as the sword of some warrior or a mace. Sam Bai was now analyzing his capabilities. He understood that if you use Keegan thoughtlessly, you can soon become very tired and collapse powerless. So for a certain attack, it is worth choosing the right moment. At the last moment, he saw before him something that looked like lightning approaching his face. Bai managed to stop and skillfully dodge the enemy's attack, but he realized that now his own life was hanging by a thread. Bion guessed that before him was a skilled swordsman who struck lightning fast. An ordinary person could not have avoided a single hit. So now the fight could turn in favor of the stranger. Soon the boy had a deep wound on his shoulder. He was thinking about which technique to use this time. After all, this man was not an ordinary warrior, as his technique differed from all previous enemies. The bald brother carefully examined the boy. He thought about the fact that he had managed to instill in the man's heart for a moment fear and doubt about whether his brother would be able to cope with such an enemy and resist his technique. However, his brother, who was rightfully considered the best fighter and a high-class martial arts master, had some problems in the fight with this cheeky kid. He behaved differently than usual. The brother was well versed in kung fu and easily cut objects as thick as wood with a sword. He made no unnecessary movements except those aimed at piercing the enemy and inflicting a severe wound. But at the same time, the man showed increasing respect for his brother's opponent, as he evaded attacks from the great kung fu master, and so far he had only one wound, which was the result of a sudden strike. The stranger addressed the man, who realized that someone else was present here. The mysterious guest ordered to kill Bai as soon as he expended his energy in the fight, then he would become easy prey and no problems would arise. The fox was amazed at his young enemy. The man asked if the boy really spent all his energy on speed. The boy's abilities were truly astonishing, but in reality no fighter had ever survived a clash with him. Only the head of Mutojom could avoid being struck by his sword, but it must be admitted that even she could not forever evade his lightning-fast attacks. The young man silently listened to his words and thought. Finally, he asked. He was interested in whether his current opponent was the one who killed the great barmaster. Memory vividly recalled the master's body with a fatal wound, but the bald man did not listen to him. Instead, he asked if the boy had really once been a slave and had now received the title of battle servant. Could it be that Master Ba Ru was also such a mediocre fighter? After all, defeating him was very easy. Avoiding the answer made the boy think that the opponent was really the master's killer. The plan was born in his head instantly. He didn't even intend to think about tormenting his victim for longer. Bion slowly walked towards the bald man. Everyone around froze, as they expected something terrible might start now. The opponents were powerful for their level of martial arts mastery. The man watched the opponent carefully. He was amazed at the chaotic use of various techniques. After all, the young man had just used the speed of chi energy, yet he was already making a bunch of unnecessary movements. He raised his sword high and prepared to attack. Bai would not behave like that for no reason. Clearly, the boy had something in mind. Ba Ru could still teach him some techniques that, combined with the suddenness of the attack, could be frightening. The bystanders missed the moment when the boy suddenly lunged at his opponent. The man tried to draw his second sword in time to defend against the attack with both, but the opponent moved very quickly. Samato threw his sword forward. He wanted to end this confrontation with one quick, lightning-fast move. He admitted to himself that he did not want to continue the fight. He even felt some kind of danger. The tip of the sword reached Bion's chest. A small fountain of blood burst out at that spot, but the young man seemed to pay no attention to the wound. He kept moving. In the bald man's opinion, this attack was thoughtless. No matter how fast the guy was, charging headlong with such phenomenal speed was truly foolish. In a battle between two true fighters, one mistake decides the entire fight. Suddenly the man realized that the tip of the sword was pressing against the youth's chest as if they were made of steel. The sword's point could go no further. This had never happened to him before. Samato understood that he had behaved very confidently in the fight. With a strike of his hand, Bai bent the enemy's blade almost in half, throwing it aside. Samato realized that the boy had caught the sword even before it reached his body, and was simply holding it firmly with his hands until a certain moment. And he was confident in every move and technique, having gone on the attack, taking the initiative from the opponent. Samato seriously began to worry about what was happening to him. He truly became scared. Lisi was still trying to counterattack, but his opponent was very fast and skillfully dodged the lunge. The unarmed young man was now terrifying him and making him nervous, causing unnecessary wrong moves. The open palm of Bion reached the opponent's body, penetrating deeper with each second. At the point where the palm contacted Samato's body, blood surfaced. Lizzie understood that the enemy had concentrated all his energy on Keiguni, so his last chance for salvation, victory in battle, was out of the question, was to use a secret technique. Bia's hand penetrated deeper into the man's body, and the boy kept pushing the enemy's sword further away with his elbow. It seemed the enemies would strike each other at any moment, but the youth was closer to victory over his opponent. The next moment, the second sword Samato entered Bai's side. The boy also pushed his palm even deeper into the opponent's body. Everyone who was watching this duel closely could not believe what was happening. Brother Samato, who watched the fight without taking his eyes off, understood that the boy knew how to combine close combat techniques and skillfully control internal energy for this. But every master had a limit to their abilities. Using both Kangun and Kunguna simultaneously was supposed to exhaust the fighter's last strength, as only high-level martial arts masters who have practiced close combat techniques almost their entire lives are capable of such. Kichiko was the only one who could use both techniques for a long time during the fight, but his level was much higher than the masters of the highest level. He could do what many of the best had never even dreamed of. In addition, there was the peculiarity of Keiguna. When using it with the whole body dispersed the energy, and for a confident attack it was necessary to concentrate it within one point on the body, which was quite difficult. The current opponent, Samato, could hold energy simultaneously at 2 points, attacking with palms and holding armor at the point of the sword's impact on the body. This was immensely impressive and surprising, as no one expected this from a former slave. If the guy really spilled Ki-gun all over his body and shows such results, then he is truly a master, who was quite difficult to find in Mutojom. In that case, no one can match him in a duel. Bi-yon meanwhile asked the enemy to pay attention to his words at this crucial moment. The boy reported that if Master Ba-ru had not been wounded, he definitely would not have died at the hands of such a guy. Samato asked the young man to stop, but it was too late. B's hand reached the opponent's internal organs, so all that was left was to watch how the boy puts an end to the great Master Samato. With one strong jerk, the boy split the enemy's body in half. Blood splattered in all directions. The upper part of the torso flew high into the air, and the lower part slowly descended to the ground. And Samato, even in the face of inevitable death, in his last moment thought about wanting to duel such an opponent again and try to defeat him, for it is an honor to die at the hands of such a master. The onlookers watched closely what happened right before their eyes. It was hard to believe that their master was now defeated and lying on the ground. Their lord and master lay as a heap of flesh on the ground in the middle of the yard. But for Brother Samato, the time to rest had not yet come. He understood that now, after the duel, the young man was quite an easy target. After all, Keigun could not be kept under control for so long, so the time had come to attack and take revenge. It was worth giving the appropriate order to the people, and they would deal with the enemy who had just defeated one of the strongest masters that had existed on this continent. But Bai himself did not think so. The man meanwhile reported that he is the owner of the second Mutuzom, and he personally has nothing against this fight. If the young man lets him live, then everyone will simply forget this incident and there will be no consequences. The boy looked carefully at his opponent and said that he was very unlucky because Bai had a very good memory for faces, and he easily remembered this man, and could also recall the words about him from Mrs. Han. And it was this man who stirred up unrest in Mutuzomi together with Kwak Ui, and this definitely cannot be forgiven due to the serious consequences that resulted from the unrest. And now luck is on Bi-yom's side. After all, fate brought the scoundrel right into his hands. The boy considered killing and finishing off this scoundrel a matter of honor. The man was clearly afraid. He fully understood that he could not just leave this place, and he had no chance of fighting such an opponent. The man was now thinking about betrayal by Guanli Ran. He definitely revealed all the names and positions of the conspirators. It was not worth expecting more from him after the man was captured. Now the traitor decided to deny everything, as there were many extra ears and eyes around, and it was impossible to talk about all this publicly. He loudly asked if the boy really intended to kill the innocent without evidence. Bai assured that truly the innocent do not need evidence, and even if the man was actually innocent of everything, the young man did not care at all. After all, it would just be an extra victim on his record. The very fact that the stranger had been in the company of Samato for a long time and closely cooperated with him was already enough to finish off the scoundrel once and for all and not establish real reasons. The man hesitated for a moment. Loudly, he ordered the warriors to attack the boy, since he had just killed Master Samato, the elder brother, right before their eyes. The men clearly hesitated, but it did not last long. Soon they rushed into the attack. They perfectly understood that sooner or later this time had to come. And this time they would simply take advantage of the fact that the young man was tired
and would not be able to hold out long. From all sides, warriors rushed at Bai. They decided to take him by crowd, by numbers. It looked like a pack of jackals was about to attack a tiger. But Bai behaved cold-bloodedly and calmly. He impressed everyone with his bravery. The man did not think that Samato's people would manage to defeat Biyan. But they had to tire him out well, after which his own mercenaries would put an end to this boy. But it happened differently. The young man broke through the attackers. Already the next moment his fist was rapidly approaching the traitor's head. He clearly did not expect this. He thought that Bai would be held up in the fight with the people, but he quickly broke through their ranks bloodlessly. From the force of the blow, the man was thrown onto the stairs. He asked Bai to hold back his anger and stop and think. After all, everything was not as straightforward as it might have seemed at first glance. But Bai did not listen. He asked if the man had always been like this. Once he possessed martial arts, so it was worth using them. It was not right for the boy to just finish off the fugitive like that. And the man was already calling people for help. The scoundrel called his people for a long time, but they still did not come out. He thought that it was not in vain that he had retreated to this place, luring the pursuer. But Bai was already too close, and the man's people still did not attack. At the last moment, the mercenaries managed to help their master. With swords, they shielded him from the attacker. Bai stopped for a moment. He realized that he was deliberately lured into a trap, and now they would try to kill him. The defenders of the scoundrel had to put an end to the pursuer. They were not such skilled martial artists, but it so happened that they would simply blind Biyan and then finish him off for good. The men forged the attack without thinking about the consequences. Ahead was the reward for the one who defeated Lord Samato, and they would pay very well for that. So money overcame doubts and put an end to hesitation and thoughts about conscience. The young man surprised everyone once again. He caught the swords by the blades with his bare hands. The attackers could not move their weapons. They were simply as if tightly clamped in a vice and blocked from further movement. Only one managed to reach the boy's body with the edge of the sword, and a wound formed at that spot, from which the youth's blood flowed in a stream. This inspired hope for victory, but at the same time panic and fear grew among the attackers. Sam B was glad that he still had supplies of Kigun. After all, in a fight against a whole crowd attacking at close range, it was worth being ready for anything. The only factor was that one surprise could play an important role. The traitor's body bent at a strange angle. He understood that he had fallen into the hands of a killer, and now all contempt for slaves suddenly disappeared. A veil was before the man's eyes. Blood flowed from his mouth, and there were no chances left to survive. The defenders of the master, who was now falling dead, did not know what to do next, as it was unclear what this boy would do when they suddenly stopped the duel, since the man who hired them was dead. With a light movement, Bai broke the sword that was in the man's hands. He was not surprised after what he had seen before. The boy actually turned out to be a real monster. He was impervious to ordinary weapons and was ruthless. With a swift and lightning-fast strike of his hand, Bai put an end to the men's hesitation. He slit one of them throat in half. His partner tried to escape, but it was too late. Bai showed no mercy to anyone. With a quick lunge, the boy almost caught the fugitive, who did not expect the punishment to reach him so quickly. But it was already too late to think or regret his action. When the man was thrown into the air by another blow, he thought it was not worth agreeing to the hire after he was not told anything about the victim. And Bai was much stronger. The man flew back to the far wall. He felt powerless to resist, and he no longer wanted to fight. It was worth staying on the ground and waiting to see if the fighter would decide to finish him off after everything that had happened. The young man stood before the crowd of soldiers. The men hesitated whether it was worth attacking. The boy was exhausted after a prolonged duel, and they finally had a chance to avenge the disgrace of their teacher. One of the fighters thought that it was worth putting an end to this fight, but his comrade clearly did not share the optimism. He emphasized that the boy was a master many ranks above them. Behind the men stood the boy whom Bai had recently instructed regarding the proper use of chi energy. He emphasized that at the moment he was their true opponent and a worthy rival. The fighters looked at him attentively. They definitely did not know this boy, but it was frightening even to imagine that he could be as strong as Bai. A terrible realization of their future flashed in the men's eyes. B, tired from the fight, looked carefully at the newcomer and asked what exactly brought him to this place. He replied that he was also a member of Mutujomu, so he came to help his new comrade. The boy became embarrassed that he had seemingly come to help such a famous fighter. But still, he explained that he could help heal the wounds or take his body from the battlefield after the clash. The scene shifts to General Ma's house. It was quiet and calm around. The general's residence was always a stronghold of the region's military forces. The man hesitated at the moment whether to tell the elder about this strange youth. The general thought that the elder would want to recruit and enlist such a talented fighter, rather than destroy him, as Ma hoped. A messenger entered the room. He disturbed the general's peace, which had never happened before. The young man was anxious. He reported that last night Samato and part of his men were brutally slaughtered. Ma did not immediately realize what he was being told. It was hard for him to understand who could have done such a thing, although a suspicion stirred somewhere deep in his consciousness. After all, Samato had recently visited Master Baru. The man, just in case, asked the messenger if he had understood everything correctly. The boy said that he was personally informed about this by the head of Mutujomu. In this region, Ma understood, there was only one fighter capable of such a thing. The general inquired whether any additional information had been reported about the circumstances of what happened, or the approximate motives of the attacker. The messenger said that the report had reached him first, and he knew nothing beyond that. Ma gave the order together with the chiefs and all other people to investigate the circumstances of what happened. It was necessary to establish the type of weapon and the approximate technique of using it, as well as at least approximately the circle of suspects. The subordinate promised to do everything as soon as possible. The general had no reason to doubt his loyalty, so the man remained calm at the moment. He had to resolve a matter more important than murder. General Ma suspected that the killer of Samato was the same guy who once killed Gikcho and Huigan, and Ma's suspicions all pointed to the former slave, now a powerful warrior from Chief Han's camp. But he did decide to hold himself back until the details of the case become known. And he will not act independently at all. For this, he needs to find someone who will be his hands in this matter. Ma-Da-In immediately came to mind. He is currently performing the functions of the master and elder. So, after the news about the murder, it will be necessary to talk to this man and set him in the right mood. Soon General Ma arrived at Ma-Da-In. He was not in the main house, but in an annex. The location for such a distinguished man was strange, but it was not worth showing him one's attitude. There was someone behind the man. When he turned around, he noticed that an old acquaintance was near him. He informed him that the chief was inside now and was expecting a guest, so it was not worth making him wait. Ma was surprised. How could his comrade and boss know that someone would come to visit him, and with important news, which the mentor knew perfectly well? This made him a little wary and nervous. There were many people in the hall. Besides the host, there were acquaintances or completely unknown people to the general present. They all looked at him attentively while the host invited them to proceed further. Ma suspected that these people were the 15 warriors whom the master approved and personally selected. Without his consent, they could not gather all in one place, as they were known for their bad temper. The man could not stand it. He asked those present how they all ended up in this room and what could connect all these men. What was the reason for their gathering? They looked at him quite strangely. The master of the house explained to everyone present that General Ma was no longer a young man, and had forgotten such an important memorable date, but he could be forgiven, as age and service leave their marks on perception. The man said that all the great warriors gathered to celebrate the birthday of the great mentor. They set aside their affairs and enmity for a time to honor the elder, but everyone knew about the existence of another, more significant reason. One of those present, a middle-aged man with gray mustache and hair, emphasized that the time had come to summon all the warriors who had already managed to rest. The head of the household emphasized that among the 15 great warriors gathered here now, 4 are responsible for Mutojom, which imposes certain responsibilities and restrictions on them. And among these 4 warriors, 3 were seriously injured, and to be honest, died. All of them were killed by an unknown person. There were certain suspicions regarding the individual who could have committed such an act, but there was no evidence. Silence fell among those present. Everyone tried to comprehend the words that had just been spoken in the hall. After all, defeating opponents of such a level was beyond the power of even some of the fighters present. One of the men asked what decision they should make now to resolve the situation. Meanwhile, the general inquired how it became known about Samato's death, since he had just been informed about what happened. The master of the house said that he received the information from his good acquaintance from Mutujoma. The informant turned out to be his old comrade and good acquaintance, whose name was Kanda-In, and he was present here. Honda-In got the chance to tell everything. The man hesitated whether the present warriors could know the whole truth and whether he should get involved in conversations about who the killer was and how everything happened. After a brief story, some could not resist asking questions. After all, it was hard to believe that all 3 were killed using Kenginu, and that the wounds on the body were left by fists, meaning the killer managed even without a weapon. The Khan replied that he received information directly from the people who managed to survive the clash at the Samato estate, and they all confirmed that the killer used Kenginu techniques and fought with bare hands. The young man who did this was no more than 20 years old. He skillfully and masterfully combined close combat techniques and techniques of the air school, which seemed really very strange to all the fighters present. Among those present was a girl. Now she folded her arms on her chest, emphasizing the beauty of her figure, and addressed the warrior sitting opposite her. The girl inquired whether the killer was really so intelligent and gifted. In front of her sat a little girl, although her clothing and hairstyle were misleading, and many thought that it was actually a young boy. The girl immediately warned her interlocutor about this. One of the men expressed his guess that after the victory over Gikcho, the youth immediately healed and treated his wounds and then left the battlefield. So the killer was on the same level as Gikcho or even a bit stronger. Some expressed doubts that a warrior of such a level would go unnoticed. But at the moment it is important to evaluate all the data known to them. After all, he might not have been so powerful, and luck in battle decided a lot. The master of the house emphasized that their main task at the moment was to deliver the probable killer to the mentor's house to decide his fate further. Revenge in this case is not the main thing. The assembly will decide whether the youth, if he is really so perfect and gifted, can take a place among them, the most famous warriors of the dynasty. It became clear that the mentor wants to have such a fighter. The gray-haired warrior asked whether they should gather their troops and send them to finish off the killer. The master of the house agreed, but it is necessary to avoid the great mentor finding out about this. One of the guests suggested telling the master that they defeated the youth and killed him during the fight, more precisely, the duel. Then the lord's anger would not be directed at them, and the warriors would seem to fulfill their purpose. Moreover, each one should decide individually how they will act with the boy when they find him. After all, they can arrange a trial for the fighter or simply destroy him and not waste time. The youngest warrior was shocked by what was happening. The ideas of his comrades and famous fighters surprised him and made him doubt their virtues. After all, this did not mean that everyone was for themselves. It meant that the youth, whoever he turned out to be in the end, was in danger, and the mentor was being deceived by his own subordinates. The woman opposite also looked around confusedly and smiled mysteriously. The general opposed this idea. He emphasized that it was necessary to think about the boy more seriously as a probable opponent. If everything were so simple, he would not have reported to the chief under any circumstances. Ma told about the rumors surrounding the arena owner's connections with the chancellor and other respected people, so this matter could turn into a confrontation much more serious than it seemed. Everyone in the hall fell silent. Those who from the very beginning had suggested simply getting rid of the annoying young man by means of deceit and cunning became especially quiet. And to the mentor, either say nothing or report his death in battle. But the gray-haired man came to his senses the fastest. He expressed doubts about Kohn's acquaintance with the chancellor. After all, it could have been that one day they were simply seen together, and since then rumors about them started. The general assured that his source of information was reliable, as once his acquaintance had communicated with the great chancellor, and for a long time they had business relations beneficial to both parties. But the fighters had already begun to discard the plan to kill the unknown warrior. After all, the chancellor had a strong warrior, a guardian whose disfavor none of those present wanted to provoke, as he was one level or even two above them. One of the guests suggested finding out where the warrior guard was now, because when he was not near the chancellor, it was possible to try to settle their affairs during Mu Xin's absence, and even try to overthrow the chancellor himself. The girl who looked like a boy suggested not to rush, since it only seems like a simple matter from the outside. But in reality, overthrowing the chancellor was difficult and very risky for everyone. Calling the displeasure of His Highness was a very unnecessary matter at the moment. After all, the question arose about what to do next with the situation that would arise. No one dared to take the ruler's place, and no one ruled out the possibility that after the chancellor's death, his loyal bodyguard would return to seek revenge for his master, and they would still have to deal with him. Fate cannot be outwitted. The master of the house asked everyone to calm down and slow down, as it all started with a simple conversation about overthrowing a common warrior slave, but escalated to toppling the great chancellor and clashing with the warrior titan. Even if the lady ruler of the arena had relations with the grand chancellor, the murder of one slave would not give cause for him to intervene in the course of events. Therefore, the death of the slave will not attract much attention. The general assured that he does not abandon his idea, and in reality, only they themselves can decide. So the choice of methods lies solely with the fighters themselves. The master commented on the general's words. He agreed with him on all points. If someone wants, they can try to get rid of the slave, and someone else can try to test him. But after that, they will have to stand with him on the same side of the barricades. The gray-haired man and his supporters correctly understood the general's words. He promised that Banak would definitely not survive. He would get rid of him earlier than anyone else finds out about his whereabouts. The others respectfully looked at the old man. They were clearly ready to accept his command over their squad, which would put an end to the eccentric talented warrior. The general could not believe that such experienced and serious fighters would treat the idea of fighting an unknown opponent, who managed to single-handedly defeat 3 famous strong warriors with unique fighting techniques, so lightly. The option proposed by the master of the house did not satisfy the general. He thought that they were irresponsibly treating the situation that had arisen. After all, such carelessness could cost the life of someone present. The warrior turned around and left the hall. He believed that the decision was made unanimously, and now it was worth going to greet the elder and express his respect to him. And he hoped that this time, in honor of the holiday, a duel would indeed take place. The daredevil was named Kim Ganfei. He was a former commander of 15 famous warriors. He was always known for his bad temper. However, this time he was clearly exaggerating his importance. One Gem, the personal bodyguard of Mada Inn, promised that when the master gave such an order, he would gladly meet such an opponent. For Gan, this sounded quite strong and brave for such a cautious warrior. The events moved to Mutuzom. A servant learns about the arrival of people who are to help with the funeral and farewell ceremony. In Mutuzom itself, there were many people now, and they were all bustling about. Fortunately, the people do not know that all this is connected with Biyon. Everyone's attention is now focused on Baru, a great master who was previously considered invincible, but now he lay covered with a sheet, dead. Han from Susos looked at her former comrade and friend. She had learned a lot from him and owed her current position very much to the advice and support of the great warrior that Baru really was. A memory from youth emerged before her eyes. They were very young and full of zeal then. Baru was already dear to the girl then. She already considered him her brother and dearest person. His joyful face lingered before her eyes for a long time. Now Han only regretted that she hadn't managed to say how much she loved her brother, and how much he meant to her at that moment. Yet she still regretted it. Now she had no strength left to hold on. She bent over her brother's body. Tears streamed down her face. The servants had never seen the lady in such a state before, so no one dared to enter and distract her from this. The servants mourned the lady's loss along with her. No one could hold back tears when they saw the mistress, stricken with grief and despair. No one had ever seen her cry or be so upset before. The girl called Kim. He immediately came at her summons. Lady Han asked him to tell her about her brother's last moments of life. She was interested in full details and everything thoroughly told about her brother's last moments. Kim told. He reported that the girl's brother was brave and unshakable even in the last moments of his life. Steadfastness and pride did not leave him until his last breath. Baru held on even before his very death. Even when the Samato sword pierced him through, and the sword's tip came out of the man's back, Baru tried to counterattack the enemy and protect his servants and acquaintances. Samato won only by accident. Baru was wounded before the duel, and did not have time to properly treat the wound. Yet he still had strength. He fought with bare hands against an armed opponent. Baru's hand reached for the enemy's neck until his last breath. Baru even managed to block the enemy's attack, and he could not reach the master. For a moment, it seemed that the wounded Baru was much stronger than his enemy. But a great misfortune happened. The sister rejoiced through tears. Her last words over her brother's body were that he would soon meet his father and Don Han. There they would wait together for her, and Lady Han herself would avenge her brother. The girl was glad that Bion punished Samato right in his residence. All of Mutujom is now talking only about this. Of course, there were more rumors and retellings than truth. But even rumors should not be dismissed. Kim asked his lady why B had not returned yet. After all, it did not seem that he was seriously wounded, and he felt quite vigorous after the battle. But she simply remained silent. She began to suspect something. Han hesitated only for a moment, but she really wanted to share her pain with someone. She said that the boy most likely would not return. After all, he guessed that the arena owner had raised him for her own revenge. The servant was upset. He was pained to realize that in just a few days 2 masters had already left this worldly arena. He did not like to see his lady in such a state when she was in such despair. The table was full of food. The dishes were very tasty and appetizing even in appearance. But at the moment, everything still remained untouched, which was quite surprising. The boy with the bandaged ear was looking intently at his interlocutor, who had not touched food for the 2nd day. Even after the injury, when one needs to eat to heal wounds, he did not consume even rice. At that moment, Yan was almost lying on the wall in front of him, sound asleep.
It seemed that physical pain was not as unbearable for the young warrior as spiritual pain. The psychological wound could be no less dangerous than the physical one. Last night he managed to defeat such a powerful opponent alone without serious injuries or losses. Around lay the bodies of ordinary fighters and a great martial arts master who killed Baru. After this match, Bai fell powerless. This only meant that colossal strength and the ability to combine different techniques were accompanied by serious energy losses when the fight ended, and the fighter fell into such a state of helplessness. The young man thought that alone Bai could compete with any warrior or master on Sonskaya land, but against many opponents he would soon tire and fall right on the battlefield, giving the chance to get rid of him. After that duel at the Samato estate, many will be eager to watch this boy and find his weak points. Various tricks and treacheries will begin from enemies and potential opponents. Then the boy's time will come. Then he will begin to protect his new comrade. The knowledge he once received from Bai will come in handy in the duel, so now his mission is to guard the young man while he sleeps soundly. The old man carefully examined the damaged house. He did not even want to think about how many resources he would need to restore this house. But his granddaughter supported her grandfather and promised to help with it. A familiar voice distracted them from the conversation. It belonged to a man who said he began to worry when he met no one at the estate, as no one came out to meet him and the house was also damaged. The master of the guild himself, accompanied by his guards, arrived at the estate. Chando Sam was elderly, but looked younger than his age. He had long held the position of head of the Chang Guild and was respected and reserved. The guild leader pressed the girl against the wall and asked if she was all right. He was very nervous when he thought she might be in danger. The girl asked not to worry, as she was unharmed. The young man, who was watching the scene from the side, thought that soon the master would give him a hard time. But that would be later, and now he diligently completed his mission and reported where he was supposed to. In Yo, the captain of the guard, thanked for being warned about what happened in the house. He, in turn, immediately brought the guild leader and promised to help ensure that the brave man would not get into trouble with his master. The young man also asked Ta'an to be more careful and dress less neatly when traveling together with the elder, and they should be more cautious about the choice of clothing they offer the girl. The girl could not understand what was being talked about. She looked attentively at the boy. The head of the guard paid no attention to what was happening. He could not know what really connected these two. The girl was struck by the words. She said that many people at her home dress like that, and she saw nothing unusual in it. But the boy advised wearing similar clothes at home, not putting them on at the first opportunity. The young man was named Chok-un, and he was a servant of the caravan. He was considered a senior assistant and performed various functions assigned to him. And the girl was named Ta-on, and she was a worker at the center. The girl grabbed the young man by the bangs and tousled them. She advised him to be more careful with such words, as his hairstyle gave him no chance to tell her what to wear and choose clothes for the lady. The head of the guard and his interlocutor looked attentively at these two, who paid no attention and were arguing right before the eyes of two respected elders. But it should be noted that the girl obeyed the caravan servant. The guild leader thanked the captain for helping his daughter escape, but his servant assured that he did nothing. In fact, the rescuers were the girl, the manager Honta Biyon, and her slave. The captain also added that if it were not for Biyon's skill, they probably would not have managed. He came to help in time and, under the pretense of a fight, immediately chose their side and protected the lady. Chokun became interested in how strong the young man could be when the leader got so nervous. But at the same time, he suggested looking at the boy. Maybe he could be hired to serve the caravan. The daughter joined the request. She was a witness to Biyon's skill. She confirmed the assistant's words that the father would pay any price to get such a powerful fighter. The guild leader perfectly understood the assistant and the daughter, but at the moment, he could not show his relationship with the head of Han and her slave, the warrior. Later, he would generously reward these two, but for now, it was better to stay away. One of the guild leader's men asked why the man made such a decision. After Biyon's victory over the fighters, they would hunt him down and try to avenge the death of their mentor. The daughter said that simply paying for her rescue would not be enough. They had to help the warrior's slave and protect him from the wrath of a more powerful enemy. The girl insisted on this, almost crying. The leader decided that the moment had come to explain how things really stood. The old man asked his commander if it was not his words that suggested that in Mutujom there was someone secretly controlling all the warriors. The man emphasized that the real Grey Cardinal was Han Yon-ren, and it was necessary to be careful about making such enemies, because danger could await the caravans at any moment. The daughter was seriously frightened. She understood what exactly her father feared. After all, this man was once even more powerful than the Chancellor himself. Han had many warriors and commanders, so he was a serious force.
but even that did not give him the right to own and control Mutojom. Still, many were truly shocked. They did not expect that someone could challenge their master or his guild. Meanwhile, the man brought his speech to a logical conclusion. In his opinion, it was worth considering not entering this game on anyone's side. It was obvious that the warrior slave could not resist such power. The daughter did not want to give up just like that. She asked if Lord Chancellor would listen to her request. The father emphasized that all his lessons and instructions about how the world is arranged were in vain. The man looked at her and said that the strong would not help if they saw no benefit or real justification, and the Chancellor in this case would see neither, so he would not want to help. The girl was pained to realize this difficult but fair life lesson. But the man noticed tears on her face and decided to tell her about another way out of the situation, although it was doubtful. The father emphasized that there was practically only one way for Beyond to survive, but it was practically impossible. Khan respected and liked strong warriors, so the young man should show himself in the arena. But by this he could provoke a real war, which over time will turn into a slaughter. After all, the enemy has much greater strength, better trained fighters, and their numbers are simply staggering, and against them will mostly stand guards and slave warriors. Jingrin, the supreme master of Mutujom, stood before the tall building. The warrior seemed hesitant. Should he enter inside with the matter he had come to this place for? Yet there was no time to delay. The man focused on what he had to do. Determination and firmness of purpose made him who he was, although sometimes he had to make unpopular decisions about what to do. Jing recalled the moment when one of Samato's servants came to him, asking for help, having witnessed the duel with his own eyes, and it was hard to believe that Samato's opponent, who killed him, was such a unique fighter. The servant said that Samato himself was defeated by a slave, a mid-level warrior, as that unknown warrior possessed excellent close combat techniques and had exceptional acrobatic skills. And now the master had to find out the truth. After all, one could not overlook the attention of such a fighter. Perhaps they talked about him because he was unusual for the environment. But possessing power techniques in martial arts was a unique talent. The man had already reached out his hand to open the door in front of him, when a clear youthful voice sounded behind him, asking him to stop and not open the door without his permission. Otherwise, something terrible would happen. The order was given by Bi Yon. He stood behind the man and watched him closely. Next to the young man stood his recent comrade. It was the boy who first began to worry about their safety. After all, Bi Yon behaves very harshly with strangers. Friend and comrade Bai thought it was not worth behaving so provocatively with simple guests. But the man did not even pay attention to what was happening behind his back, and Bai himself carefully tried to see him. The comrade tried once again to warn him about the danger. The man looked at them carefully, but nothing new could be read on his tired, pale face. His sharp eyes frightened and made one think about respect. The guest's attention was drawn to Bai himself. The man carefully examined his body and clothes. They were torn, and the young man was covered in wounds and cuts that would have long ago put an ordinary fighter to rest or simply killed him, and two others. With a deeper look, the man could see how energy was swirling inside the young man. The master was surprised by how it was distributed throughout his body, and how Bai skillfully masked it from the curiosity of others. The man considered it a very interesting phenomenon. He silently examined the boy, not taking his curious gaze away from him. Silence prevailed. The boys, in turn, also tried to carefully examine the unfamiliar guest and also remained silent. The situation might have looked quite comical from the outside, but clearly no one was in the mood for laughter. The man turned around and walked away from the gates toward the estate. The boys stayed behind him and they were silent. Bai watched the man attentively as he left. They did not know what they could offer him or how he felt about the insult. The master silently walked down the street, paying no attention to what was happening behind him. The energy and the unfamiliar young man left many questions. The man did not hesitate for a moment to leave this place. The boys just watched him leave, not understanding what had just happened before their eyes, and who that eccentric man was, who was clearly a fighter since he carried a weapon. And the fact that he did not grab it only played into his role. In the hall of the estate, Han and the servants stood before the coffin, tied with a red ribbon. The boys arrived suddenly. No one expected them to come so quickly. The lady of the house was especially glad, but the one who rejoiced the most was Kim Kim. He could hardly believe that the great master would dare to return to the arena after that revelation from the lady ruler of the arena. Yet the young man was a man of honor. The boy rushed to his mother and hugged her tightly in joy. The woman asked her son to be more restrained and not to shout at the top of his lungs. After all, she herself clearly saw that the man had returned. The old woman carefully watched from behind her son's shoulder at the newly arrived guest. She regretted that she could not accept Bion like this now. Yet he was a fool for returning at this moment. After all, he could have become free and gone his own way. Bion asked everyone present what the commotion was that happened with his appearance. The comrade looked at him attentively, but now the young man resembled more of an older man who had respectfully arrived at his home. Han carefully examined Bai. She wondered why he had returned. After all, having such abilities, he could quickly build his own life and become a famous fighter, invincible and, over time, quite influential. The woman asked why he should return after those harsh but truthful words, that he was simply meant to become a weapon in her hands, but the boy thought that he would not take offense at her. The comrade decided that his mission to possibly save Bion was over, turned around, and went straight on his way. He did not want anyone to see his sadness and hesitation. Meanwhile, Bion carefully examined Baru's coffin. He couldn't believe he hadn't managed to help his master and mentor, and protect him in time. He became curious to know what his master had been thinking before death. He recalled the training day when he was talking with a comrade. The latter asked the young man who, in his opinion, was the owner of this place. The boy without hesitation said that it must be a quarrelsome and unpleasant man. The comrade laughed loudly. Such a reaction was strange for the boy himself. He looked respectfully at his mentor and wanted to understand what he was thinking now, and how he evaluated the boy's fighting qualities. But the man suddenly became serious. He knew that for Bai it was now more important to learn how to fight. Yet still, if he personally accompanies the guildmaster, he must know something important about him to navigate the situation. A comrade advised always to help the host because even in the most critical situation he is not ready to ask for help. He is willing to perish himself but not ready to expose anyone to danger. Now Bion was retelling this conversation to Anna. She looked at the boy in surprise. She had thought many times about how her brother treated her, but she did not expect that he would speak so warmly about her after becoming a master. She was looking at the coffin. The girl understood that she had lost a lot. There was much she had not managed to do, and this largely concerned her brother. No matter how many words were said to him, how much they could have told each other. The young man, meanwhile, said that he needed neither benefit nor anyone's requests. From early childhood, he had learned to discern bad traits in people, and to understand what kind of person was before him at the moment. He said that over the years he learned one very interesting detail. People who use others and see them simply as means to achieve their own goals never told anything like that. Bai emphasized that he is always ready to help just like that. He should not be asked for it. He is always willing to help his comrades and friends, especially when they treated him not as a slave. All his life he did not pursue any selfish motives. He simply prepared to fight and become stronger in conditions where there were many enemies and opponents around. He did not need high goals. He was always ready to enter the fight only for the sake of victory over a powerful opponent. But this time something more and more significant was about to happen. These words shocked his new comrade. All this time he had thought so lowly and so basely about the boy standing before him. But now in his eyes he became much more determined and more humane than he seemed. Han also could not believe that these words were spoken by a former warrior slave, who was used and manipulated for profit. She herself raised him, trying to obtain a unique weapon. Meanwhile, Bai tried to clear his nose and ordered not to doubt his qualities under any circumstances. He was ready to listen to their request, and if it was hard for them to address a former slave, just order. He promised that in any case, he would stand firm and protect his lady. And for this, she did not need to stoop and humiliate herself by asking a former subject. She could be calm in this regard. Everyone around was shocked by his words. After all, Lady Han herself insisted that he take the chance and leave the arena, for he had no motive to return and continue fighting on her side. The old woman with her son also could not take their eyes off Bion. He had been like that since childhood. He did not offend any of the weaker ones around, but on the contrary tried to protect them. Although he hid kindness behind rudeness, Han began to cry. The boy could not understand why such words usually made people shed tears. After all, he did not want to offend anyone. On the contrary, he tried to resolve everything on his own, but caused a different reaction. Bai reached out his hand to Lady Han, trying to calm her. Now all his attention was focused on her, and he did not notice how behind him stood a burly tall man, silently watching what was happening. The young man was so absorbed in calming Lady Han and restoring order in the room, that he did not notice how a huge hand slowly approached him, trying to grab his neck. Bai managed to react in time. He jumped aside, avoiding a blow or a deadly grip that could have simply broken his neck. And this time the opponent was truly huge.
The man had clearly eaten a lot of porridge in childhood, but Bai failed to control his own body this time. He miscalculated the speed and crashed forcefully into the wall, raising a cloud of dust and stones. A silent silence prevailed around. No one dared to say a word. The lady and the servant tried to regain their composure after what had happened. They did not expect enemies to appear in their house. Both were immediately interested in who could have hired these people and whether they had backup on the street. Comrade Biona appreciated his friend's skill. Despite the lightning attack, he managed to gather himself and regroup. He protected his body and limbs from a strong blow against the wall, but still lost focus during the conversation. New people kept entering the room. At the head of the squad was one of the warriors who had been at the mentor's reception. He promised to remove anyone who now dared to interfere with his intentions to deal with Bai. Ms. Han meanwhile analyzed the situation. Bai had to deal with the damages and was conscious, so it was worth immediately dealing with the uninvited guests. They intended to destroy only him or Han along with her people in general. Stara and her son carefully examined the newcomers. They seemed to recognize them, and no relief came from this. After all, scenes from their former life flashed before both their eyes. It was then that this giant mocked them. He took advantage of being as big as a mountain, and no one dared to stand up to him. After all, it could have ended tragically for the defender. So the giant terrorized everyone around. The boy and his mother felt embarrassed and scared. They trembled because they knew it was not so easy to deal with this fighter. And Bai might not manage this time, as there were quite a few enemies, and all of them were martial arts masters. Ms. Khan suggested calming down and talking. After all, if the men came to participate in the fight, they could simply apply, to which she received only laughter and mockery in response. The leader of the attackers said there was something in it, but this time he was determined to resolve the issue by other means. He ordered to hand over to him the warrior slave who was the killer of Samato and Gikcho. To the question of why they needed this fighter, the leader assured that everything would be within justice, as the warrior must bear deserved punishment for killing two outstanding martial arts masters. Mrs. Cohn realized that now was the time for talks. After all, they could have attacked immediately. But this time they would have the opportunity to prepare for the attack, because the guests were clearly afraid of the unknown warrior. But first, you need to leave the room, because the walls will only interfere with fighting honorably and fairly. Meanwhile, Bai was also supposed to come to his senses. After all, he was still tired from previous fights. And the leader turned his attention to Comrade Bion. The boy immediately got scared, but still insisted that if the guest thinks so, then he definitely does not understand people. The man was embarrassed by such boldness. Bion finally came out. He carefully watched the newcomers and hoped to distract them so that his friends would not get hurt. The men also looked at him, but none could believe it. It is hard to believe that two masters of the level of Samato and Gekcho were defeated by a boy who fell from one powerful blow. Yet he was slowly approaching them, and with each movement he behaved more confidently. The boy was walking faster towards his probable opponents, but the lady ordered him to stop. He was surprised because he was sure he would deal with them easily, and without problems. The lady's master's voice sounded quite harsh. He looked at her, and the lady emphasized that if he wants to help, he must stay in place. It was not yet clear why he should do this, but he did not dare to disobey the order. Still, it was strange. It is unknown what his mistress had in mind, but the boy stopped. He did not realize how the giant was holding his head. The man informed the leader that this slave was behaving very defiantly and deserved to be punished. The leader assured that the young man approached first, so there is no need to hold back. Now their hands are completely open for attack. Comrade Bai simply looked carefully at the attackers and assured that they really do not understand people. But this was entirely their fault, and only they will bear responsibility for it. Sam Bi-yon no longer intended to tolerate bad treatment from enemies. He promised himself to deal with them very quickly and break as few things around as possible, but he will definitely punish them. Meanwhile, the big guy grabbed the boy's head even tighter and asked how he dared to keep his head raised before respectable people. The behavior of a slave outraged him to the depths of his soul, so now he will try to conduct a lesson for the disobedient slave. But he was stopped by the loud scream of Mrs. Han. She ordered him to get out of her house. After all, this is not an arena for fighting or settling scores. The girl angrily looked at the uninvited guests and emphasized that they were currently holding a funeral, and they were interfering with the tradition as it needed to be done according to customs. The newcomer either pretended or truly did not understand that there was a coffin standing on the floor before him. He was forced to reconsider his behavior, as even those like him respected death because they were constantly close to it. The huge man kept holding Bi-yon by the head. The boy controlled himself completely and did not give any reason for them to think otherwise.
But still, when it came to Han, he could lose control at any moment.
Meanwhile, Lady Han announced that when they are challenged, they will not avoid the duel, and the guests should just wait until the funeral is over, and then the opponents can name the time and date. The leader really liked the words of the brave girl. He emphasized that in such a case he would not oppose the will of the hostess, and he respects the last path of the fighters. He said that he agrees to the proposed conditions, so he gives a whole day to bury the dead man. And tomorrow, he will send his people to conduct the fight. He also takes the huge man, as he trusts Lady Han. The leader ordered the huge man, whose name was Gun Chang, to release the boy. Tomorrow he will have the opportunity to measure strength with the boy, and punish him for the murders of 2 great masters who died by his hands. The huge man was clearly dissatisfied that he would not be able to fight the slave warrior today. But the leader promised to yield tomorrow's fight to him, so the chance to punish the guilty will definitely fall to him. The burly guest quickly removed his hands from Bi Yan's head. The young man restrained himself again, although it was clearly visible from the side that it was a provocation from the strong man, who still wanted a fight today. Waiting was not in his rules. At the end, the leader addressed the boy. He warned Bi Yan not to even think about escape. This way he will not save his life, because then thousands of great warriors will follow his trail. The young man carefully watched the uninvited guests leave. He felt the tension around from his friends and Lady Han, who feared that he could lose control at any moment and start a fight right there. But Bi himself believed that with this calmness he was paying tribute not so much to Master Baru as to his brother, because at one time he could not even bury his body in the ground, so he simply had no right to allow this to happen a second time. Bi Yan made a vow to himself that when he became much stronger, he would definitely return to his brother, but now his task was to protect everyone who needed it and stay close to Lady Han. Kim fell to the floor. From tension and nerves, he simply lost consciousness. The old mother bent over her son. He was just lying on the floor. Soon the incident attracted the attention of everyone present in the room. Kim was tired. He was deeply affected by the death of Master Baru and the suffering of Lady Han, and now these people came to the house, who had constantly bullied the boy since childhood, and threatened Bi Yan. The sun was already dipping toward the horizon and preparing to rest, yielding its rights to the night and the coolness. General Ma and his comrade were now discussing the death of Samato and 2 other arena masters. Samato and Manhwa had been comrades since childhood, and now they simply could not help but support each other, for which, in fact, they paid the price. It is unknown under what exact circumstances these murders occurred, but it can only be said that it happened after Samato did not bow to the warrior Baru, who was mentoring the young apprentice. The general understood that the slave warrior actually had plenty of motives to commit all these murders, but one should not forget about his current state. He has no right to raise a hand against his master. The man assured that Generals Kim Chan, Gun Chan, and warrior So Mun Gok had already met with the slave, and soon he must answer for all his bad deeds. These words unsettled the general. He inquired what had happened to them. The interlocutor explained that it was unknown what events accompanied their meeting, but this time they forgave the young man and simply decided to take him with them. But his further fate is unknown. The general was interested in this information. He was convinced that Bi Yan would not be released just like that. He must answer for his actions, and a new time and place for the decisive duel would simply be appointed. A group of men stood near the cliff. They were discussing an important issue. One of those present saw no reason not to trust the one who was telling the important news, which concerned recent events. Ma asked Master Jing what he thought about the young man, since only he possessed a unique vision of energy. So the opinion regarding this man was very important. The master assured that strength is not the main thing in battle. But when there is a very large gap in level, there will be no fight. After all, in such a case, one of the opponents will only have an advantage over the other. Regarding energy, the same situation applies. There can be such a reserve of energy that no technique and no weapon can cope with such opposition. And among the old warriors, there were only 4 like that. Ma asked the master if the young man could stand against the most skilled warrior of the old, the legendary Yo Gon. To which the master replied that he had seen the woman long ago, several years ago. The master assured that Yo Gon would definitely win, but the boy would be able to leave marks from the clash on her body. After all, he also possesses unique strength and technique, as evidenced by his victories over famous enemies. The man also added that before meeting this slave, who surprised him, he did not believe in masters who possess such a unique ability to develop quickly and become more skilled. The master assured that besides the divine warrior and the light warrior, and Yo Gon, he had never encountered similar energy and similar circulation of it in the human body. The only one who was close to this state was his current interlocutor.
It was he who learned to control qi as if it flowed outside the body, which is why it was called external qi. The man modestly replied that the credit belonged to Jing Liqin himself. It was he who taught and showed how to properly control and work with qi energy, to which the master modestly objected. He emphasized that it was thanks to the master that he learned to feel the energy and turned it into the so-called steel qi. And since then he felt as if he had simply seen the light one day and no longer remained the same. Ma assured that the teacher simply guided the student on the right path, and then the fighter himself worked on becoming on the path. After all, it is one thing when you know about its existence, and another when you know nothing about it. But the master explained that teaching steel qi is simply impossible. After all, even the most skilled warriors, who would not include divine warriors, only learn to protect the body using qi energy. The mentor explained that he had seen such mighty warriors only a few times. They included several commanders from the ruler's palace and powerful warriors who were constantly guarding the borderlands. Ma hurried to assure his comrade that he truly considered him the strongest warrior in their state, and he never had any doubts about this under any circumstances. At the end, the man asked to borrow his strength, and he would return it 100-fold after dealing with the sworn enemy. He should not doubt this for a moment. Kim lay unconscious. His mother watched over him and was constantly by her son's side. Han visited the boy, as she also considered him her loyal subject. The mother was grateful for such respect. The woman explained to the lady that among today's uninvited guests were people who had once severely tormented Kim, and because of their actions he lost a very important person. The old woman said that she had never spoken about this because she feared that in this way Kim would find it hard to forget those events. After all, he was very troubled by them. Kim lost his wife early. He was left only with children, who were his only reason for joy. But what happened was something no one could even imagine. The child's death came suddenly. One day Kim went to the market with the little one to buy groceries. While talking with the merchant, the man lost control of the situation and did not notice when the little one got distracted from him. And the boy really liked the little horse that was passing by. But this actually became a mistake for the little one. The fact that he ran to the horse could turn into a horror for no one. The horse got scared and reared up. The little one, who was sitting on it, could not hold on in the saddle and fell off, hitting himself badly. Nothing serious was injured, but Kim's boy was terribly frightened. The boy constantly asked forgiveness from his peer. He was not offended, but the matter was with the boy's father, who at that time was one of the military officials of the district. He decided to punish. Among the locals, there were rumors about the strength of this man. He could break stones with his palms, so this time he wanted to solve everything by force and scare the boy who almost injured his son. With a powerful blow, the man broke one of the house's pillars nearby. Kim was very scared for his son and shielded him with his back. Debris flew everywhere. The little one was very frightened. The man overdid it with his methods. He didn't just scare the boy. He made him very afraid. The boy's pants became wet. He couldn't hold back his fear. Yon lay down in bed and did not get up anymore. The doctor who was called did not want to deal with the situation. He just waved his hand and refused to help the boy further. Kim and the old woman were left alone with him. A day passed, and this boy died. There was not even a chance to complain to anyone or ask for justice. This traumatized Kim and forced him to keep it deep in his heart so that no one could reach him. The old woman said that after those events they left their native countries, and it was then that they met Mrs. Han. Kim kept it all inside, but this meeting awakened old traumatic memories in him. But in reality, everything turned out to be much scarier. As soon as Kim faced the past, he lost control of himself, and a nervous illness knocked him down and took away his strength. Mrs. Han stood over Kim. She could not believe that so much suffering had befallen her servant. But even more, she blamed herself for not being able to protect her subordinates. The conversation was overheard by Bi Yon. He stood behind the wall and heard every word. The boy made his own conclusion that he would not spare this opponent in tomorrow's fight. The morning of the next day came. The time for the duel was approaching. Warriors from the enemy camp were gradually arriving. They carefully examined those who wanted to watch the duel. Among them were many officials. The commander of 15 warriors forbade driving away the spectators because by social status they were higher, so let them watch. Bi Yan stood in front of the opponent, and they carefully looked at each other. Behind Bai stood Mrs. Han. The girl was armed. She felt that soldiers nearby were supposed to receive orders to detain Bi because he was accused of killing 2 famous masters. Han was nervous because she did not see any soldiers from the enemy camp nearby. This made her look around distrustfully. She did not believe in the pure and honest intentions of the uninvited guests. The lady of the house addressed those present. She asked for the opportunity to give a speech. Everyone around wanted to start as soon as possible but agreed to her request. The girl emphasized that the opponents of her fighter are very respectable people, and if bills for victory over them are sent to Bai, he clearly will not be able to fight at full strength this time. The commander of the squad of 15 Ublos did not like to hear such an address. He emphasized that for his outstanding fighters, the path of the warrior was paramount, so they do not pay attention to titles. The man ordered Lady Han to be silent. After all, such words could cost even one's head. Therefore, guests in the arena should be treated more respectfully. Han agreed that Bai would not bear responsibility. Bai Yan stood opposite his burly opponent. He understood that after the hostess's speech, he must not control himself and fight weakly. Instead, he would fight to the very end, to the death of the scoundrel. The man did not wait. He rushed at the boy, trying to end the fight with one blow. But Bai ordered him to be silent and start resolving matters as befits men. The comrades of the burly man were seriously surprised. They clearly did not expect anything like this from the boy who seemed just puny or an average-level fighter. The woman and the girl who looked like a boy barely restrained their emotions. They looked with wide-open eyes at what happened in the arena. No one expected such a turn of events. The burly man's hand was held by a shred of muscle and skin. The man looked in surprise at what remained of his limb. Bai's hand was still in the air, and its next target could be the opponent's head. Bai's comrade quickly ran down the street. He was surprised that they left without him. After all, he was not a powerful or strong fighter, but he was also useful because of his passive skills. The boy believed that his usefulness lay in the fact that he perfectly knew the weak spots of the boy's techniques, and he could timely warn the boy about his mistake in attack or defense. Meanwhile, blood was flowing in the arena. The burly man was now looking helplessly at the stump of his hand. He tried in any case to finish the duel because he felt fear. The leader of the newcomers believed that the rumors about this boy's victory over Gikcho and Samato were not fabrications, but how did this kid manage at such a young age to reach heights of such a level of technique mastery? Konmin Gon could once break a stone in half with a fist or palm strike, but what happened to him this time? The man was clearly losing to his opponent, and it would be good if the fight ended without the death of any of the fighters. The spectators began to carefully examine and analyze the opponent's technique and abilities. They marveled at how skillfully he controlled his energy, how expertly he mastered his body. The ABC of fighting was the ability to timely recognize the opponent's techniques and determine his chi energy level. This was where the fight should have started. So Khan himself made a fatal mistake, but the slave Min did not possess these skills, as he was simply used to fighting opponents regardless of their level. Khan lost control of himself after losing a limb. When Khan's hand landed on Biyon's head, the man thought the young man had fallen into his trap. But what happened was something no one expected. Everyone already thought that finally the burly man would get what he deserved. The next moment, B struck the opponent's hand with his palm. He clearly did not expect this. Blood splattered in all directions. Khan lost control of the situation and feared for his fate. Khan watched in horror as the opponent's hand slipped out of his palm on the backside. He did not even want to think about what would happen in a few seconds. Fear and despair were the only things left in him. The man realized that he was not fighting just a boy. Before him was a spirit of murder, merciless and cruel by nature and essence. The human guise concealed everything from the opponents. Khan did not expect that after a powerful palm strike, Bi-Yan would start a leg-to-leg attack on the opponent. The next moment the man realized he was losing his footing and could no longer fight. With a lightning-fast throw, Bi-Yan sent the opponent to the ground. He could no longer resist the boy. Everyone around held their breath in anticipation of what might happen next. Bi-Yan raised his leg over the opponent. The spectators thought that no matter what, the slave warrior would not dare to finish off the elite fighter. For him, it was simply forbidden by customs. The young man looked carefully at the opponent. He thought that the first thing he would do was smash half of the opponent's face, and the opponent, by Bai's facial expression, understood that this one would go all the way to the end. The young man's leg was already above the man's face, but at the last moment, a second before the execution, a loud scream sounded, ordering to stop, and Bi-Yan hesitated for just a moment. The man who commanded the squad of warriors who arrived to punish Bai was approaching the battlefield with large strides. He clearly wanted to prevent his enemy from being killed. Silence prevailed. The man grabbed Yui-Yan by the hand. Han was watching attentively what was happening. She wondered how many warriors had to fall for them to understand who they were dealing with at the moment. B's new opponent was much more skillful and experienced. He immediately assessed the level of mastery of chi energy. Bai's hand was already approaching the enemy's body, and he was preparing to counterattack. Bi-Yan's palm pressed into the opponent's hand. He was nervous because the young man was much stronger than he appeared at first glance, but even more frightening was that Bai parried his strike. It immediately became clear that the boy was analyzing the opponent's actions, not acting blindly. The level of skill and technique of this boy was much higher than that of Hekcho and other masters who had died. Everyone around watched the duel as if enchanted. No one dared to comment on what was happening. However, at the moment, the situation was strange and disturbed many. General Kim, according to many, preferred chi energy, and the fact that the young man managed to wound him indicated a high level of mastery of this energy. These skills were truly invigorating. Civi believed that only General Huan Jiangmu could repeat something similar without using weapons. This made one think about many things, and start to beware of the warrior slave. The Chi Master watched this duel closely. The man believed that the boy's energy manifested much more in battle than when the man near the arena door watched him. At the moment of the fight, the master thought that the young man was dispersing energy to all the points needed to fight, and in a state of calm, the energy circulated as high-ranking generals do. For the master himself, it remained a mystery where such skills came from in an ordinary slave. The general himself was now thinking about the high level of skills of the fighter with whom he had so recklessly started to fight, but still a slight advantage in battle was achieved through concentration and discipline, especially concerning such younglings and weaklings as Bion, who skillfully concealed his abilities.
Watching Bion's duel, Hansol remembered their last conversation. That morning, Bion visited the resting place of Baru. It was there that Hansol found him. She warned Bion that from that moment, his opponents were the henchmen of those who control the entire Sun Empire. Mostly these were generals or some of the strongest warriors of the state. So Hansol asked Bion, was he really ready? But in response, he calmly explained that he absolutely needed to learn to defeat such enemies in order to at least approach the level he wanted to reach. Then Hansol apologized and warned that she did not know exactly when those she had to kill would appear. And so until they lure them out, Bion would have to fight and win. Bion remembered their plan, but he had only defeated 2 opponents, and his body had already begun to ache from within. He understood that he had to conserve chi because he was to fight all 15 warriors. But even moderate expenditure of chi overloads the body, so it would be much better if the opponents attacked him all at once. Meanwhile, Savol carefully watched Bion, and what she saw did not stop troubling her. She could understand if Bion was learning martial arts from the best warrior of the empire, but a simple slave could not expect that. However, Tensoko distracted her friend from her thoughts, noting that considering Huegom, this slave single-handedly defeated 5 of the Lord's fighters, and therefore Tensoko believed that the Lord was obliged to see Bion with his own eyes, whoever he might be. Soval agreed, especially since 2 generals were seriously wounded, and such a thing could not be hidden from the Lord anyway. But then General Huan declared that the other generals had lost both spirit and pride while they hid under the Lord's wing and lived in comfort. Therefore, Huan volunteered to be Bion's next opponent. Jimyun did not expect such a turn, but he knew that the general was one of the few who could truly fight the slave. Meanwhile, Bion decided to attack first and, using Kyongan, aimed precisely at the general's jaw. Bion intended to execute an uppercut, but to his surprise, Huan calmly intercepted his hand. Jimyun knew it would be so because the higher the skill in close-range chi technique, the more often it develops into powerful strikes combined with long-range technique. The energy of close-range technique is used to lift, grab, or jerk. And if the strength level of the opponents is roughly equal, the advantage will be with the one who has better honed the basics. Now the advantage was on Huan's side, who immediately jerked Bion down, intending to drive him into the ground. At the same second, Bion responded with a kick, but the general intercepted it as well. However, despite this, Huan failed to stop the strike, and Bion's foot still kicked him in the face. Soval and Tensoko were amazed by Bion's speed and agility, as he managed to attack in such a dire position. But Jimyun was not so impressed. Bion's attack seemed weak to him, and if he had directed even a little chi into the leg for General Huan, it would have been over. Therefore, Jimyun wondered, did Bion simply fail to concentrate, or can he not direct his chi into a strike at all? Meanwhile, Huan grabbed the impudent one by the throat and, lifting him above his head, ordered him to show everything he was capable of. Bion's helplessness troubled Jimyun, since concentrating chi in the hands and feet is usually not that difficult. When a person learns to control energy, the degree of concentration depends on talent. But any beginner can concentrate ki in the hands and feet, while concentrating ki throughout the whole body is much harder. However, if the opponent's concentrated chi is of higher quality, then in battle he will inevitably be in a more advantageous position. Of course, if a fighter is suddenly struck in a weakly protected spot, he can die. But General Huan, as soon as he realized that the kick was about to reach him, instantly concentrated chi in his head and minimized the damage. As for Bian, he somehow manages his chi unusually, but if because of this peculiarity he cannot gather chi into one point, then it becomes useless. Meanwhile, Bion once again applied Kyongun, intending to break Huan's arm, but the general reacted in time and threw the youth away from himself. Bion lamented that he did not manage to strike, but at least he freed himself. Only Jinmya knew that although thanks to strong chi Bion did not receive serious injuries, he would not last long like this. Nevertheless, Bion stubbornly got back on his feet because there were still many opponents ahead, which meant he had to defeat Huan with the current level of chi. Even in his current state, there was a way to make the attack stronger, and in the next moment, Bion struck with a spinning kick. At the same time, he directed the chi circulating in his waist to his leg to accelerate the torso rotation and strengthen the strike. However, Huan still calmly caught Bion's leg, just like last time. Then he did what Bion did not foresee. The general grabbed his leg with his other hand, completely nullifying the strike. And in the next moment, Huan simply pushed Bion away from himself. To avoid falling to the floor, he had to perform a somersault, but upon landing, Bion made an unforgivable mistake. He turned his back to the opponent, which the general immediately took advantage of. Huan grabbed Bion from behind and, twisting his arm, declared that since he tore off Mangyaon's arm, he would also tear one off him. Bion tried to break free, but unfortunately the difference in brute strength was too great. Hansel knew that General Huan was an outstanding master, but she could not even imagine to such an extent. But in the next moment, the girl heard a voice that sent a grave chill down her spine. It was Madison, accompanied by his bodyguard Madine. The aristocrat declared in an authoritative voice that it was time to stop all this. And Huan really stopped breaking Bion's arm, but did not let the young man go. Then the general told Madison that he clearly had made a mistake by taking it upon himself to handle matters for the elder Yeonryeon. Hansol did not hear the general's words. All she could think about was that the killers of her family had finally revealed themselves. And although it was not part of her plan, it was Bion who created the situation in which the enemies completely lost vigilance, finding themselves close to each other. Therefore, Hansol mentally asked Bion for forgiveness, because she could not miss such an opportunity. Hansol decided to deal with her problems herself and smoothly grabbed the hilt of the poisoned blade. But Bion noticed this, which gave him a very bad premonition. Meanwhile, the head of the Chang Trading Guild, Dosum, was tormented by guilt for his inaction. He was ready to pay any price to save his daughter, but those targeting Bion were connected to Mutujom and its masters, and they would terribly avenge the insult. Originally, Mutujom was a region where many martial arts schools gathered, but someone appeared who wanted to turn Mutujom into a place of constant battles to train strong masters. His name was Madanson. The fighters of Mutujom tried to resist him, but Madanson's power and influence were enormous. He ruled even the strongest masters cruelly, using his authority, and even the local leaders could not deal with him. Madanson was an ally of the greatest magistrate of the Sung dynasty, and even chancellors tried not to cross him. Therefore, Dosum could not help either Hansol or Bion, and that is why he decided to leave with his daughter as far away from this place as possible. But when Dosum called Vijin, he anxiously reported that he could not find Lady Chanren anywhere, all because the girl was already near the arena where Bion was fighting. Chanren did not know the way, but fortunately a passerby helped her. Only the passerby turned out to be Kondin, who could not miss the opportunity to observe the course of the battle. Meanwhile, Consul was waiting for the moment when Madanson's bodyguard would be distracted. She had been searching for decades for a way to take revenge, but the more Consul studied martial arts, the clearer it became that she could not oppose Madine. Consul tried to hire a master capable of killing him, but she could not find one. Using wealth and power for revenge was also impossible because the Madanson family turned out to be significantly more influential. Therefore, Consul decided to use Mutujom. She knew about Madanson's interest in martial arts, and thanks to Bion's strength, she finally had a chance. Meanwhile, Madanson reminded General Huan of his duty and that he must serve him like a dog. But in response, Huan stated that he serves only the elder Yeonryeon. In that case, Madanson ordered Madain to make the general obey. And this was exactly the moment Consul was waiting for, when the bodyguard moved away from his master. Therefore, in the next moment, she began to act and rushed at the defenseless Madanson. However, to her surprise, Madine reacted at the same second and put his hand under the sword's blow. Hansel was sure she had won because speed and power would not save Maydeen from a strong poison. But to the horror, the girl's blade shattered against Maydeen's arm like glass, not leaving even a scratch on the skin. Madonson became very curious. What the hell was Hansel doing? But Maydeen decided to first tear the girl's arm off, and only then interrogate her. But in the next moment, Bjorn used Jinkok and declared that he would kill Maydeen if he even touched the controller with a finger. Then he tore his hand out of the general's grasp and threw him across the entire arena. Jimyeon could not believe his own eyes, because Bjorn's chi had just instantly increased. At first, Jimyeon decided that Bjorn's chi level was originally higher than Hwan's, and the slave was just playing with the general. But then Jimyeon realized to his horror that Bjorn did not know how to concentrate chi because he simply did not need to. What Jimyeon saw now was the awakening of chi, and all this time until this moment Bjorn had unconsciously limited his power. Meanwhile, Bjorn told Maydeen that if he decided to interfere in his fight, then he should come closer. However, the young man's loud words only amused Maydeen, and he asked, why should he obey a simple slave? Maydeen did not care whether it was a mistake or a misunderstanding. Once Consol drew her sword, he could not let her go alive. However, in the next moment, Consol caught the suddenly appeared Yuvon and immediately jumped back with the girl to a safe distance. Bjorn was surprised by his appearance, but at the same time grateful. However, Maydeen was not going to let go of his victim and rushed swiftly at Yuvon. To his regret, he understood that with Consol in his arms, he would not be able to dodge. But at the last moment, Bjorn managed to intercept Maydeen's hand and declared that from now on he would fight only with him. Invigwan immediately turned to Madonson and asked, what does he intend to do since the duel has gotten out of control? However, Madonson was quite satisfied with this development of events. At first he thought that Bjorn would be much weaker than people said, but he exceeded all expectations. But Jinmyeon had a different opinion. He was sure that over time Bjorn could become an outstanding master, but his opponent was much stronger. Bjorn could not know this and aimed at Maydeen's neck. He managed to intercept Bjorn's hand, but, as in the case with General Hwan, the blow still reached its target. However, to Bjorn's surprise, his fingers couldn't even scratch Maydeen's neck. Jimyeon knew that he possessed steel chi, which envelops the body like armor, so such strikes couldn't penetrate it. Moreover, when a person uses steel chi, he is able to direct all energy solely into attack. The reason is that steel chi allows defense without expending energy on external techniques, so it can be directed to offensive techniques. Jimyeon was confident that Maydeen was more than twice as strong as Bjorn and was simply testing the slave. To confirm this guess, Maydeen gripped Bjorn's neck with a steel grip. However, Madison warned his bodyguard not to kill the slave, but only to teach him a lesson. Nevertheless, Bjorn was not going to give up and in response squeezed Maydeen's hand. However, in the next moment, Madison ordered his guards to kill the slave's friends. At the same second, Hansel and Yuan were surrounded by armed guards. The threat to his friends' lives gave Bjorn strength, and he still managed to break free from Maydeen's grip. And then he grabbed his hand in a hold and threw him to the ground. However, before falling, Maydeen still managed to wound Bjorn in the shoulder. Meanwhile, Yuvon engaged in an uneven fight with Madonson's guards. But to his surprise, the guards also possessed steel chi, like Maydeen. Then Hansol shouted to Yuvon to strike the eyes and immediately plunged the broken sword into the guard's eye socket. In response, the second guard grabbed her by the hand, intending to avenge the fallen comrade. But Yuvon swiftly finished off the scoundrel. Only there were still too many enemies. Hansol and Yuvon were already prepared to face their last battle when in the next moment Bjorn burst into the crowd of guards and began tearing them apart with his bare hands. Because of this, Madonson's warriors shifted all their attention to Bjorn and quickly surrounded him. However, Bjorn firmly declared that he would take them all on himself. After that, even General Hwan was amazed by the monstrous strength and endurance of the young man. But Jimyeon realized that he had been mistaken about Bjorn all this time, because his fight could not be judged by outward appearances. Even if the fighting style and techniques are not visible to the eye, the level of a fighter can be determined by the density and flow of chi. But now Bjorn's chi density has not changed, yet his speed and power have increased. This means that there is something more in Bjorn's style, and until Jimyeon figures out his techniques, the slave must not die. Meanwhile, Maydeen told his lord that, unfortunately, it is impossible to capture Bjorn whole and unharmed. On one hand, Madonson understood that if Bjorn could be easily suppressed, then he simply would not have been needed. But on the other hand, Madonson did not want to discard a good sprout before it had blossomed. Therefore, he accepted the losses among his fighters and ordered Madane not to intervene for now. No sooner had Madison said this than reinforcements joined the guards the next moment. If Yuan were alone, he could maneuver between the opponents and break their formation, but unfortunately he had to cover Hansol. However, with one strike, Beyond knocked down 3 guards who dared to attack the manager. Then he reproached Hansol for rushing at Madonson. But when the girl tried to explain herself, he said he understood and would have done the same in her place. Hansol apologized for putting them all in danger. However, in response, Beyond coldly ordered Yuvan to run away with the manager while he distracted the enemies. Hansol and Yuvan wanted to object, but Beyond assured that he would catch up with them after dealing with Madane. Then Hansol tried to explain to Beyond that they all needed to run together because Madane had no weaknesses and fought completely differently. In response, Beyond stubbornly stated that it did not matter, but the next moment he suddenly spat blood. Sensing his weakness, Madonson's guards immediately launched an attack. However, at the same second, someone loudly ordered everyone to stop immediately. It was General Malyanchon, who arrived at the arena with a whole squad of soldiers. He declared that from this minute, all battles were forbidden, but Madonson reminded him that he had neither the reasons nor the authority for that. But in response, Malyanchon explained that this was the order of the eldest Yonryon, to take into custody everyone connected with the slave and who was the source of the conflict. General Huan was initially against the attempt to eliminate Beyond without informing the elder, but he participated because he was unimpressed by the stories about the slave. However, seeing everything with his own eyes, Huan realized that such a fighter could not simply be removed and quietly hidden. As for Madison, he did not expect the elder to intervene, so he had no choice but to comply. By the elder Beyond's order, he was not locked in a dungeon but sent to a guest house, which Malyanchon promptly reported to Yonryon. He decided to personally see how outstanding Beyond was as a fighter and suggested going with him for company, Yogon. However, the swordsman refused the elder's invitation and stated he would go only if there was an order to eliminate Beyond. Nevertheless, Yonryon was not offended because he understood that someone following in the footsteps of the war, God would hardly be interested in the skill of some slave. Yogan had not appeared in public for years and trained in seclusion to approach the level of the war god. Malyanchon had no doubt about his strength, but he was curious. Had Yogan really reached such mastery? Meanwhile, Bayon awaited Elder Yonryon in the guest house. To his regret, the young man had to admit that due to repeated use of Kanhyon Qigong, internal injuries had flared up again. If he made even one more move, he could lose consciousness right in the heat of battle. Beyond did not consider that after fighting several strong opponents, when his body was already at its limit, an even more dangerous enemy might appear. Therefore, to continue winning in such situations, Beyond decided to use his father's combat techniques. And he was also slightly bothered by the fact that in the guest house, he was in the company of the other generals. In response to Beyond's question, Inwiguan explained that they would not leave the elder alone with such a dangerous person. But in response to the loud words, Beyond assured that he would not attack if they did not harm him and his friends. However, if something happened to Hansol and Chanren in the neighboring rooms, everything would be completely different. But then Sovol came very close to Beyond and, pointing to the wound on his shoulder, asked, "Doesn't this count as harm?" At such closeness, Beyond became embarrassed and nervous, and Sovol asked Xiaomi to treat him. Beyond immediately declared that he did not need any treatment, but the girls had already started to take off his clothes. Meanwhile, in the neighboring rooms, Hansol asked Chanren why did she even come if she saw the dire situation they were in. Then in response, Chanren awkwardly admitted that she followed Hansol to somehow help. But the more important thing was that Chanren did not understand why Hansol raised a sword against Madonson. In response, she evasively said that Chanren did not necessarily need to know the reason. However, the next moment the elder Yunryon entered the room and declared that he really wanted to know. Both girls immediately greeted him with a bow and introduced themselves in turn. However, upon hearing that Chanren was from the Chan house, the elder clarified, "Does this mean that the Chan trading house is also involved in this conflict?" In response, the girl explained that she came to the arena because Hansol and Beyond are her benefactors. And Chanren also assured that she could explain why a fight started between the elder's generals and Beyond. However, Yonryon stated that he already knew this, so there was no need for details. The elder was interested in only one thing, whether the attack by the steward Hansol on Madison was connected to the Chan trading house. Instead of Chanren, Hansol immediately answered, assuring that her matter was in no way connected to the Chan trading house. It was her personal revenge. Hansol had loyally served the Chan trading house for a long time, but when she asked for help and revenge, she was expelled. After these words, Chanrin finally understood why Hansol had so suddenly left the trading house. However, to the surprise of both girls, Yeonryun stated that they should resolve their personal feud themselves. Mayoncheon asked the elder for permission to conduct an interrogation, as Hansol's words might be lies. But Yeonryun reminded him that Hansol was acquainted with Samyuan, yet in such a situation she does not even try to use his name. This act says a lot, which means her words can be trusted. Then Hansol dared to ask, does this mean that the elder will not intervene if she takes up personal revenge again? In response, Yeonryun explained that if he intervened in everyone's personal grievances, the country would plunge into endless battles. And the elder also added that the trading house acted wisely by deciding not to intervene, because otherwise it would have disappeared. Shengrin shuddered at these words. Only now did she realize that the life of her entire family was at stake. Meanwhile, Yeonryun warned Hansol that he also did not intend to intervene in Madonson's affairs if he decided to punish her. So Hansol must resolve her personal matters herself. After that, the elder left, and Hansol still could not believe what she had heard. She had always considered Yeonryun a monster, but now she wanted to trust him. When the elder left, Chengrin remembered the day she first met Hansol. She was badly wounded and bleeding on the snow, and if it were not for her father, Hansol would have died. Even then, Chengrin realized that despite her age, a cruel history stood behind Hansol. Over many years of living with the family, Chan Hansol never spoke about her past and no one dared to ask her. But when she decided to trust her father and the Lord Chancellor, she was refused help and expelled. Meanwhile, Hwan came into the chambers where Bion was kept, but he did not dare to enter yet, hearing farce and indignant cries behind the door. However, then Hwan, to his surprise, noticed the elder Yeonryun heading straight towards him. The general immediately greeted his lord, but Yeonryun calmed him and explained that he was just taking a walk in the fresh air. But then the elder became curious about what Hwan thought of this slave, Bion. In response, the general admitted that in martial arts, Bion was an extremely rare talent, but he was young and audacious to the skies. Captain Malyancheon agreed with Hwan's words, which made Yeonryun already decide that besides strength, the youth had nothing special. However, then Hwan added that there was something he could not understand. Bion's words and actions even made him feel a strange inspiration. Therefore, Hwan advised to observe this youth. The general's words intrigued Yeonryun, and he decided to heed his advice. As soon as the elder entered the chambers, Sovol and Cheonmi immediately forgot about Bion. And in the next moment, all the generals simultaneously greeted their lord. Yeonryun looked at Bion thoughtfully from head to toe, and then stated that he was much smaller than he expected. In response, Bion told the elder that it was not for him to say that, and clearly demonstrated their height difference. But in the next moment, Yeonryun grabbed the impudent one by the ear and declared that first he would have to tame his temper. Bion did not resist and only complained that for some reason all the elders grabbed him by the ear, which surprised the elder. Yeonryun expected the boy to resist, but the slave did not even think of opposing. Even the generals grabbed their weapons, preparing to defend their lord, but no threat came from Bion. It was then that Yeonryun realized that the young man before him simply considered him a powerless old man. Therefore, the elder released Bion and declared that if he answered the questions, he would allow the young man to meet with his friends. Bion saw nothing difficult in this, and then Yeonryun asked, why did he treat General Gon especially harshly? At first, Bion pondered the answer, but then explained that there are people who are kind to those like him, and General Gon ruined the son of a good woman, and if such a person roams free, the weak will suffer and perish. For Bion, there was no other reason left to kill him. The answer surprised Yeonryun, and although he sensed that the next answer would disappoint him, he was obliged to ask, what does Bion fight for? To protect the weak? But the answer stunned everyone present, because Bion cold-bloodedly stated that he fights to kill, to gain the power with which he alone can kill anyone in this world. However, despite such harsh words, Yeonryun understood that this boy did not know himself at all. He always fought to protect others, but at the same time did not hide behind beautiful words about protecting the weak, but said directly, I fight to kill. In other words, Bion is a killer with compassion in his heart and a warrior whom Yeonryun had waited for all his life. It is hard for the strong to have compassion for the weak, and for those who can, it is hard to become strong, and for a cold-blooded killer, it is hardest of all to have compassion for others. There are people who only pretend to be compassionate or mistake pitiful vanity for their nature. But Beyond is not like that. He fights so brutally that he himself believes he fights for killing, but at the same time, every one of his battles was for protecting others. General Gon was needed by Yanrion for his abilities, but Beyond possesses the qualities of the ideal commander, as the Elder always imagined. But most importantly, Beyond does not need to be demanded loyalty from. Even without orders and requests, he will himself protect the country and the people, because it is in his very nature to protect the weak. The only thing Yanrion regretted was that times are different now, and earlier only the abilities and talents of Beyond would have been enough. But to stop the all-consuming fire ignited by a spark named Genghis Khan, the world needs a man like Beyond. That is why Yanrion was racking his brains over what to do with him next. However, then the Elder suddenly asked Beyond, "What is your name?" And upon learning that the young man's name means flying hero, Yanrion laughed loudly and grabbing Beyond by the nose declared that the name was fitting. All the generals were stunned by what was happening, as the venerable Elder had not laughed like that for a very long time. When Yanrion calmed down and finally let go of Beyond, he addressed all the generals and asked, "Why are you all still here?" In response, General Huan explained that since Beyond was liked by the Elder, the other warriors would not be hostile to him, even if he was a slave. However, influential people who share the views of the venerable Elder and his subordinate commanders still do not recognize Beyond. Therefore, Huan wanted to ask something, and Beyond was free to answer as he saw fit. Usually in a duel, to gauge the opponent's strength, I hold back part of my chi, but only up to a certain limit. However, when Beyond threw Huan, his strength was too different from the original. That is why the general was interested. Why did Beyond not use this strength from the very beginning? The young man did not understand why Huan was so interested in this, but he could not talk about his father's technique. Therefore, Beyond answered that he was simply conserving his strength because he was counting on duels with the other generals. Such an answer surprised Huan. He admitted that Beyond was strong, but he could not believe that this boy seriously intended to defeat all the commanders. But what was outrageous, after Huan personally felt his strength, Beyond's words no longer sounded like youthful boasting. But this also meant that Beyond did not fight at full strength even against Madain and the soldiers. However, General Huan immediately dismissed this thought because no matter how strong Beyond was, he was still an immature youth. Therefore, at the end, Huan gave him advice in case he had to fight like today. Sometimes actions opposite to the planned tactics turn out to be much more effective. Only Beyond did not understand what Huan meant at all. Meanwhile, in the arena, Jinmyun tried to repeat Beyond's technique for awakening Qi. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not understand it. So he decided to find out everything directly from Beyond. All Qi techniques gather and regulate energy through breathing. But Beyond, unlike all the others, controls Qi through the support of the true step. When he threw General Huan, it was clearly visible. The strike, born of the true step, caused a wave-like oscillation of Qi throughout the body. After some time, the Qi dissipated. But Jinmyun saw with his own eyes that in strength, it surpassed everything that could be achieved through breath control. If you master this technique and learn to regulate it through breathing, then even the Mushin level will cease to be unattainable. Meanwhile, Madison summoned Maidan to his office for a conversation. He informed his lord that he suspected who might be the controller of Hansol and could quietly eliminate her. Madison also suspected who the girl was, but eliminating her in the residence of the venerable elder was too risky. Moreover, judging by the slave's actions, this Hansol could be used as a lever of pressure, so for now she is needed alive. Then Madonson turned to Terok, one of the 15 warriors, and asked, "Is it true that Elder Yonryan had taken a liking to the slave?" In response, Terok revealed that the elder was not just fond, it seemed he was ready to hand the slave the position of military commander at any moment. Therefore, Terok doubted whether it would be possible to use the slave in their plan. However, Madison assured that even if the situation had changed, the result would remain the same. Meanwhile, Hansol was lost in heavy thoughts in the guesthouse chambers. Now there could be no talk of revenge. Maiden had been strong before, and now seemed invincible. Even though Bion threw him, Maidan did not get a scratch, while Bion himself was seriously wounded. This clearly demonstrated the difference in their strengths, forcing Hansol to admit that Bion could not win. But now she should think not of revenge, but of how to avoid a counterattack, because as soon as they step outside the residence, the enemies will immediately attack. But then Hansol was distracted from her gloomy thoughts by Shanren, who entered the chambers. She understood that there was no point in asking about the past, and Hansol no longer had loyalty to her father either. And yet Chanren sincerely wanted to help, because Madison would not so easily leave Hansol with Bjorn. Therefore, Chanren swore that no matter what, she would take the two of them to a safe place, even if it was the far south or another country. Before, Hansol would never have agreed, but now she could no longer expose Bjorn to danger. But as soon as she thought of the young man, the next moment he entered the chambers and asked, "Why is everyone so serious?" Hansol and Chanren were glad that Bjorn was okay and had received treatment from the elder's healer. However, Bjorn was now more concerned not with the wounds, but with what Hansol intended to do next. She understood that Bjorn would fight for her again, and therefore responded that they now needed to find a way out and that this would take time. But in that case, Bjorn reported that the master of this place, the old man, had allowed all three of them to live in a separate wing. Both girls were stunned by such news. Hansol did not expect that the venerable elder himself would show such favor to a simple slave. This could only mean one thing. Yeonryeon understood at first glance what kind of person Bjorn was. Only Bjorn believed that living in the very lair of the enemy would be too dangerous. But Hansol hurried to explain to him that now they would not find a safer place than this. Then Bjorn shifted his attention to Changrin and asked, why had she followed them? The question made this girl nervous, and she somehow explained that she just wanted to help them in some way. Only inside, Changrin knew that she had been unable to help at all, and now she did not understand what to do next. Meanwhile, outside, Jinmyeon was spying on Yogon under Madonson's orders. He wanted to know the enemy's strength, so he ordered to check how much Yogon's skill had increased. Only Jinmyeon already suspected that Bjorn and Yogon were equal in strength. Soon Yogon himself appeared from the estate. He was the only master capable of using chi with only a sword. Jinmyeon did not know the exact reason, but that sword allowed killing with almost no effort. In any case, Jinmyeon could say for sure that although Yogon had trained for many years, his chi strength had not changed. Meanwhile, the Manhwa magistrate arrived at the residence on the occasion of the upcoming birthday of the elder Yeonryeon. He was accompanied by two generals, Gwanhyeon and Sobon. The honorable guests were personally greeted by Captain Malyeoncheon, who ordered the servants to escort them to a separate wing. However, the magistrate heard a rumor that the venerable elder paid attention to every little detail. He also heard that Lord Yeonryeon highly valued a slave, but the magistrate had a different opinion and believed that the elder's eyesight had simply worsened. Although the magistrate did not cross the line, it was already clear to Malyeoncheon what he thought of the elder behind his back. Meanwhile, the magistrate sighed sadly and said that the doctor should check if the lord was sane. Malyeoncheon was no longer willing to listen to insults directed at his lord and ordered the guards to bring Bjorn. However, the prefect stated that first permission must be asked from the elder, and the slave is not worth such fuss. But then Yogon approached the prefect and respectfully greeted him as his teacher. Only in response to the greeting, the prefect ordered Yogon to dress according to his status and not like a beggar. Yogon asked forgiveness for his inappropriate appearance and explained that he had completely forgotten to think about clothing. The prefect understood that Yogon had spent a lot of time training, but if the fruits of these efforts did not meet expectations, the elder would be extremely disappointed. With these words, the prefect left, but his bodyguard still had something to say to Yogon. Sabin earnestly asked Yogon this time not to disappear, so as to finally put an end to their dispute, to which Yogon calmly replied, "I will wait." To Malyeoncheon, who was observing them, such behavior seemed strange, because usually only those who do not understand Yogon's strength and simply provoke him speak to Yogon like that. But Gwanhyeon and Sabon are different. They are warlords, hidden blades of the three departments guarding the borders. Even among commanders, border military leaders are considered elite. The prefect manages not only the region's finances but also the army. Therefore, under his command are many strong warriors. However, it was the elder Yeonryeon who elevated him to this post. Meanwhile, Sovol and Cheonmi discussed Bjorn's recent meeting with the elder over a cup of tea. Sovol anxiously asked her friend, who had examined Bjorn, whether he would be able to continue fighting. In response, Cheonmi did not sugarcoat the truth and gave a detailed report on Bjorn's condition. Besides the wounds received in the last battle, his leg, arm, shoulder injuries, and rib fractures had not healed. Serious internal injuries were also detected during the pulse check. Sovol was horrified by these words, wondering how Bjorn could face generals in such a pitiful state. Cheonmi added that with such wounds, an ordinary warrior would not be able to control his chi at all. Xiaomi could not understand how Bion managed to do it at all, but one thing she knew for sure. If Bion used his chi before full recovery, he could die. Now Soval understood the situation was serious, but unfortunately, a tournament was to be held soon. Meanwhile, Bion went outside to contemplate the recent battle with Medane alone. For the first time, he met a person whose ki gun surpassed his. In close combat, Bion was stronger, but he did not know what Medine was capable of. Therefore, Bion decided to fully utilize his father's techniques. The medium Kigung can be used 5 or 6 times. The body cannot endure more, and a truly powerful one, at most once or twice. However, Bion knew that his body could not withstand his father's Kigung now. But since the limit was only once or twice, Bion decided to use the Kigung that was stronger than anything he had used so far. Yes, Bion did not know if his body could endure such power, but since one could die after revenge, it was enough just to test it before the fight. However, when Bion was about to try the Kigung, he was suddenly and rudely called out. It was the bailiff who also rudely asked, "Why is such a wretch wandering here?" However, Bion did not even realize that he was being addressed, so he simply asked the bailiff for clarification. But the bailiff took the question as bad manners and decided that the slave had become arrogant since he caught the elder's eye. Meanwhile, Bion examined the 2 bodyguards accompanying the bailiff and realized that they were not just officials, but someone from the military or even commanders. Therefore, Bion decided not to get involved with them and simply left. However, the departure, when the senior gave a reprimand to the bailiff, was the same as a rebellion. And therefore he decided that the elder was unlikely to object if, to begin with, this insolent slave had his hand cut off. Guanhyun immediately volunteered to carry out the bailiff's order. By his stance alone, Bion realized that he was facing a swordmaster, which meant the fight would not be easy. The difficulty was compounded by the fact that if he wounded the deputy governor's subordinate, Hansel and Changrin could be at risk. If Bion engaged in a serious fight with 2 generals, he would have to go all the way and eliminate all opponents, including Madanson and Medane. But in such a situation, it was practically impossible to safely get Hansol and Changrin out of here. And since it was impossible to avoid the fight, Bion decided to accept and withstand all attacks. Meanwhile, Jinmyun was watching the quarrel from around the corner. He assessed the strength of Guanhyun with Sabin and now truly understood how commanders guarding the borders differ from the rest. Which means that even with all his strength, Bion could die in this fight. Guanhyun had already raised his sword, and then Bion used Kigung, preparing to take the first blow. However, in the next moment, Bion suddenly coughed up blood and then collapsed weakly to the ground. Guanhyun was slightly surprised by this outcome and initially thought it was some kind of trick. However, the constable declared that this cowardly slave was simply trying to surrey at any cost and ordered his hand to be cut off. Guanhyun immediately began to carry out the order. However, in the next moment, someone ordered him to stop, but Guanhyun had already brought down his blade. The one who intervened was the elder Yonryan himself, and he repeated his order, "Stop immediately." Guanhyun apologized and explained that he had already raised his sword. However, to his surprise, the blade only cut the skin, although Guanhyun had struck with enough force to sever Bion's hand. Because of this, Guanhyun decided that the slave was indeed pretending, but even so, he was too young to master such a level of Kigung. Meanwhile, the elder demanded a detailed explanation from the constable. Then he ordered Malyeonshon to take Bion to Cheonmi so that she could examine him. At that time, Jin Myeon finally understood the serious limitation of Bion's Kigung. He restrained his power in battles not because he was conserving it, but simply because he could not use more. Usually, any Qigong is controlled through breathing, so it does not cause internal injuries. But Bion controls Qigong through the true step, which injures his own body the more. Because of this, such a technique inevitably has limits both in strength and in the number of uses. However, if Bion can combine the true step and breath control, he will obtain a truly outstanding Qigong that will not injure him. Only Jinmyun believed that for a simple slave, this was too valuable a martial art. Soon the servants brought Bion to Cheonmi, and she ordered them to prepare a bath with hot water so that the whole room would be filled with steam. Xiaomi needed only one glance to understand that the internal injuries had worsened. However, why Bion collapsed to the ground even before the fight began, she did not understand. What Xiaomi knew for sure was that such injuries could not be healed by an ordinary doctor. So most likely Bion had never received proper treatment. But in this sense, it was even good for Bion that he lost consciousness, because now Cheonmi could take care of his treatment. Sovol agreed with her friend and asked her to fully heal Byeon because she wanted to see how strong this young man was. Soon Hansol, Chengrin, and Yuan burst into the chambers. Hansol apologized to Sovol for the intrusion, but they were informed that Byeon had lost consciousness and was undergoing treatment. In response, Sovol revealed that Byeon is currently being treated elsewhere, and for some time friends will not be able to see him. Then Chanrin declared that they themselves would take care of Byeon's treatment. However, Sovol explained that healing internal wounds is not a simple matter. These words shocked the entire trio. They thought Byeon was just overworked and did not even suspect that everything was so serious. From their reaction, Sovol understood that Byeon's friends did not even suspect this. Then Hansol said that recently several healers had examined Byeon, so they thought the danger to his life had passed. However, Sovol strictly stated that this was not something to ignore by claiming ignorance. Byeon had fought for too long and his body was not ready for this. For Hansol, these words were more painful than a slap. Byeon told her that he fought only for his own goal, but deep inside Hansol knew that in reality he fought for her. Chanrin believed that Hansol did not know about Byeon's condition, but it could not continue like this any longer. Therefore, Chanrin decided that this time she would take Byeon to the constellation at all costs. However, Sovol seemed to read her thoughts and said at last that they would not be able to hide this boy with them. After these words, Sovol left the chambers, but Yuvan, who had been silent all this time, watched her with a long gaze. Unlike everyone else, Yuvan knew well that Byeon was not the kind of person who could be taken just because someone liked him. Meanwhile, Elder Yeonryeon summoned the constable to the throne hall for explanations. After listening to him, the elder reminded that he had previously given the order not to touch Byeon. This time Yeonryeon overlooked the incident, but if someone again unsheathed a blade without his permission, he would not let it go so easily. The constable heeded the elder's words, but then also reminded that this martial arts school had always valued discipline and merit. For years, the venerable elder had given the greatest patronage to the generals. So why now does he not consider them? Until now, the elder evaluated people solely by strength, but for the constable, such a choice was a blow to the fighting spirit and pride of the generals. Therefore, the constable proposed to place his commanders next to the elder, and moreover, he was ready to provide as many troops as needed. However, to such a proposal, Yeonryeon reminded the constable that General Gwanhyeon and Sabun were already his subordinates, so he needed a new person. Then Gwanhyeon dared to intervene in the conversation to defend the constable. He stated that for a warrior, not only strength is important, but also determination, and one who pretends to be fallen before the battle that cannot be a talent. However, General Hwan suddenly defended Byeon, stating that he was not pretending and was not the kind of person who avoids battles. Hwan and the other generals would not lie for a slave, so his words could be trusted. Nevertheless, in response, Gwanhyeon declared that his blade also does not lie. And even unconscious, the slave deflected his strike with a kigung. However, an elder intervened in the emerging dispute and stated that it does not matter whose words are true. The most important thing is that he is observing Byeon. And until Yeonryeon decides whether to continue observing this boy, everyone else can only wait. But then the prefect offered to help the elder make a choice by checking whether the slave possesses a strength worthy of recognition by all the generals. For this purpose, the slave must demonstrate his skill at the tournament in honor of the respected elder's birthday. The prefect's strong point was his tenacity, which Yeonryeon valued, but at such moments it was tiring. However, then the prefect himself suggested postponing the issue with the slave because something else was far more important, which the prefect came to report before anyone else. The Western faction has capitulated to the Mongols. For now, the Jin state holds them back. But if this balance collapses, Song will not avoid disaster. Moreover, the prefect's troops are forced to contract, crushed by the power of the chancellor and military officials. The prefect has no warrior capable of opposing them, and that is precisely why the strongest general, capable of uniting all commanders, is so necessary. For this purpose, the bailiff proposed at the elder's birthday to determine the strongest warrior among all generals and civil officials. Yeonryeon also believed that the military needed to demonstrate their strength and skill, but a duel involving generals and officials would lead to heavy losses. At a time when strength is needed both inside the country and beyond its borders, holding a tournament seemed excessive to the elder. However, Sabon asked for permission to speak. To which Yeonryeon gave his consent. Then Sabon explained that the guard understood the tournament would lead to losses, But for warriors, the question of who is stronger is more important than life and death. Otherwise, hidden hostility and rivalry would corrode the army from within, and there would be no talk of strength at all. It is much wiser to hold the tournament now, give the strongest a higher status, and the strongest the right to give direct orders to all generals. Then, for the chance to gain such an opportunity, even more warriors will flock under the leadership of the respected elder, and the country's military power will increase. Yonyan found it difficult to argue against such strong words, so he still agreed to hold the tournament. Soon after, the bailiff, Guanhyun, and Sabon left the throne room. But on the way to this guest house, Guanhyun suddenly expressed the opinion that the elder had changed significantly, or rather, weakened. Previously, Elder Yonyan would not have even thought about the loss of combat strength, but now he had aged and lost his fighting spirit. At these words, the prefect stopped and regretfully admitted that, with age, he began to say too much in front of subordinates. The prefect's words about his dislike of a slave were merely grumbling, permissible only among people connected by a common past and status. Of course, Guanhyun and Sabin can express their opinions and even argue with their elders, as they are doing now. But the prefect would not allow anyone to judge and condemn the venerable elder behind his back. Guanhyun and Sabin clearly understood the warning and, bowing quickly, asked for forgiveness for their short-sightedness. In response, the prefect reassured the commanders, telling them that everyone makes mistakes, and calmly moved on. Meanwhile, in his chambers, Madonson was extremely displeased with the fact that the slave had lost consciousness. Madonson had deliberately kept him alive to use in the tournament, but he turned out to be worthless trash. Then Jimyeon asked Madonson, "Does this mean that he knew about the tournament in advance?" In response, Madonson explained that he not only knew but was its initiator, which surprised Jimyeon even more. However, Madonson then decided to deal with the slave later and asked, "How is the surveillance of Yogon progressing?" In response, Jimyeon reported that Yogon had continued training all this time, improving his sword technique and movements, but the power of his ki had not changed. Such news pleased Madonson because now he would not have to worry much about Yogon. However, Jimyeon warned that there was still one more person to be feared. Madonson asked who it was, and then Jimyeon pointed to one of the prefect generals named Sabon, who possessed very powerful chi. At these words, both Madonson and even Madain became alert. Madain suggested that Sabon might even be stronger than Yogon because besides powerful chi, he uses crushing-type weapons. There are many types of weapons whose destructive power surpasses that of a sword or spear. But most generals choose the sword because of its speed. With equal physical strength, a light weapon allows faster movement. However, powerful chi radically changes the situation because with it, stabbing and cutting wounds make no sense. One who possesses powerful chi can disregard defense and focus all physical strength on the weapon, making the destructive power colossal. Even trying to withstand such a blow with Qigong would be useless because it requires surpassing the opponent in physical power. General Sabin definitely focused on developing physical strength, which means neither Yogon nor even Madin could take his blow head-on. However, despite the appearance of a new strong opponent, Madunson was not worried. On the contrary, he stated that the heavens themselves help his plan, and this tournament will be truly interesting. It was then that Jimyeon realized that Madonson intended to undermine the power of the elder Yonryun at this tournament. However, then Madonson entrusted Madin to deal with Yogon and Sabin at the tournament, which once again puzzled Jimyeon. It was too naive to believe that Madin could defeat the two strongest fighters, which meant there was something Jimyeon could not see with his own eyes. When Jimyeon left, Madin asked his lord, was he sure about this spy? Madin understood that Madonson was going to rise higher, but there was a risk that Jimyeon would decide to betray them. But in response, Madang confidently stated that people who keep a foot in two boats at once are not truly loyal, but they do not betray without reason. Jimyeon's ability is extremely useful strategically, and as long as Madonson pays properly, it is worth using. But if Jimyeon suddenly joins the other side, this ability will become a serious threat, and in that case, he must be eliminated without hesitation. Madane agreed with his lord's opinion and assured that he would do so if necessary. Meanwhile, Sovol met with the elder Yonryun in the garden where they could not be overheard. He asked to explain in more detail, why did Byeon lose consciousness? And then Sovol reported that Byeon had sustained such severe internal injuries that he was unable to use chi. Yonryun heard that internal injuries sometimes arise from external wounds, and therefore asked, could it be because of the fight with the warlords? Soval could not determine the exact cause, but she knew one thing for sure. Bion was already seriously wounded, and his condition only worsened. Upon realizing that Bion fought generals already having such wounds, Yeonryeon asked in surprise, "Is that even possible?" In response, Soval suggested that either Bion's body was bestowed by the heavens themselves, or he possesses some technique that allows controlling chi even with severe injuries. And yet the experience of other warriors shows that this is impossible, even if Bion were a warlike deity himself. Nevertheless, at these words, Yeonryeon suddenly smiled and thought that this boy never ceases to surprise him. And then the elder asked Soval to look after Bion, which greatly surprised the woman. She could not recall the venerable elder ever saying the word, "please." But then Soval realized that Bion was truly dear to the elder, and so she assured that he would definitely recover. Meanwhile, Changren dared to address Hansel with a request. She agreed to listen to her friend, but warned that she could not promise to fulfill her request. Then Chanrin said directly that she wanted to take Bion to the Chan trading house. The girl's words surprised Hansel, causing her to ask, "Is this out of gratitude for the rescue?" In response, Chanrin admitted that partly yes, because Bion saved a person like her, whom she had never taken seriously before. And so Chanren was ready to give Hansel all her fortune and even the entire trading house if she would release Bion to freedom. However, in response, Hansel told Chanren that she did not know Bion at all. No one could keep him from fighting, even if it were the emperor himself. Therefore, this time Hansel herself wanted to address Chanren with one important request. Meanwhile, Bion came to, and the first thing he thought, "Why is it so hot?" However, the next moment, Bion forgot about the heat when half-naked Chonmi loomed over him. Noticing that he had awakened, Chonmi leaned even closer to assess the patient's condition. Only because of this, Bion blushed even more and strongly asked the girl not to come closer. Then he jumped off the bed and, looking around, asked, "Where am I and where are my clothes?" In response, Cheonmi calmed the young man and explained that she was simply treating him, and for that she needed to examine every corner of his body. At these words, Bion was stunned and blushed like a ripe tomato, which amused Cheonmi. But then Bion pulled himself together and, thanking her for the treatment, asked to have his clothes returned. However, Cheonmi explained that the treatment was not yet finished, to which the young man immediately declared that he was perfectly fine and felt great. Cheonmi, as a healer, could not argue with that. Bion's body was indeed restored. Before, she felt as if the young man's insides were being torn apart, but now she felt nothing at all. Nevertheless, Cheonmi told Bion that he had been unconscious for a long time, which was why he felt healthy, but that was not the case. If the treatment was not completed, the young man would fall ill again as soon as he overexerted himself a little. Since the treatment had already started anyway, Bion was not against continuing, but he did not understand why he had to be undressed for it. Meanwhile, warriors began arriving at the elder's residence to participate in the upcoming tournament. Looking at all of them, Yuji smiled and admitted that he had always thought such a crowd was only possible during a war. However, Vito was not so impressed and reminded him that they came here to fight. So the more opponents there are, the more fun it is. And if they win the tournament, a promotion for their commander and for all of them will be a done deal. However, Manhwa reproached his comrade and stated that it is not worth thinking about a reward before the battle, just as it is not worth underestimating those who have risen to the rank of generals. But in response, Vito stubbornly grumbled that among the generals, there is still no one who is that strong. Only in the next moment, someone behind advised Vito to learn to distinguish warrior spirit from empty bravado. And when the trio turned around, to their surprise, they saw the commander-in-chief of the northern border, Ganlo. Yuji immediately greeted him with a bow and, noticeably nervous, stammered that quite some time had passed since their last meeting. However, in response, Ganlo said rather coldly that Yuji brought people here, but this place is for those who command hundreds of troops, not for regional commanders like him. Therefore, Yuji better focus on training his subordinates rather than meddling in such events. However, Vado suddenly defended his comrade and stated that such words are too childish a view of things for a commander-in-chief. At such a turn, Manhwa wondered, does Vito simply have no brains, or does he have an extraordinary breath of soul? Meanwhile, in response to Ganlo's loud words, he ordered General Chuck to teach the young man a lesson. Yuji asked Ganlo to turn a blind eye to this and stated that he himself would punish Vito for his insolence. However, in the next moment, Chuck in the blink of an eye closed the distance to Vito and struck him in the face. Everything happened so swiftly that Manhwa did not manage to keep track of the general. And he, as a parting advice to the lying Vito, told him to think not about empty bravado, but about martial arts, because sooner or later he would have to fight someone anyway. Having said this, Choke left, following Gonlo, after which Vito slowly got up from the ground. Menogak asked if he was okay, but Vito answered the question with a question. What was that all about? Menogak admitted that the distance was only 5 meters, yet he still did not understand anything. Nevertheless, Vito was not much upset by the slap. On the contrary, it only intrigued him more. However, then Yuji suddenly suggested to the comrades to simply disperse, to which Vito angrily asked, why did he suddenly change his mind? Then Yuji regretfully explained that this time there were too many participants, and the tension was especially strong. But the main thing, earlier at the tournament the elders tried not to kill, but now it would be a tournament to the death. Only Vito and Menugak responded in unison that such battles were even more familiar to them. It was deep night outside when the door to the room opened, and to the surprise of Honsol and Chanrin, Bion entered. Bion was going to calmly talk with Honsol after waking up, but everything turned out somewhat awkward, so he simply suggested forgetting about everything. Honsol smiled in response. Bion barely had time to come to his senses before he started being cheeky to the elders. Chanrin advised Bion not to worry, since representatives of the trade guild were supposed to come for him tomorrow. Bion felt a little awkward because he just spoke casually, but Chanrin reacted so seriously. Suddenly, Han Yongryeon appeared from behind, accompanied by Malyeonshong, and asked how Bion was feeling. Smiling quite a bit, Bion replied that thanks to the elder he felt much better. Although the treatment was not the most pleasant, the healer was truly skilled. Honsol was horrified. Bion addressed the respected man as if he were a neighborly old man. Malyeonshong was also displeased and ordered Bion to address Han Yongryeon with respect from now on, as he would no longer tolerate such insolence. But Bion demonstratively ignored the warning, stating that he would communicate with the elder as he wished. Honsol immediately grabbed him by the ear. Apparently she had allowed Bion too much freedom for too long, and now he had become unruly. Apologizing to Han Yongryeon, Honsol promised to take care of Bion's upbringing and correct his terrible manners. The more Han Yongryeon observed the young man, the more remarkable things he noticed. Bion was strong and cruel enough to kill, but he also had softness. Honsol was very surprised to hear about the elder's desire to allow Bion to participate in the general's tournament. Formerly, Bion was a slave, so Han Yongryeon suggested that Honsol decide his fate as his mistress. Of course, Honsol understood that in this way, the elder was supporting her dignity. Nevertheless, Bion's participation in the tournament depended on her. Honsol never considered herself Bion's mistress. She only intended to use his strength. And although Honsol had only observed Bion since childhood, in the current situation even that seemed like a luxury to her. Nevertheless, Honsol replied that although Bion was formerly a slave, he stayed by her side and helped only of his own free will and did not obey orders. Then Han Yongryeon decided to clarify whether Honsol really was not Bion's mistress. In response, Bion stated that everyone is the master of their own life, but only Honsol has the right to lecture him, so he would listen to her opinion. Honsol's eyes widened in surprise. She could not understand why, despite all the dangers, Bion treated her that way. According to Bion, Honsol was not at all against the tournament. Nevertheless, he had one request for Han Yongryeon. The next day, Mae Donson handed the elder a list of generals and schoolmasters participating in the tournament. Donson also added that he would personally create the tournament bracket and set it up in the arena. But Han Yongryeon, without even looking at him, ordered to cancel the tournament bracket, which greatly surprised Donson. For the elder, it was much more important that Madane was absent from the list of tournament participants. Donson replied that Madane was not interested in such events, so most likely would not participate. But Han Yongryeon had a different opinion and wished for Madane to still participate in the tournament. Nevertheless, Donson was not pleased to force Madane, who did not want to fight. After all, it could spoil the atmosphere of the duel. Here the elder's face changed. It seemed Han Yongryeon had held back too long since Donson decided to oppose his order. Donson immediately bowed his head and apologized, as he had mistakenly taken Han Yongryeon's order for a suggestion, and immediately asked how then to compose the tournament bracket, but Han Yongryeon advised him not to worry about it. After stepping outside the door, Madison clenched his teeth in anger at how Han Yongryeon dared to treat him like that after so many years of service. But worse was something else entirely. Now it was harder to manage the sect, and Wonggyeon would still have to fight, which was extremely disadvantageous for Donson. However, he was not one of those people who start a serious matter relying on only one advantage. Finally reaching Han Yongri's estate, Huijin reported that outsiders were forbidden to carry weapons, and no more than 3 people could enter. Inyan understood the landowner's concerns. The territory was huge, and it was difficult to maintain security. Chan Dosum was determined to follow all the rules as they only needed to meet Chan Rin and get her out of the estate territory. When all the fighters arrived at the arena and all preparations were completed, Jock asked if the tournament bracket had been announced yet. Madonson replied that the elder had ordered not to make the bracket, but he did not know the reason why. In a recent conversation, Madonson told Madine that he would still have to enter the arena and fight. And since blood was supposed to be shed at the tournament, Madison decided to simply kill everyone who did not side with him. Suddenly, Mao Yanshan announced the start of the tournament and said that this year, instead of a tournament bracket, Elder Han Yongyon would personally call out names from the list. And the first person invited to the arena was Bion. Immediately, whispers were heard from all sides among the spectators. Some believed that putting a slave against generals was too bold a decision. Others were dissatisfied with Bion's appearance and thought that Han Yongyon could have dressed the fighter more decently. Nevertheless, Bion was not very concerned about such remarks, since most had come to watch the fights. So why so much talk? The attendant perfectly understood that he could not contradict the elder in front of everyone, but he simply could not just turn a blind eye to this. Therefore, to calm the crowd, the bailiff loudly said that Han Yongryon keeps those with talent close to him, regardless of origin. Nevertheless, the fight between the general and the slave could cause serious discontent, so the bailiff suggested that one of the generals first assess Bion. Of course, Han Yongryon knew about the bailiff's disgusting character, yet thanks to his words, they could find those who would stand against Bion. Therefore, Han Yongryon proposed that the general wishing to assess Bion step into the arena. Immediately, Shin Guanhyun volunteered to teach the slave a lesson, since it was precisely due to his sluggishness that the matter took such an unexpected turn. Of course, Shin Guanhyun understood that one should not underestimate the opponent. Although Bion was young, he already possessed the technique of internal power. Bion, on the other hand, was relaxed. Until now, he did not know how long he would have to fight, so he had to restrain himself. But judging by the number of participants, this tournament was supposed to last 5 rounds. Moreover, Bion's body after treatment was surprisingly light. Shin Guanhyun rushed into the attack swiftly, but was immediately stopped by a precise kick to his right shoulder. Thrown back, Shin Guanhyun was stunned, for Bion used internal power and moved so fast. The best move at that moment for Shin Guanhyun was to counter at the moment of receiving the very blow. But if the body retreats even for a moment under the pressure of the attack, a sudden blade draw cannot be parried even by the most agile opponent. To Shin Guanhyun's surprise, Bishun managed to react to the unexpected attack. And dodging the strike, he immediately went on the counterattack. Due to Shin Guanhyun's unfavorable position, he could neither parry nor block the blow. Shin Guanhyun was already mentally saying goodbye to life when suddenly Han Yonryon's loud voice ordered an immediate stop. Unfortunately, Bion stopped too late, and the opponent was already bleeding from the nose. But he sincerely hoped that this time everything would be fine. Huan Jiangmu was impressed by the outcome of the duel. Does it mean Bion was not fighting at full strength against him? Han Yonryon recalled that not long ago, Bion was worried about possible consequences during the duel in case of his victory. After all, in case of injury or death of one of the generals, the gatekeeper would not be pleased, since after all, these were his subordinates. But Han Yonryon himself was confident that among his generals there was not a single one who could fall by Bion's hand. Now, seeing it with his own eyes, Han Yonryon began to understand that Bion's confidence was not unfounded, since he had not even shown all his strength. Now, Changdasamu also understood how strong Bion was, and Huinjan did not fail to remind that such talent must not be missed. Watching Bion, Huanbo was amazed every time. The current situation was no exception, and now she became interested in what heights the slave could reach once his internal wounds fully healed. The gatekeeper stood with his mouth open. He could not understand what had happened at all. One of the strongest among his people had simply lost to some slave. After Malianshon announced the end of the duel, Han Yonryon ordered Bion to await the continuation of the tournament with the other participants. Now that Bion had demonstrated such skill, none of those present could dispute his talent. Shocked, Guan also left the arena, never realizing how he failed to do anything against some slave. To everyone's surprise, Hosasin entered the arena, who could not tolerate the humiliation of his comrade and demanded a rematch. Jongmu noted that there was something in Beyond that made people fight, so most likely the generals were eager to face such a talented slave. Of course, Han Yonryun understood this. It was hard to take one's eyes off duels involving Beyond, and he himself would not mind watching another fight. Nevertheless, the elder refused Hosasin's demands, since Beyond had proven in front of everyone that he deserved to fight, and a further duel contradicted the spirit of the tournament. In a normal situation, Beyond would have offered to continue fighting himself, but now he was forced to retreat because this time he knew whom he had to kill. Now Han Yonryon decided to name the next pair of fighters himself, and since General Hosasin was already in the arena, he would continue to fight. His opponent was chosen to be General Changyu, who gladly accepted the elder's order. The spectators immediately became lively. Some doubted whether Changyu could defeat such a famous opponent, while others hesitated to predict the outcome of the duel, as both fighters were known for their skill. Although the idea of the tournament was noble, for the gatekeeper it was now a matter of pride, and he fully hoped that Hosasin would justify his hopes. As soon as the signal to start the duel sounded, Changyu immediately rushed into attack. His opponent was Hosasin himself, so there was no room to conserve energy at the beginning. But to Changyu's surprise, Hosasin easily deflected his axe enhanced by external rotation technology. And then with a rather serious face, Hosasin asked the opponent to try not to die and promised to hit at half strength. Not fully understanding the opponent's words, Changyu decided first to block the attack and then immediately counterattack. But Changyu realized too late that he could not withstand such a powerful blow. At first, Changyu thought the axe flew off because of the weight of Hosasuna's sword, but he never expected such a huge difference in their strength. The gatekeeper believed that the one who silently guarded the border all the time deserved to stand above all generals. Therefore, he sincerely wished Hosasin good luck. When Changyu fell to the ground, Yonryon ordered to stop the duel. The victory belonged to General Hosasin. And although Hosasin still looked stronger, for some unknown reason, Yonryon's gaze was still directed at Beyond. Meanwhile, Jinmyan, who was darting between the participants' tents, seriously considered withdrawing from the tournament, as he could die without understanding the participants' techniques. Next in order by the elder's command, to everyone's surprise, Yogon, undoubtedly the strongest among all the generals under Yonron's command, was called to the arena. Judging by the noise raised by the spectators and participants of the tournament, Byung guessed that Yogon was a very famous fighter. The opponent of the former student of the Eastern Emperor was supposed to be the young General Kondohyun, who enthusiastically accepted the challenge. And then Maidenson wondered if the elder was protecting the generals in his own way, since the next duel had an obvious difference in level, which significantly reduced the risk of serious injuries and death. Nevertheless, Maidenson hoped that with each subsequent fight, the passions would only intensify and bloodshed would be inevitable. Drawing his blade, Chandohyun asked for guidance from the more experienced opponent, but not receiving an answer, he simply began to wait for the duel to start. As soon as Malyanchon gave the command, Chandohyun rushed forward, hoping to make at least one successful attack. But Yeogan not only managed to parry the strike, but also cleanly cut the opponent's sword in half, which shocked the spectators and participants. After all, simply breaking a sword with internal energy and cutting a sword with another blade were on completely different levels. Yogan's energy control had reached a new stage. Jinmyan was amazed because he had been told that Yogan's technique had not changed at all, and he himself was so absorbed in Beyond's mastery that he could not think of anything else. Therefore, he did not notice such an obvious detail as the energy trace left on the blade. It turns out Yogan had learned to channel combat aura directly into the sword's blade. Now he was capable of cutting anyone except the god of war, which meant Madonson's plan had failed. Kondohyun, sighing heavily, raised his head and admitted his defeat. The opinions of the spectators were again divided. Some believed it was a good experience for the young general, while others insisted that the duel ended too quickly and therefore it was impossible to gain any experience. Smiling quite a bit, Zhangmu noted that the control of the battle aura of Ye Gong had risen to a completely different level, which meant the training was not in vain. Of course, Yonryon himself understood that Ye Gong had approached the level of a divine warrior, but he did not feel any limit. When Madison was making his plans, a certain level of Ye Gong's skill was taken into account. But since he had become stronger, this created an unexpected risk. Nevertheless, in Madonson's opinion, this was still not enough to disrupt the plan he had prepared. After all, not only had Ye Gong risen a step in aura control, but Ma Dan had also become significantly stronger. Next, the elder called General Chok Mujai to the arena, who had a reputation no less than Ye Gong's, but had almost never left the border. The opponent of the famous general was Won Se-hyuk, a master skillfully wielding a naginata. Unlike his opponent, Chok Mujai intended to fight with bare hands, which greatly surprised Won Se-hyuk. And although Won Se-hyuk was quite willing to fight such an opponent, he was concerned about how Chok planned to stop his blade. Nevertheless, when the signal to start the duel was given, Won Se-hyuk rushed into the attack. And although Chok Mujai masterfully possessed internal defense, Won Se-hyuk was confident that if he kept hitting the neck, sooner or later the defense would fall. When the blade was right at Mujai's neck, to Won Se-hyuk's surprise, he suddenly froze and did not go any further. In the next moment, Chok Mujai, waving his hand, easily threw the shocked Won Se-hyuk back. Thanks to the fact that Jin Myun personally saw the Divine Warriors, he understood almost everything about the development of aura control. Chok Mujai's ability was called Qigong. It is the next stage of combat aura control. When controlling aura, it can be conducted into a weapon, making it indestructible or released outward. And it seems that Chok Mujai's aura developed precisely in this direction, but the Divine Warriors had another feature. If ordinary aura was like a flexible but impenetrable film, then the aura of Divine Warriors was sharpness itself. Of course, many could think that Chok Mujai approached the level of a Divine Warrior, but that was not the case. Everything depended on the volume of energy. And to understand this, it was necessary to see with one's own eyes the incredible density of aura possessed by the Divine Warriors. For Jin Myun, it was absolutely clear that no one in the tournament was capable of reaching the level of a Divine Warrior. Of course, Jin Myun did not know how it was even possible to control such an aura, but according to his assumption, a large volume of energy originally circulated in the body of a Divine Warrior. Even the strongest generals could not have that much energy. The tournament participants were considered the strongest only among ordinary people. But the generals not only did not approach the level of a Divine Warrior, they did not even reach the basic stage. Also, Jin Myun believed that if the technique of internal strength and breath control were combined, Byeon might be able to reach a level close to a Divine Warrior. That is why Jin Myun wanted to find out more before Byeon died during the tournament. But Byeon was unlikely to teach, even if Jin Myun asked. So all that remained was to observe and analyze what was seen. The retreating Won Se-hyuk was struck by the opponent's technique, but was not going to give up and rushed into battle with renewed strength. Despite all of Won Se-hyuk's efforts, the naginata blade did not even touch the opponent. And then a powerful flow of internal energy struck Won Se-hyuk right in the face, breaking his jaw. The spectators were impressed. General Won Se-hyuk could not even carry out a full attack. The gap in skill was obvious, but the counterattack was excessively harsh. Although many believed that Chok Mujai restrained himself during the duel, since he had fought to the death on the border all his conscious life. Madanson also noted the extraordinary skill of Chok Mujai. Although he would not be able to wound Yogon and Hosasa, he was still capable of taking out a couple of Yeonryeon generals. The elder was extremely concerned about the situation. Of course, he understood that in duels with level differences, unexpected outcomes were possible. Although the severely wounded appeared earlier than Yeonryeon had expected, such an arrangement was still the best of the possible options. Next to the arena, by Yeonryeon's order, Madian was summoned, who, according to rumors, earned recognition by suppressing a rebellion and finishing off bandits in the vicinity 10 years ago. Despite the fact that the opponent was Master Vito, who was clearly weaker, nevertheless the attendees could finally appreciate Madian's strength. Vito stepped into the arena and, drawing a double-edged dagger, prepared for battle. Quickly assessing the situation, Vito concluded that Madian would fight unarmed, meaning he would use internal technique. The order to start the duel was given, and Vito immediately rushed forward, but Madian, barely moving from his spot, dodged the attacks. Vito expected that since Madian would rely heavily on internal defense, he would move clumsily due to a sense of security. Nevertheless, Madian continued to skillfully avoid all of Vito's tricks, although his counterattacks were indeed significantly slower than the opponent's strikes. Vito's plan was to constantly attack the opponent's neck and eyes. When the dagger finally reached the coveted target, to Vito's surprise, there was not a single scratch on Maiden's neck. Only then did Vito realize he had fallen into a trap. From the very beginning, Medine was merely luring the opponent closer to then finish him off effortlessly. Vito felt terrible pain when Madine's palm easily entered his flesh. The gatekeeper was stunned. The wound was so neat and even as if made by a sword, which meant Medine had already learned to control battle aura. Then the gatekeeper directly decided to ask Madonson if he knew anything about this. But Madonson answered evasively, saying that Medine trained in solitude and hardly communicated with anyone. But it seemed his skill had indeed increased. Now Jimyon understood why Madin was not afraid to face even Yogan himself. By a single trace of energy, one cannot determine who is stronger. But when you see the actual aura control, everything immediately becomes clear. Whose aura will turn out to be stronger could only be found out in a duel. Shin Yuji, gritting his teeth in anger, watched the duel of his comrade. Of course, many would say that such a tournament is not for masters of Vito's level. In his region, generals were not appointed, and bands of robbers appeared regularly. However, fortunately, the two appointed masters, Vito and ManhwaCapped, managed to destroy the bands without support. Although formally they were mere craftsmen, in strength they surpassed many generals, and this was obvious. And since Maiden was able to defeat Vito without effort, it means he is a very talented warrior capable of overpowering even generals. Cursing to himself, Vito finally managed to retreat. If he had known about the technique that leaves not a single wound, he would have fought differently. Maiden raised his hand again to finally destroy the enemy this time. Most viewers had already understood the sad end of the duel, but Yeonryong unexpectedly ordered to stop. The end of the duel was not in Maiden's plans. He was determined to kill Vito at all costs, claiming that he simply did not have time to stop. But unexpectedly, Medinu had to interrupt the attack and defend against a small stone thrown in his direction. The spectators, like Yeonryong, were puzzled who dared to interrupt the duel in such a barbaric way. The criminal was immediately found. It turned out to be Bion. Malyanchon threatened that interfering in someone else's duel was categorically forbidden, as it was punishable. Of course, Bion was surprised by such a statement, since the elder personally ordered the fighters to stop the duel, and he was merely fulfilling his will. A bit taken aback, Han Yeonryong burst into loud laughter, shocking everyone present, as they had never seen the elder so cheerful before. Nevertheless, the gatekeeper was extremely displeased. Of course, he understood that the elder liked Bion, but that was no reason to forgive such antics. At a tournament where influential lords and generals gathered, allowing some slave to act at his own discretion in the gatekeeper's opinion meant humiliating the dignity of the fighters. But Yeonryong categorically disagreed with him. Does the gatekeeper consider it reasonable to demand punishment for someone who merely carried out his order? In Yeonryong's opinion, the gatekeeper had one flaw. He judged people by the wrong criterion. And if you discard that, you can see the true essence of things. If Bion were not a slave, would the gatekeeper look at him that way? He would focus on the speed of judgment and skill, not on the audacity of a slave. And then the gatekeeper pondered. Of course, Yeonryong understood that Bion had only wriggled out of the situation, but there was a grain of truth in his words. Chadosum, who was closely observing everything happening, wondered if they could bring Bion into the trade guild. Then Huijin said that Bion listens to no one but obeys the words of the manager. So if they bring Hansol into the guild, it might be possible to attract Bion as well. Bion impartially watched as Vito was helped to leave the arena. Suddenly, his gaze met Medine's, and he felt a colossal energy. Jimyon considered Medine silent and not prone to aggression, but somehow he managed to maintain an aura. To Jimyon's surprise, Bion spent precious inner strength on something unrelated to him. Nevertheless, in Jimyon's opinion, judging by the power of the technique and the very mood in battle, Bion would never be able to defeat Medine. After thinking for a moment, Bion remembered his request to the elder before the start of the tournament. Yeonryong was very surprised to hear about Bion's desire, as he had just recovered from an injury and still intended to enter a dangerous fight. But Bion's decision was unshakable. He absolutely had to face Medine in a duel. Bion also asked the elder for their duel to be the first match in the tournament. Yeonryong refused. He roughly understood the thoughts with which Bion was fighting, but the tournament was an important event for the generals, and the elder could not allow Bion and Medine to sow discord because of a personal conflict. Although Yeonryong refused, Bion had planned from the very beginning to fight Medine. To his deep disappointment, Medine, by Madenson's order, left the arena, so Bion could only wait for the meeting in the arena. Meanwhile, Yuan, who was closely watching what was happening from behind the arena wall, was ready to intervene at any moment, as Hansol had requested. But Beyond constantly made Yuvon nervous, creating awkward and sometimes quite ticklish situations. Yuvon was also stressed by the absence of Hansol, who in his opinion should better be nearby, since in case of danger it is easier to act together. And Hansol herself was behind the screen behind the noble lords, closely watching Madonson. At Bion's insistence, she did not take any active actions against Madonson, because in case of a rash act, she could bring down the elder's wrath upon herself. Of course, Hansol sincerely believed that Bion would manage to deal with Madine, and then she could personally finish off Madonson. Yunyan announced the next duel participants, who were Wigwam and Gomyan. Wigwam was a skilled swordsman, known as a master of close combat, but not very proficient in internal power. Gomyan hoped that the length of his Kusarigama attacks would give him an advantage in battle. But not a second passed before Wigwam's sword was at Gomyan's neck, who was forced to admit defeat. Of course, Madonson suspected that Wigwam was strong, but he did not expect to finish the fight without a single wound, as Yegon did. In his opinion, among those who had not yet reached the level of battle aura, Wigwam was the strongest. Next to fight were supposed to be Sajigan, a rising star among young generals, a master of the sword, and Varyokbi, the general of the northwestern border, using internal technique and about whose skills very flattering rumors circulated. From the very beginning of the duel, Sojigan began to press the opponent. He wanted to prove to everyone that one cannot be considered strong just by guarding the border. Sojigan tried to deliver chaotic strikes, because the most dangerous blow is the one whose beginning cannot be predicted. But despite the speed and the huge number of strikes delivered, Wigwam remained unharmed. Suddenly, during another attack, to Sojigan's surprise, his sword could not withstand the load and simply shattered into pieces. And Varyokbi did not waste time and delivered a crushing blow to the opponent's torso. Jimyan noted to himself that it seemed not only the generals under Madonson's direct command were strong, it turned out there were still many serious fighters. Varyokbi was now one of the most powerful in terms of internal energy strength. Of course, Jinmyon would not build a plan relying only on Madine's strength. Sojigan collapsed onto the arena floor without signs of life. Malyanshon was horrified. The general was dead. Many noble guests were outraged. Sojigan's sword was broken. He could have simply been disarmed and the fight ended. But the last blow was delivered with a clear intent to kill. All present understood that this did not look like an accidental killing in a fierce fight. This situation could escalate into a serious conflict. Sojigan was a junior general of Sojuryon. In fact, it was precisely because of the brothers that such strong relations developed between General Wan and Mr. Zhu. Moreover, Sojuryon valued his younger brother immensely and would never turn a blind eye to a fight that looked more like a murder. And it turned out that, blinded by anger and the pain of loss, Sojuryon, supported by his comrades, attacked Varyokbi. Generals who, at the tournament, altogether pounce on each other because of the death of a comrade, such a scenario clearly did not suit Madonson. After all, if everything turned into chaos, the tournament could be stopped. And who knows when a new chance to finish off Yegon would appear. Despite the elder's order to stop immediately, Sojuryon continued his attacks on Wigwam. Unfortunately, the attacks were unsuccessful. Varyokbi skillfully grabbed the blade and was already ready to finish off the second brother. But Sojuryon's comrades immediately aimed their weapons at him. Soxi, who was closely watching everything happening, decided that it was time for him to intervene. And he was about to rush forward to break into the fight, but the blade of Yegon suddenly appeared in front of him, making him stop. But Soxi was not upset, because he actually wanted to fight Yegon, to which Yegon replied that they would meet at the tournament anyway, so why rush? Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced Yegon's right eye. The cause was General Chok, who attacked with internal energy. Chok explained his attack simply. He came to the tournament only for a fight with Yegon, so it was better to fight before the tournament was stopped. Of course, Yegon was surprised that a general of such a level intervened in the brawl just for a duel with him. Meanwhile, Sojuryon, with the support of his comrades, did not cease attempts to finish Varyokbi. But despite all efforts, it brought no results. Varyokbi skillfully used internal energy to protect his body. Seizing the moment, Varyokbi delivered a targeted knee strike to Sojuryon's face. From such a surprise, he dropped his sword, which Varyokbi immediately and skillfully took advantage of, delivering a powerful strike with the hilt to one opponent's jaw. Varyokbi was already ready to finish off the third opponent, but suddenly Bion flew in, pushed the poor guy away and kicked the opponent's body. Flying backward from the blow, Varyakbi wondered why his internal technique was losing to some kicks. Soxy was also puzzled. If kicks could break through Varyakbi's internal defense, it meant Bion was also a master of internal energy. Chulun, who was also involved in the scuffle, was equally impressed, because after the first fight it was already clear that Bion was strong, but he did not think he was that strong. Suddenly, Soxy pushed Chulun aside and attacked Bion, striking him in the chest. But Bion did not lose composure and immediately tried to counterattack, but Soxy still managed to avoid the counter-strike at the last moment. Retreating, Soxy did not fail to note Bion's reaction. Not everyone can counterattack after receiving a direct hit. Yogon noted to himself that the blow Bion took seemed to go straight inside the body. Such a strike was very similar to the shaking strike technique. Noticing the surprise on Yegon's face, Chok tried to explain that there are many masters at the border using rare techniques, and this concerns not only enemy generals but also ordinary bandits. Chok decided to give Yegon time to prepare, but Yegon expected that the activated energy would be enough, so he suggested starting the duel immediately. Meanwhile, Gonmyeon tried to attack the immobilized Varyakbi with his kusarigama. When the blade almost cut Varyakbi's throat, Soxy stopped the blade with one hand. Sighing heavily, Yeonryun asked the noble lords to stop their generals. But Commander-in-Chief Jok indignantly replied that his men were attacked first, and they were only forced to respond. Of course, most of those present clearly understood that it was precisely Commander Jok's generals who turned the tournament into a massacre. Yeonryun himself understood that his power was no longer what it used to be. That is why the situation quickly turned into chaos. That is why Yeonryun needed a truly strong person against whom no general would dare to stand. But neither Yegon nor Bion had yet reached that level. Commander-in-Chief Gonlo sighed heavily. In the real situation, the words of officials who were not commanders-in-chief meant nothing to the generals. Yeonryun's influence weakened due to the chancellor's pressure. That is why he allowed the tournament to be held. And only if the strongest general, recognized by all, is nearby, will the elder manage to regain control. According to Gonlo, the tournament should continue if Yeonryun is truly determined to identify the strongest among the generals. The gatekeeper clenched his teeth in anger. Could it be that Gonlo simply suggests watching the chaos around? Of course, the gatekeeper did not know whether the generals were obsessed with battle or pursuing some other goal, but in relation to the elder, it was clear they would not obey. Smiling slyly, Jok said that it was time to decide whether to wait or finish everything right now. After all, because of Soxy's strikes, neither Yogon nor Bion could easily use energy. After thinking a little, Jajak added that among the lords who joined the plan, only the one who completes the task will receive the reward. Nevertheless, Madanson found this funny, since most joined only because of Madine's battle aura, but his level was much higher than others thought. At that moment, Soxy drove the Kusarigama blade into the neck of the unfortunate Gonmyeon. This was the last straw, and the gatekeeper ordered General Hosusen to immediately deal with the situation. To his surprise, Madanson also gave an order to Madine to restore order, which greatly alarmed the gatekeeper. Suddenly, Bion directly asked the elder if, in the current situation, he could fight as he wished. Yeonryun always believed that to protect a country that values only scholarship, it was necessary to strengthen the army. Therefore, he gathered lords around him who shared his views. And the elder was already on the threshold of change. But at the moment when the divine warrior appeared next to the chancellor, everything fell to dust. In the struggle for influence, Yeonryun's Onina weakened greatly, but that did not matter. Since the chancellor managed to hold his power by force of arms, the elder thought that at least he would understand the importance of strengthening the army. But the man who defended his power by the force of the divine warrior continued to value only scholarship and did not care about the military power of the country. This caused only disappointment to the elder. And despite the fact that he did not have much time left to live, Yeonryun was not going to return power or change the country. He only wanted to prepare generals and soldiers capable of protecting Sun. And for this, a general was needed who could ignite people's hearts with his combat skill. Of course, Yeonryun thought that such a general could be Bion. If he could bring order to this chaos, it would be more than a supposition. It would be direct proof. That is why Yeonryun answered the question by saying that he would take full responsibility for what was happening, so Bion could fight as he wished. At that moment, Daein, who opposed the gatekeeper's men, considered that he was facing completely defenseless prey. He simply did not resort to a sneaky ambush attack. And now it was possible to prepare for a real fight. Then the surprised Wigwam still decided to ask if Medine really intended to fight against them. Medine did not understand the question, since sooner or later they would have to fight anyway. Now Wigwam understood the oddities in Medine's behavior during the clash with Bion. The concealment of his combat aura. There was clearly something behind it. Therefore, Wigwam did not ponder any longer and tried to attack Medine. Nevertheless, Medine did not even raise an eyebrow when the blade was at his face. In an instant, he tore off his opponent's arm. At once, Tansoho rushed into the attack, but Medine destroyed the first blade with his forehead using internal energy and skillfully caught the second with one hand. With his free hand, Medine threw the wounded Wigwam aside, who had knocked the immobilized Tansoho off his feet. Kosasin rushed into battle intending to decapitate his opponent with his huge sword, but at the last moment Medine managed to avoid the fatal blow. Of course, Medine understood that since Kosasin was using battle aura, he was not trying to dodge at all. So seizing the moment, Medine easily broke through Kosasin's defense and drove his palm into his stomach. The gatekeeper opened his mouth in surprise. One of his strongest generals was seriously wounded. Of course, he was very angry at Madonson, who concealed Medine's skills and most likely knew exactly which technique he used to break through Kosasin's defense. Certainly, Zhang Mu perfectly understood why Medine hid his mastery, but why he unhesitatingly unleashed deadly strikes on other generals, Zhang Mu could not comprehend. After all, a master of such a level of battle aura had no need to act that way. Or did Madonson know everything and deliberately concealed it, or did he know nothing at all? For Madonson, hearing such things was an insult. Everyone present had seen everything themselves. The other generals attacked first. His men only responded. Struck by his own weapon, Gamyan collapsed to the ground, and Soxy was already ready to finish off another opponent. Unexpectedly, Bion threw him aside with a single jerk and headed straight toward the surprised Medine. With a powerful kick, Bion pushed Medine away from the wounded Kosasin, showing by his entire demeanor that this time he intended to fight seriously. Of course, Madonson assumed that Bion was strong, but it was beyond his expectations. Madon could not be knocked away by a single blow, even if he relaxed. Jacques was also in shock. He could not believe that a simple slave could be so strong, especially since Bion received a direct hit from General Soxy. Soxy himself was also puzzled about how Bion used such a powerful internal technique after his penetrating strike. Quickly assessing the situation, Yogan concluded that the chaos around was only intensifying. It was necessary to defeat the opponent as soon as possible. General Chalk struggled to hold back the lunge, but despite all efforts, Yogan still managed to break through the defense and plunge the blade into the opponent's hand. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Choke had no time to analyze the opponent's technique. He simply needed to find an attack that would hold back Yogan. Suddenly, Choke tried to deprive Yogan of sight with a stream of internal energy, but he managed to dodge, and the strike grazed past. Although the attack did not hit the eye, Choke still considered it a success. Since a wound appeared, it meant Yogan's aura had weakened. Gathering all his strength, Choke managed to deliver a precise strike to Yogan's head. However, he still lost the thumb on his left hand. Suddenly, the disoriented Yogan was immediately attacked by General Yang Wan of the border troops. Of course, Choke was outraged by such an act from an ally. How dare he interfere in the duel? But Yang Wan did not forget to remind that in battle, survival is the main thing, and all honors he would gladly receive after the fight. Only now did Bjorn realize that he was surrounded by enemies on all sides. But he did not have much time to think, because Madine immediately rushed into attack. Dodging the blow, Bjorn instantly launched a successful counterattack on Madine's torso, pushing him back. Zhang Mu was impressed that even in direct resistance, Bjorn's strike was able to repel Madine. Of course, from the outside, Bjorn appeared faster and stronger than Madine. However, Madonson believed that attacks that did not cause real damage were only a hindrance to Medine. Suddenly, Bjorn was attacked again by Soxy, who once again used the penetration strike. Bjorn staggered from the unexpected attack, and Soxy was already ready to crush his head. But Bjorn severed his right arm with a single blow. He was no longer willing to hold back. Choke opened his mouth in surprise. To receive 2 penetration strikes and still bring a general with internal technique to such a state was simply impossible. Now Yanran understood why he was more drawn to Bjorn's technique rather than to Yegon, who had reached the level of battle aura. At first, the elder thought it was because of the age at which Bion already possessed the talent and qualities of a general. But that was not the case at all. Bion's movements were clear and precise, and even without battle aura, he already possessed power of the highest level. In the elder's opinion, Bion could very well become a divine warrior, and this was by no means an empty dream. Jimyun's irritation reached its limit. There were too many battles, and he physically could not keep track of them all. He thought that Chok was simply hiding his aura, and that his level was significantly higher, but his technique was based on releasing energy through fists and hands. This somewhat disappointed Jimyun, but still the general's special move impressed him. And although the release power was small, the efficiency was extremely high. It was also worth noting Chok's subtle technique, even Yogan standing on a higher level, was under threat. As for Bion, Jimyun was attracted by his speed and power. The unusual style immediately caught the eye. At first glance, it might even seem that he was suppressing Medin. But Bion's technique was limited in the number of uses, so, according to Jimyun, he would not even be able to wound Medin and would ultimately just die. Referring to all the arguments, Jimyun concluded that Madonson's plan would still end in success. Chok was furious to lose the general in such a place. So he decided to emphasize that it was their side that made the greatest contribution to the success of the plan. Nevertheless, Chok did not fail to ask when Madonson intended to finish the matter, since Yogan was already wounded. So why delay? From the very beginning, the gatekeeper did not like the whispers between Madonson and Chok. At first, the chaos seemed random, but now it was clear that there were those who, even in the confusion, did not point weapons at each other. Whether this was coordinated for a single goal or the generals were originally on the same side, the gatekeeper did not know, but it was obvious that the resulting chaos needed to be stopped. Therefore, the gatekeeper turned to Yeonryeon with a request to call the troops to stop the senseless killings. But then Ganlo intervened in the conversation again, saying that if power had already passed to the chancellor, then the local nobles would simply join him for their own benefit, since the elder no longer had the strength to unite everyone. If Yegon and his generals suppressed the others by force, it might still be possible to maintain balance. But in the current situation, the elder should have thought about retreating. Bion was surrounded by 5 enemies, including Madin, but now it was clear to him how many opponents needed to be defeated. Junglu decided to attack first and launched a series of thrusts, hoping to pierce Bion with his blade. But Bion skillfully dodged every strike. Now it was much easier for him. He just needed to destroy everyone without sparing strength. After another dodge, Yangwan entered the fight, bringing down his huge sword on Bion. With one powerful blow, Bion bent Yangwan's giant sword, and with his other hand, he skillfully grabbed Junglu's blade. In the blink of an eye, Junglu's sword was broken in half, and then Bion, with a quick whipping strike, tore off his left hand. Maiden was no longer going to hesitate, and throwing one of his comrades aside, rushed into the attack. Using experience from past battles, Bion neither dodged nor blocked the strike, but simply allowed Medin to pierce him with his palm. Madonson smiled slyly. Even internal defense meant nothing against Medin's sharp aura. It seemed his plan was indeed approaching a happy end. But then, to the surprise of everyone present, Bion broke Medin's arm, which was still piercing him. And then Madonson jumped up in surprise. Medin, his greatest treasure, was now in danger. In childhood, Madonson dreamed of becoming a respected scholar like his father. But when the dispute between his father and the general defending the region escalated, the general grabbed his sword, and the knowledge and eloquence of his father proved useless. The crisis was then survived, the general was promoted, but for Madonson himself, it was a turning point. Even in a country ruled by scholarship, in extreme situations, strength always decided everything. Since then, Madonson began to admire the ideas of Han Yeonryeon and his power. To become useful to the elder, Madonson left the service and became a merchant, hoping to one day become as influential as Yeonryeon. But even when Madonson found talented warriors, they still left for more powerful patrons. Therefore, he decided to raise fighters himself. Then Madonson traveled all over Sun in search of talented children. He found many and taught them to control internal energy. But almost no one gave the expected results except Madin. He mastered both external and internal techniques, surpassing his mentor. And during the capture of Mutu Jom, he rose to a level surpassing almost all generals, continuing to grow even after that. Medin comprehended the flow of battle aura, learned to create aura even with his hands, and became stronger than any general except the divine warrior. But it was not only this that amazed Madonson. The more wounded Medine was, the fiercer he fought. Fury overshadowed any pain, so even wounded Medine controlled energy better than other masters. Therefore, Madonson was convinced that such a person would not fall because of a broken arm. Recovering from the shock, Medine gathered his will into a fist and tried again to pierce Beyond with his surviving hand. But Beyond managed to dodge at the last moment, and the strike grazed him without causing significant damage. Medine, besides having a battle aura, had another remarkable quality. After receiving a severe wound, he could continue to use the already accumulated power for some time. But unlike ordinary masters, Medine's accumulated power did not decrease after the injury, but remained the same. That is why Jinmyun believed that although Beyond managed to avoid a fatal blow, he still received a serious wound, meaning Medine would claim victory. Meanwhile, Madison was rejoicing. No one was capable of defeating Medine. Undoubtedly, Beyond was strong, but overcoming a man who could even break through Hosasan's aura was impossible. Against all odds, Beyond was not going to give up so easily. Skillfully intercepting the next strike, he literally tore Medine's arm off up to the shoulder. And then Jinmyun realized how wrong he had been. He had considered the energy distributed throughout the body a weakness, but it turned out to be Beyond's advantage. Only Jinmyun could not understand how Beyond managed to dodge Medine's attacks and catch him in a hold. Only now did Yongyun realize the full meaning of Beyond's request for a duel with Madunson. Of course, Beyond could have died during the tournament without ever meeting him, and even if he had managed to defeat Madun, chaos could have started. Despite the connection with the Han Soul, the Elder did not understand why Beyond would enter a dangerous battle that did not concern him at all. To which Beyond replied with a question: did he need any reason to destroy Madin, who, according to rumors, killed not only warriors but also their families? For Beyond, it was just a trifle. But for Yonran, there was no greater person who was ready to rush into battle against many generals for the sake of others. The surprised gatekeeper wondered who this Beyond was at all, since he was able to suppress Medine, who fought alone against several generals. Anyway, thanks to Beyond, it was possible to stop the senseless bloodshed, and it was necessary to urgently help the wounded. Undoubtedly, the gatekeeper did not want to admit it, but the winner of the tournament had to be Beyond. And since the strongest participant was determined, the gatekeeper asked Yonran to stop the tournament, because further confrontation was simply pointless. Ganla was counting on the successful execution of the plan because of Madine, who was able to compete with Ye Gon, but Beyond made his own adjustments. However, the main task, to disable Ye Gon, was still accomplished. Now it remained only to wait for the final stage of Madonson's plan. Jinmyun was still wondering how Beyond managed to defeat an opponent with battle aura at all. Although Beyond was smaller, his strikes were significantly more powerful. So Jinmyun assumed that it was all about the concentration of energy and the way it was distributed. Be that as it may, this is a very rare case, and Jinmyun could not doubt what he saw with his own eyes. Of course, Jinmyun did not know how Madison intended to complete his plan, but even with such power, Beyond could not change the situation, for he had a fatal weakness. Beyond's energy burst outwards, so he could only use it a few times. Undoubtedly, the energy was incredibly powerful, but in a mass battle, he could not hold out. Yogon and Medine could fight hundreds of soldiers, while Beyond without energy could defeat a dozen or two. His stamina was quickly exhausted, and if the remaining generals attacked or soldiers arrived, Beyond could be destroyed. But if Madison's plan failed, Jinmyun could be in danger, so he decided to urgently retreat and report what had happened. Beyond really could use the strong technique a couple more times, but he counted that it should be enough to suppress the remaining generals and finish off Madine. Worried about how events would unfold, Jajak asked Madonson if he intended to take any action. But Madison sharply ordered Jock to shut up. It was precisely thanks to Madane that his plan became possible, and in the future he planned to maintain relations with the Chancellor. Without Medine, Madonson was just one of the merchants, so he ordered the guards to immediately kill Beyond. Such a bold statement caused indignation. The gatekeeper immediately asked who allowed Madison to give such an order, since to kill Beyond permission from the Elder was necessary. Jungmu was about to stop this mess, but the Elder stopped him, wanting to see how the situation would develop. Then Madison again gave the order to kill Beyond, but to his surprise, no one even moved. And then Malyan Chan explained that just before the tournament, his people and the elite guard eliminated the intruding malefactors. The criminals did not identify themselves and attacked first, So Yeonryeon wanted to hear explanations from Madonsan. Suddenly, the battle governor Akthedu appeared in the arena and greeted everyone present and personally Yeonryeon. He arrived by the chancellor's order to investigate state treason. Madonsan breathed a sigh of relief and immediately declared that he had all the evidence that Han Yeonryeon and his people were preparing a rebellion. Suddenly, Han Sol appeared from behind the screen and pierced Madonsan through with her sword. Naturally, Yeonryeon suspected the conflict between Han Sol and Madonsan, but he did not expect that the manager would try to kill the official in front of the battle governor. Chandosum was very surprised to hear about the possible rebellion, since they were simply invited to the celebration. Of course, he understood that Thedu was the chancellor's man and had clearly prepared everything to finish off Yeonryeon, so it was necessary to behave more cautiously to avoid suspicion. Suddenly, the newly arrived Inyeon reported that they had checked all the surroundings but could not find Lady Chenrin. Thedu knew about Madonsan's agreement with the chancellor. The first condition was the weakening of Yogon and the generals. This part was successfully completed. The second was the transfer of evidence by Madonsan, but he suddenly got wounded. However, in Thedu's opinion, this was not enough to die immediately. It was necessary to save his life and obtain evidence, so Thedu ordered his men to capture Han Sol and save Madonsan. General Chin Wangam and Haeon immediately rushed to carry out the military governor's order. This situation clearly did not suit Byeon, so he tried to attack Chin Wangam. From the blow, the surprised Chin Wangam flew back and also hit Haeon, who could not understand why the energy master was thrown back by a simple strike. Yeonryeon nervously swallowed. If he got involved in a fight with the chancellor's generals now, everything could become much worse. But Han Sol had already begun to act, and Byeon would protect her from anyone. Pierced by a sword, Madonsan did not understand what was happening at all. Looking around, he asked who Han Sol was, to which Han Sol replied that she was the daughter of the warrior Mutuja Tanbo, whom Madonsan had treacherously killed. And then Madonsan remembered who was being talked about and regretted not killing the girl when he had the chance. But since Han Sol attacked the nobleman in front of everyone, she could not avoid death. But Han Sol did not care. She survived by throwing herself into the abyss, clinging to life for only one reason: to kill Madonsan. Han Sol sharply pulled out the blade. At the last moment, Madonsan thought that if he cauterized the wound, he would still have a chance to survive. But Han Sol pierced Madonsan's body again, and he wheezed and collapsed onto the table. Tears ran down Han Sol's cheeks. Finally, she was able to defeat her enemy, but for some reason, she did not feel joy. Teju cursed to himself the moment was lost, but he could no longer just leave everything as it was. Therefore, he ordered to kill Han Sol and everyone who would interfere. The formidable figure of General Chin Wangam loomed over Byeon, promising nothing good.